in common with you, wherever they come from, and that is they are motor racing nuts, and particularly they are sports car racing nuts. Beer, barbecue, tent, you know, body odor, all the rest of it goes together. Exhaustion, fatigue, in common with you. And that's just the fans, never mind the teams. It is a mammoth endurance race for everybody involved. But oh boy, once you've been, you want to go back again. And that's what happened to Dr. Ulrich. He went once as a fan, and look what happened when the boss of Audi Motorsport went to Le Mans for a boys' weekend as a fan. A dominating 15-year period in the race's history. So it does get you. And there's a really good reason why it does.
It's a real festival experience, and one of the fascinating things about Le Mans, for people who just love the sound of cars going around, let alone watching them, you can be sat there having a beer with all your friends. You don't have to be watching the track. You're not going to watch it for 24 hours, let's be honest. You can go around and enjoy, for example, the concerts that are on, or you can just sit there and have a beer and listen to the cars going round throughout the night. And that was one of the best parts for me of being at Le Mans. I remember sat there with a load of friends, having a beer, and guess what, the cars are still going around in the background, and they're not going to stop for you because they're doing that for 24 hours. So once you finish your beer, then you can go and watch them again. Yeah, and whatever time you pass out and whatever time you wake up again, they're still at it, and they'll still be at it until after tomorrow lunchtime. So it is, it's a remarkable thing to go to. If you ever get half an opportunity, I cannot advise you strongly enough. Even if you just rattle down on a Friday for the weekend, go with no sleep and come back to work on Monday morning, which is what I did for the first few years, it's so worth it. Well, you've just seen both of our class leaders. There are two classes here, and this is quite unusual in modern Le Mans racing. Normally we have LMP1 and LMP2, the prototype cars, the purpose-built racers, and then in the supercar class, the GT class, we normally have a full pro field and a pro-am field, GTE Am, but this time we've got LMP2 as our prototype cars exclusively, so everybody's in the same Orica chassis. There's no variation in chassis. They've all got the same engine, they've all got the same tyre, so it is almost a spec category. So it is the team and driver combinations that are going to make the difference here. And in the GTE class, we've got Aston Martin Racing, we've got Ferrari, the factory team, we've got Porsche's factory team, we've got Corvette's factory team in a four-manufacturer battle of the Titans. And by the way, just to make you all feel even hungrier at whatever time of the day or night it is, just seen on Twitter, Aston Martin Racing in Banbury at the ProDrive base, fish and chips are arriving. Now, Chris, you know, that makes me want to leave immediately and run and try and find a chippy, but in the heart of Paris, I don't think we have much chance, so we better stay where we are and see what we're doing. Well, we haven't been fed too badly here either. It's great to have, like you said it before, the FIA WEC catering team are here to feed the troops throughout this event, which has been fantastic and gave the real team feel to this event. Not only are all the normal drivers we would usually see at Le Mans on the track, but off it, the familiar faces as well. Yeah, a lot of the regular production team, from the boss, Gerard Neveu, who has put this whole thing together with his team, getting the grid together, getting the teams and the drivers involved, getting the series sponsors to fund the TV production so they could give it to the broadcasters and put it free online, so to try and get as many people as excited by this thing as we are, who are the dedicated nutters. And the visual look of it is so close, you're fractions away. I was just reading a comment on Twitter a little while ago saying, I never thought the Matrix would become real with motor racing, but this is the way it is. And the racing is so involving, you know, they're not real cars, but the racing is as real and the drivers are as real, whether they're from... Bueno, ya tenemos las dos partes activas, voy a cerrar la parte 1 y todo el mundo a irse al link del chat para poder entrar a la parte 2. Nos vemos ahí. In the teams, in the preparation that they have got into. In fact, following on from the Make You Hungry courtesy of Aston Martin Racing,
Simon Strang has just texted me saying Brabs, that's Brabham, David Brabham has just turned up with brownies. So there's dessert sorted as well. Oh my Lord. All right, so let's turn our attention to the race then. We're trying to, again, pick out which battles we're looking at down the field. Max Verstappen leading by 12.5 seconds from Jack Aitken. Raffaele Marciello third in the second of the Williams cars. And you're looking there at the number 13 car. So the illuminated lights on the side in blue colours, that's the position in LMP2. And in the green colours, that'll be the position of the car, not the number of the car, in GTE. So these two cars you can see nose to tail. That is a battle for position. As you can see from the screen, the 0-1 car in third is just a car length behind.
Yeah, this is the battle for second. And one thing I did just want to point out is Oliver Rowland is only 2 seconds behind this. You'll be able to see him in the background as well. He's in the 2Cs motorsport car. He's been hugely impressive in this race so far, as he has been in esports in general over the last few weeks. But we go on board here with Raffaele Marciello as he's going to try and look to the inside going into Indianapolis, and there goes the move. That's going to be second place. No surprise not to see Jack Aitken not fighting that one too hard. That is Rebellion car on Rebellion car, and that is Marciello up to second.
Well, that's blue on blue, isn't it? So he's got you have to be careful. You know, if you don't beat your teammate, you'll never win the race. But when you are in the same team, in the same car, going for the same bit of tarmac, we've still got 2/3 of the race to go, give or take an hour. So you've got to have patience. Making mistakes in traffic will ruin your race in a heartbeat, and you can't do that with so long to go. So much about Le Mans is now as it was in 1923. Don't make silly mistakes, don't break the car, and predominantly, in the words of the great Doc Hudson, stay on the grey stuff, son. That's what it's there for.
Well, as you know, Martin, you know, the race is not over for Jack Aitken. Why try and defend that position? Why try and fight Raffaele Marciello too hard? As you said, there's still 15 hours in this race to go. So strategy-wise, you could be coming back into play and doing the exact same thing what Marciello's just did to Aitken in 14 hours' time.
And look at the way that Marciello is driving this car. Out of the Ford chicane, he was in the gravel. He was sliding there into the Dunlop curve. That car is not going to survive, or those tyres are not going to survive that sort of abuse for another 15 hours. There's driving fast, and there's just over-driving, and I think Raffaele is on that knife edge between over-driving the car and just getting the maximum out of it. And that's tough. That is, in all of racing, that is the toughest balance. Right on the edge and over the edge is a whisker away.
I mean, Raffaele Marciello, he has a lot of endurance racing experience over the last couple of years. So, you know, he's won the Blancpain GT and the FIGT World Cup Championships as Raffaele Marciello. So he knows what he's doing in endurance racing. But clearly, you know, they're on discord to each other, the drivers and the engineers as well. This might be an instruction, Martin. This might be an instruction for the team to say, right, let's try and push as hard as we can in this stint and try and get a gap over Aitken, or more importantly, reduce that gap to Max Verstappen in the Team Redline car. And they may be saying to Jack Aitken, we're on the complete opposite strategy. You're just going to take your time and wait for a little bit later in the race.
Quick shout out to MotoGP's Susie Perry and all the other Wolverhampton Wanderers fans looking there at the Gulf Racing Wolves sponsored car. Wolverhampton Wanderers, for those of you who aren't British football fans, is a Midlands-based football team based in the town, perhaps unsurprisingly, of Wolverhampton, just outside of Birmingham. Or Birmingham would be just outside of Wolverhampton, they would say. So Wolverhampton Wanderers, their first venture into esports as racing, sponsoring this Gulf Racing team. And again, not quite sure where that link came from. Your sponsor is always somebody who you know knows. So it's either a fan thing or something within the team, somebody within the team or the drivers is a bit of a Wolves fan. But that car, the 86 car, rising up the order. They're now up to 7th position. Ben Barker started the car. He's a regular driver for Gulf Racing in World Endurance and at Le Mans. Had a bit of a spin in one of his early stints. but the car now rising back up the order. So they're starting to get the bit between their teeth. They got their Sim Pro, one of their 2 Sim Pros in the car at the moment, and that's Adam Maguire, the Irish driver. And so Ben Barker and Andrew Watson are the 2 regular race drivers who are sharing that car with them. And up and out and heading towards the top half dozen. How far back is he? His target is Tommy Milner in the number 64 factory Corvette. Oh, rattled it over the curbs there. It always looks really uncomfortable, but that apparently is the approved line exiting the Ford chicane for all these cars, just to hit that big sausage nice and hard.
Adam Maguire, very experienced driver. He's had 119 wins in 688 races over 10 years. So he's got a pretty good win-to-loss ratio there. One thing I would say about golf racing and the Wolverhampton Wanderers tie, of course, the Premier League restarts again next week, and Wolves are competing in the Europa League this year as well. So there is a European connection there, and perhaps that was the choice for Wolves to get involved in this fantastic event.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see exactly what part of this season or last season as it is now when this season continues. I don't know.
It's like
quite where the Premiership football calendar is, and whether any of the Wolves management or players actually get to come to Le Mans, and whether that's a deal that might continue through Le Mans, who knows. Meanwhile, back with our Rebellion Williams battle. Battle is joined again between the number 1 and number 13 car, it looks like.
Yeah, it's still going off, isn't it? I tell you what, we've got Jack Aitken. I think this might be Jack Aitken versus
right.
Oliver Rowland. So
exactly.
Yeah, Rowland is closing. I would say Rowland closing the gap. Aitken is falling away because Raffaele Marcello has closed the gap to Verstappen to 10.7 seconds. So that's come down by 3 seconds, Martin, very, very quickly. And Rowland, I'd say, lining up a move now on Jack Aitken here.
Yeah, Ollie Rowland has been really sensational in this car. Very quick real-world driver, becomes very, very quick sim racing driver. And again, Jack Aitken struggling in terms either of traction or of speed. I wonder, is there any chance they might have double stinted some tyres with Jack Aitken and he's starting to run out of grip? Not many of the teams that we've talked to have seen any mileage in double stinting. Ollie Rowland had a run on him then, but Aitken on the inside line, just braking as deep as he dared. So not much wrong with the car on the brakes, but Rowland has got top speed on him, hasn't he? So that's either traction off the chicane and out of Tertre Rouge, or is it a top speed advantage? He gets yay close, and then into Mulsanne corner again. He can't complete it. So maybe it's not a top speed thing. Maybe it is a getting the car fired off the corner thing that Ollie Rowland has got.
Well, we were on board with Rowland coming out of the second Mulsanne chicane, and we saw Jack Aitken was using all the runoff and a little bit more, so he's definitely struggling for grip out the corners, which is going to be down to the rear tyres. So Aitken, I'd say, must have tried, is either pushed too hard on those tyres, as we see Rowland now going around the outside and he'll go through. But yeah, I'd say Aitken just struggling a little bit with the rear tyres. He must have worn them out a little bit too much.
Yeah, that was a huge move from Jack Aitken. Here's the number 50 car that went off a little earlier. This is Richard Mille's team, all-female crew. Richard has been in the studio with us this weekend. And who's in the 50 car at the moment? As it turns around, it's Catherine Legg, who incurred a penalty earlier. She spun at the chicane. First chicane, or second chicane on Mulsanne Straight, and rejoined in what she thought was the end of a queue of GT cars, but in fact it wasn't. It was a gap in the middle of a queue of GT cars, and tagged one of the Corvettes out of the race. Look at the way the car is sliding around under Ollie Rowland. You know, that would be near terminal in the real world, but these LMP2 cars in R-Factor 2 will take that kind of driving abuse just about.
Yeah, some drivers prefer that driving style. I'll refer back to my time in karting where I used to love a loose rear end on my car, and that's how I used to drive quicker, and some people would getting a setup like that and would just spin straight away. And that's the same. The drivers will take any setup they can to go as fast as possible, and that will usually be a slightly looser car. Clearly, Oliver Rowland is comfortable with that. Some of the other professionals may not be so much due to perhaps racing in single seaters, for example. But Oliver Rowland definitely pushing very hard, and he's happy running that car a little bit loose.
On board in the number 7 Toyota Gazoo Racing entry, Toyota entering 2 cars, although of course normally they would be in the LMP1 hybrid class. They're in LMP2 with everybody else. Mike Conway in his first official race as a esports driver, as a sim racing driver. He's taken part in the practicing races that have led up to the race, but he has not actually partaken in a genuine sim race before now. So this car was started by Jose Maria Lopez, and Lopez had a really good run early on. He's another one of the drivers that has really got great pace in the real world and in the sim racing world. Mike Conway, I'm sure by his own admission, is the slowest of the 4 in the car, and both Toyota lineups, the maximum you're allowed in your team of 4 drivers is 2 sim race pros, so that you don't have an all sim race team that are near invincible. Toyota have gone for 3 real world drivers and a sim pro, and their thinking is this is going to be great for getting our team back together, getting them back to working as a team. Whether we win this or we don't, the more important thing is to actually get everybody working as a team, building up to Le Mans in September. So they've gone with 3 real world drivers. And in the end, actually, a bit like Penske, I think it's going a little better than they maybe thought it might do.
Yeah, I was actually speaking to a good friend of yours as well, Martin, Tom Gabor, and he was telling me the Toyota guys are taking this particularly seriously, and they were saying that they are just using this as an opportunity to put the drivers through the usual process that they would do on a week at Le Mans, and that is doing all the team briefings and all the practice that they would usually do, and then, of course, at the end of it, the 24-hour race. So as much as they would like to throw everything at this and try and win it, they're more focusing on the race in September.
And of course, all of our pro drivers who are used to racing at Le Mans, and the Toyota drivers very much fall into that category, will be getting out after their stint. I was just about to say out of the car, getting out of their rig after their stint. They will be having a debrief with the team on one of the chat clients that they're using, and then they will go away, they will hydrate, they will take the normal sort of fluids and eat the food that they would normally be given by the team physio. They'll have exactly the same plan. They'll have meal prepped for the entire race during the week, and then they will go away and get their rest exactly in the same manner that they will do in Le Mans in September, that they did do in Le Mans in June last year, and a year before, and a year before, and a year before. And it's really critical that they do that, because otherwise they are going to not be able to perform on Sunday the way that they should be. Little problem here for our race leader, Max Verstappen. He appears to have found the headlight switch again. He had no lights there. And this is like when you see a car driving off a petrol forecourt that's brightly lit, and he doesn't realise he hasn't got any lights on because the petrol forecourt is brightly lit and everything works. Max there coming down the pit straight probably didn't realise he had no lights on. When he got up over the Dunlop Bridge and suddenly it went dark, my lights are broken. Oh no, I've somehow turned them off on a button on the steering wheel.
I've got to say, Raffaele Marcello still putting in fantastic pace, by the way. He's brought the gap down to 8 seconds. But yeah, just a slight issue there for Max Verstappen, but everything back to normal again now. And I wonder if this is going to be something he's getting a little bit concerned about, Martin. That gap is still coming down. Clearly, Raffaele Marcello is pushing very hard. This is information that will be fed to Max Verstappen all the time. I wonder if the Red Line team are going to be getting just slightly concerned at the pace that the Rebellion car is showing at this stage.
Yeah, you would think, because, you know, we've got 3 Rebellion Williams cars in the top 10 out of their 4 cars, so they're all performing well. They've got good speed, they've stayed out of trouble predominantly, and the Rebellion Williams team is you know, it's come loaded for bear. You know, they're not just here to make up the numbers. They haven't entered 4 cars because they can. They've entered 4 cars to get up 4 stunning lineups, and that's how they've managed to get the cars in. Bear in mind, we're starting 50 cars here. There were 10 in the reserve list. So there are 10 good, really good quality professional racing driver, sim racing driver lineups who didn't get into the race. So there's an awful lot more people that would like to be doing this, who are frustratedly watching it and going, oh, look how good it is. It's better than I even thought it was going to be. Oh, really frustrated not to be in. To be in a reserve list in a team, and obviously they've done all the training and the setup and everything else in case there's some emergency and they get in. That's really frustrating. But for Max Verstappen, no racing driver wants to lose the lead during his stint. But big plan, it's win at 3 o'clock on Sunday afternoon, not win at 3 minutes past midnight on Sunday morning. So if he has to let Raffaele Marcello go for whatever reason it is, then he will have to let him go for whatever reason it is. And again, as always in motor racing, it's hard to find out until after the post, when people then finally start to tell you the reasons that things have happened. So, you know, there's always a lot of conjecture. What is unavoidable now is that Raffaele Marcello is quicker at the moment than Max Verstappen. Jenson Button in the pit lane. What's the time now? It's midnight here, and they're 3 o'clock in the afternoon in LA, 9 hours behind us, in front of us, behind us. So Jenson Button, middle of the afternoon there, handing the team car over. So that's been a driver change as well. And Chris, a lot of the teams were telling us, even in daylight and good track conditions, there wasn't enough advantage in trying to double stint tyres over the time that you would take in the pit stop to change tyres, either in GT, we believe, or certainly in LMP2. So and with no tyre restriction on the number of tyres or the kind of tyres you can run, basically fresh rubber, fuel tank of fuel, go, go, go.
Yeah, that's it. You know, what it was is the difference between the length of time to not change tyres and to change tyres as well was a time that you were going to be able to make up. So if you just put those soft tyres up, then you're going to be quicker. So there is absolutely no advantage in going for that quicker stop because you're going to make that time up anyway.
Drivers are going to have to get out of that habit, because when we go to Le Mans in September, they won't have 400 sets available to them. So they're going to have to really, that's where tyre management is going to be a massive, massive part of the race. And talked about this a little bit earlier. If the weather is good, then the ambient temperature will be lower, the track temperature will be lower, they'll be running softer tyres for longer, medium tyres for longer, probably not need to dig into the hard tyre at all for the race. And certainly the men from Goodyear reckon that if it doesn't rain for sustained periods or there's not long red flags, then September's Le Mans might be the fastest ever, and that is a phenomenally mouth-watering prospect. We're thinking it's going to be darker for longer, there might be more accidents, it might rain for longer, but on the plus side, Goodyear reckon definitely it could be one of the fastest ever run Le Mans, because they're running softer tyres and faster tyres as a result for much longer.
And just a point to raise, you know, the guys are getting new rubber every single stop, so that means they cannot take their foot off the gas. So this is going to be the most physically demanding 24-hour Le Mans they have ever taken part in, and they're not even in a car. So how hard is that to get your head around? You know, and I can tell you from experience, driving a rig is really physically demanding. You'll get out of that thing sweating buckets, and Jenson Button even said in an interview that he got even more nervous doing virtual races, and it was just as physically demanding for him. Now imagine being told, you know, for the 4 or 7 hours that you do, you have to be foot on the floor every single lap. Usually, Martin, as you know, during this stage of the race, they would probably tell the drivers, right, you can go at 60, 70%, 80%. The most amount of saving or time saving that they're going to be doing, is just going to be lifting and coasting into the Mulsanne chicanes just to save a little bit of fuel.
Well, the one thing that every real-world driver who has been sim racing during lockdown has told me is that it is all mental.
Yeah.
In a race car, as you know from your karting experience, you feel things and your body tells you things, your brain doesn't have to react. Your instincts make you react. It's a flinch in the same way that, you know, you defend yourself, your head, if something comes flying at you. And those are hardwired in over laps after laps after laps after laps. But this is all done mentally. You don't have that feel of what the car's doing. You have to use your brain to translate what you're seeing into what you're, quote, feeling and reacting to that. And again, it's the repetition that the sim racers have got of that over 5 years, 10 years, 15 years of doing it that has made them so hardwired into these games. And the real world drivers, well, Andre Lotter just posted a little video after his stint getting out the Porsche. He looked like he'd done 18 hours in the car. He was just shattered, and admitted he was shattered mentally. It's going to be a very different race from anything our real world drivers have ever done. Physically, that's the issue perhaps for some of our sim race drivers, because they don't habitually do lots of 24-hour. We don't habitually do lots of 24-hour races, but the pro teams and the pro drivers have perhaps more backup in keeping body and soul together. And a lot of the sim racers will have some of that, but perhaps not to quite the same extent. So, yeah, the real world drivers, they're getting beaten up in the skull, definitely, by all of this.
Well, some of the sim teams, people like Veloce or Williams, for example, they will make the drivers train, and if they are not doing all that training, then they will be kicked out of that team. So they have to reach a certain level of fitness to remain in that team. Now, some of the esports drivers, they don't really have to do that. So they might do a little bit of training, but they don't have to. And if they don't do that training, all they're going to be doing is getting in the rig. And one thing I would say is that a lot of these esports drivers, they do a lot of 24-hour races. I'd say it's the opposite. I'd say the esports drivers have done more 24-hour races than these guys, because guess what? They can do it every single weekend if they want to. And there's so many races in esports, Martin. You wouldn't believe how many different championships there are. It is so hard to keep up with. Even if you're not in a championship, you can just go on with your mates and say, let's have a 24-hour race.
Well, actually, that is a very valid point. Never mind every weekend. They could do one every day. I mean, not actually every day, but you can do it any day that you want to, and that's absolute. You could race Le Mans once a week, twice a week, 3 times a week, every week of the year, 52 weeks of the year. We get 1 week a year on this track. Yep. And even then, they're not on it on Friday or Monday or Tuesday. So they get Wednesday and Thursday, and then Saturday and Sunday. That's 4 days a year, and they don't even on Wednesday and Thursday have a full day on the track. So yeah, time on this track is very, very limited. In the real world, as you say, in the sim world, that's entirely different. I told this story earlier on. Michi Hoyer, who's working with IDEX Sport, who are in the team here, he's their sim pro, who was only drafted into the team last week. He was, after the test race a couple of nights ago, he went straight to Indy to do some wide open throttle running at maximum speed to check what effects certain changes of the car had on top speed. Well, try doing that in the real world. Right, we've just finished night session at Le Mans, just off to Indy for a couple of hours running wide open. No, none of that happens in the real world. So there's all sorts of things that you can do in the sim world that allow you to really accelerate the pace of progress. Ooh, what are we seeing here? A little bit of a replay. 3 cars looking for the same bit of tarmac. And the Toyota, the Toyota came to a very abrupt halt in front of the TDS car.
I think that was a slowdown. Lewis mentioned this to you earlier, where your car can stop in the game and then glitch back again. It's something that has come up in the game. We saw it happen to Charles Leclerc earlier, and Lewis said to me when we came off air for the concert, he said that can be very, very dangerous, and I think we have just seen why. I think that is what the R-Factor 2 guys out there will call a slowdown in the game, where the car on your screen basically stops. You're still going forward, but then when the game comes back to you again, the car just jumps back. And if there's a car there, then you're going to take them out.
Exactly right. And look at the way the car is crabbing.
Yeah. And this is exactly...
I think it was the WRT car that actually ran into the back of the Toyota. I'm assuming it was one of the Toyotas, but that actually doesn't look either like WRT or a Toyota. Leaders are in the pit lane, by the way, so the race lead battle in the pits. It'll be interesting to see who comes back out. Meanwhile, quick shout out to the pit crew online, Pit Crew 24, and Chris Lord, who has been watching the race, and just mentions, as we probably ought to pay attention, that Rob Wickens is in the race in the 67 Marler Racing team car. So Robert Wickens, the Canadian driver, along with Ferdy Habsburg. He's one of the two real world drivers in that car. So Rob Wickens in the car from home in Canada. And great to see him able to partake in racing again, considering the challenges that he's had. There is the Marler team, Aston Martin, and that won the very first test race. So they had a really good start to this build-up to Le Mans. Hasn't been quite as much on the pace in the race, but again, we're not even close to halfway through yet. So plenty of racing left to go, as we will say, until about 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
Well, I was being told, actually, when I was on my break, that the Marler team have had a really, really difficult first period in this race. And Jimmy Broadbent, who's part of that team, who was actually live streaming, they had a really messy handover at one stage as well, where a driver out on track got a little bit of damage, came in, and they had to do a driver swap. And Jimmy Broadbent, he wasn't ready, and he's live on stream, and everyone's watching him furiously trying to get ready to then jump in the car to take over. But the Marler team, it has not been a very good race for them so far. Lots of problems so far.
So in fact, that was the Team Penske Acura car. So that was that the same incident? Was it the Penske that suddenly glitched and got hit? I think it must have been, rather than the Toyota.
Perhaps it looked like the Toyota. I'm sure we both agreed that was the one that jumped back, and I think they went into the path of the Penske, and I think the Penske has come off a lot worse out of that.
Well, that's certainly got a lot of damage. It'll be heading back to the pits. And the good news here is that in rFactor 2, you can repair anything, but as in real world, the bigger the repair, the bigger the cost in time lost. So that's a tough break for Team Penske, Roger Penske's crew. We heard from Roger early on. We heard from Juan Pablo Montoya. They had a drama, didn't they, when Simon Pagenaud, the Indy 500 champion, was at the wheel. His steering packed up. And you think, okay, well, that was the end of it. No, because he unplugged his rig and seat and frame, rolled it away from the monitor and the PC, and rolled in another one that he had borrowed from a friend for the weekend and plugged it in, because not only had he had the foresight to borrow an entire new rig, and clearly has trained on it because he'd set up the force feedback and everything else, but he'd also plugged it, he'd rehearsed fast changeovers and where the plugs go, and instead of just ripping wildly and stuff as you and I would normally do, of course. So, I mean, that level of preparation has not been rewarded with much in the way of good fortune, I'm afraid, for Team Penske, and things aren't going too well for them again. So, yeah, that was a bit of a tough break. Max Verstappen stayed in the number 20 red line car. He still leads from, oh look, Raffaele Marcello stayed in as well, and Ollie Rowland has just come out of the pits in the 2Cs Motorsport car. He's up to third. Jack Aitken down to fourth. So didn't notice whether that happened before the pit stop or during the pit stop, but Ollie Rowland back up to third. Top three covered by 16 seconds.
Now, we were talking about the Marler team there, as we can see.
Now, there's the WRT car. I thought that was the one that did the hitting. I thought that was the car that ran into the back of the car that glitched, and initially I thought it was a Toyota that had glitched. Maybe it was, because is that a Toyota further back in the pit lane? Hard to tell at that distance. 22 for United Autosports is in, but maybe it wasn't a Toyota, maybe it was the Penske that's crabbing. That suggests a rear impact, so it may have been the Penske that glitched and the WRT car that hit him, although that is the 8 Toyota in the garage. The Wolves Gulf Racing Porsche comes in as well. Yeah, so it was Dries van Tor in the Team WRT car. He is in the pit lane. Who else is in the pit lane? Sebastian Buemi is in the number 8. He leaves now. That's the Toyota Gazoo racing car. And Larry Tenforda coming in for TDS has come and gone. So I would assume that he was not involved in that. But looking further back, Team Penske, Ricky Taylor came in and is still in the pits. That could be a long stop for them.
Was just going to say, Martin, just had some info in from Jimmy Broadbent from the Marlowe team, and he's just said they've just had an issue pop up, and quite an interesting one as well. Rob Wickens, who's out there, his force feedback on his steering wheel is stuck at nearly 100%, and he's one-handed through the corners because of his braking with his right hand. Now he's on an adapted steering wheel, so that everything he's doing is on the steering wheel, and he's having to go one-handed now through corners as well. But having the force feedback stuck at 100%, that is going to be incredibly uncomfortable. I've tried that out, not out of choice, I can tell you as well, not because I wanted to, and it is really, really difficult. And Rob Wickens, this is going to be physically a very, very demanding stint for him now.
Yeah, and it's going to be like trying to drive the car with 2 flat tires and trying to get it. I mean, it really is, you know, like the wheels are in concrete. That's going to be brutal. So how many laps has he been out in the car? I'm afraid I can't tell you from our data screen, and Chris and I haven't had the memo and the course to interrogate our timing data screen. We need Alan McNish for that. So, but whatever. I would think that however long into this stint he is, it can't end soon enough for Rob Wickens in the 67 Marla Racing Corvette, because he's going to want somebody else to take over, and then he's going to have to fix his force feedback. And again, you know, he's going to have to do that for himself, chances are, because he's not with a big team. So I'm not sure who's with him this weekend, but that might not be as easy a fix as it is for an able-bodied driver.
And then it's the issue of what is causing that. You know, it might be a Control-Alt-Delete job, I don't know. But if there's something that is going to be terminally wrong with that steering wheel, does he then have another one he can get out and replace that, for example? So I'm not too sure exactly what the problem is, but I imagine Jimmy will keep me updated.
Yeah, definitely. Richard Westbrook in the pit lane, Danny Juncadella in the pit lane as well. Aston Martin Racing, Richard Westbrook in 5th place in the 95 car, Danny Juncadella in 4th place for RGA Esports in the Corvette. 3rd place, also just leaving the pits, Matt Backham, another of the Porsche Esport team drivers. 2nd and 1st out on track in GTE, Neil Jarni for Porsche Esports in the 91, and still leading, former overall outright race winner at Le Mans, Nick Tandy in the 93 Porsche. You're looking at the leaderboard. Top 18 cars are all in the LMP2 class. Don't expect the GTE cars to get up there into the top 20. I think that is highly unlikely in this. There is a massive rate of attrition with 30 LMP2 cars starting. They are all still, now that they're running again, ahead of the GTE field. So even Ryan Tvita in the much delayed Veloce Esports 3 car, 20 laps back, he is still ahead of the GTE leader. And Tvita in and out of the pit lane for a regular stop. Ricky Taylor still in the pit lane, should really have noted when he went in, but then that would mean that I would also have to have noticed him leaving. But that one thing we can be sure of, that's not going to be a short stop. He is the only prototype in the pits though. So Dries van Tor has just left. That was a long stop for them, but at the moment it hasn't cost them an additional lap. They are 2 laps off the lead, but now they're the first car that is 2 laps off the lead. I think that did cost them a lap. They've dropped behind IDEX Sport. Michi Hoyer is at the wheel of IDEX Sport's number 17 car in 17th place and 17th in class, all the 17s. That's some kind of bingo call, isn't it?
There we go.
Yeah, there we go indeed. All right, let's pick out the wheat from the chaff in these pair of headlights. What's the battle that's 1100s apart? That's 31 leading 0-3, isn't it? That's the only tight battle in LMP2, or the only battle in LMP2 that is as tight as that. Verstappen and Marcello have gone out from 3 to 4 seconds apart. Verstappen's got more pace now. And this is the 56 Art car from Team Project One, being passed pretty easily by the Cinetic Alpine Elf car, and then, whoa, losing his bearings. And that will happen in real life as well. Somebody comes whistling by for a fraction, you're slightly distracted, and you're a tenth late on the brake pedal, and suddenly you're going in many kilometers an hour quicker than you want to, and then you're off at Indianapolis. And that is not a place that's kind on mistakes. It's taking the rear wing off the car as well.
Yeah, the only thing that's different in sim racing is no one is taking that rear wing home with them and using it as an adapted coffee table.
Yeah, absolutely right. The other thing that I'm missing, because this is virtual Le Mans, is that you can't smell the barbecues or hear the fireworks going off during and after the concert from the campsite. So there's that as well. Also not waking up in a caravan at 6 in the morning, courtesy of the Army helicopter, and having a cold shower. There, I'm not missing that much so much.
Now, Verstappen, the gap between Verstappen and Marcello has just plummeted down to 1 second, so it's dropped by 3 seconds. So Verstappen, whether that was caught up in traffic or a big mistake somewhere, but Marcello will now be in the tow of Verstappen. I'm not too sure. I don't think that's the battle we're seeing on screen at the moment, but they are getting very close on circuit.
Yeah, they are very close together. So 2.5 seconds is the margin at the moment between Max Verstappen in car number 20 and car number 1, Raffaele Marcello for Rebellion Williams Esports. There is the orange livery on the side of the number 20 car. Has he got damage on the nose? Or is that just the slightly darker colour at the front of the car because the headlights aren't illuminating it?
Well, if there was damage, that might...
No, it's not. No, it was.
Okay.
No, there's it ran under the lights there. You could see quite clearly that. I mean, you don't see much damage either, but he's either outbraked himself into somewhere or got held up really badly in traffic. And actually, that'll take a second out of your lap easily. If you get a GT car into that chicane, for instance, that'll cost you a second. So as we ride on board now, car in front is an awful lot closer than it was.
Well, I actually had people, drivers telling me early in the week that because they're in LMP2 cars, the speed difference, isn't as excessive as it would be, if you're in an LMP1 car. Yeah. So if you get stuck behind a oh, there we go. Someone off.
Now that was a glitch because we were riding on board and we had turned successfully into Mulsanne corner and then we hadn't. What I was really interestedly noticing was, look at the dark filth on that left-hand front wing. There's... Alan McNish was talking about the clouds of midges that are in the lake just beside the kink on the Mulsanne Straight that sort of splatter across your windscreen. That level of detail may not be in R-Factor 2, but an awful lot of distance it is. Now, that is a problem for Verstappen. Yeah. He's glitching. That's who we were riding with. I couldn't identify it from those front ponton wings. And Raffaele Marcello was the car that ran into the back of him. Now, is it him or is it the server overall that is glitching? Because that was definitely an issue, and that has cost Max Verstappen the lead. That's 2 offs, and he got hit from behind as well.
I don't know if he's carrying some damage there, because it looks like the car was slightly unstable. There we go. Yep, spin.
Yep. Well, that is the long-term effect of being hit from behind. Something else has added to that damage. He's turned left there at high speed. That's the first left at speed of any note after Arnage, and the car didn't turn, so something has broken, and Max Verstappen has lost the lead and will be heading to the pits. It's not reflected on your timing screen yet, but it is on ours. Now Raffaele Marcello leads.
Now, he down the straight, you could see he was having to correct the front, so he was definitely carrying maybe some sort of suspension damage there, and then trying to carry the same amount of speed into the Porsche curves. Well, the wall is not too far away when you're going through the Porsche curves as well, and that's a huge moment in this race. Red line picking up damage there after an incident, and that's going to be Max Verstappen into the pit lane.
Yep, that's a real tough break, but again, only half the race down, not even. We've got 14 hours, 14 and a half hours. We've only done 9.5 hours of racing, so there's a long way to go. You can recover. I think coming in front of him, was that by Colles, or that's the Rocket Sports car? So that's Jenson Button's team, isn't it, coming in? And luckily for Max, it was in the Porsche curves rather than at the beginning of the Mulsanne straight or in the S's just after you start the lap.
Nowhere's handy to go off, but no. If you're going to go off, then why not do it near the Porsche curves? And speaking of the Porsche curves, just before that incident happened, one thing I was going to say is the LMP cars are really going to struggle to get past the GTE cars. If you're not past the GT car before you get to the Porsche curves, then you might not pass them again until the Ford chicane. Yep. So that's something that's really going to play effect throughout the night.
Misidentified that car coming into the pits. My first thought was, oh, that's Tom Dillman, and it was in fact Tom Dillman who came into the pits in car number 4. It's our pole sitters by Colles Burst Esports, and in fact Tom Dillman on that final lap setting a purple first sector. So that was his fastest lap of the stint and the fastest first sector of the entire race by anybody.
Well, I don't know if that's going to be Tom Dillman out the car, but if he knows he's about to go off for a kip, then he wants to get back as quickly as possible.
Well, again, ambient temperatures coming down, so the air is slightly denser and slightly damper maybe in the kind of dew of the evening. So that gives you a fraction more power. And as the heat goes out from the day from the tarmac, then, you know, you get better grip from the soft tyre. So again, perfect conditions, and it's always sort of around the end of qualifying towards midnight, either on the Wednesday or Thursday, that we see the absolute fastest practice laps at Le Mans. Flash of the headlights there for the car in front from Ollie Rowland, and there is the 51 Ferrari in the pits, right in front of one of the Toyotas, I think. Is that?
That's a little bit cheeky.
That's the number 7 car. Well, you've got to get into your pit box, and if they're in the next pit box, in fact, it wasn't. It's one of the Porsches. But we've seen there is another car. I think we've seen this before with the number 8 Toyota of Sebastian Buemi, and that is the 7 car, and that was being driven by Mike Conway. Now changing over to Jose Maria Lopez. Corvette comes out. So which of the GT Corvettes is that? That's Tommy Milner in 64. You can hear the rumble as it comes out of the pit lane in our ears. You can hear the rumble of the Corvette V8 motor. Well, I think I'm loving this so much.
I think the Ferrari will get away with that because that was Redline, the other car, and they're they're obviously fixing damage. But, but Martin, have you ever, you know, you've commentated on the Le Mans 24 Hours several times. Have you ever forgotten that you were almost commentating on a virtual race? I mean, the difference is, of course, we're in a big studio. You're not trackside. But have you ever been watching these pictures now and going, for a split second, going, this is the real Le Mans?
Well, yes, quite a lot of the time you get so immersed in it, you don't think that it's not the real Le Mans. But the first part, actually, you said, have you ever forgotten that you're not watching a real race? But we are watching a real race, and that's the thing of it is, it doesn't matter what we're racing, we are racing. There are real people racing these cars, and really seriously. There's the number 20 car, so Redline have fixed whatever it was relatively quickly, and that was the number 7 Toyota behind. So Jose Maria Lopez comes out behind the delayed Max Verstappen. Is Max staying in on the outlap 20? Yes, he is. So Pechito Lopez taking over the number 7 car is in 17th. Max comes out in 13th, but he's a lap ahead and a few inches. And here is why I'm guessing we're going to see again. This is not a replay, is it? So this is back to the Porsche curves and another battle. And thank you for turning sideways under the lights. That's the 12 car of Mad Max Papis. So Max Papis, IndyCar racer and IMSA racer, racing for MPI Zancho. That's MPI's the Spanish team, right? And Zancho teaming up with them. So Max Papis having a big high-speed lose there in the Porsche curves. That would have been a proper Code Brown moment in real life, but gets away with that with no more than some subtly placed Italian cursing to himself, I'm sure.
Yep, MPI Sancho teaming up with, of course, the MPI teaming up with Sancho, the esports team, big esports team as well. They've got plenty of drivers dotted around the grid. Of course, Team Rocket, Jenson Butler's team, also teaming up with the Sancho team for this event as well. And they've been doing very well in the Virtual Endurance Championship on the build-up to this have Team Zancho. So great to see them dotted all around the grid in the 24 Hour of Le Mans Virtual.
On board with Jose Maria Lopez chasing Max Verstappen. Again, sentences you don't often get to say. That's right in there with those, isn't it? Grand Prix driver versus three-time World Touring Car champion and Le Mans racer now for Toyota Gazoo Racing. Little further up the road, coming down into Indianapolis. That's the battle, I think, between the Senior Tech car that has just left the pits, the 36 car that is here in our studio, although the driver, Thomas Laurent, is not here in our studio. Pierre Rag has been driving the car here. And Laurent wheel to wheel. Again, struggling. Is that absolutely the Senior Tech car? I'm not entirely convinced that I've spotted that right in the darkness. Past him goes number 2. So that's not. So that's a battle. Is that a battle for position? Yeah, so that's Cool Racing, in fact, and Rebellion Williams, number 2 car. So again, that is a pair of sim racing pros. So it's not Thomas Laurent, it is in the Cool Racing car. So number 2 for Williams, that's Devon Rochik, the Polish driver, one of their 2 sim racing drivers. He's picked up a spot, he's moved into 19th. And in the 42 car, it's Eric Barbier. Erwin Barbier, the Frenchman who shares that car, with Nico Lapierre and Antonin Borga, the real racing drivers, and Maxime Scalabrini.
David actually did a 24-hour race around this circuit on RFACTOR 2 last year and got a podium there as well, so I'm sure he would be happy if he could try and repeat that again, albeit in the 24-hour Le Mans Virtual.
Oh, look at this. This is classic Le Mans stuff. The Cool Racing car there, just giving a little side swipe to the 67 Marla Corvette. So that's back out to the pit lane. Rob Wickens came in 4 or 5 minutes ago with that car.
And they've swapped.
And they have, yeah, it's Jimmy Broadbent. Yeah, you were talking about Jimmy Broadbent not quite being ready for a stint. Just as well, he was streaming online, just as well he hasn't got many followers, just 490-odd thousand, nearly 500,000 followers. I'm sure they weren't all tuned in, though, watching his embarrassment as he rushed to get into the rig.
Oh, but many of them will make everyone will remember it. There will be gifs sent out there of all sorts, because Jimmy Broadbent does not get away with anything, I can tell you that now. Not
in this commentary he doesn't. Every bus that's come along, Jimmy Broadbent has been pushed firmly under it. It was like a 10-minute roasting from Ben earlier on. Hair birthday, I mean, I don't know.
Muchas gracias a todos los que estáis por aquí. Recordad que le podéis dar al like, a ver si llegamos ya a 100 likes, que en el anterior hemos conseguido 400 likes. Y a ver si le dais todos al botón de suscribirse también, que estamos a punto de los 4.000. Vamos, vamos.
He has just reached 500,000 subscribers.
I thought you were going to say half a century. I thought you were going to really give him a kicking for his age as well.
Well, happy birthday to him and well done. Congratulations to him. He's on 500k subscribers. So there we go. Have I taken a few buses off him?
No, I'm not sure that helped really, to be honest. Look at this. This is classic Le Mans. Multi-class racing. 4 different cars from 4 different teams battling for the same piece of tarmac. 2 in GT. And this is the birthday boy, Jimmy Broadbent from Marla Racing Team. He's behind the 56 Porsche. That's fresh out of the pits, Lawrence Hoare. And that is the purple Team Wins car livery. That's the one that is normally driven in the World Endurance Championship. Not necessarily in that colour, actually. Those are the colours of last year's Ford, the 67, the Wins Ford that raced in the first and only time a Ford GT has raced at Le Mans in privateer hands in the modern era. But Lawrence Hoare, who raced last year in Road to Le Mans, he was racing an LMP3 car on Thursday and on Saturday morning before the main race. He was in that support race. So Lawrence Hoare in the Team Project 1 car. And Ben Keating, who will be watching, I'm sure, at home in Texas, having probably completed yet another 100-kilometre cycle ride up through the mountains. Ben Keating, like everybody else, doing an awful lot of training. He's been on his bike more than ever. So Ben, I'm sure, is watching with great interest the Wins car. That's the livery he brought back to Le Mans last year. The Wins people were super excited to be back at Le Mans after many years. And I know Ben will be watching this, just chewing at his fist, wishing he were in a real race car again. So Keating car guy, man, have a great weekend, and please don't come back looking like you're some kind of Greek Adonis. I know he will. He's been on the he's been personal best busting. He said he's never been as fit in his life. And these racing drivers, you know, it'll be 6 months since they're in an endurance car. Now, never mind till we get to Le Mans in September or August at Spa. These guys, I did joke actually with their physio from Jota, we were chatting the other day. I said, when they turn sideways on the grid, they're all going to disappear.
Yeah.
Because they're going to be so ripped, these guys. And, you know, their nutrition, their training, they've never had so much time to be fit. So, you know, all of them, every single man jack of them are just going to be buzzing to get back into cars, but they will never have been fitter.
They're definitely going to have no problem in the FIA World Endurance Championship getting to the end of races, aren't they? They're going to be as physically fit at the end of it as they would at the start of it. And that's going to make it very interesting, actually, because all the drivers are perhaps going to be in the best shape that they have ever been or ever been over in recent years. So everyone's going to be raring to go. And, of course, we can see the drivers have been using events like this, the 24-hour Le Mans Virtual, to get themselves ready for it. So it's going to be interesting to see whether the drivers that have been using this are going to then gain an advantage when they get back in the car again, whether them competing in races has been able to keep them sharp, and when they jump back in the car, if that's been able to benefit them.
Lots of interesting comments from various different fans, new fans and old fans alike on Twitter. One of them are just Rory Bevitt. I don't know where Rory is watching from, but here's what he said. It looks like that even in the virtual world, Le Mans is still that cold-hearted woman, in that what she gives, she takes away just like that. And Max is finding that out. Well, we always say, you don't win Le Mans chooses who gets to win. There is a phenomenal amount of fate and luck and fortune involved. And as Toyota proved in 2016, even with 1 lap to go, Le Mans can be a brutally cruel mistress. So yes, it can give and it can take away, but it can do it the other way around. It can take away and then it can reward perseverance in the end. It's not done. Again, as 2016 proved, never give up. They're 12th now. They're still on the lead lap, car number 20. It is not done.
Definitely not, and all they need to do is try and keep their head up. The engineers, the guys in the background, Max Verstappen's teammates, have got to just try and keep him motivated. I don't think Max is going to need a lot of that, because Max Verstappen is definitely one of those drivers. You can tell by his personality off the circuit that he is definitely not someone that would ever throw in the towel, but that's going to have to be the same for everyone else who then jumps in the car. I think what they have to do, Martin, is just forget about where they are now. 12th place is where they are, but let's forget that. We are just doing our own thing. We're out here having a practice session. These are the times we want to require. This is how quickly we want to get back into the pits, and let's just keep doing that, and then at the end, let's see where Le Mans rewards us.
Okay, Max is in again. Whatever was the issue, it was a short pit stop, and this will be something that you do see at Le Mans. An immediate fix, get the car out. Max, just do what you can while we have a think about what we really need to do and how deep we need to delve into this and how long the next stop needs to be. Has it fixed it? No, guys. I'm still putting it in the wall at every corner. Okay, here we go. Let's get you back in. So this might be a little bit of a longer stop, I'm afraid, for Max Verstappen. The car coming in from 13th spot. But we'll have to wait and see just how far he drops down the order. Already starting to slip, because Owen Murphy has gone by him in the 16 Veloci Sports 2 car. That was the next one across the line, so they're going to continue to lose places. Michi Hoyer next up for IDEC Sport, and he was only a minute behind as Max came into the pit, so that will cost them a spot as well. Let's take a little look at our GTE class. Before I do, I want to have a quick shout out to one of the fastest starters in the world of bobskeleton, ice slider Marcus Wyatt from Great Britain. He's watching with great interest. And a former fellow slider of his, Greg West, watching as well from Vermont in the States. Greg involved with the iRacing platform, and Leslie Stratton, who slides for Sweden, also watching there with him. Let's get into our GTE class. Tommy Østgaard leading in the 93 car now. The Norwegian driver for the Porsche esports team, ahead of Mac Backham, another of their esports pros in the 92 car. And Neil Jarni in third place, 91 car. And Neil Jarni not overly familiar with the Porsche 911 RSR. Of course, he was one of Porsche's real-world LMP1 hybrid drivers, but not overly familiar perhaps with the GTE car. But as the race has progressed, that has become, it seems, less of an issue, and his pace is coming right up to par.
Yeah, you don't need to be going out there setting purple sectors, as you know, Martin. You just need to be setting a respectable pace, and then you need to be setting that respectable pace consistently. You've got the sim drivers. They're the ones that are going to go in for you and effectively win you the race with the quick lap times that they're going to go put in and the brilliant stints that they'll put in. For Neil Jarni, his stint is all about just being consistent, because Neil Jarni may not be able to go out there and put in times to go and win the race, because he's not a sim racer, but he can lose them the race. And at the moment, I'd say he's doing everything he needs to do. That might sound weird to the viewers at home when I say that, when they might say, Neil Jarni can't win them the race, and two guys I've never heard of can. Yes, that is genuinely the case. We're watching a Pro-Am class, but flip that round. Yep. And at the moment, they're doing great. This is fantastic from Porsche. 1, 2, and 3. Yep. There is a long way to go, and we've just seen how quickly things can change with Team Redline there. We're not even halfway through the race, but I'd say the Porsche engineers, and there is plenty of them involved in this, at the moment are going to be very, very pleased.
Now, what we haven't seen just now, but has popped up on our timing screen, is a change in the battle for 6th position. Dennis Lind in the 64 Corvette has just been bumped, well, not necessarily bumped, but overtaken for 6th position by the Gulf Racing Porsche. So we now have, in the top half dozen, 4 Porsche 911s, 1 Corvette and 1 Aston Martin. The Corvette is the Roman Grosjean team car, R8G esports team of Danny Juncadella. He's 4th. Richard Westbrook 5th, and 95 Aston, which is the Aston Martin Racing Team lead car. There's your race leader in the GTE class, though, Tommy Østgaard. And that is the 64 Aston Martin, Corvette rather, that is Dennis Lind. So that is the car that has just been passed. And the man who did the passing for Gulf Racing is Adam Maguire, their Irish driver. Now Adam moving them up to 6th, and I think that's, certainly when I've been on air, as high as that car has been. They had a little issue earlier on. Ben Barker spun in the first hour, cost them a bit of time, but they have got plenty of pace in that car, and that, like the other Porsches, is rising relentlessly up the order.
Yeah,
oh, blimey, a big twitch from the big vet there. I hope that was I hope that was not too much of a surprise to Dennis Lind, the driver. Dennis Lind, single-seater ace turned GT racer, and a real sim racing speed merchant as well aboard the 64 car.
Yep, Dennis Lind actually set up the Singularity race team, so Dennis has a lot of experience in sim racing, and that Singularity team did very well in the VEC Championship. They actually won their 24-hour race last week and took the title in the LMP2 class as well. So Dennis knows what he's doing in single-seater racing, and he knows how to manage that Singularity race team as well. One thing he would be very good at is putting a strategy together and constructing a team, putting a team together. He would have helped Corvette pick this team for this event. So it's no surprise to see them slowly rising up the order. I'd say definitely watch out for that car, the late to be getting into this race. As much as I say that the Porsches just look incredibly quick out front, but Dennis Lind, it's no surprise to see them doing as well as they are.
Well, 64 car there, real-world drivers, Tommy Milner, Jan Magnussen, and Mags has been part of the Corvette racing team for a long while now. The name for me that's missing is Ollie Gavin. Ollie Gav is, by his own admission, not really a sim racer, so I think he's kind of, okay, guys, if you really need somebody to take a penalty, I'll do it, but, you know, expect a Gareth Southgate, you know, get somebody else in. So Tommy Milner and Jan Magger in the 64 car, Jordan Taylor and Nicky Katzberger in 63. Now, Nicky Katzberg last year was a BMW factory driver in the M8. He's just finished the IMSA series in an M8, but he is a newly signed up member for Corvette Racing's real world team, so he will go to Le Mans in September for Corvette Racing. So Nicky Katzberg, who races in the World Touring Car Championship as well for Hyundai, is also racing for Corvette in the real world and the virtual world. And he was really looking forward to this race when I spoke to him last week. He's at home with his wife and his one-year-old daughter and getting lots of time in on the sim rig. So he and those guys in the 63 car, they had problems early on as well, and they're a little further back than they would like to be. They're in 10th place. Again, we're still in the first half of this race, and as you heard from Doug Feehan, the boss of Corvette Racing early on, we've won some races with breaks that came our way, and we've lost some with breaks that went away from us, and Le Mans was ever thus, and we're still a long way from deciding who's going to get the trophies at the end of this one.
They've got a very strong driver in that team, Lawrence Heinrich. He's had some single-seater and GT experience in his background, but his esports experience has been extremely impressive, particularly over the last 3 years, with wins on this very circuit at Nürburgring and Bathurst as well in 12-hour races around that. And he also took the 2020 Neo Endurance Championship. So he's a very strong presence in that team, which makes that team a very good, very strong outfit altogether.
Okay, looking at our number 4 car. This is Jesper Pedersen, the Dane, back at the wheel of the Bicoles Burst Esport car. I was started on pole position. Tom Dillman raced away at the start a little too excitedly and caused himself a drive-through penalty. They recovered from that, from 12th place back up into the lead group. And that number 4 car from Bicoles is still in the top 4. Headlights are flashing to the GT cars, out the way Sunbeam. Race leader is Raffaele Marcello for Rebellion Williams Esport in car number 1. Second and third in the pits, Ollie Rowland for 2Cs Motorsport, and Jack Aitken, another single-seater refugee, for Rebellion Williams in their 13 car. Jack Aitken was about maybe a year, maybe 2 behind Ollie Rowland coming up the junior single-seater ladder. I think he was in 2-litre Formula Renault when Ollie had moved up to Formula Renault 3.5 and kind of, you know, that one season step behind. So Jack, again, finding his feet very well indeed with this number 13 car and racing strongly. They've just dipped into the pits. They're on their out laps. Jesper Pedersen 4th. John-Eric Verne is 5th. He's in the number 24 car now for Veloce Esports. And in 6th position is the number 3 Rebellion Williams car. And that is currently being driven by Arthur Rougier, the Frenchman, one of their real-world drivers.
Going back to Jack Aitken, I actually raced Jack Aitken in karting. I'm pretty sure he still talks about that now.
I'm pretty sure he does.
He tells the stories of the brilliant...
If we gave him a microphone, I'm sure he would regale us with tales.
We had some good races at Wilton Mill back in the day, and it was great to see just how well from that point he went on to do. He really quickly rose through the ranks, I think, Jack Aitken, and he's got a fantastic career ahead of him, I'm sure. But yeah, let's get a microphone in front of him tomorrow and let's just talk about let's see how long he can go on for, because we might not have long enough to talk about all the stories he has of me.
Well, that's on the list obviously for Haley tomorrow morning. We will get Jack Aitken on Skype and say, hey, Chris McCarthy's here, why don't you two get a room and talk about all of your great cars? But you see, you know, It's one of those truisms, isn't it, about motor racing, is that you'll race with somebody in one category and not see them again for years, but the fact that you spent a season in close proximity quite often, even though you're racing against each other and not teammates, you've got that bond in common. And I often think that being in a racing championship is a bit like being in a film. You're all pushed together from various different corners for one task, shoot a film or race in a championship, and then you're spread to the four winds. You might not meet up for months or years, but you've got that bond in common, and you've got tales that I remember when,
yeah,
you know, and that goes on, and it goes on, and it goes on. And you will, if you continue in the business, bump into people, and those threads will interlink and will cross again and again and again. The same names come back into your life time and again, whether you're racing, watching racing, talking about racing, producing TV pictures about racing, whatever it is, it's never done. There's always the same names and faces end up coming back sooner or later.
I've had that experience doing commentating. You know, I've turned up at events and drivers that I've commentated on. It's like, I remember, when we raced many years ago, or you see drivers out there that are now mechanics, for example, and then you meet up in a paddock 10 years after you raced each other, and it's like, oh, look at how we both ended up. So it's something I think we will see a lot of in this grid. Imagine the amount of stories between all of these drivers of when they raced each other throughout various different categories.
Well, everybody who's in this race has that one unique thing. 99% of them won't have seen any of the others. Well, not quite 99%, but about 80% of the drivers in the race won't have seen any of the other drivers in the build-up, the preparation, the testing, or anything except on you know, their iPad, on Skype or whatever. They won't have seen them in the flesh. So it's going to be a really weird sensation. Look at this. This is not a battle for position as far as I can tell. There's nobody close enough. I think this is a lapping battle, but boy, that's as close as you get, isn't it? And this is phenomenally tight racing.
And just going back to what you said there, the first esports event I ever did, I remember turning up and it was a LAN event, which means everyone that comes to a studio, for example, and all the rigs are set up there for them to race. And I was speaking to the drivers, and it was bizarre because they knew each other so well, but it was the first time they had all ever met each other. And I remember speaking to two drivers, and they said, we've raced against each other for 10 years, and this is the first time that we're actually meeting each other and seeing each other in the flesh. And it was a very bizarre experience, but also a really good moment to witness, I have to say, as well. And I hope for all these sim drivers, they get that chance to actually meet each other and race each other in the flesh.
Yeah. Well, Larry Tenforda in the TDS racing car was the number 46 car in the middle of that little group, still trying to identify, Tenforda on his outlap, still trying to identify who went by him. And I think it was the Team Penske car. So who's in the Penske car? Simon Pagenaud also on an outlap, so that's why they were so close together, because they may well have just come out of the pits together, and that's why, it's Pagenaud in the Penske car. Whoa, swapping, and there's 3 wide, we're going 3 wide down into the chicane. So Pagenaud, that's Larry Tenforda. Who was the car in the middle? I thought that might have been, is that one of the Toyotas that just charged by them? Because I think the second set of headlights there, that's the Penske car. The third set of headlights, that's Larry Tenforda. So who's the car in front? Is that the WRT car? I'm trying to identify from bits of black rear end and not much else.
Is that the TDS car, or?
Tenforda's in the TDS car, which has got the Jumbo Supermarket livery up the fin.
It could be the E-Team. WRT.
The WRT, I think it might be.
Yeah.
I think it might be.
That's an educated guess from me. That's
so
not
who's in that? Dries van Toor, also on an outlap. Well, Brendan Hartley's in the 8 Toyota. That's not it. That's the WRT car. Oh, and Larry Tenforda goes by the Penske. So we're on board now with Simon Pagenaud. I think that's Larry Tenforda in front of us. That bright yellow, that's the Jumbo Supermarkets livery, and so that's the TDS eSport car. Oh, he's in the tone, he's got a bit of a run going, he's having a look.
Ah, that's the Jota car.
Oh, no, that's
Will
Jota Red Lights.
Stevens.
That's Will Stevens in 9th place. So that is Larry Tenforder. So it's not the Penske car, that's the Jota car that we're looking back from. That is Tenforder behind us. 46, the TDS racing car. So Larry Tenforder is 10th. Will Stevens is 9th. Is that a battle for position? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So the other car, again, now I'm completely lost and misidentified, and that's gone anyway. But this is a battle for position. So this is 9th and 10th. 9th and inches in American football parlance, and wow, Will Stevens almost ran into the back of that Porsche, had a big catch to gather the car up. Oh. But Tenforder couldn't get round because there's no room. The Porsche curves a remarkably narrow piece of racetrack. Not much real estate there to play with. That Porsche driver was lucky that Will Stevens had all his wits about him there. That could have been a big multi-car pileup.
Will Stevens hasn't been in the esports game for very long. I've actually commentated on him in the Isolation e-racing series, and he's been doing very well in that. But he was talking in that series when we spoke to him, just trying to get up to speed. And the one thing he talked about, Martin, in an interview, was that he said it's so difficult to put in the amount of practice that the sim racing drivers do, because he said they're doing 8 hours a day. You know, they've got other things, drivers, that they have to do, other commitments that they have to fill. And he said, I simply cannot find the time to be putting 8 hours of practice in a day.
Yeah, not and get the sleep that he needs to recover from all the training he's doing. So somewhere, yeah, you're burning the candle at both ends. And you know, for him, this is, yeah, he's taking a professional approach to it, but that is not his profession. So that does make a difference. He's got to make sure, most importantly of all, that he's ready for his next physical race, not necessarily his next e-sport race. So, yeah, that's a you know, a really valid point. But nevertheless, that battle, it's a quarter of a second between 37 in 9th and 46 in 10th position. That's pretty impressive stuff. Our race leader, though, Raffaele Marcello, starting to run away out front. 18.6 seconds now, the gap on the live timing that we have. Ahead of Ollie Rowland, Jack Aitken in 3rd place, another 10 seconds back. Jesper Pedersen 4th, a further 10 seconds back. And then in 5th position, Jean-Eric Verne. 6th is Arthur Rougier. 7th, Tristan Vautier, IndyCar driver and sports car racer for Panis AAA. 8th position is the number 23 Team Rocket car, and that of course is Jenson Button's team. And who's at the wheel of that? That is Matt Richards from Great Britain. And then this battle for 9th, Will Stevens, inches ahead of Larry Tenforder. Well, 0.8 of a second, that gap has opened up a fraction, but it is only a fraction. I think at the Cool Racing car ahead of us. And Cool Racing's one Barbier ahead of Brendan Hartley on the timing screens. And that could be the battle we're looking at, 20th and 21st. You can't see it on your timing screen. I think that is the Cool Racing car. That's definitely not a Toyota behind it, so that's not that battle that we're looking at here then. So again, misidentifying cars, I'm afraid. Always tricky when you've got headlights and a whole new field delivery. So on board 15, so that's Mike Epps for Multimatic. It's the car that he shares with Andy and Seb Prio, one of our 3 father-son combos. Another one was just I was just reminded of Olivier Panis, who's sharing the 23rd place car, the number 9 Panis Racing AAA machine. That might be what we're looking at here, actually. Number 9 car, Olivier Panis, last Frenchman to win a Formula 1 Grand Prix, and also the last man to win a race in Formula 1 in a Ligier. Olivier Panis sharing with his son Aurelien, who is a touring car racer, a sports car racer, and the Trophy Andros ice racing champion, or the E-Trophy Andros ice racing champion this season, because it became an all-electric category. I think this is that battle. Olivier Panis with Mike Epps behind him having a lunge. You lunge, Olivier Panis, at your peril. If he doesn't want to let you go through, he will stick his very pointy elbows out, but Mike Epps went racing through there. So Panis looks like he must have had a problem, because suddenly he lost speed. Or did he just carry too much into the Porsche curves and run out wide? Not entirely sure, but whatever it is, the Multimatic Sancho car back up to 23rd. Don't forget that car early in the afternoon had a real problem, it would seem, with their Wi-Fi, well, they're not their Wi-Fi because nobody's running these on Wi-Fi, they're all hardwired, but with their internet connection. Seb Priaulx was at the wheel. We heard from Andy Priaulx, and wife Jo was there in the background trying to get things fixed. Well, there's the number 9 of Olivier Panis. Little squirm there coming out of Mulsanne corner. And on the run down to Indianapolis, Mike Epps right up behind him. This is replay. And that Epps just going right by. And yeah, in fact, it wasn't up to Indianapolis, it was up to Porsche curves. And so Olivier just getting the line running out wide. Now, what you don't see at the side of the track here, Chris McCarthy, is what we would see in the real world, which is lots of rubber build-up, the bits that come off the tyres that are constantly worn off, the marbles. You don't see that, but the physics engine of the game means that the further off you go, the more you multiply the going off effect, and it does get worse and worse, right?
Yeah, that's it. You know, this game has been designed to give the drivers the feeling as if they were racing around the Circuit de la Sarthe.
Look in the cockpit. Even the simulated gear selector has just gone up from 5th to 6th position. You can see the rev light bar. You can see all the... Okay, he's just clicked it down to 5th, down to 3rd, down to 2nd. That's not where the driver is. On his sim rig, it'll have a little indicator showing him what gear he's in. But the view inside the cockpit, not only have the car liveries being put onto these cars as the teams have designed them, but lots of the drivers' actual helmet liveries have been put into the game as well. So when you've got a familiar helmet like Olivier Panis in the car, you see Olivier Panis's helmet when you're looking through the windscreen of the car. I mean, who on earth figures out how you make this stuff work? I can't begin to imagine the number of hours of number crunching and programming that are needed to make stuff like that happen. Well, it's just ridiculous.
Well, you know, rFactor 2 isn't just something that was put out there and it's like, well, that's it now. No, this game is being developed all the time. They are installing, you know, new tracks. For example, we had the Ferrari installed into there, but not only is things being added to it, but they are doing everything they can to improve the game all the time. And the only way they can find out what they need to improve is by having events on the game and then the drivers feeding back to them, right, this is what we need to change. But this is a constant ongoing project which is being developed all the time, and they were working particularly hard, Studio 397, on the build up to this event, making changes, making updates to the game to ensure that everything was going to run perfectly for the Le Mans 24-hour virtual. And as you said, they would be delighted that people like yourself, Martin, are noticing these small little things that were added into the game, because that might have taken someone a few hours for them to go, well, let's hope someone actually notices it. And now it's being noticed by thousands of people watching around the world.
Look at the details. The wing mirror on the left-hand side, just beside your number pylon, that's showing a reflection of what he's driving by. Inside is the TV display of the rear-facing camera, so that's his in the cockpit rear view mirror, and that is playing another view of behind, and then you've got all the detail inside the car, inside the cockpit. You see the driver moving, you see his hands moving, his head moving. You can see all the push-button panel there, that's that standard Orica stuff from the 07. You can see the tyres moving up and down inside the aerodynamic cutouts in the wheel arch. And if you look, you know, the driver's moving and looking into the corners. I mean, it's just the level of detail. And this is what is so immersing, the level of detail. I talked about this earlier on, didn't I? And somebody actually picked it up on Twitter and said, now you're starting to see what us gamers see the whole time. somebody was sweeping down through the old Maison Blanche section towards the Porsche curves, and I spotted the shadow of a helicopter above, which would have been the shadow of the TV camera helicopter. And that's, you know, those little details, that's what makes this so immersive. And then you get great close racing, and that's what sucks everybody right in. But I take the joy in seeing those little details. It's just, somebody is, like you said, sweated blood over making that happen because somebody thought it was a great idea. They've gone and done it, and that's just wonderful.
Well, I was going to say, it's not an idea, Martin. It's to make sure that when you watch this, this is like you're watching...
Yeah, but who thinks I'm going to put the shadow of a TV helicopter? I can imagine in a long shot, you know, we're seeing the big wheel, we're seeing the grandstands, we're seeing the lights and everything. I can imagine somebody says, we'll see the helicopter in the picture. But somebody said, well, where's the sun? That's where the shadow of the helicopter is going to be. Never mind where the actual helicopter is. It's that level of detail that's ridiculous. Listen, let's paint another picture while you watch the cars. We are sitting on the stage in our studio here in the centre of Paris, just outside Place de la Concorde. It's me and Chris, so there's two of us here. We are not alone. Race control is still functioning. Eduardo Freitas is there from the FIA World Endurance Championship, and Ben is there from Motorsport Games, so they are dual roles there as race director. Eduardo to impose the rules, and Ben to make sure that the game is doing, that the sim is doing what it should do, and you know, as the technical delegate, if you like. Lisa Weikart is there, who is Eduardo's right hand and his extra set of eyes. Cedric Viat, who's the competition director for the World Endurance Championship, he's there as well. Our safety car driver is sitting in the safety car rig.
Yeah.
With nothing to do, but the moment he's needed, he has something to do. He can't be out having a coffee or fast asleep. Get me the safety car. He's been asleep for 3 hours. And we've got two rigs. Now, an hour ago, the two rigs in our studio were empty. In the IDEXport rig is Richard Bradley. Now, he is sitting there, leaning over, tapping away on a keyboard, because he's waiting to take over at the next pit stop. Currently on track, on the other side of our stage, in the Cinetec Elf car, is Pierre Rag, who is on track in the race at the moment. So suddenly our studio's become a lot more populous than it was just an hour ago. There's now 4 of us idiots here, plus race control, as well as the guys in the basement from Motorsport Games, who are, at the moment now, the TV truck, have all gone back for a rest. They're the ones who are producing the replays and choosing the camera angles and all the other stuff. So all the guys downstairs, who may not even be hearing us from Motorsport Games, they're the guys that are making this happen this weekend, that are getting the pictures out and making it all work for us.
And they've got another team, I believe, as well, back at Silverstone, that they're based there. And they are also working, they have a team there that are working throughout the entire 24 hours. They are team members that they couldn't quite bring over with them because, of course, when we go back, we got to lock ourselves indoors for 14 days. So there were team members that stayed back to avoid that, and they've been working back from their base at Silverstone. So we're not only in Paris, but we're back in Silverstone as well.
And of course the other thing there is then you're splitting your resources, or you're doubling your resources. It's not just the hardware here in Paris. They've got exactly the same hardware in Silverstone ready to back up if something happens here. If we have a power cut in France, then the race doesn't necessarily stop because we can restart it again. Okay, so we won't be seeing it necessarily if there's a power cut in the studio, but there's that. And in fact, it's a little bit like Toyota Gazoo Racing. In the real world, they never actually shut. During lockdown in the Netherlands, where a lot of them work, but in Germany, the factory never actually shut. They had to enforce social distancing, PPE and all the other stuff, but they still kept a turnover of staff. And now they have staff back in. They're running 2 shifts. They have an early shift that finishes at midday, and then there is an hour when there is nobody in the factory, and then the afternoon shift comes in at 1 and they go for 8 hours. So they've not only kept all of their staff employed and working, but they've made sure that if somebody in the morning shift comes in with COVID unknowingly and it spreads around, only half the workforce is involved. So if you had everybody in together, they'd all be potentially, you know, having to isolate. The way they've done it, only half do. And that's exactly the situation with motorsport games, you know, because this is not the end of their season.
No.
When this finishes, it's just the end of this race, and it will continue. They have lots more to do, so they can't afford to have everybody locked up in at home. So half the team are back in the UK and half the team are over here.
Yeah, because then they're back to, well, they were doing Formula E, they're back to doing things like NASCAR, for example. Yeah. They're doing that championship. So they're very, very busy guys. It's been the busiest time for them, the Motorsport Games team. And, oh, there we go. Almost a little bit of contact. That was close, wasn't it? Oh, there we go.
Yeah, but it's not real, and, you know, and they're not really trying. Yeah, it is real, and they are really trying. And they are also really trying to avoid contact, because contact brings problems now and later, and sometimes it doesn't bring problems now, but problems come and catch you up much, much later. Let's take a look. What are we seeing here? This is our race leader, isn't it? The number 1 car, Raffaele Marcello. You can see from your timing screen, the gap out now over 20 seconds. Marcello is just being pretty relentless with this. Just lapping away consistently, at least as quick as everybody else. In fact, Ollie Rowland on this lap, first sector Raffaele Marcello, 32.64. Ollie Rowland, 32.76. Second sector, Raffaele Marcello was again a couple of tenths quicker, and in sector 3 on the last lap, he was again a couple of tenths quicker. Now, it's not much, but 6 tenths on a lap times 157 laps we've done so far, that's quite a few seconds. And he's just relentlessly building that advantage. And for the chasing driver, Chris, as you know from your own racing career, when the guy in front of you just creeping away no matter what you do, it does become a bit dispiriting.
You overdrive. It's a similar, because you're trying everything, and then you start overdriving, then you make a mistake, then they're gone. Then you can't see them anymore, and then you know that the reason that they're now gone is because you've just made a mistake, and that's your own fault, and that's even more frustrating. So that's why sometimes, particularly in endurance racing, I didn't really do much endurance racing. In karting, I did only sprint racing. But you've just got to try and focus on your own race. I mean, when you have a car ahead that you're chasing down for position, that can be really motivating, and that can make you drive at 110% rather than 100%. But when that car is getting away from you, in your mind starts playing games with you. You start almost telling yourself, or something in your mind is telling you, you are not driving fast enough, and nothing you would do is going to correct that. And to get round that is really difficult. But these guys are all going to be on Discord to each other, so they're going to have their teammates to just keep motivating them, to just keep calming them down. And one thing, actually, I was speaking to Lewis about this, and I was asking him about his 24-hour racing experience. And he was telling me, he said, I said to him, what would you do, you know, if you're at the end of the race and all you need to do is keep going round? How is that? You know, that must be really difficult, particularly if you're leading the race. And he said to me, what you might get told by your engineer is, let's just try and set this lap time, or let's keep the gap to the car ahead at 10 seconds. And then all of a sudden, your brain switches on and you have something to focus on. It might say, right, let's try and get this lap time consistency. Let's keep the gap there. Let's get this in the first sector. Doing things like that, particularly through the night, is very important. So I imagine those small goals from the engineers are going to be getting set for the drivers now, especially to the guys that aren't really around, that aren't going to be in any battles anytime soon.
And it's really important, you know, a huge part of the engineer's job, as you say, is kind of calming the driver in moments of stress by not being stressed on the radio, but also keeping the motivation up, keeping the driver, as you say, setting those goals, setting those targets. Okay, you know, let's go for 26s, just hit 26, 26, 26, 3 minutes, 26 laps, just get those sector times in, just keep that metronome consistency going. That's fast enough. You're creeping away. That's fast enough. Don't overdo it in the lead. Leader into the, it's not leader, that's 20 car into the pit lane from 12th position. Now, Matt Richards in the pits as well for Team Rocket Zancho. So he's now dropped down to 11th. And Atse Kirchhoff coming in the Team Redline car in 12th place, so that might be a battle on the racetrack. Now Richards has just left as Kirchhoff comes in. Great onboard view, there you go, there's the Ferrari, brand new to the game. And you can't just go, I tell you what, let's make a Ferrari and we'll make it something that looks like a Ferrari, because that's not how rFactor 2 or iRacing or any of these really top games, ACC, none of them work like that. You only get to make the car if the manufacturer gives you the blueprints. And then you have to have a whole load of performance data as well. Because Ferrari sending you the blueprints isn't enough. It gives you the outline and the shape of the car, but it doesn't tell you what any of the components do. And that's why the car is only in the game, because Ferrari wanted to be in the race. And so the Ferrari GT team have had to work hand in glove with the designers at rFactor, at rFactor 2, to make this thing happen. You know, you can make the gloves and the boots, and you know, you can skin that model already, but the racing dynamics of the car to make a Ferrari feel like a Ferrari and not like a red Corvette, and sound like a Ferrari and not like a red Corvette, that's what takes the manufacturer's compliance, and that's why there's not been a Ferrari in the game before now. It's not because nobody wanted to race one, it's not because rFactor 2 didn't want to make one, it's just that they need that assistance from the manufacturer. The same way Tamiya can't make a Formula 1 car without the manufacturer giving them all the information they need. They can, but it won't look like one. So, you know, this is the official Maranello stamp of approval to get this car into the game. And were it not for this race weekend, nobody would get a chance to race this car for who knows how many years in rFactor 2. So, you know, if nothing else for sim racing fans, thanks to this race weekend, thanks to Jean Neveu and his team, there's now a Ferrari in rFactor 2.
I mean, it was massive news when the Ferrari was coming in, and like you said, everyone knew the Le Mans 24-hour virtual is coming up. That's why the car's gone into the game, so that we can have the factory team, the factory GT team, racing with us. Straight away, I remember when they announced that the Ferrari was in the game, 3-4 hours later, I was watching 5 straight in, let's find out the nuts and the cracks of this game, and they are releasing, right, this is the best setup that you should go for. And I was watching a video of a really good driver on YouTube, and he was just going, right, this is the setup you need to do. This is the setup he's going to give you, the base setup, but go in there, change this, change that, and there's your setup to go and work with. And, anyone that even plays something like Gran Turismo or Forza Motorsport, for example, when cars get released in those games, it is big news, and that is what you look forward to. And when you see a picture of, say, a Ferrari or a Porsche, a new car getting released into the game, you're sitting there at home going, I cannot wait to drive that in the game.
And again, of course, you know, no matter how much you've raced other things, if somebody else is giving you tweaks on the setup, you know, it wouldn't surprise me at all to find that AF Corsa are equally scanning the internet to see what pro sim racers are making of this car you know, from the outset, and going, right, there's a baseline, we'll start working with that. What's he doing? Oh, is he? And yeah, you know, we've heard it from so many real world team engineers that there is no logic in how you're setting an LMP2 car up compared to how you set an LMP2 car up. It's all, not all, a lot of what is required to get the best out of these LMP2 cars in rFactor 2 is counterintuitive to what we know works at Le Mans. Nobody is going to go and put an rFactor 2 setup on an LMP2 car and expect it to go quickly at Le Mans, or are they?
Well, I'll tell you, one thing that we were talking about earlier this week was when the sim teams were telling the professional teams what PSI you have to run in the tyres, and they went, no way is that going to work. And they went, yes. And this is why we needed these sim drivers as part of this event, because they have that experience. And the professional teams would have probably gone in there and put what would be a standard setup on an LMP2 car around Le Mans. But the physics of this game doesn't mean that that's going to be the best setup. Sometimes you have to try quite ridiculous things, and sometimes that is how you're going to get your advantage. And those setups are stuff you find online. You know, anyone that plays RFACTOR 2 will know that you go and get those setups online, and there's people that even get business out of that, Martin. There's people that make money by selling setups to teams for an entire season, and they'll sell that setup to their team, and no one else can then use it unless that team passes it on. And that is a business. I was hearing from Lewis that people can make up to $2 grand for just one setup. That's not a bad bit. That's not a bad business at all, is it?
Not bad, is it? You know. And, I was going to say somebody's rubbish is somebody else's gold, but you know, it's not rubbish, is it? You know, it's knowledge is power. Knowledge really works.
Well, you know, some people will say that's ridiculous. Like, why would you buy a setup for $2 grand? First of all, there's a lot you can change on these cars, be it LMP2 or GT, but how much would you pay a top engineer to come to Le Mans and help you set your car up to go and win your race? I'd say they're going to go home with a pretty decent check.
Yeah, as much as it needed is the simple answer.
Yeah,
you know, if you want to win, then if you've got the money to buy it, you can buy it. Feed Racing on board with them for the first time. The 99 Corvette thundering through the night. A French entered car. And where are they in the field in the GT class? Slightly distracted by lots and lots of LMP2 cars hitting the pits at the moment. That is 12th place in the GTE class, the 99 car. And I will tell you in a second who is at the wheel, and that is Axel Petit, who is French and one of their 2 French sim racing pros. It is an all francophone. Yeah, I'm guessing Simon Pilat is a French-speaking Belgian rather than a Flemish-speaking Belgian. So a francophone team, 3 French drivers and 1 Belgian in that Corvette C7R. Yeah, so leader is in, Ollie Rowland for 2Cs Motorsport, and he's become the leader because everybody else died for the pits as well. Jack Aitken also hits pit lane. Louis Delatraz out in the number 1 Rebellion Williams. So change of driver there. Raffaele Marcello's come to the end of his stint, and Louis Delatraz has taken over. Jesper Pedersen remains in 4th for Bicoles, ahead of Tristan Vautier for Panis. 6th and in and out of the pits, Jean-Eric Verne. Arnaud Rougier. Arthur Rougier, there you go, is 7th. He's just been in and out of the pits for Rebellion Williams and their 03 car. Matt Richards, 8th for Team Rocket Zanshow. Will Stevens has just left the pits for Jota Sport in the 37 car. Larry Tenforder in 10th place, out of the pits for TDS. In the pits at the moment is the number 10 car, and that is Toyota Gazoo Racing Argentina's entry. That drops a spot to Antonio Felix da Costa, who stopped a lap ago for the 38 Jota team, and he is now up to 11th place ahead of Utse Kirchhoff in the delayed again number 20 car from Team Redline. And that car still has the fastest race lap, a 3:25.336. And that was set by Utse Kirchhoff on lap 159, so that is hot news. He has just set the fastest race lap.
Going along very well, and a lot of time they need to make up after their mixed fortunes a little bit earlier in the race, but they still could get a reasonable result. As we both know, Martin, there's still a long way to go in this race, so as long as they can keep putting lap times like that in, there's still a whole half of this race remaining. Yeah, over half of this race, 13.5 hours still remaining.
Now, he set the fastest lap, 3:25.3, but he only set 1 purple sector. That was sector 2. Fastest first sector of the race so far still goes to Esteban Guerrieri in the number 4 Bicoles car that Tom Dillman started. So that is fastest in first sector. Utse Kirchhoff has just gone fastest in the second sector on the last lap. Fastest in the third sector is the 03 Williams car. Isaac Price, one of their sim racing drivers, has set that. And the combination of those 3 sectors, could you do it? would leave the fastest lap not at a 3:25.3, but a 3:24.1. So there is more time still to be found in, and this is the holy grail at Le Mans, other than winning it, the perfect lap. You don't get a perfect lap. Ask any Le Mans driver, there is no such thing. It does not exist because there's always traffic. But the addition of the 3 fastest sectors would see a lap that is over 1.2 seconds quicker than anybody has gone so far.
Not a bad thing to aim for, but that just, you made a great point, that just goes to show it is the traffic, and that's the difference it makes. You know, if we're in qualifying, then that would be a different story. The 3 sectors would either be taken by 1 car, or they would be very close together, the best lap and the ideal lap, but it is very much different when we've got a lot of traffic to deal with.
Now, in the real world, car frailty has always been an issue. Le Mans was an endurance race for man and machine. Ooh. That was the strong together Ferrari, I think, not quite appreciating the approach of that LMP2 car. Again, couldn't identify that car from the wings. But mechanical frailty is not so much of an issue here. You don't get engine blow-ups for no reason. You don't get electronic glitches in the cars. You don't get the gearbox packing up. Damage can have a big effect, so it's driver error that will slow the car down more than anything else. You don't run over debris and pick up random punctures. And so the consistency, you know, here's the irony of this, is that the electronics mean that, or the sim system means that the cars are more reliable than actually the format in which they're racing. The most likely thing to stop the race will stop it for everybody, which is either an overall server crash for the entire race or a glitch with your physical rig. And we've seen that 2 or 3 times. We've seen on Pagenaud and a couple of the other cars where we've had a steering issue, Rob Wickens with a steering issue. So, you know, it's actually the physical bit rather than the physics engine of the game that is more likely to cause problems for the cars. And so as we get into the early hours of the morning and then through the morning tomorrow, the track will get no less busy. That's where I was going 2.5 minutes ago when I started that sentence. Because cars don't retire, the track doesn't get any quieter. There's going to, in theory, there should be 50 cars at the end, the same 50 cars that started the race.
Yeah, indeed, and that's going to be very true. That could play a big part in this result. Maybe even if not for the win, but for a podium finish. And I'm going to correct myself there because we have 4 cars in the LMP2 class within 1 minute of each other, and in Le Mans terms, that is very close. And all that takes is a slight bit of contact with a back marker, or running a little bit wide, or getting held up through the Porsche curves. You can lose a few seconds with that happening. Once that happens and those few seconds are taken away, then the momentum grows in the car chasing, and all of a sudden we have a real race on our hands. But as you said, we should get 50 cars to the end. Has there ever been a Le Mans race where every car has made it to the end?
No, I can't imagine there ever has. There have been some with astonishingly high finishing rates in terms of percentage, but not 100%, no. I can't imagine that's even conceivable, because accidents happen and aren't fixable, and mechanical frailty does come into it. I mean, 50 years ago, when Porsche won Le Mans for the first time, 51 cars started, 7 finished. Now, it was a filthy year for weather. I mean, really unbelievably vile. Richard Atwood was saying at some stages they were driving literally at walking pace just to survive. Wow. The water was almost coming in over the tops of the doors. Not quite, but, that sort of real monsoon conditions. But, in those days, cars broke down, gearboxes broke, brakes overheated and broke, engines broke, but most often it was fatigue of the driver that ended up with fatigue of the car. And Atwood and Hans Hermann won for Porsche in the least fancied of 5 factory Porsche 917 entries. The car that was not supposed to win at all. A 4.5 litre engine, the smaller of the engines, the short tail bodywork, the oldest driver couple that they had then. It was all the wrong components, but they made it work and they brought the win together. So, yeah, luck has a part, but dogged perseverance has a huge part as well, and reliability has always played a part. Now, just saw a change of driver, we didn't see a change of driver in our studio, but Thomas Laurent has taken over the Senior Tech Alpine car, and just scrolling up my timing screen to IDEX Sport, Paul-Luc Chatin just on an outlap. So I thought that was Richard Bradley. It's Richard Bradley's T-shirt, I think, that I can see behind the monitor. That's about all I can see is a white shirt. Or is it? No, I don't think that, because it actually does look like he's driving. So Paul-Luc Chatin, I think now, is in our studio driving in the IDEX Sport car. He's just taken over. Kelvin van der Linde's taken over for Team WRT, just behind them, not too far behind. Coming out of the pits, Max Scalabrini for Cool Racing. Brendan Hartley taking over the 08 car, or the number 8 car for Toyota Gazoo Racing. So Brendan Hartley, what's the time now? 1:32 in the morning here, so it's sort of, he's probably just had lunch at home in New Zealand. I think he's 12 hours ahead of us, I think it's around halfway through the clock. Joop van Uytert taking over 22 for United Autosport, so he's just taken over that car. Olivier Panis finishes his first stint in the number 9 car. He is in the pits at the moment. And our leaders, again, a little bit of a change, ringing the changes. Number 1 still leads for Rebellion Williams eSport, but it's Louis Delatraz, as we documented after the last pit stop. And for 2C's Motorsport, Ollie Rowland has got out. The car is still in 2nd place. But in the 2C's car, it is Aisha bin Abdullah Al Khalifa, the Bahraini driver in that Bahrain entered team. He is at the wheel, and he is their, I guess, kind of gentleman driver in that car. Jesper Pedersen is in 3rd for Bajkoles. That's moving again back up the order. Car number 4. 13, Jack Aitken remains at the wheel for Rebellion Williams eSport of their number 13 car. He's in 4th place. Jean-Eric Verne remains at the wheel of Veloce eSports car number 1, the team 1, car number 24. And Arthur Rougier is in 6th position for Rebellion Williams eSports. So Rebellion Williams eSports 1st, 4th and 6th. Not having a bad race so far, are they, really?
It's not been too bad, is it? And one thing I think, just to go back to, you mentioned the 2C's car, they've had a driver swap. I think this is going to be quite a critical stage, isn't it, for the 2C's team? Because you did mention Al Khalifa is almost like their gentleman driver, not by age, certainly not. He's one of the, definitely a younger driver we have in the field, but he's got 2 very civic. Oh, have we got a car stopped?
Yeah, and I was trying to identify who it was as they came to a halt. It has not popped up on our timing screen as anybody being stopped yet. That was down at the first chicane. I'm now trying to remember in my head which is the first chicane. Does it go left or right?
I believe it does go left.
Yeah, I think it does. I think that's the first chicane. And it is Atse Kirchhoff.
Atse Kirchhoff, yeah.
Oh, things are going from bad to worse for Team Redline. That's really a tough break for them.
Now, what has happened to them?
He just slowed down and went straight in through the tyre gap and stopped at that chicane on the Mulsanne straight. It's had accident damage. Oh, and there's somebody else in the road there. Now, is that Kirchhoff has got going and had another problem, or is that somebody else involved? This is the same chicane. Actually, Kirchhoff should be in the background there. We don't see him. If his lights are off, we wouldn't. Is that a glitch that they've got with his connection somewhere that sort of dropped him in and out?
It says he's in pit lane. That means he's been put back to pit lane.
Yep. So that is a problem again for the number 20 car. We've just got a little shot there of the Team Rocket Zanshu car of Matt Richards. That car is now in 10th place. It's the kind of white and yellow Brawn style colours that Jenson Button has adopted for himself. Now that they're no longer needed by anybody else. You know, that's kind of the perfect season for a Formula One team, isn't it?
Yeah.
Be created, win the World Championship, retire. 100% winning record. No other Formula One team probably ever has or ever will have a 100% winning World Championship Formula One record.
I mean, people say it's good to leave on a high, but when that high comes in your first season, you're not going to be around for very long if you're going to leave on a high. But yeah, like you said, they came in, they made their statement, and they left us champions and created history.
And of course, the team then morphed into Mercedes, who
and they haven't
gone on to do much ever since. Have they? No, exactly right. So yeah, I mean, yeah, from Honda through and before that through to Brawn, that one glorious year for Brawn GP and for Jenson Button.
Oh, here we go.
Who is that clattering the barriers? That was the car that was parked sideways from 12th place. That was 12th place then. Is that, how recent is that? Is that Norman Nato, or is that, I think that's car number 20. I think that's got the orange down the side, number 20 car. I think they must have dropped out of 12th place.
That's not a Jota car, is it? No, that does look like...
Well, 12th place now is Norman Nato for Veloce Esports 2. But that is basically the white and grey car of Norman Nato and Stoffel van Dorn, and that was not the white and grey car. I think that is possibly, because the TV truck isn't operating, the guys downstairs are giving us replays. I do think that was a replay of what happened to the number 20 car, maybe before he went straight on. I think that was the Team Redline car.
Yep.
And again, I do stand to be corrected, and you know that's what happens when I talk. I often do get corrected. Maybe somebody on Twitter, Baron von Clutch or one of the other botherers, will give us a zoomed-in and enhanced replay of that. But
I have confirmation, by the way. Anthony Jordan DJ just telling me back from the Motorsport Games base in Silverstone that was the 20 red line car, and that is what happened to them. So I'm sure DJ will keep me updated. I know he's working throughout the night there for the Motorsport Games team, and I'm sure he'll keep the messages coming in anytime we do have something. So although the truck's gone, we do have some people, maybe not here in Paris, but still keeping an eye out for us.
You know, they don't need to be, and that's the glory of the modern world. As we're saying, you know, not none of our drivers. 2 of our drivers are here in the studio in Paris, another few dotted around Paris, but almost everybody dotted around in 36 other countries as well, from, as I said before, almost every continent. We've got drivers in North America, we've got drivers in South America, we have got drivers in Asia, we've got drivers in Australia, we've got drivers in Europe. Do we have anybody racing from South Africa? I know we have South African racers.
Well, David Perrell is South African. I don't know if he's based
there. So is
there,
Kelvin van der Linde, but I don't think he's in South Africa. I now need to find that document that Fragrant Fiona Miller sent us to see if South Africa was one of the 37 cars. There were 36 2 days ago, and then there was that late driver change, which became a 37th different country. So, yeah. There is a document, but there are only 2 of us here, and I'm afraid one of us isn't going to spend that long looking for the document to find out if somebody is racing from Africa. We have a racer, obviously now, from Bahrain, but that is technically Asia rather than Africa. So
I'll have a look.
You're going to have a look.
Yeah, I'll have a look.
I thought people had got bored of my voice already, but you go and have a look.
It will keep me awake.
You go and have a look for a fact, and I will just use conjecture.
Right, here we go. I've got it in front of me now. Let's have a look if South Africa is on here. Oh, there's a lot. I'm going to have to look through 200 drivers. That's the only problem. Now, who have we got? We've got Kelvin van der Linde. What team is he in?
Well, he's WRT, and in fact, we're looking at him on screen at the moment. That's the second of the 2 cars we're looking at. Right. He is a South African driver, but he is based here in Europe, so I don't... Oh, that's the TDS car, in fact. I don't think he will be racing in South Africa.
No, it's not. He's
Oro Di Hikoshi. Now, I'm afraid it's not possible for me to say, please, no punterino for Jimmy Broadbent. That may be significantly out of date because there's only 10 minutes of his birthday that's left. Well, it's now 1:41 Central European summertime. It's midnight 41 British summertime. So his birthday was now officially yesterday. So can he punterino today? I don't know. I don't know.
I hope you realise that audio is going to be stripped out and now put in all his videos. And usually it's when someone subscribes or donates a little bit of money, so you may find your voice repeated on his video.
Wouldn't be the first time, but at least it won't be some poor bobsledder's race suits splitting in an inconvenient place. So, you know, I've been repeated millions of times for lesser events. Matt tweets to let me know that the first Le Mans in 1923. Bear in mind the car had been going for about 20 years. It was so primitive. They raced on unmade gravel roads into the centre of Le Mans, back out. 30 finishers from 33 starters. For the first ever Grand Prix d'Endurance, that was a pretty high finishing rate, given how atrocious the conditions must have been. I don't know how many laps there were between the first and the last of the finishers, but, you know, whatever. That's enormous. I mean, there have been far fewer finishers in terms of, compared to the starters in many more modern and recent races. The Colonel wants to know any inside info in the weather changes. I'm in a studio in Paris. It's dark. It's night. I haven't even got a window to stick my hand out of. So I'm afraid no. I don't know what the virtual radar says. We don't have a screen for one of those, and even if we did, I'm sure I wouldn't be able to manage to read it correctly either. So no, we don't know. You know, that what we do know is that damage is on, and as we heard, 100% damage is on. So if it's possible to break it, somebody will break it. Tyre wear is on, fuel wear is on, and the weather is on. But what the weather brings us, as in the real world, we don't know. The best that Meteo France can do is give us an indication of what they expect. Whether that's what we actually get, you can never tell. 36 is in, Cinetic Alpine, so one of the two drivers in our studio has brought the car into the garage. I'm now going to have to go back to my timing screen, so because I've forgotten where they are and I'm struggling to see it on the list. They are Pierre Rag, who's in the studio. He's in 27th position. So in and out, very quickly in and out of the pit lane. Is that time enough for fuel? That definitely wasn't time enough for fuel and tyres. Is that a drive-through? Eduardo Freitas didn't come on and announce it. So we'll have to follow that with a bit of interest.
Yeah, could be a double stint, and I tell you what,
Yeah, but was that long enough for fuel?
How long was he in for?
Well, long enough for me to say that's Pierre Rag, one of the racers in our studio. Scroll down and say he's in 25th place. Oh, he's leaving the pit lane. I mean, it wasn't quite that quick, but that wasn't a 40-second stop.
No.
If that was a 12-second stop, I'd be amazed.
Well, then that's not long enough for anything, really. So.
No. Now, Eduardo is here. We haven't seen an incident in which that car was involved that might suggest that he should have had a drive-through, but I'm sort of struggling to figure what else would have caused such a short stop. Unless it's not really even long enough to fix even minor damage, and why would you come in and fix minor damage when you weren't doing fuel?
Some confusion in the pit lane, maybe next driver wasn't ready to take over, so...
yeah, but he would still need fuel. You wouldn't come in halfway through a stint to hand over. If you come in, it's at the end of the fuel, and so you can't leave without topping up, because we know what happens then. The car runs out of fuel and stops, and that's the only way you're going to be retired from the game.
The reason there'll be a reason behind it, and like you said,
do you know what I'm going to do?
You're going to go over there?
I'm going to walk over to race control and ask if there was any penalty that was applied. There may well not have been. Talk amongst yourselves.
Okay, at this time then, this gives me a chance to do this because Luke Austin from Motorsport Games is not very happy with me because I've given DJ a shout out and not him. Well, Luke, your last message to me of some insider info was at 3:45. So there we go. You've got to pull your finger out, mate. I need some more tips from you. But I've got to say, Luke Austin is amongst one of the team at Motorsport Games, working very hard to bring us the event. So a big shout out to all the guys working back at Silverstone. And Luke Austin, you'll know if you watch any of the Alpha live streams, he's the man behind all of those, along with James Fitzhugh. Let's return back to what we are seeing. Here is one of the Ferraris that we are looking at now, just heading up towards the Porsche curves. Oh dear, it looks like I may be getting some more angry messages. Darren Kirk now from Motorsport Games. What about the guys bringing you the broadcast? Well, Martin did say this earlier, the guys at Motorsport Games, and I've been in and out of their base here in the studio. A lot of them are going to be working all the way throughout the night. And at the moment, because the guys in the truck have gone back for a rest, they are now bringing you the pictures alone. And that's something that they have a lot of experience in doing. If you've been watching things like Formula E recently, or NASCAR, or the Le Mans Esports Series, for example. So a fantastic job by all the team here at Motorsport Games to be bringing you the pictures and be putting the event on from you. Well, just as I say that, and I'm trying to get some brownie points from everyone at Motorsport Games and trying to, once you give out one shout out, they all start coming in.
And now then, they're all jumping on the bandwagon.
And all of a sudden, the checkered flag's out, it's the podium's happened, and you're still going through a long list.
Yeah, well, that could be the case. Right, I have returned from race control, where they're actually looking at another incident at karting, which is in the Porsche curves, not involving the 36 Cinetec car. And Lisa Weikart has been telling me that the game is producing automatic drive-through penalties for track limits. Now, normally in Le Mans, the marshals and the cameras that are on the track will be policing track limits on certain corners, and you're allowed to exceed track limits up to a certain limit per stint per driver. And if you go beyond that, if you exceed track limits in the same place more than a certain number of times, you get a warning, and then if you continue to do it, you get a drive-through penalty. Now, the game polices that. So rFactor 2's physics engine, the software polices that, and if you continually, and in any stint of 10 laps, more than 4 times at the same place, automatic drive-through. And so we believe that is what has happened to the 36 Cinetec Alpine car. Unfortunately, or fortunately for Pierre Rag is still currently driving, and the conversation he was having with his engineer on the radio was not about that. It was about something else that I was listening to in my appallingly bad French. So I didn't bother him and say, did you just get a drive-through for track limits? But we're assuming that that's exactly what happened. He's had a drive-through for track limits midway through the stint. The only other car that is currently stationary in the pit lane is car number 20, Team Redline's lead engine. This was one of the big marquee driver lineups coming in, wasn't it? Car number 20, particularly the real world drivers for a lot of newcomers to sim racing. Max Verstappen, Lando Norris, you know, two of the big new names in the sim racing world, because they have just made so much mileage and so much fun out of what they've been doing during lockdown. They've just gained, you know, millions of new followers for sim racing who otherwise wouldn't have been even remotely interested, just because of all the tomfoolery they've been involved in.
Yeah, and then you've got the likes of Gregor, who too has been at the top of sim racing for 20 years, at Atsej Kirchhoff, incredibly quick driver as well. I'm just getting him some info about the Marlow team. Rob Wickens has had another spat of force feedback issues again. Went out, did one lap, had to come straight back in and hand back to Jimmy Broadbent. So just being fed that information from Andrew Mather, who has got his eyes on that stream for us. So a shame Rob Wickens really seems to still be struggling with issues on his rig.
And that is, you know, it's late on a Saturday evening in Canada. It's not going to be an easy fix. Whatever it is, clearly he can't fix it. And that may mean a problem for the team, because he's got to do, like everybody else, a minimum of 4 hours in the car. And I would pretty much assume he's not done his minimum 4 hours driving, because we've only done 11 hours of racing up until now. So if they, or if he, because it's not they, it's not a team of people in his house, it's he, if he can't fix it and can't do any more stints, then the team are going to have to get on Discord and appeal to the race direction for the other drivers to be allowed to effectively 7.3s at 21. Yeah, at least one of them, possibly two, is going to have to exceed the maximum allowed driver time, and they're going to have to claim force majeure, because Rob Wickens, you know, isn't, if he's not able to fix the rig, he's not able to race any longer. And actually that applies not just for Rob, but for anybody else. If anybody else has got a problem with their rig and can't take part in the race any longer, then the team is going to have to go to the stewards and say, this IP address will not be part of the race any longer, and here is why. This is what we're seeing, and they'll talk to him on Skype and whatever, but they're going to have to make as benevolent a decision as they did with the FARB car, which was because the server crash was able to be reinstated into the car after it had into the race after it had basically been excluded by the game's own software with a sort of glitch in the system. So it's a shame for Rob that he can't race, but it also means that potentially that is a long-term problem for the team. Not in terms of pace, but in terms of running out of hours with their drivers, and they're going to have to address that. And race director, I'm sure, will say, if that is absolutely the case, then he can take no further part in the race. Then we're going to have to let you exceed your driver times and continue. Otherwise, the car will be forcibly retired with like about 3 hours running.
And it takes a while to get up and down that pit lane, doesn't it? That's where they're going to be losing a lot of time, in and out the pits. That may seem obvious to some people, but you've got to remember that. Then he's not driving straight in and Jimmy's out within 2 to 3 seconds. No, that's a long way down that pit lane. And Jimmy's now back in where their strategy may have been right. Jimmy's going to be back in having a rest now, and we'll come back later in the race. Oh, there we go. That's one of the, was that one of the Astons?
One of the factory Astons, yeah. So at the wheel at the moment in 97, Alex Lynn. He's in the pit lane. And Darren Turner's in the 98 car. And the lead Aston, Nicky Thiem, is back in 95. Now, Alex Lynn has just popped up in the pit lane. Is that him? Struggling to tell, because of course all three Aston Martin cars, as in the real world, are identically liveried down to every single bit of glowy orange tape on every mirror and everything else. But he is the only Aston in the pit lane, so I must assume that that is the car that we just saw in replay having that moment.
Yep, so that's Alex Lynn in, as you said, in the 97 car. Looks like we've had also Ed Jones, I think, Emily Jones, sorry, is in the pits for Richard Mille, Atsej Kirchhoff, and Barrichello is now out there as well on an outlap. So Rubens Barrichello in for FARB. I'm not too sure if that's just happened or if that's Barrichello. He has had a just had a stop and is returning back out onto the circuit again. And Kanaan out there as well for MPI Sancho on an outlap.
Yeah, Tony Kanaan, the IndyCar winner for MPI Sancho. And Juan Pablo Montoya is in the Penske car, and that car is now, unfortunately, after its problems, slumped to the tail of the field, 30th place. It's quite a number of laps off the lead. But again, as we heard from Roger Penske, the captain, earlier on, It is about being back at Le Mans, and this is the first step on a journey to bring Penske back to racing at Le Mans, hopefully maybe even as early as 2022, when we start to get the real convergence between the IMSA rules for Daytona prototypes and the Le Mans hypercar rules, which are coming together. There'll be a Le Mans Daytona hybrid category, which hopefully should bring full convergence between prototype rules of the two series. Out comes Alex Lynn. Let's just round up what's happening, because our control tower pylon, or our timing pylon, is showing you only the top 18 cars, so those are all in LMP2. Let's round up what's going on in the GTE category. Tommy Østgaard still leading, the Norwegian in the Porsche eSports team, car number 93. Second place in GTE, Jackson Evans, the Kiwi, in the 92 Porsche, but the Porsche podium domination has currently been broken up by, again, the number 80 Corvette, and that is the R8G sports team, and that is Erhan Javoski, the Macedonian driver, who is in third place. He's ahead of the 91 Porsche, and we're dipping into slightly unfamiliar territory for me, and that's Martti Pietala, who is driving that 91 car in fourth place. 95 in fifth position, Nicky Thiem for Aston Martin Racing, and sixth in GTE is the top factory Corvette car. That's the 64 car of Dane Dennis Lind. Coming down the pit road, Cool Racing and a Rebellion Williams car. It's car number 3. That car earlier on was in third place, but that's Arthur Rougier coming in from 6th. Jean-Eric Verne also in the pits for Veloce Esports, and the Cool Racing car of Gustavo Menezes, car number 2 is, beg your pardon, the Rebellion Williams car, Gustavo Menezes, car number 2 is also in. And the Cool, I thought that dark blue nose was Cool Racing, but it's not. Scalabrini is out on track, so that dark blue nose is Veloce Esports 1. Does that have a dark blue nose? We don't have a head
that's
on.
Well, the Veloce Esports 1 car is all blue, isn't it?
Yeah, in that case, that's the one it is, yes. Yes, it is, yeah, yeah. So that's Jev was coming in. I thought it was the Cool Racing car, which is also predominantly dark blue all over. Obviously, there was a lot of dark blue paints doing the rounds in Photoshop over the last few weeks. Cool Racing isn't quite as dark blue as Veloce Esports. Easy to spot at night, obviously.
A lot of work goes into deliveries. You know,
oh no! I'm being very facetious, but you know, you often find in, and certainly in hybrid racing over the last few years, you had Toyota red, white, and black, Porsche red, white, and black, Audi red, white. Guys, come on! There is more colour in the palette than that.
The memo went out then.
Yeah. You know, that used to happen a lot in Formula 3000 for many years. Oh, this year everybody's got red on their cars. Excellent. Just a dozen red cars in the field. Well, there's a car that you can't help to tell the difference of. Even I can spot the Wolverhampton Wanderers livery on the Gulf Racing car. And that is in 7th place. And the Corvette in front, with the two Astons between, is in 6th position. So the Gulf Racing car on our timing screen is shown as about 2.5 seconds behind Dennis Lind. So that's impressive stuff. That's Adam Maguire, the Irish driver. So he's one of their 2 sim racing pros, but he has got a pair of Aston Martin racing cars in the way, so those vantages are not going to be easy to get by. It's not like it's a slower class. It's going to be a long, tough battle for the Porsche driver. Oh, it's suddenly become a little easier. Did both Astons dive into the pit lane? Wow, so that's excellent for him.
The message got through to Aston Martin. Get out of the way, no problem.
Well, yeah, bing, bing, they ran out of, or they didn't run out of fuel. Alex Lynn, by the way.
Dear. Gulf Racing coming to a stop.
No. Don't tell me he should have gone into the pits as well. Darren Turner did come into the pits.
And Gulf Racing, yep, that's surely got to be a fuel issue.
So early in the lap? What, he had like an espresso cup left?
I mean, I'm not going to say that was the problem, but it is easy to have a lapse in concentration like that and just forget that you've got to come into the pits because now the car's gone.
No.
Is that going to be race over for Gulf Racing?
Well, he's got 13.5 of the 13. Well, no, he hasn't even got to the line, so he hasn't even started the next lap. So he's got more than 13.6 kilometres, more like 13.7 or 13.8 kilometres. He must be 100 metres from the start line.
Yep, so
he's got more than a lap to go to get back to the pit entry.
You can't get out and start pushing it either in a virtual race.
You can, but you're not going to get very far. You're not going to push a GT. First of all, you're not going to push it uphill to the Dunlop Bridge. Secondly, you're not going to push it 13.6 kilometres in the dark without getting hit by something.
But look, we joke, but that is a huge moment in this race for Gulf Racing. And then now they've been shown as stopped.
Yep.
And that, if they've run out of fuel, then that's race over, Martin. And that would be...
back in the garage.
There we go. Yeah, I think that... I wouldn't like to call it early, but that looks like that's pretty terminal to me now. I think that could be race over. I'll get confirmation, I'm sure, from the guys in race control, but that's a real shame. And if it is fuel, then it may have just been a slight lapse in concentration. I'm not too sure, but I'm sure the guys will be looking into that and will get the messages through as to exactly what's happened to Gulf Racing. But what a shame.
Gulf are resetting their server. So
just a coincidental time to be slowing down, maybe.
World Endurance Championship PR officer Rachel Cavers watching from home in the UK. It is not fuel related. They are resetting their server, and a message from earlier on in one of my earlier rambles. Nobody is racing from Africa, or nobody is racing in Africa. Or from Africa, yeah. There is nobody from Africa right now. Anyway.
We got there in the end.
Thank you, Rachel. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Yes, very good. All right, so phew. I mean, it's bad news, but it could be a lot worse for Gulf Racing. It could be a lot worse. At the moment, they've only dropped to 10th place, and let's hope if they can get the server reset quickly. The next car is 3 minutes behind them. Federico Leo, I think that'll be in the 71 AF Corsa Ferrari, and that might be first opportunity for Ferrari. Oh, he's just come into the pits for fuel. Still, might be the first opportunity for Ferrari to be in the top 10 for a long, long while. A long, long while.
Another thing to consider for Adam Maguire and Gulf Racing, I don't know where they were on fuel. If they were coming towards the end of their stint, then they're going to go out with the same amount. So
yeah, but if he had a lap, he's still got a lap. Here he is. He's out. Oh, that's not him. He will still have whatever fuel allowance it was. Yeah. I'm assuming when the server resets, it won't reset at full everything.
No. I mean,
hopefully.
What I'm saying is, if he only had a lap to do, then he'll come out and do 2 laps, say, if that's what he had remaining in his stint, and then he has to come straight back in. He's not going to have a fuel tank, and he'll go out for a full stint, whatever he had left in that. And I'm not saying that as a worry, of course not, but it's just something to take into consideration.
No, absolutely, and he'll be very aware what was left in the car. Tony Mellor has now moved up into the top 10, so there is a Ferrari in the top 10, but it's not Federico Leo in the 71. He and Adam Maguire have both been jumped by Tony Mellor, who's in the 54 Strong Together Ferrari. So Princess Charlene of Monaco, her car, her team, are now up into the top 10. So that is now the lead Ferrari. So the car that, I'm not reading that wrong. No, there is no other Ferrari in the top 10. The car that was going best of all was the 52 car. That was the all-red Ferrari that was driven early on by Charles Leclerc and then Antonio Giovinazzi, and then that suffered a problem, and Charles Leclerc posted a picture online of the car on its roof upside down in the middle of the track, which is an issue. Among a number of issues they had with that car, that is definitely not as map. And we're looking at that car now, in fact, particularly, but that car, David Tanitsa is at the wheel at the moment. That car is running last in the field, 50th of 50, 20th of 20 GTE cars. This is the top Ferrari. This is the white and red Strong Together car. Of course, 3 of their drivers are in racing in Automobile Club de Monaco. in Monaco. As I was watching a bit of old footage the other day, and Graham Hill and all the others, you know, it was Monaco. I'm petitioning to bring that back. Trying to get Plummy Brit with Monaco.
Well, in Monaco, they do enjoy having yogurts whilst driving down the Mulsanne Straight. I don't know if you saw that picture.
I didn't say
That's what he was doing on his stream as he's driving down Mulsanne.
Excellent, excellent. Topping up with a video. I'm not sure that is Ferrari Formula One approved health giving.
No.
All those lovely little excellent life bacteria. Going by the Mahler racing team car of Jimmy Broadbent. Jimmy back at the wheel of that car for the moment while they try and solve the problems of Rob Wickens. Now, obviously Jimmy had been driving it before Rob got back in, and will have been on standby just in case.
Yeah.
But their other two drivers presumably are still in a sleep pattern or trying to have some rest pattern. So for the moment, Jimmy may well be the man who is soldiering on with that car. But they are going to have to get the other guys out of their previous rotation, because, you know, it's entirely possible that Rob will not be able to drive the car again. And so maybe Ferdy Hatzberg might have to get back in the car and get some more miles under his belt, or, you know, it's again, you know, another one of those plan A, plan B, plan C, plan D's. Yep. Ripped up again. The race rewrites all your plans for you just for the fun of it.
And you just mentioned it there, you know, all drivers are going to have that reserve driver ready. You have to have it. It's like you know, one of the Toyota teams at Le Mans having that driver in the back of the garage on standby. You can't run off and grab them if they're having a sleep and say, right, get your suit on, get everything on, the car's coming in. All the drivers out there at the moment, every team will have a driver on standby, literally in the rig, ready to go. So in case there is a problem halfway around the lap and the driver has to bail into the pits and to keep up with the strategy or the E or F strategy that you had, to do a changeover, then that is what they have to do. So all of the teams are going to have drivers on standby.
Good news for fans of Wolverhampton Wanderers and or Gulf Racing. Adam Maguire is back out on track. They are now, however, though, 3 laps behind our race leader in GT, Tommy Østgaard. So that has cost them at least a lap, and they have dropped from what was 10th to 14th position. Tony Mella is now in the pit lane from 10th in the strong together Ferrari. So Federico Leo, who is on his outlap, that to me, he's just completed his outlap, now starting his flying lap. In fact, that's him in the background of the shot. I was going to say, seems to me that's like a very long pit stop, but Federico Leo should move up into 10th place and has. And ahead of him is the Feed Racing 99 Corvette, and Adam Maguire shown as stopped again. I'm suggesting that server issue has not gone away for Gulf Racing. They may have to make an emergency substitution and get another driver in a different sim rig on track. Looking at Rubens Barrichello in the Fernando Alonso Rubens Barrichello car. That car is in 25th place overall, number 14. Much fancied teams, but they did have a problem with the machinery of the game, giving them an automatic drive-through penalty just as Fernando had gone into the pit lane for fuel, and the internal rules of the organism of the matrix refused to allow him to fuel, so he had to leave the pit lane after serving a drive-through penalty that he hadn't intended to be serving. With 1.6 litres of fuel left, the car ran out, was out of the game, and was reinstated by the race control when we had a server crash and a red flag. Now, what they didn't do was put him back on the lead lap where they were when the game took them out of the running. So they came in at the back of the LMP2 field, so they were, I think, half a dozen laps back, weren't they? So they have now completed, they've completed 166 to 172. So yeah, they're still half a dozen laps back, but they are at least, all of them, able to get out there and get racing and get driving. So that's better news for them than they had expected. In fact, we gather that Fernando Alonso, who was in the car at the time, having accepted the fact that they were out and actually put a very nice message up about it for the fans on YouTube, then got out on his bike and went for a cycle. He was 30 kilometers into a cycle run. They had to get him on the phone and go, Fernando, we're back in the race, mate.
Turn around and get
turn
back.
Around, bright eyes.
Get cycling very quickly.
Exactly. So his message after that was, well, we're back in the race. I guess I'm not going cycling till tomorrow night now. So he's made a tough start. He's going to do a 24-hour Le Mans race and then go out for mid 100 kilometre or something, gentle spin to cool down afterwards.
And not everyone would usually be desperate to go for a cycle after doing the Le Mans 24-hour, but Fernando Alonso is a different character altogether.
They're made of different stuff, these drivers, and they spend so much time in the saddle. It's phenomenal how many kilometres these drivers will cycle over a normal season when they're busy racing, never mind when they've had 3 months without being able to sit in the car. For one of our other much fancied runners, Archie Kirchhoff, still in the pits for Team Redline. We saw them come in earlier. That is a long pit stop. And that is the car with which he had, in his last stint, set the fastest race lap of all. Looking at Alex Young, former Grand Prix driver, the Malaysian driver for Axel Motorsports, number 21 car. It's an all-Malaysian lineup, and that is the third of our father-son combinations. Axel and his teenage son, Alex. Oh, duh, that's where Axel Motorsport comes from. Is it really that simple? Is that just, that's an anagram of Alex? I suppose it sounds better than Nuig or any other anagram of Young. I don't know. I just called him Axel by mistake because it's the same 4 letters as Alex Young. So Alex and his son are 2 of the 4 drivers in that Malaysian entered LMP2 team.
I think you're going to get a stop and go there from our race director,
Eduardo Freitas,
shaking his head.
Wandered over, he's having a coffee break and he's getting no respite or any sense from the commentary position. So, but this is something he can't do. In as much as I can walk over to race control, but not in 2 minutes, he doesn't walk over to the commentary booth just to see if we're still talking nonsense.
No.
That's not one of his normal jobs. So, back to the race in hand. And the race lead is now out to nearly 40 seconds. And this is a really consistent run we're seeing now from our race leaders. From the number 1 car from Rebellion Williams Esports, Louis Delatraz, Raffaele Marcello, the real-world drives, Nikodem Wisniewski and Kuba Brzezinski are their sim racing drivers, and they have all been putting in some pretty heavy lifting, some very quick laps. Jesper Pedersen second for Bajkoles, and again, despite the setbacks that number 4 car has had, they are right back and up towards the top of the pile again in 2nd place overall. They are ahead now of the 2Cs Motorsport car. They're riding on board with our race leader. All the familiar sights and sounds of Le Mans, if not the smells, will be familiar to not just the drivers but also to regular fans of Le Mans. So much of this is the sort of stuff that you will see during the night in the 24 hours, hopefully when we get back to racing at Le Mans in September.
I actually had messages coming in about that, people saying, I'm enjoying watching this so much more than some other esports over there out there, because it's just Le Mans at night time? That's what some of the messages I've been getting in, and you know what? Yes, I'd say it is. Watching cars go around Le Mans in the night is fantastic, and to get even onboard views like we're getting here are fantastic. But all the familiar sounds and the sights there, not quite the smells, but the sounds and the sights.
Yeah, definitely. All sorts of interesting questions and comments about this virtual 24 hours. Dennis Crowley on Twitter saying, this is kind of rad, virtual 24-hour Le Mans. PS, still 3 drivers per team. Well, no. In this race, 4 drivers per team, Dennis, and the rule is no team is allowed to have more than 2 sim racing pros. The other 2 drivers, at least 2 drivers, must be FIA license holders of a grade where they could race at Le Mans. They don't have to have raced at Le Mans. They don't have to have done any endurance racing, but they do have to be real-world professional racing drivers. A classic example would be Esteban Guerrieri, runner-up in last year's World Touring Car Series in the TCR Touring Car Cup. He's not raced at Le Mans, but he is a professional grade A real-world racing driver, and also very quick in the sim world, as has been proved during lockdown. So he is one of the drivers in one of the teams with no Le Mans experience other than what he has gained in the month building up to this race. So 4 drivers. Some teams have gone with a 50-50 split. Some teams, let's talk about Toyota Gazoo Racing, United Autosports, they have gone for a 3-1 split. So they've got 3 pro drivers and 1 sim racer. Toyota's logic was, we want our racing drivers and our racing engineers to work together again. They haven't seen each other for nearly 6 months, and they haven't worked together for nearly 6 months. We don't want to go in the run-up to Le Mans rusty, and this is a chance for them to work together. We've only got 3 drivers, so we're going to get a sim pro in, and he will lead us to develop the cars that we're using for the prototype teams, which are LMP2 cars, which of course Toyota have 0 experience of, because they don't run LMP2, they run in LMP1, and they build their own cars and their own hybrid system. So they needed that sim input, and without it, they would have really struggled. One of the other teams that hasn't gone, in fact, there are 2 other prototype teams that haven't gone for even, oh no, I beg your pardon, I was about to say the Richard Mille team, but they, Richard Mille team, they have gone, the all-female team, they have got 1 sim racer, Emily Jones, but one of the other key teams in the race, big names, is Roger Penske's Team Penske. They're here with 4 professional Penske drivers, and Roger's logic was very similar to Toyota's. I've got great drivers on my payroll, we want to come back to Le Mans, I'm going to bring them with me, and I'm going to bring them with me starting here.
It's a unique opportunity for a team to work together as they would without being in the same room or being at the track with the car there as well. So without even having to put all the effort of getting a car over to Le Mans with all the team coming from all around the world. Of course, we've got social distancing rules as well, which will make these things very difficult. But Toyota are able to live out that same experience safely and able to do it effectively as well and be put to the test, because this is perhaps the best grid in esports there has ever been. And as you said, the engineers are getting to work together once again with the drivers as well, and that is a really crucial part. And they went with some really quick sim drivers, as you would expect. Yuri Kasdorp is one of the top 10 sim drivers in the world. He's probably one of the top 10 tallest sim drivers in the world as well, because he is
tallest drivers of any kind.
He's
him and Ben Barker.
He's incredibly tall, the Dutchman. But yeah, I think a lot of people would have found it strange that Toyota didn't throw everything at this to put themselves at the front. Look, we always see Toyota at the front of the FIA World Endurance Championship. We'll probably see them at the front again when we go racing at Le Mans in September. And that's what Toyota want to focus on. Their professional drivers haven't got sim racing experience. They're not going to go and force them to get that experience. But what they are going to do is get them to go through the same routine as they usually would on race week. The engineers likewise, and all of a sudden everyone's minds are focused once again.
News on Twitter from Team Redline. Unfortunately, our number 20 car has been officially retired. It was a good 11-hour run where we led much of the race. Better luck next time. Our focus is now on the 37 and the 38 Team Jota Redline cars. Thank you for all the support. So Max Verstappen, Lando Norris and their teammates are officially out. There is confirmation on screen. The car is in the garage. Now in rFactor 2, does the garage door get rolled down when the car is officially retired, as it would do in the real world? That's really, really unfortunate. You know, they were 2 big names from the real world who have become superstars in lockdown of the virtual world. I'm sure they brought a lot of fans to this Le Mans 24 Hours Virtual, and they had real pace, but again, Le Mans is a cruel mistress. They did not have real luck.
Everyone I spoke to about this event, Martin, said Team Redline are going to win. Team Redline are the ones to beat. And that's not a coincidence because they've got Lando Norris and Max Verstappen who have experience together in sim racing, winning endurance races. They also race in something called Formula One as well. And as well as that, the teammates that they had two of the best sim drivers. They had the guys who helped put Team Redline together, one of those being Gregor Hutu, the Finnish driver, and Atse Kirchhoff, the Dutch driver. Between them, they have years of experience, 20 of those going to Gregor alone. So they were the favourites for this event. But no matter if you are favourites, you can be that, but you've got to make it until the end. And it's such a shame to see them out of the race. I really do feel for them, Martin, because like the 24-hour of Le Mans race, let alone the virtual race, so much hard work has been put into this event. So many hours of testing, and it must be so frustrating as a driver when that garage door, as you said, gets rolled down physically or virtually, and all of that hard work has gone, and you just feel devastated just to get to the end. I mean, ambitions for a team in a Le Mans race can go from winning to a podium to top 5, top 10, then just down to finishing the race, and that's what it would have been at the end for Team Redline. And it's a real shame that our favourites for this event aren't going to make it to the end.
Yeah, and sometimes it is just about surviving Le Mans, and that's the first car that has not survived Le Mans. It may not be the last either. Max Papis, first stint done for Max, he says. Had to learn a lot, spun once. Finding the correct field to get tyre temperature in the MPI car, way more difficult than reality. And that's something that all of the real racing drivers have definitely discovered about this, that there is a real trick to driving these cars, and it doesn't necessarily suggest itself to you. Couple more mentions on Twitter. Sarah Rigby, back home in the UK, a big Aston Martin fan, helpfully suggests that the 98 Aston can be identified by the Northwest stickers on the doors and underneath the front headlights and the orange AM panel, which is perfect in the middle of the night and on a long shot in a semi-dark pit lane. So, but she does agree the 3 Astons are not so easy, that may be the understatement of the day, to identify. And Rob Smith, I've been up since 6:30 a.m. Can't decide whether I should stay up and watch Le Mans or get some sleep. He's obviously only looking for us to say, well, obviously, Rob, you need to stay up and watch Le Mans. So obviously, Rob,
there we go.
You only need to stay up and watch them on. Lando Norris on Twitter just now. Hard work pays off, that's for sure, but some things are out of our control. We did our best, but it doesn't always work out. Respect the effort, though. We'll come back next year, ... maybe. Well, who knows what the world will look like next year. We don't even know what it'll look like next month, never mind next year. But no question at all, everybody involved in this race, organisers, the R-Factor guys, Motorsport Games, the teams, the drivers, the engineers have put heart and soul into this. And for even one of the teams to hit so many problems that they can't continue is just really heartbreaking for all of them and for everybody else who's hoping that everybody's going to get as much out of this race as they possibly can.
You never know how much hard work the other team is putting in as well, Martin, because there isn't like test days, scheduled test days where you know all the teams are going to be there, and then you can have an eye, watch what all the other teams are doing out on circuit, and then you have the official practice where you go through and you see all the other teams put in the hours in. No one knows how much practice the other team has put in. All I'd say is it's an incredibly large amount, and they're probably all put in around the same amount of preparation for this, which is going to be a huge amount because they can test as much as they want. And as people will know, followers of Lando Norris and Max Verstappen will know that they have been at this thing pretty much every single day. Where maybe it's not just preparing for this, but they've been racing in all sorts, and I really do feel for them because it would have been, I know they would have been really hoping to even just get to the end of their first ever 24-hour of Le Mans Virtual. Really won't see them, really a shame not to see them make it to the flag. However, they laid a pretty good presence down on the event, I have to say. We've spoken about them quite a lot, and that usually means you did pretty well.
And there's so many positives in this, isn't there? And here's another classic on Twitter. Ella saying, I just realized we have a Malaysian representative in this year's Virtual Morn. You don't have one, you have four. You have an all-Malaysian four-driver lineup in the Axel Motorsport car number 21. Alex Young, the ex-Grand Prix driver, and his son Alistair. You've got Mohammed Naskib and Mika Hakimi, who are the two sim race pros in that car as well. So Ella may just have realised, but they have been getting ready for this for a month. And there is Alex Young proudly flying the flag for Malaysia. And it's been a while since we had the all-Malaysian team sponsored by Sepang International Circuit in the World Endurance Championship during Super Season, but they had a great time as well, winning a race outright in their class in the LMP2. And there is, I think it is Alex Young at the moment at the wheel of the Axel Motorsport car. So a full Malaysian representation. So wherever you are in the archipelago, yeah, root for your guys. And again, wherever you are around the world, you've got a dog in this fight as well. Whichever continent you're in, except Antarctica, I believe, you will have at least one driver and conceivably quite a lot more in this race as well. So any of the continents, drivers racing from 37 different countries here, North and South America, across Asia and Australasia, across Europe, Scandinavia, North and South, East and West. And the only continent in which we do not have a driver actually competing at the moment is in Africa, though we do have a number of South African drivers racing in the field. So everybody gets a shout and everybody has somebody to root for. From first to second, pulling gears as fast as we can as we look on board at the Rebellion Williams eSports team. And which of the cars is this? Unfortunately, this is the wrong side of the car for us to be able to easily identify which of their four cars it is. Is this the number 1 or number 13? It's the number 1 car. There we go. It's our race leader. And let's just bring us up to speed. I shall find the correct page and get the timing up. And that is Louis Delatraz. Agustin Canapino is receiving lots of mentions on Twitter at the moment from Argentina because he is back at the wheel of number 13 car. And Rebellion Williams eSport at the moment, 2 of their 4 cars running 1-2 as we fast approach the midway point of this 24 Hours of Le Mans virtual race. 2C's Motorsport still in 3rd place and only 4 seconds away from the 2nd placed Williams. So that is a really solid, I think now 2nd stint for the driver of the 33 car, who is Uti bin Abdullah Al Khalifa, Isa bin Abdullah Al Khalifa, I beg his pardon. And there is the 33 car, that sort of blue 2C's Motorsport car. It's the Bahrain entered entry. It's got the Bahraini driver at the wheel. And if he is the weak link in the chain, that's a strong chain. Now, he took the car over in 2nd place, and in a stint and a half, he's only 4 seconds out of 2nd place. I'm putting that down as I'm talking about him now in glowing terms, so I'm now closing my eyes so he doesn't crash in the Porsche curves, but that would be really the curse of the commentator. He is doing a stand-up job. That is a great, don't forget, he hasn't driven in the daylight. He's been handed the car in the dark in 2nd place. Hey, no pressure, man, just, you know. Yeah, just bring it back in one piece.
That's what probably would have been the plan as well to Al Khalifa. They would have said, we're going to put you out in night time. All we want you to do is drive the thing round, bring it back in one piece, and then give it back to the rest of the team to go on and push for a good result. But everyone in that chain, as you said, Martin, has to play their part. And so far, I totally agree with you. Now, Al Khalifa may have just dropped to a 3rd from 2nd place, with Canapino jumping up to 2nd, but he's doing a great job out there. He's clearly dealing with traffic very well. As I say that, I'm just going to hope he gets past this bit of traffic without not much problems, which I think he did. and he's dealing with Le Mans at night time successfully. And any driver who's driven the 24-hour of Le Mans will tell you driving it at night time is incredibly difficult.
And really important that he did get cleanly past that Corvette. That's the R8G Roman Grosjean's team. And Grosjean on Twitter early on was showing all the signs of wishing that he was in this race as well as having a team in the race. He wanted to have a hand in the race as well. But that car was clattered early on at one of the chicanes on the Mulsanne straight by Catherine Legge in the Richard Mille LMP2 car. So that sort of took a big hit. But Danny Juncadella's been very quick. Have we seen Matthias Besch in the car? I certainly haven't noticed that he was in it.
We have, yeah. I remember seeing him out earlier.
Erhan Jaworski is the man at the wheel of the car at the moment. The Macedonian driver, Risto Capet. I've definitely mentioned his name being in the car. And that car is in 3rd place. It is the first non-Porsche in the race. Porsche 1-2 with Tommy Usgaard and Jackson Evans in the 93 and the 92 cars. 2 of Porsche's 4 factory cars in the race. The 91 car lies in 4th. So that is being driven by Marty Pietala. Nicky Thiem is in 5th for Aston Martin Racing, the 95 car, which Simon Strang helpfully tells me in the real world would have a red laser strip. What on earth one of those is. In, I don't know, 6th position is the lead factory Corvette. That's their 64 car. And that was brought into the pits a couple of minutes ago by, I think, brought in by Alan Terzic, who is their 1 sim racer in that car. Well, there is the R8G car from above. Sounds exactly like a Corvette would. Flames stabbing out of the side exhaust on the overrun, exactly like a Corvette would. It just makes me want to be there so badly, all of this.
All right, to help you think like you are there for a little bit, what is your favourite sounding car when you go to Le Mans? Because it was my first time there last year, as I've mentioned a couple of times already, and by the end of it, it was the Porsche for me. I mean, you can go to Le Mans and you can face the other way of the circuit and you can just tell which cars are coming, or you can stand at the end of the Porsche curves and go, yeah, here comes the Porsche, here comes the Corvette. Well, which of the cars for you is the standout in terms of sound?
I don't know. I would have trouble choosing a favourite, but I do like a big V8. And Corvette have obviously been big with that. Aston Martin with the V12 and now with the V8, but it's a different sounding V8. The Panos LMP1 Roadster was always just this thundering beast. The Aston Martin MK, again, that huge capacity. Ain't no substitute for Qs, but of all the cars I've ever heard, and I wasn't there for wailing match of V12s and everything, of all the cars I've ever heard, the one that was A, unmistakable, and B, you could never escape, was the whoop of the Mazda triple rotary. That thing was just the most criminally noisy device on the planet. And when it won in 1991, actually left Volker Weidler, one of its 3 drivers, with permanent tinnitus.
Wow. Yeah.
Real hearing problems, yeah, really did. Despite earplugs and everything else, he's got appalling tinnitus from it. But that thing, you didn't just hear it from trackside, you heard it from 20 kilometers away. It was so ridiculously loud and such a high-pitched noise. Of all the cars I've ever heard racing, that was the most intrusive, certainly. And I don't quite remember how we managed to sleep through it, but I guess we were tired enough that we did, even for a little bit of time.
Enough drinks, maybe.
Yeah, except I was working, so no.
Right, there we go. You couldn't have said yes to that question.
And I was patrolling the pit lane, so in fact I didn't sleep at all thinking about it. There was no sleep. You did 24 hours in the pit lane.
That wouldn't be a good place to fall asleep in.
No. 38 and 37, the 2 red line entries that remain. 38, Jota Team red line in the pits. And 37 Jota team red line also in the pits. In fact, 38 cars just left the pit lane, 37 is just in. Your timing pylon on the TV screen or on your feed is about a lap behind. It's about half a lap behind now, actually, on our live timing in the studio here. The leader has completed 179 laps and is in the pit lane, and on your timing pylon, the leader has also completed 179 laps and is now in the pit lane. So Simon Strang arguing for the sound of the Peugeots that started on the front row. It was possibly a nicer noise, but I don't recall much about Peugeot in that era, except that they continually set light to us, or me particularly as a pit reporter. Once I was between the Peugeot and its refueling stand when it went woof. The other one I was on the pit lane side of it, and before the driver's door opened, and I think David Brabham tried to jump out, I was already behind the barriers on between the Armco and the pit wall. This was in the old pit lane, so yeah, a couple of flash fires from the Peugeot, red hot exhaust and gaily abandoned spilled fuel. Didn't really make a good combination. Louis Delatraz back out into the race, our race leader, and a wholesale pit stops now from our LMP2 field. Agustin Canapino, the Argentine, is in from second, and in and out has gone Arthur Rougier in the 0-3, or the number 3 Rebellion Williams. He's in 6th, Pierre Gasly in 7th, and in 8th place, the 37. Is that a driver change? For
yes.
Jota Sport Team Red Line.
Yeah, that's Faber,
I don't think Dominic... Was it Gabriel Aubrey who brought it in, or was that a little early? Was Dominic Faber in it already? I'm not sure. Dominic Faber is in it at the moment. Now, one of the names I haven't conjured with in that team is Alexei Yusiakala, who is normally, well, I have commented on in the Porsche Tag Heuer Super Cup. So he definitely races GT cars, but he's got presumably plenty of experience in prototypes as well and in longer endurance races. But I don't know whether he's been in the car or not. Certainly, it's one of the names that I have not got my my laughing gear around up till this stage. Now, change in the leaderboard as well. Louis Delatraz after his pit stops lead. Jesper Pedersen has not yet dived in this round of pit stops in the number 4 Bicoles car. Agustin Canapino is back out. He came in from second. Back out as well in the 2C's motorsport car is Isa bin Abdullah Al Khalifa, the Bahrain driver. So he has stayed ahead of Nico Jama, who's in the Panis Racing car number 31, who is currently shown as 5th. So I guess he was behind Jesper Pedersen before. He's currently in the pit lane. Arthur Rougier moves ahead of him. So actually Rougier must have been ahead of Nico Jama. Pierre Gasly out, Dominic Faber out of the pit lane. Toyota starting their pit stops as well. Toyota Gazoo Racing Argentina, car number 10. That has just completed the pit stop. Nelson Piquet Jr. and Julian Santero are the 2 real-world drivers. Fabrizio Gobi and current incumbent in the car, Moreno Sirica from Italy. They are the sim racing duo in that car, and it is Sirica who has left the pit lane. Paul-Luc Chatin in our studio for IDEX Sport must now be on about a quad, because it seems like about a week ago that he was getting ready to take over the car in the studio here. So Paul-Luc Chatin, it would seem, on a long run, and maybe when he comes into the pit lane, as I will do shortly, he may be heading off for a little bit of rest and recuperation. And Chris will be staying with you until fully lunchtime tomorrow, I think, because he's made of stern stuff. But there is the smell of freshly brewed coffee in the air. That means we are not long, or we are joined by Ben Constanduros, who will be leading you through the remainder of the darkness hours as we get towards the midway point of this race.
You're no stranger to these nighttime shifts, though, Martin.
No,
you said to me at the start of the week that you're always the one that finds yourself in the booth throughout the night for about 4 or 5 hours.
Well, not normally, no. We try and make sure that everybody gets 6 hours off at night, so they've got a chance to go to sleep and wake up and have a wash before they come back in. Even though we're in caravans, not too far, 2-minute walk from the commentary booth, it is hard to get to sleep because of the noise, because we're right beside the forward chicane, and because you're wired from having been on air. So I normally end up doing 7 or 8 or 9 hours in the middle of the night because there aren't enough bodies for everybody to have 6 hours off at roughly the same time. So, yeah, I figure that if I'm doing the schedule, then it's Muggins who gets the short straw, and I think Ben's made you Muggins this time around.
Any tips? Any advice?
Well, watch the racing, because that's normally what keeps us awake. So, yeah. Tommy Usgaard still leading for Porsche from Jackson Evans. Still in third place is the R8G Esports Corvette in the GTE class. So that's your virtual podium at nearly halfway through. Fourth is the 91 Porsche. Fifth is the 95 Aston Martin. That's the top Aston. And in sixth position is the 64 factory Corvette Racing entered Corvette. Just checking with my screen that nothing was going wrong. Now, that was a GT car, not a prototype going slowly. Dempsey Proton, number 88, which was in the lead in the first hour, having started on the outside front row of the grid. They've dragged themselves back up to 7th place. That will be delighting team boss Patrick Dempsey, who we heard from earlier from his home in Malibu. I imagine he was desperate to get online to get away from the gorgeous views from his picture windows. Team Project One, their lead car, the 57 car, is 8th in GTE. Feed Racing's Corvette, the 99 car, is up to 9th in GTE. And Federico Leo rounds out the top 10 for the 71 AF Corsa Ferrari. And, as we documented, Ferrari's lead car, the 52 car, had so many problems earlier on. It is now ahead of 51, but they are 19th and 20th in class. And to bring those of you who haven't been watching from the start or weren't watching within the last half an hour, the storied race of car number 20 from Team Redline has come to an end. Atse Kirchhoff was the last man driving that car after a number of problems, incidents and accidents. Max Verstappen had a big incident in the car, not necessarily due to fault of his own. It suffered a lot of damage. They repaired the car, brought the car back out. Atse Kirchhoff had further problems with it. And disappointingly, Team Redline, within the last hour, announced that that car has been officially retired. We saw shots of it in the garage. So we are down to 49 of our 50 starters still running in the race. So car number 20 for Team Redline. And that was Team Redline's real, front line entry, and definitely one of the pre-race potential winners. Their race, despite all of their hard work and effort, was not favoured by any kind of luck other than bad. And that car is out of action. Other cars have had their problems. In fact, one car that we thought within the first couple of hours was out of the race, car number 14, the Fernando Alonso Rubens Barrichello All-In Sports entered car, that ran out of fuel as a result of a glitch in the game, not allowing Fernando to fuel during a pit stop, and was then, we believed, retired. But there was a red flag because of a server crash. And when you recover from a server crash, it resets the entire game, and that was an opportunity for the organisers to put the car back in the race. It didn't go back on the lead lap, it went back at the tail of the LMP2 class, but it did at least mean that the drivers got a chance to race. So that car is still running. Fernando Alonso was 30 kilometres into a bike ride by all accounts when the news came through to him. So like everybody else, I guess, he had his phone with Strava on to just document that quick spin halfway through a, I don't know, 75 kilometre or 100 kilometre ride, whatever it was, and he came back to get on with the race. But at the front of our field, as you can see on the timing pylon, car number 1 is our race leader, Louis Delatraz, Rebellion Williams, up to 2nd place, Jesper Pedersen for Baikoles. 3rd place now, Agustin Canapino in the 13 Rebellion Williams esports car. And down to 4th place, 2Cs Motorsport. That is Isa bin Abdullah Al Khalifa, but again, he has been doing a really solid job in that car, losing very little time to the cars around him. And he took that car over in 2nd place from Ollie Rowland, but now in 4th position and still within a minute of the race leader. Arthur Rouget 5th for Rebellion Williams, so they've got 3 cars now in the top 5, not the top 7. Pierre Gasly up to 6th in car number 24 for Veleche Esports. Dominic Farber in 7th position rather, can't count, for Jota Team Redline. That's their lead car now, Team Redline, the 37 Jota Sport car. Thibaut Cazoubon for Panis Racing AAA, 31, that's Olivier Panis' lead car, that's in 8th. In 9th place, the TDS E-Racing Motul car, that's been up and down the leaderboard like the Assyrian Empire, car number 46. And in 10th place, Team Rocket, Sancho and Jensen Button back at the wheel of his car and his team's entry, rounding out the top 10. So Toyota Gazoo Racing, having had one stage early on in daylight, at least one, if not maybe briefly both cars in the top 10. Their lead entry is now the number 10 car, Team Argentina, Toyota Gazoo Racing, that's in 12th place, and Jose Maria Lopez bringing the number 7 car back up the order in 13th position, just ahead of Richard Bradley for IDEX Sport, who has taken over the car. So Richard was driving in our studio.
That's still him.
That is still him. So he is back in the sim here, having taken... He must have taken it back over at the last pit stop. It wasn't Richard in beforehand, was it?
Given the rig is right in front of us, there
I know,
still,
but all I can see is a screen and a white T-shirt below it, and so I know Richard was wearing a white T-shirt earlier. I know from the timing he is in the car now, so he is in the studio with us, as is our other race driver, or our other rig in the studio is occupied, and that is the Cinetic Alpine Elf car. No, it's no longer occupied because at the last driver change, Andre Negrão took over, and he is in Sao Paulo. It may still be occupied, but Andre Negrão is driving. So he is in that car, in the 36 car. So he has just recently taken over then the Cinetic car from Pierre Rag, who is the man who's been driving the car in the studio. Thomas Laurent is elsewhere in Paris on his own rig, but Pierre Rag here is still in the rig, isn't he? Rag is in the rig.
Yeah.
So he's obviously, again, chatting with the engineer after that stint finished, doing a bit of a debrief, presumably before he trots off back to the same place I'm going to in a few minutes, because they're staying in the same hotel as we are, just around the corner, behind the Elysee Palace on Rue Faubourg Saint-Honoré, which, as fashionistas will know, is ground zero for posh Paul's fashion in Paris, isn't it?
So you've been out shopping?
I have definitely not been out shopping. It's just an address I recognise. It's like Bond Street. You don't have to go there to know that you can't afford anything.
I was particularly worried to see that there was a bag in our room from my wife, who is also staying with us in on this particular street.
Your wife, who is also staying with you, we should just clarify that very quickly.
Actually, I say us. It's because I've also got my dog there. Very weird to have a dog in my hotel room. That's why it's us. Thankfully, her bag was from Decathlon, but I'm sure Decathlon's more expensive. Actually, the tennis balls are more expensive on this particular street than they would be anywhere else. But
well, I don't think there is a Decathlon in Rue Faubourg Saint-Honoré.
Apparently there is.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly. But it does mean that our beers were very expensive the other night.
Oh, wow, yes.
Now I've done the maths trying to get myself to sleep. Martin, what a sterling job. Thank you so much. I don't know why I gave myself the graveyard shift, but anyway, well done me. You can get yourself off to sleep and see you in the morning. That's a decent night's sleep, that time that you've got. I'm going to do 2 hours here and 2 hours there, and Chris definitely got the worst end of the stick. I don't know how that ended up. I'm sorry for that, Chris, but
what did I do?
Somebody's got to do it, right?
Yeah, it's all good.
Somebody's got to do it. So I'm kind of slightly catching up, but Martin's done a great job there of updating kind of the main stories, and what a shame to see the Team Redline car that when I went to bed was pretty much in the lead. In fact, I think it did take the lead with Max Verstappen when I fell asleep. Other big story that I've managed to catch up on, and big shout out to Jimmy Broadbent, who is now at 500,000 K followers, subscribers I should say, on his YouTube channel. I said it was going to happen on Monday when he was on my chat show, and he did not believe me. He had to get 4,000 or 3,000 something followers in this particular race. They gave him a little push earlier on, but an amazing achievement for a guy who sits in his shed driving cars, making silly videos, to have 500,000 followers on YouTube, and he certainly deserves that Nissan GTR that he recently bought himself.
Yeah, I mean, I actually met Jimmy for the first time when we went to commentate on the Gran Turismo World Tour in Nürburgring, and he had never commentated before then. It was his first time doing it. He did a sterling job, and now he commentates for Gran Turismo on a regular basis. But yeah, it was great. At that time, I think he had something like 120 or 30,000 subscribers, and when throughout 2018 and 19, it just shot right up, and now he finds himself at 500,000 subscribers, to the point where I was commentating with him in Tokyo, he actually had people coming up to him in the street asking for pictures.
Well, we commented on this earlier. Ben was saying you gave him a big push under every bus that came past. That's a big push.
That one didn't start that one. That was definitely Chris.
I think he got those extra 4,000 viewers purely out of sympathy, pulling him out from every one of those 4,000 buses you shoved him under.
I did text him just before I said that, and said you might want to listen.
Yeah, what a birthday roughing up he got. I tell you, there was flags down on the play every 10 seconds.
I think the thing he was most annoyed about was approaching 30.
Yeah, fair enough.
From the wrong way.
But what a weekend to be racing in this sim race in Le Mans, and to be able to hit 500k and to celebrate your birthday. It's just quite amazing. There's nothing much more that he can do to embarrass himself, though, after raising so much money in his charity challenge a couple of weeks back and having to dye his hair because of it. I don't think he's got any kind of bet on here to do anything if he had get to 500k, but perhaps we should have set one for him.
Yeah, we should.
A missed opportunity.
But there's a great interview, actually. Drive Tribe did a really good interview with him recently, and he talks about in that, you know, how it all started for him, and how it was kind of a difficult time when he started out in YouTube. And he's one of those guys that he feels very fortunate to be in the position he's in. And some people would think a YouTuber with 500,000 subscribers would be a very big-headed person. Jimmy is not that. He still doesn't understand why people want to give him things or work with him, and he still doesn't understand why he's able to drive around that nice Nissan that he has. Believe me, he is one of the most grounded people I have ever met, considering the success he's built for himself.
And that's exactly why he's got the subscribers he has. He's also got quite a small head, I imagine, in terms of kind of his helmet size must be quite small.
No.
Has he got a big head?
Yeah.
Has he?
Yeah.
Wow.
He'll be the first person to tell you that.
Because he's not entirely a tall man, so I thought he might have a small head. He's got a weird-shaped head.
Oh, no. Those buses are coming back down.
3 o'clock approaching in Paris, and these kind of stories is how it's going to roll for the next couple of hours. Please get involved. Hashtag Le Mans 24 virtual on Twitter. I'm sure you've got myself and Chris McCarthy already on Twitter with our handles if you want to come with us direct. I am at Ben Consti, and Chris is
at Chris McCarthy 32. I'm logging in now.
and please do use hashtag Le Mans 24 virtual for all of your stories, all of your questions about this particular race, about any particular race. We'll try our best. Obviously, I've not got the scope or the age that Mr. Martin Haven has when it comes to many Le Mans and many experiences and many stories. I've had 10 years of it, but not quite as many as Mr. Martin Haven, who once did the full 24-hour Le Mans without sleeping, and wow, did he sound a little bit jaded by the end. That was quite an achievement to do the whole thing. I don't think I'm ever going to try and achieve or attempt that one. So what is going on? I'm not going to get sucked into any negativity, Twitter, okay? That is one thing that I went to bed fuming about. You're not going to drag me down the rabbit hole, so no questions about like negativity. I'm so glad that a lot of you enjoyed the DJ. There was certainly some mixed feelings, but we have had some really good positivity across the last couple of hours seeing the DJ come on. I know that I was watching Jimmy's stream and he had no idea what to do. Of course, they couldn't stream the sound because they've had issues on Twitch and on YouTube with copyright issues if they were streaming the sound.
Right.
Somehow we, from our stream, got away with it, but others were struggling, so they had to mute the DJ to make sure they didn't have a strike and then have the whole thing taken down. So a little bit of a messy time for anybody who was streaming, but I think everyone pretty much got away with it. I have had that issue on YouTube where you're streaming some music and all of a sudden they just take away your sound. Thanks very much. And then you have to like stop your stream and start it again to get it back.
Yeah, there we go. It's something that happens. Unfortunately, it's something that YouTubers, I'm sure, would say that they've had problems with as well. But I'm glad people did enjoy the concert. I know there were some mixed feelings out there, but when I was in Le Mans last year, I went and saw the concert for a little bit.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, I think if you're at Le Mans and enjoying the party atmosphere, there's no harm in dropping out for half an hour to watch a concert and coming back in. You don't miss. Sometimes you will miss a very significant thing. You tend not to, though. It doesn't tend to be a time of day, night where drama happens, although, to be honest, it can happen at any moment at Le Mans. For some reason, that kind of time is you know, there's a rhythm going on, nothing's really happening, the dead of night is coming, but unless you have rain showers and stuff, it tends to be a calm period.
Just getting messages in already on Twitter and keep them coming in. David Wilkinson saying about the bicolors, which is on an alternate strategy in the Le Mans 24 virtual, and is edging closer to the lead Rebellion with every round a stop. So a good spot there by David Wilkinson, who's been keeping an eye on the bicolors car very closely, and we can see that that gap, Ben, is coming down. It's below 30 seconds now. That's a car that's had a lot of problems, a team which has had to keep their head up during this race. And bicolors, just to be where they are at the moment, is very impressive. They have kept that gap within 30 seconds. And look to the top left of the screen. That's how long we have left in the race. Yes, you are reading it correctly. 12 hours and 10 minutes. So there is still a long way to go in this race. We are going to 3 p.m. Local time here in Paris tomorrow, as we would usually be at the Le Mans 24 hour. So keep the messages coming in. We are here. I'm here with Ben for the next couple of hours, and I know he's here for a few more hours than that. So when Ben walks outside, this is always the weirdest thing about these events, and I always say this to people, Ben, when you come out of the studio, you're like, oh, it's light again now.
Yeah, by the time I get out, there'll be life outside. The boulangeries will be baking, and
you'll be able to go into a cafe.
Yeah, straight in. It was actually light when I went outside last night, like 11 o'clock at night, and suddenly, oh gosh, it actually is still light. That's amazing. But we weren't too far away from all the ghastly protests and chaos that was happening, but actually ended up being quite quiet around us. So touch wood, that's going to stay the way it should be on Sunday. They're quite respectful in France for when they do protest. They tend to leave Sundays as a day where they go to church or something, I don't know, but they have been pretty good in the past of, we'll protest on Saturday, but we're going to have a nice leisurely lunch on Sunday.
I'm not sure the same can be said in other places,
No.
can it? Peaceful protest doesn't happen everywhere, believe me, as we would have seen. But something away from all of that is some fantastic racing during the night here at Le Mans, the Le Mans 24-hour virtual. Always a fantastic sight just to watch the cars going round in the evening, and great to have the pictures coming to you for the full 24 hours of this race as we ride on board now with one of our GT cars. This is one of the Corvette cars, the factory Corvette cars, going up towards turn number 1 here, and so far it's been a fairly decent day at the office for Corvette. Let's look there, 7th with the number 64 car and 12th with the number 63 car. Terzic is in the 64 car and is actually closing in on Kevin Van Duren. So I believe that is Kevin Van Duren ahead in the Dempsey Proton car, and it is. So we are on board with Terzic in the number 64 now as they come through Tech Rouge. So this is a battle for position. It is a battle for 6th place. And I'm sure we will either see the Corvette now fuel saving going into the Mulsanne chicanes, or they will try and get this move done on Dempsey Proton. So let's listen in and see if we hear any lifting and coasting as we get closer to the first Mulsanne chicane. Let's have a listen. Yes, there you can hear it, lifting off the throttle. So Terzic on fuel-saving mode during the night.
It's two things though, isn't it? You're getting closer and closer, but you know that perhaps if you carry on that momentum, you're not necessarily going to make a clean pass. And going into those chicanes, it's amazing that whilst they're there to slow you down, the first part of both chicanes on the Mulsanne straight is actually quite a fast entry. You carry your braking all the way through, on that first one at least, until the left part, not the right part. So it's actually a bit tricky to get a proper dive down the inside done at either chicane. And so for that Corvette, as long as it's sitting close by and he's happy with the pace of the Dempsey Porsche, no need to risk anything.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, one thing that must be frustrating is that Dempsey Proton is probably going to be, Kevin Van Duren's going to be looking in his mirrors going, go past me, and Terzic is going to be saying, no way, I'm going to sit behind and I'm going to use the tow and fuel save. If Terzic now goes past and doesn't pull a cap on Van Duren, then he's just going to be handing the tow to Van Duren, and Van Duren's the one that's going to be able to get some fuel saving done. So I think we had a change up ahead, or we had the 91 Porsche has actually come into the pit lane. So Porsche 91 into pits. I'm not sure if they'll be doing a driver swap, but Piatella was in the car for them.
We're halfway through the 24 Hours of Le Mans virtual here from our studios in Paris, just a couple of hours away from the Le Mans Circuit de la Sarthe, and it is Louis Delatraz ahead in the Rebellion Williams eSports machine that at this particular second in time leads from Agustin Canapino 1 minute and 8 seconds back. Esteban Guerreri from the Bicoles car that was on pole position sits in 3rd spot, and then the 2Cs Motorsport that's been right up there in the hands of Abdullah Al Khalifa is in 4th. Arthur Rougier for Rebellion Williams eSports 03 car, 2 minutes and 1 second back, and then Dominic Farber for Jota Team Redline, the first of the Redline cars, the mighty 37, sits in 6th, but is being chased down by Pierre Gasly aboard the first of the Veloce eSports cars. Veloce, the champions from the Le Mans eSports series at Le Mans last year. Then it's Casabon in the first of the Panis cars in 8th position. Jenson Button has just moved himself up into 9th around the outside of Alex Siebel. A beautiful move that we saw being done. The TDS Racing guys all based out the same place as Jenson now heads into pit lane in the Team Rocket Zansho car. And then the first of the cars on the, not on the lead lap. Kevin Siggy, that Jota Team Redline 38 machine, has been the lead car on 1 lap down. It could do really with unlapping itself, because if we do end up with any other safety car periods or indeed red flags, then it could really find itself back in the hunt. It's been on the pace, but unfortunately being 1 lap down hasn't been able to actually get himself back on the lead lap. Then Toyota Gazoo Racing Argentina, Syria that is the number 10 car, the first of the worked Toyotas. Sitting kind of on its own ahead of Richard Bradley in the IDEX Sport Racing car that's in our studio right now. Kamui Kobayashi and PECHITO Lopez have starred in the 07, but that's now 1 full lap down, and 2 laps down Kelvin van der Linde in the DWRT machine that led early on as well. Veloce 2 was right up at the head of the field. They're now 2 laps back. Porodic is aboard that car right now, and Barbier for Cool Racing. They've had a quiet run of things, but now sit in 17th spot. Kamishita for the 8th Toyota. That's moving up through the field as others have issues. That was the one that Brendan Hartley put in the wall at the very start of the race. And Max Papis in the MPI Zancho car is in 19th, having just come out of the pits. Gustavo Menzies for Rebellion Williams Esports 02. The 4th of their team cars, sits 140 back from Max Papis, and then Forta in the Multimacket Zanshu car is down 5 laps, and that is the 15 machine just ahead of Olivier Panis and Alex Brundle. Those two locked together right now in a battle for 22nd position. And here is a replay, or was that a replay? That was just a jingle, I presume. Catherine Legg is aboard the full... Oh, who's that having a little spin?
That Project 1, is it, or was that RHE?
56? Do I see 56? Yes, Project 1.
Project 1.
And it was a replay.
There we go.
Yeah, well done, guys. I didn't know you could do that. That's cool. Let's get back to it then. Catherine Legg is aboard the all-female Richard Mille car, which is 6 laps down. Beautiful interview just before I went to sleep with Catherine and Haley. And Catherine really apologetic for what she did a bit earlier on. Spun at the second chicane and then rejoined in an unsafe fashion. And actually hit the... it was the Romain Grosjean Corvette, wasn't it? At the time, it was right at the head of the field. So Catherine very apologetic, and then we replayed it to her to show her, and she was going, "Oh no, I don't want to see it." Oh dear.
Yeah, that was mean.
It was a great interview. I think both of us were off air at the time.
Yeah.
Rubens Barrichello is in the FA RB All in Sports car that Fernando Alonso had an accident with at the very start of the race, and unfortunately then had issues getting into the pits, couldn't get refueled. Let's go on board with it. Oh, the 94 hard into the wall. And who is aboard that 94 car? Patrick Pilet.
Were they stuck there in the gravel? Yes, look, that looks like they might be a bit stuck in the gravel.
And timing screen says they've stopped, so if they can't get themselves back to the pits...
Yep, there you go.
Rear wing is off that car, it's heavily damaged. I have a feeling that's just on the exit of karting as well, so he's not far away.
Not far at all.
And there we go, he disappears out of sight, and that does mean potentially we have another retirement.
Well, I'm going to try and find out exactly what is going on there from the team to see if that is... I wouldn't think that'd be something terminal. And there we go, look, 2 LMP2s off in the gravel. 22 and 23. Drama all over the place. There are cars a bit further down. Alex Buncombe just come out the pits. So he is one of those cars. I think this is going to be a replay.
Oh dear,
there we go.
Huge from the 23 car. And that was, is that really? That's a 23rd position.
23rd position.
Come on, Ben, wake up. So that is Brundle and Panis.
Yes.
Alex Brundle missing his braking point and nailing Olivier Panis. They're both continuing, but certainly I would have thought big damage for both of those, although they seem to be okay right now, running pretty fast down the straights. But we do have race control. I just saw Eduardo Freitas reappear, having had his sleep, and so race control will be looking into that, because I'm pretty sure that is not really on. And Alex Brundle just missing his braking point and catching Olivier Panis going into that first chicane.
Sorry, I've asked the guys at Motorsport Games have been updating me, and it was sort of obviously asked on air, any update on what happened? No, they don't know either yet. So we'll hopefully find out exactly what the problem was there for the Porsche, because we do know that it got stuck in the gravel, but it's gone back to the pits. Now we need to find out if it's going to get back in this race, and if so, how many laps down. So Rubens Barrichello in 25th position in the FA
RB All in Sports car. Oh, we've also got a Toyota Gazoo Racing Argentina car that's stopped in 12th position, and that's a bit of a worry. They've got good pace and have had good pace, but they are also stopped in sector 3 of the lap. So hopefully they also can get themselves back to pit lane. Timing screen not entirely reliable when it comes to these kind of things. Doesn't necessarily tell us if they've quit out the game or not.
Martin Haven confusing me there. He said not a clue, and so clearly that's not to do with...
that was something else.
That was something else,
yeah.
let's just say that, and of course it's. I think I can be forgiven for the time, but there we go. We'll get an update on that shortly. Now it doesn't say they've stopped anymore, so they're back in pit lane. So Pile should be getting back out onto the track now, hopefully anyway.
So let's go into the GTE category. Tommy Usgaard is aboard the leading Porsche. That's been right at the sharp end throughout this race. Usgaard and Yuyovsky had a great battle early doors. Yuyovsky's now nearly a lap back, 3 minutes back from Tommy Usgaard, although I think we're starting to get into the pit sequence. Jeremy Bouteloup aboard the second of the Porsches, the 92 car, and Pietla is in the 91 machine. Just 10 seconds between Yuyovsky and Bouteloup, so we could get Porsche up into 1-2. Then Pietla is on 1 lap down and 49 seconds ahead of Nicky Thiem, who's back aboard the Aston Martin 95. Terzic is in Corvette 64. Kevin Duran in the Dempsey Proton that was well at the head of the field at some point, just 2 seconds ahead of the 57 Team Project 1 Porsche. And then Petit in the feed racing is 2 laps down. Leo in the first of our Ferraris, the 71 car is the lead Ferrari, and he's about half a minute ahead of Corvette Racing's Voss. Felipe Massa in the Monaco-based Stronger Together car is ahead of Darren Turner, who will be at his base, at base performance, in the Aston Martin 98 car. They've got the full motion simulator rig there that they use for training drivers at base performance, and 3 of their drivers are using that particular rig. And then Jimmy Broadbent's male racing team with Rotting aboard down in 14th in class, 15th in class. Brioni for Aston Martin, Team Project 1, the second of the car, the 56 car, in 16th spot. Patrick Pile was 17th, back in the pits after that accident. And then look at that, the 2 Ferraris down, 9 laps down for David Tonitza, and 20 seconds back from that, Caruso in the 51 car. It has completely not gone well for Maranello, and what a shame. Still, the 71 car is in the mix of things, but certainly when I went to bed, I thought Benito was well up in the field.
Yes, well, it's been a changing race, isn't it? We could have been in a...
Was it a few hours ago?
It was a few hours ago. I don't remember.
Okay.
But yes, Tonitza was up there at one stage, where really it's been the domination of the Porsches up there, and Corvette have been sneaking up there in the top 10 as well. But it's been an all-Porsche show, albeit, of course, with the exception of the R8 GT in that Corvette, Romain Grosjean's team as well. So doing a fantastic job as a manufacturer in this race, Porsche.
We're getting more pit stops coming through for the LMPs right now. You can see lots of Ps on our timing screen. Canapino is in the pits, and who he is, in fact, just exiting pit lane. Agustin Canapino then giving up second position to Esteban Guerri. But there's no real big differences in strategy at the moment. So we kind of have had running all the way through, so they may have changed a little bit, but unfortunately our strategy computer's decided to turn itself off, so no actual idea as to exactly when people are due into pit lane. We will try and get that sorted for you once somebody with a password wakes up. But basically we're at that point now with 190 laps done. We do groups of 10 laps per stint, and therefore this is about the time that we get all of our LMPs coming into the pits, and then we can work out exactly where the battles are on track. But it has put Guerri in the Baikoles car up to second momentarily. Kiba Brzezinski is in the lead, 1 car for Rebellion Williams Esports, with Louis Teletraz I actually haven't seen Rafael Marcello. And they're in the pit lane.
That's the 94 Porsche that we saw stuck in the gravel earlier. They're still in the pits, and they're in the garage, which usually means that's going to be pretty terminal.
Okay. Well, that would be a shame to lose one of our Porsches. They've got plenty of cars, but another is the Golf car.
That's the Golf racing car as well. They've had a lot of problems in the recent laps, and they are also on screen being shown in the garage.
Well, they are.
There we go.
There they are. There was question marks over whether they would be getting back out.
I see. I thought the timing screen was showing them out on the circuit, but that couldn't be possible, could it? Because there they are.
I believe the pictures more than the timing screen, certainly, from our experiences so far.
Oh, really? Yeah, see, usually I don't really watch the pictures. I just watch the timing screen.
The old track commentator just commentating off the timing screen. Great to have you with us from all around the world. If you do have questions, please use the hashtag Le Mans 24 Virtual. That is where we are kind of basing ourselves, and these are the early hours of the Le Mans 24 Hours when interaction is key, and we are following the leading car. The illuminated number is the position, of course, rather than the car number. So that is Kuba Brzezinski, who shares the car with Nikodem Wisniewski, the two kind of established Polish Williams esports drivers, and then Rafael Marcello and Louis Delatraz. For me, both GT drivers rather than LMP drivers, but they haven't seen Marcello in the car yet, but he's been very, very strong on a different platform in GT cars. And I have seen Louis Delatraz, who was kind of fighting inside the top 6 the last time I checked, so they've really just been consistently creeping their way up through the field. And I think presumably the esports guys, Nikodem and Kuba, have been doing a great job to get themselves right at the sharp end.
Yeah, Nikodem and Kuba using their experience working together as teammates with success in the esports arena. And Delatraz, he's been very quick in esports in the F1 and F2 esports series over recent weeks. But Kuba at the moment in that 25-second lead over Esteban Guerreri. But this is hugely impressive stuff, as we mentioned earlier, with Bike-Hollis just slowly creeping up on that Rebellion car in the lead. And with everything that's been thrown at them, to see Bike-Hollis still up there fighting for second with 25 seconds to close down and 11 hours and 42 minutes to do it, what a story it would be if that Bike-Hollis car could get back into the lead of the race.
Ben Colson-Juris and Chris McCarthy with you. Both have plenty of experience in the sim racing world. Chris has been commentating on all kinds of different things during this lockdown period, but initially with huge experience on the Gran Turismo platform, and I've been very lucky also to be commentating across all different platforms, having raced myself, and now back to racing again in sim racing, which is really cool. Raced myself in karting and in the virtual world as a kid, and then gave it up for about 10 years, focused on real life and realized life's no fun without a rig. So I got myself a rig the last couple of weeks. It's been helping me a lot to understand exactly what these guys are going through, and Chris, pretty much the same thing. Although, how's your rig at home? Do you have a rig at home?
I wish I could. I wish I could fit one in my room at home.
Well, this is the same thing. This is the same issue, but I found the TR1 from Redline, which was small enough to fit in my office.
Right, there you go.
Yep.
So, no, I don't have one at the moment, but you know, I'm desperate to get back out and to get a rig together and start racing, you know, competitively on something like RFACTOR 2. But then again, with what we do, it's having the time to do it regularly, because you might be able to go and do a round or two, but then committing to a season, you start finding yourself working, and particularly with what we do on the weekends when everyone else is racing it, and it becomes quite difficult to do a championship. What championship is it you're in at the moment?
I do the Skippy's Mofo race series on Tuesday evenings from 8 o'clock 8 o'clock UK time.
And interesting name.
I don't know why. We've had, over the last couple of weeks, what's been amazing about racing in the sim the last couple of months is you get people were popping in. So I kept being binned by Alice Powell. Oh, there's the Toyota. Losing control and then taking out while sliding across the track at Indianapolis. Rubens Barrichello, I think that was. It may not have been. It may have been.
I thought that was that the Richard Newman car?
Yeah, I think it was actually Catherine Legg, this time being hit rather than doing the hitting. Completely innocent bystander. And losing a position, therefore, to Rubens Barrichello. That's why it doesn't quite marry up on my timing screens. But she is running again and running at a half-decent pace, so obviously not too much damage to that car. And it was the Toyota Argentina entry, which is Fabrizio Gorbi. And the last time I looked, before I went to sleep, they were up in 3rd spot, so they've had a dreadful run of things. Now down in 19th position, but this is the way endurance racing goes. It's the case of all 4 drivers. What's the pace of all 4 drivers rather than just one single driver? And you know, you save some of your drivers. Perhaps the slower driver will only need to do 4 hours, but it's kind of filtered through in one way or another, and things have changed. So yes, going back to racing at the moment has just been a pleasure. We actually have Adam Christodoulou within our league, so he races on a weekly basis with us, which is super cool, and he brings in friends. So when the W Series were kind of getting themselves up to speed and learning about sim racing and the platform iRacing at the time, they were all joining in with our series, getting used to stuff. But at that point, because they were just doing their first laps, they were absolutely useless and getting in the way, and it was a bit annoying actually, because you get these pro drivers coming in and you go, oh gosh, wow, this is exciting. Yeah. They're pro drivers, but form book ripped apart. Much like this, you start all over again, because all of these pro drivers that we know and love are actually rookies when it comes to sim racing, and there's a lot to learn. I mean, it was appalling. I was just appalling when I first started 2 months ago, but if you do give yourself enough time and enough experience and train your brain and train your eyes to digest all the information that sometimes when you're in a proper machine, in a car, you would be feeling through the bottom. You don't feel it through the bottom in sim racing, so your head has to do all the computing. It's tiring, but once you've trained your brain and your eyes to do that, then suddenly things start to click, and suddenly you can throw the car around, move the car around like you would do in the real world. I love a bit of oversteer when it comes to karting or in real cars, but I hate it in sim racing because I didn't know when the car was breaking away. I couldn't feel the rear end, but now my brain has computed it. I'm back to kind of dancing with the car and playing with it, and it's great fun. So I really enjoy my league on iRacing, and I also have a lot of time for a set of Corsa Competizione, which is just stunning, and I love a beautiful thing, and so ACC is the place for me. But this also just looks so realistic right now. RFACTOR have done such a fantastic job with their latest lighting update to really make this pop in a way that it hadn't really done before, and really hopefully invoking the spirit of Le Mans inside you in these early hours of the morning.
I was going to go and do some investigating there. I was going to have a walk over to Race Control and see what the score is with our number 94. The Golf racing car is back out, which is good news. It says they are now on a out lap, so Masculi is jumped in the car from them. But I may have just a quick wander over quickly to Race Control and see what's going on with the number 94 car, because we did see that get stuck in the gravel, loses rear wing, was struggling to get going, and then all of a sudden it vanished and appeared in the garage. So I'll be back shortly with hopefully an answer to that.
Luckily, Race Control not too far away, and there's not so many people at 3:20 in the morning awake here in our studios, so easy to access people. And here in pit lane is the number 10 machine, and this is Fabrizio Gorbi. So they are having a repair job getting on that Argentina car. We saw that car lose control in the braking zone in Indianapolis and T-boning Catherine Legg. Catherine is still out there and still running, although a bit of a mistake by the looks of things in sector 1 of that last lap. But repairs needed for Toyota Gazoo Racing Argentina. That's a big shame for them because they were running very strong early on. But it's all it takes, just that slight bit of concentration loss, and then a spin, contact with the car or wall, and and it's all over. We're watching Cool Racing. And Cool Racing with one of those cars right at the tail of the field. Erwin Barbier is aboard that car, and three of these drivers, Antoine Bourgat, Erwin Barbier and Nicolas Lapierre, all running from the base. In fact, I think all four of them are running from the base in Roche-au-Foron. Just going to check that because I say this like I know exactly where it is. La Roche-sur-Foron, I was right. La Roche-sur-Foron is a tiny little village on the border between France and Switzerland near Geneva. It's a place I drive through every time I need to go to Geneva Airport. And my father was extremely excited always to tell me that Cool Racing were based on the road between Geneva, the airport, and my house in the French Alps. And so all of those drivers are at the factory. So shout out to Nicolas Lapierre, who I'm sure is asleep right now. Erwan Barbier is the driver at the wheel of the car, and they're all sharing the simulator at Cool Racing. So they will be jumping in and out of the same simulator rather than doing driver changes, as we've already described, by clicking one driver in and passing it over to another driver in the another part of the world. A benefit to have everybody together, like Ferrari have done with Maranello, although Giovinazzi and Leclerc are not in Maranello. Pretty much everybody else from that team are. And Cool Racing, the only other team to have a full set of 4 drivers in the same place. We've got 3 drivers for TDS in the same place, but Larry ten Voorde, the 4th driver, is in Germany. We've got a couple of guys sharing a sim at their home, so Gasly and Jean-Eric Verne, those 2 are sharing a sim in Paris. Alex Lynn and Harry Tinknell are sharing a sim in Putney in London. Pierre Rag and Thomas Laurent sharing the sim here in our studio, along with the IDEX Sport duo as well. So different, and also Gulf Racing's Ben Barker and Andrew Watson, they're in London too, sharing a simulator there. And as we mentioned before, Base Performance are hosting 3 of the Aston Martin drivers, Darren Turner, Johnny Adam and Ross Gunn, in their state-of-the-art, high-quality driver training simulator. And shout out to Rob, I think it's Robin Bales, who's part of our Mofo League, and Robin is their engineer, so working alongside them. Shout out to him. Giuseppe De Foucault is the guy who is not in location. He's the 4th driver for that team, but he's not in the UK location, and that is therefore why they are not all 4 sharing the same one. But really cool to have that kind of atmosphere. The only other one that we've already mentioned is the Stronger Together team that have 3 drivers in Monaco at the ACM, the Automobile Club de Monaco, with Felipe Massa, the 4th driver, over in Sao Paulo. I love this idea of getting everybody together and kind of being in the same place and having an enjoyable, maybe not necessarily a party atmosphere, because they will be taking this incredibly seriously, but just having them in the same place, being able to enjoy this kind of thing together if you were able to do it.
Yeah, and you get to work together as a team as you usually would. It's that garage environment, isn't it, that you are able to replicate, and I think it's a very good idea to actually do that. Whether it gives you an advantage or not, I'm not so sure, but I think definitely there's nothing bad about doing it. There can only be positives, because you can react very quickly to problems, and rather than just having one team around trying to figure out a problem, if the other 3 cars are all running safely, then you've got 4 teams all around trying to help fix problems. Now, I did go over to race control. They are currently looking at the number 94 car and what happened there. They had a big crash, obviously coming through the end of the Porsche curves, lost a wheel, got stuck in the gravel. Now, what I'm seeing is that the 94 car is out of the race. I'm not going to say it with complete 100% confirmation, but it looks like the guys from Porsche are saying that their car is going to be DNF now due to damage. So that could be our 2nd car out of the race, unfortunately, which would be a real shame. And the number 99 team are experiencing a little bit of a problem as well, with one of their drivers losing internet and no other drivers awake ready to take over. So they're in a current situation of wondering what they were able to do. That was a small problem that Feed Racing were coming under. I think that they are okay now. But I think, unfortunately, race control were looking into it, and it didn't look like they were near making a decision, so I walked back to leave them. Eduardo Freitas and Dave Prescott currently looking into that, but sadly, it looks like we may have gone from 49 cars to 48.
And that's a bit of a kind of a rookie error, really, because as you well know, having that reserve driver always is so important. So, well, whilst you've got one driver doing the driving, there is always another driver on standby, whether it be the real Le Mans or any endurance race that I've done on a sim platform, ready to take over if the driver that's in the car has an issue. And we saw it earlier on. Of course, it's much easier during the day to do it, but with Simon Pagenaud having his issue with his rig, Juan Pablo Montoya was there to jump into the car instantly, and you need to have that reserve car. So yes, it does mean that perhaps you don't get as much rest in the middle of the night, but it's so important. You can't use everybody else as asleep as an excuse for missing hours of the race.
Yeah, it was just simply that they weren't able to get hold of any of the other drivers, and
presumably asleep.
No one's picking up. Basically, no one's picking up the phone, and I believe they're wondering if they can just keep going with Pettit in the car. So yes, that's something we're going to keep an eye on most definitely for the next few minutes, and any updates we get on the 94 I will bring to you as well. But other than that, everyone looks to be getting round safely so far. But this, Ben, is what nighttime at Le Mans does to you. It takes prisoners, and it looks like it's taken 2 already.
Ben Pierce on hashtag Le Mans 24 Virtual asks, what can you do to keep yourself awake during the night and the night hours of the race? Well, it's a weird one, Ben. If you are there as a spectator during the race, where then what I tend to do is actually I never tend to last the full 24 hours as a spectator because I've had too much fun during the evening of the race. The simple answer is, if you want to do the full 24 hours, drinking too much is not a good idea in the evening of Saturday night, which you obviously want to have a couple of beers and enjoy the concert, enjoy the fireworks, enjoy the incredible party atmosphere that is all around the circuit. It might be a massive circuit, but there are campsites and pockets of fans everywhere that you can enjoy. So don't drink too much beer if you're a spectator, and then you may well be able to last through. But you have to keep yourself moving, you have to keep yourself occupied, and of course, as commentators, we have to find the next story for you so we can keep our brains working, and that keeps us awake. As drivers, they will be absolutely buzzing. Whilst they're driving, they won't be thinking about going to sleep, they won't be thinking about being tired. There's far too much going on for them to even think about sleeping. It's only about 10 minutes after they get out of the car that they suddenly hit a wall, and bang, if they have not got enough adrenaline to keep them going, they will hit a wall and fall asleep. But a lot of the people, Alan McNish will tell us when he gets awake in the morning, a lot of drivers do not sleep throughout 24 hours because of the adrenaline, because there's so much going through your brain, your body. You're always thinking about it, and it takes a good couple of hours, and you have to be so disciplined with yourself. Chris, this is something you're going to have to do in a couple of hours' time. You're going to have to tell yourself, I need to sleep because my job is to be a commentator, and I need to be on form for the end of the race. And if I don't sleep, I shall not be on form.
Exactly right, and then I need to be awake again. That's another thing as well. Another question we're getting in is about working out the differences of performance between the cars. Now, there is a balance of performance in the GTE class, and Martin's talked a lot about this. One way that they were able to help make that balance of performance very equal, which works out the differences of the performance between the different manufacturer of car in that GTE classes. What they went and did was said, well, Porsche drivers, you can jump in the Ferrari, you can jump in the Porsche, or you can jump in the Corvette. You can jump in any car you want and go, obviously, as fast as you can. And then everyone out on track, or everyone that's going to be in a different car, will be going as fast as you can. Because what what sometimes could happen is, say you're the Ferrari team, you might tell your drivers, right, go a little bit slower, sandbag if you like, and when we get to the race, our balance of performance is going to be a little bit better.
This is a battle for 5th position on circuit, with Dominic Farber in the Jota Team Redline number 37, diving down the inside of the 2Cs Motorsports Abdullah Khalifa and demoting the 2Cs Motorsport car down to 6th position. It's been coming for a while. Khalifa does not have the pace of his teammates and the car around him, and so Farber for Jota 37, a familiar number for Jota, move up into 5th spot. And hello to Sam Hignett if you are awake. I hope you are. I hope you're following your team minute by minute. Sam, a familiar and well-known and liked face in the Le Mans paddock, had much success for effectively a small private entry in the early days, and with more backing in LMP2 from various gentleman drivers, he's really made a name for himself with Jota, and a great partnership with Team Redline for this sim racing event. Jota's second car is the 38 car, and that's the first car one lap down, but now sits in 10th position, and slowly, as others have issues, moving up through the field more and more. This is the battle for 8th position in GT. Petit versus Dennis Olsen. Feed Racing versus Team Project One in that purple machine. We're on board with Feed Racing. And the familiar sound of the Corvette C7R rumbling down the Mulsanne, where the LMP2's blasting past. Not quite close enough to make that move happen there. Lost a little bit of time trying to make the move happen through the first chicane. As we were talking about a little bit earlier on, choosing your overtaking point is particularly important, just simply because you don't want to lose too much time. If you try and do a half-ass move, that isn't really going to work. So you have to be intelligent about where you pass, especially in these GT battles when the cars are so familiar and are so equally matched. Corvette running just about held onto the car. I was about to say running very fast at the apex. It was a bit too fast.
Yeah, clearly it was, wasn't it? Just taking way too much speed into the apex there at Mulsanne. But you're right about those moves. You know, when you make that move, you've got to be committed. So don't show your nose too early. Don't try and make a move and then back out of it. Once you get yourself in a position to make that pass, do it first time and then immediately try and pull a gap. So I'm sure we're going to see a move coming shortly here from the number 99 Feed Racing car on Olsen in that Team Project One car, as they now come into the slowest corner on the circuit at Arnage, and you can really hear the engine of the Corvette powering us out of the corner there. And myself and Martin were actually talking about the best sounding cars from Le Mans. My personal favourite, I've only been once, that was last year, was the Porsche. From the times you have been, Ben, what's been your favourite?
Well, from the times I've been there, it was the V12 powered Aston Martin LMP1 machine that was not particularly competitive but sounded awesome. Sam Hancock drove the car, who I've had the pleasure to work with over the years at Le Mans. That was, of my time, the best sounding car, but every chance that I've had to hear the Mazda, the rotary engine Mazda, that you literally could hear run around the whole circuit, such as the noise and the volume and the intensity of that car. I think most Le Mans fans will say that was the machine for them. And actually, there's a fantastic photo. My father, for many years, was pit reporter for Radio Le Mans, and especially in the days where it was owned by Haymarket and part of the Autosport magazine kind of franchise. There's a photo of him asleep on the barriers with the Mazda blurred coming past him. He's very good at sleeping.
Clearly.
And an amazing photo. It should be framed in the house somewhere, but I've seen it a few times online. They were actually sponsored by Durex. The radio station was sponsored by Durex that year, and the T-shirt still exists at home. He's managed to keep that one, of all the things that he keeps. But it's a great photo, and that Mazda just sounds amazing. Johnny Herbert doing a couple of demonstration laps a few years ago. As we ride on board with the FARB All in Sports car, Fernando Alonso's machine, who's aboard that car right now. I think Rubens Barrichello was, he still is. So Rubens, of course, from racing over in the Northern Hemisphere, but over in America, he's not racing in the middle of the night. They're using these time zones very well. When we spoke to Rubens, it was probably early morning for him. That was a good 5-6 hours ago. And we do have Signature Alpine stopped. Yeah, we saw Signature Alpine stopped in the garage a few moments ago, and there's lots of discussion happening in our studio about exactly what's going on there. It could be various technical issues by the looks of things. And again, that Corvette picking up a good slipstream from the Project One Porsche, but catching in the wrong place and not being able to find a way through. So we were looking at Rubens Barrichello, yes, so he's in Sao Paulo, so it's not the middle of the night for him, and they've got a driver in Norway, a driver in Finland, and then Rubens in Sao Paulo and Fernando Alonso in Lugano. So they can play around with the time zones a little bit there to make sure everyone's not, you don't have to have people driving in the middle of their night and everyone gets a decent amount of sleep. Fernando Alonso tucked up in his bed in Switzerland, and Sao Paulo is where it's all happening for Rubens Barrichello right now. Now, we had some other questions. One for you, Chris. Paul Bogmer, Bogmer, says on hashtag Le Mans 24 Virtual, how come we're not seeing any yellow flags? I know there's no danger, but it would mix up the field if we had safety cars after crashes. I think that's the thing, isn't it? You don't need to have safety cars because a safety car is there to neutralize the field, to make the track safe, so that marshals can do their thing with repairing barriers and extracting drivers out the car. It's not necessary in sim racing, therefore a safety car is not necessary.
No, I don't think so. You know, in the virtual world, we can escape that problem of the safety car having to come out all of the time. And as you said, that's because of things like the barriers not being, not having to be repaired. But believe me, if there's an incident, drivers will be seeing a yellow flag on their dash. They will be seeing that they do have to take care during that sector. So that's something they will be aware of. It might not be something that we are seeing all the time, but believe me, that doesn't mean that it is not happening. And the less safety cars we can get in Le Mans, the better, I think. Yeah. You know, we had to get one earlier because of the red flag incident we have. But other than that, I would never really expect to see one.
Yeah, absolutely. And Eduardo Freitas, the real race director of the WEC and Le Mans, was kind of struggling with this philosophy. We do have a safety car. We've got a rig set up for the safety car, so we can put one out at any time. And I said to Eduardo, will you be using that? And he's kind of struggling in his brain to say, well, is there a necessity for it? Yes, if there's a big crash, maybe it feels right to put the safety car out, but at the same time, nobody likes a safety car, really. Us as fans enjoy bringing the field back together, compressing it, like they do, obviously, a lot in American racing. But the drivers don't like it because they've worked so hard for these gaps. You know, they're a couple of tenths faster than the next guy. So lap after lap after lap, they're a couple of tenths faster. They build up a 12-second advantage, which has taken them an hour and a half to do. The safety car comes out and nullifies it totally, and it feels so frustrating. So from a driver's perspective, they are much happier having a real result coming from their efforts rather than every 2 or 3 hours getting a safety car to compress the field. But I do agree that sometimes from a fan point of view, it does add a spice.
Yeah, I mean, particularly if we're going into the final hour and, you know, maybe we have 5 or 6 cars on the lead lap, and then we see a safety car and all of a sudden there is less than a second between the top 5. That's going to be very exciting. There's no doubt about that. And there's no reason, if we're to have a red flag incident and we have a couple of cars on the lead lap later in the race, then that's going to happen. And everyone loves that close end. Everyone wants to see a battle for the lead all the way into the last corner of the last lap. But that's never always going to happen in racing, and that's why when it does, we appreciate it as much as we do.
A key question regarding weather, lots of questions about the weather. Is weather simulated in this platform as we see the leader coming into the pits for a routine pit stop. Is weather replicated? How does it work? Is it based on real-world data, or is it programmable in this platform? You can have weather. We've had some test races in the rain.
Yes, we have, and all I can tell you is on R-Factor 2, the weather, driving in the rain is very, very difficult. When we had our test race, we saw a lot of the professional drivers out there in the wet, and there was a lot of drivers spinning all the time, and that is no surprise. It is like driving on ice at times. You have to drive at 80% maximum, Lewis was saying to me, around the Le Mans circuit in the wet, and if you go just a tiny bit offline, then you're going to spin. And so it is a really, really difficult challenge, even for the best of the sim drivers, to negotiate the wet weather on our Factor 2 around Le Mans, and when you have the professional drivers who don't drive in the rigs very often, and they're used to dealing with the rain as they usually would out on circuit, it's going to feel very different. So yes, there is wet weather. Yes, of course, it could happen during the race. It's not quite, I'd say, replicated in the sense of when the drivers are out there on circuit at Le Mans, it will probably feel a little bit different, but I'd say it's actually more difficult, so I don't think that's something fans would complain about.
And is it able to kind of replicate what we would see at Le Mans? So could you say, take the weather from, I don't know, your favorite weather forecast app, program it in, so if it rains at Le Mans, it rains in the game?
I've seen that done before.
Yeah.
I can't say if I've seen that done exactly on R-Factor 2, but I have seen that done in virtual races where they've said whatever's going to happen in that part of the world is going to happen in this race, or say, you know, the Interlagos track, for example, whatever happens there for the next 6 hours, that's what's going to happen in our race. So yes, that is something that does happen.
But it's not something that's happening in this race. We do have control. No. We have control of the weather. Yes, we are kings.
We do.
We have control of the virtual weather in this race, and it could rain. I'm not saying it's not going to rain, but if it did, it would be a huge struggle for everyone. And we would rather, we have amazingly seen complete dry races at Le Mans. Le Mans is very well known for throwing up weird weather, such as the shape of the circuit. You can have rain at one part and not at the other, and it's a very flat part of France as well, so the rain rolls in and we have huge thunderstorms, spectacular thunderstorms. When it rains, it does rain hard, but I don't think we're going to have any dodgy weather on this particular race, hopefully, but who knows? On board with Rubens Barrichello over the curbs at the Ford chicane. The pit stop cycle coming in, and we're about to click into 200 laps here at Le Mans with just over 11 hours remaining of this very first 24-hour Le Mans virtual. Good question has just come in as well. Where has it gone? I've lost it now. Damn, but thank you very much for whoever asked. Is there any talk of this becoming a annual event? Now, the first and easiest answer is you'll never see anything like this again. This is the weekend of Le Mans. Normally, hopefully, we will be racing for real at Le Mans for the foreseeable future on this weekend. And because of the busyness of all of these drivers with the contracts that they might have, you know, we've got 5 present Formula 1 drivers in this field. No way would you get them doing a sim race on their weekend off, although Max Verstappen is known to be doing that. Certainly we saw him at the start of the year doing 24-hour races, him and Lando Norris. But a lot of these drivers I don't think would commit in the way that they have done, because of the practice also involved, if they had a real world program going on. So it's never going to happen in June, and it's probably never going to happen with the field that we have today. But it certainly, I think, could happen, and we've heard rumours, and this is exactly the kind of thing we like in the middle of the night to say. There was a kind of a chat with the boss of WEC organisation, Gerard Neveu, that he would like to see something of this nature happening in the off-season. Now, of course, there is one problem with that, and we didn't get into the discussion, but WEC's off-season has been the summer.
Yes.
Because they have been running this alternate calendar that starts in kind of September time and runs through to Le Mans, and Le Mans being the double points last round. But because of the pandemic, it's going to be a bit of a switcheroo now, and the championship isn't going to end, I think, until next year at some point. And it's going to combine a second Le Mans into the championship series. So they're still going to get all of their races, and it's effectively going to place the championship back into the rhythm of conventional championships by starting at the start of the year and ending at the end of the year. So, okay, we could be going back to that, but if he does decide to switch back to the idea of having a season that is offset, then his off-season's the summer, and that's just not going to work. So who knows? That was a battle. That was a change for position, by the way, for 5th position. And that was our... Well, I was about to say it's the 33 car, but it isn't the 33 car. It's the 3 car, losing a position to 31. So Thibaut Casebon in the Panis car, that's why it's blue, has just got past Isaac Price in the Rebellion Williams Esports car. Isaac, a very likeable Brit for the Williams team, has represented Williams in the F1 Esports series, was their 3rd driver for last season's competition. But one of those drivers that is able to adapt to all these different platforms. And Chris, it is so important to emphasize that a guy who is fast on especially the F1 Esports platform doesn't guarantee he's going to be fast on rFactor 2 or even iRacing.
No, because you can drive the F1 Esports with a controller, with just as simple controller as you usually would, because the F1 game can be played on a controller now. A lot of the drivers in that will most likely use a rig, which they will then switch over to get their PC all set up so that they can play something like rFactor 2 or other platforms out there. But it's a completely different feel. You know, the F1 Esports is the F1 game, sorry, is going to feel very different to being in rFactor 2, let alone what car you go in, because the physics of the game are just going to be completely different to something like F1. I'd say it's a little bit of a step up from something like F1 Gran Turismo 4, so that's going to be your almost bottom level of sim racing, and then you get to rFactor 2, which is probably the highest, amongst the highest level you can get in sim racing. And then there's rFactor Pro, which is something all the teams will use, and that's something that us people will never be able to have a go in unless we are lucky enough to go to a Formula 1 team one day.
And it's all about how the marketing team, how the design of the game is being focused to a particular audience. So F1 want their game to be as accessible to the general public as possible, so it can sell as many copies. rFactor 2, as for me probably the purest driving form, comes from rFactor Pro, as you say, and rFactor Pro is designed for teams to do testing before they go into the real world. So it's all about how this platform feels, and it isn't easy to drive a racing car. No. It is not like Gran Turismo, where you could just jump on and drive with a pad and still be fast. If you wanted to jump into rFactor 2, you will need hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours to get to the performance that we're seeing in this game. And that is why there's been so much commitment from all of our pro drivers and our sim drivers to do what they are doing here today. rFactor 2, iRacing, and of course the Competizione, they are all focused on the people who want to feel like they are racing in a real-world car. They are okay with the fact that they may not be very good initially. They are okay with the fact that they will need to learn a lot, and the platforms themselves and the designers of the games are okay that they will not attract the mass audience. They will not sell the numbers that a Gran Turismo or an F1 game will sell, but they are proud of the fact that they replicate the real world. So it's all about that sim versus sim cage debate, and what's the most realistic of all the sims. Certainly there is a sliding scale, and F1 Esports, apparently, by the way, F1 2020 feels a lot better because of the feedback, because of all these races that we've been doing, they've managed to work really hard with some of the drivers like Charles Leclerc and George Russell to get some feedback from the drivers and to try and make it feel as the F1 cars would feel without taking away from that accessibility. So we wait to see exactly if and how they've managed to do that. But certainly, when it comes to R-Factor 2, when it comes to ACC, and when it comes to iRacing, they are sims. Well, they would like to call themselves sims. Then you can nitpick. Then you can start going, well, actually, the tyre model in iRacing is absolutely awful. By the way, it's got better. Anyone who's out there watching, thank you very much for the latest update. You can actually drive without falling off after one lap. R-Factor 2, though, their tyre model is absolutely nailed, and I think everybody out there will say that this really does feel like the real world.
And that just sums everything up for you, because no one has debates between, say, F1, Gran Turismo about tyre models, just taking that as an example. So there you go. That is why there you have the sim cage, if you like, and then you have the sims as well, because there is a lot more to them. There are a lot more complex, and there's a lot more work that goes into making them feel like you are driving a real racing car.
Stefano Busco asks, since these races are scattered around the globe, how big of an issue is latency when reaction time is absolutely key? And it is something that I've experienced on another platform, but I have to say, generally if a car has a bad connection, you can see it on the game, we can see it, and you can see how the car suddenly is moving around in an odd fashion. We haven't seen one car jump around. We haven't seen one car disappear and reappear from internet connection issues. So it seems like they've done a really good job here, despite the fact that we've got people from around the globe.
Trust me, those test races that we did, and it's something that no one would have been able to see, but in those test races, that is exactly what the guys were putting to the test, to say that word again. You know, it was to see when we have all these drivers tuning in from all around the globe, and during those races they were having driver swaps and pit stops as well. That's exactly what they wanted to test out, to see whether all the drivers could still get round without any issues, without any latency issues, as you said. And then they would go and test things like server crashes, just so they knew they had an exact procedure as the World Endurance Championship have this attention to detail of what exactly would happen if we have a red flag situation like we had earlier.
And it's so important for those of you tuning in who may not necessarily have that experience of a car around you that has a bad internet connection. Effectively what you see is that car reappear and appear and act weirdly, and you don't necessarily know or trust exactly where that car is. So then it's incredibly impossible to race it, because you don't know where to put yourself in comparison to them, because they are all over the place. So it's unfair on the competitors around you if you are a driver that comes in with a poor internet connection and tries to compete, because you then can't run wheel to wheel like you would, and it's incredibly off-putting to see a car jumping around and disappearing and reappearing again.
It's like trying to overtake a car down a country road, isn't it? You just don't know when you're going to be able to when you're going to be able to go past, and when you do, if it's going to be safe to do so. So yes, it is really difficult when that happens, and then when you do go for a move, there might be a split second where you don't even know where that car is or see it. So having that problem is a real issue. So far, I think things have been okay. We have had a couple of slow down issues, unfortunately, which have caused one or two incidents. But again, they are very rare problems that have come up in this race so far, and on R-Factor 2 in general.
Yeah, if you've watched like the Supercar series, especially the early races there, you saw cars completely disappearing, reappearing, and incredibly off-putting. But amazing job from the guys at Motorsport Games to have created such a smooth viewing platform that we are watching, but also for the drivers, an amazing place for them to compete. And yes, there are always going to be issues, there are always going to be bugs. That is Le Mans, that is sim racing in general, but that is also Le Mans. You cannot always have a smooth race, and if your rig has an issue, if your computer has an issue, if you have a connectivity issue, that is the same as having a gearbox issue, a suspension problem, a problem with your tyres at the real Le Mans. And, you know, certainly tyres. Everyone has the same tyres. They all come from the same place generally, although we do tend to have more than one manufacturer of tyres at the real Le Mans. And one tyre that you put on could have a defect to another tyre that you don't put on. That is luck of the game. And unfortunately, that is racing. It isn't fair sometimes, but that is how it is. So for those issues that we've been seeing on this platform, we take away so many issues that are in the real world, but we add new ones. And so we've just got to get used to that a little bit and try not to moan too much about it. We're watching, by the way, the car in 8th position. This is Casabon in the Panis Racing AAA car. He is catching, and has been catching, Pierre Gasly for the last couple of laps. Gasly racing in the Veloce Esports 1 machine that he's sharing with Jean-Eric Vergne. In fact, he's sharing the rig. So somewhere in Paris, those two are in the same place. Presumably, Jean-Eric is asleep whilst Pierre is doing the night stints. They've got Jarno Opmeer, who was an F1 Esports driver for Renault. I'm not sure he still is now. And Isaac Gillianson, the two Dutch drivers. And Veloce Esports 1 is now the leading Veloce Esports car. But looks as though, to me, Pierre Gasly may lose the position here. He did a really, really good job early on in the race to get himself past quite a few cars, but it does look as though his pace and everybody's pace is just a little off. You know, it's the weather conditions will have changed, the track will be cooler, the vision is more tricky in the night. I still stand by the fact that driving at night in sim racing is harder than driving at night in the real world. There does seem to be just less light. And Pierre Gasly probably getting one of his first experiences of a 24-hour race and night driving. I know a lot of drivers back in their early careers like to do 24-hour kart races. Certainly if there's charity kart races on offer, they get involved with that. But there's not so many opportunities for young drivers to race in 24-hour races on their way up through the single-seater ranks, especially to Formula One. So that's been Pierre Gasly's focus over in his career. And I would assume, therefore, this would be his first opportunity to do a 24-hour race and to race at night. Slipstream effect is really, really prevalent in the LMP2 category. And Casabon pulling up to the tail of Pierre Gasly, but no place to overtake into Indianapolis. Gasly just missing the curb slightly on the entrance to Arnage there. And now the sprint towards the Porsche curves. Tristan Vautier and Nicolas Jamin with Hani Al-Sabti sharing with Thibaut Casabon, the sim racing expert. And again, amazing to see a Formula One driver with, to be fair, limited sim racing experience already being able to pace himself against the very best in the sim racing world. He's doing a very, very good job here to stay ahead. May not quite have the pace, but it's only a fraction of a tenth of a second here and there. And ahead of Pierre Gasly in 6th spot is the 2C's Motorsport car that has Rory McDuff now aboard. So we should see that car start to go back up our timing screens rather than dropping down as it was in the hands of Al Khalifa. And Khalifa was in the car for a long time. I would have thought he's probably now done nearly all of his 4 hours compulsory. We may not see him race again. And that means that 2C's Motorsport car now has competitive drivers all the way through, with Oliver Rowland starting that car as the real world driver, but incredibly fast in the sim, even after just 6 weeks of experience. Rory McDuff and Devin Browner. Devin Browner was the guy who was actually leading the race before our safety car, our red flag that happened a few hours ago. Pit stops coming, well actually I was saying pit stops coming in. The Colles car in the pits, Esteban Guerri in pit lane right now from 2nd spot, but he's slightly off sequence, Chris, to the rest, because we were kind of seeing pit stops kind of every 10 laps from lap 200, but it's lap 204 now, and Guerri in pit lane.
Yeah, so like you said, he's I don't know if that's something were a problem or perhaps, but he's definitely gone off sequence somewhere. And we did have people actually saying online that he was on an alternate strategy perhaps by what he was doing. So in a way, no surprise to see that he is coming at a different time to everyone else, but that wasn't a bad in-lap at all, was it? Purple sector 1. And then I think that was a couple of personal bests as well through the second and the third. So he definitely came into the pits very quickly, did Guerrieri in that bicolor car. Speaking of pit stops, I'm sorry when I went for my fuel stop to get a coffee that I didn't bring you back one. But
that's right.
The machine, it ran out, and like many things I couldn't figure out, like many things in life, I couldn't figure out how to fix it. So when you go for your next one, I'm sure you'll figure it out.
Coffee machines, especially when they've got instructions in other languages, are an absolute disaster. A couple of guys asking, what cars do we have officially retired? In the GT category, Patrick Pilet had an off in the Porsche, and they've decided to retire the 94 car. Atzi Kirchhoff in the 20 Team Redline car that he shared with Max Verstappen and Lando Norris, sadly retiring just before I got back onto stint. The Signatech Alpine car has been in the pits a long time. I know, and I've seen down here in our studio, they've been trying to fix it. I'm not entirely sure what's going on with Signatech Alpine, but they've been in the pits a long time. Not necessarily yet an official retirement, but sadly the Toyota Gazoo Racing Argentina car that we saw going off track and making contact is an official retirement. Here we ride on board with Esteban Guerrieri, who's come back out of the pits on the 4 car. He's back into 3rd position, and the gap to his nearest competitor, Augustin Canapino, is about 55 seconds. So big gaps between our leading competitors. Kuba Brzezinski leading in the 1, Canapino is in the 13, Rebellion Williams Esports 1-2, Isaac Price 4th for Rebellion Esports, and Esteban Guerrieri therefore in the pole leading car sits in 3rd position, upsetting what would be a 1-2-3 for Rebellion Williams Esports, and a brilliant marriage. We talked about the different approach to this race. We've got some teams going it alone, like Toyota Gazoo Racing, like Team Penske, without the help of sim teams. We've got sim teams out there on their own, such as Team Redline, such as Veloce Esports, and then we've got the marriage of the two, which, Chris, that's kind of my preference, to see the joining of these two teams. Plenty of them, Jota with Team Redline and Rebellion with Williams Esports. Porsche doing it unofficially because Coanda are there, but they're not in the name as such. But we do know that there's a huge amount of help going from Coanda to Porsche. It's cool to see these two worlds truly mix up.
Yeah, because there are big teams in esports as well who will just work like the professional teams do, with engineers, with team managers, and then with contracted drivers as well, who are sometimes they're earning a few quid as well by being with that team. So it works exactly the same in sim racing. There will be slight differences here or there, but they are teams in sim racing and esports who will go out and pick up and spot drivers in championships and then sign them to that team, and then they will go out and help them enter different championships. And again, when this event got announced, you can just imagine all the Williams drivers would have wanted to be involved, but Williams have drivers who are R-Factor 2 specialists, and they're the guys that they would have pulled in for this event. Of course, a couple of their drivers actually were part of their winning team at the Le Mans Esports Series Autosport Invitational back in January. But we have the best of the best esports teams involved in this race, and then we have the best of the best manufacturers and teams from the FIA World Endurance Championship as well. And when you marry those two together, you get a very strong force, and you get 4 very strong drivers in each car. And that was a fantastic battle. And I actually had that question come through on Twitter earlier, asking if what has been the biggest surprise about the race, or has there been any? Has it been, you know, the cars, the teams, the drivers, the moves? I'd say, in a way, I haven't been surprised at all, because when you look at the entry list, all we were expecting to see is a fierce battle we're expecting to see very close racing, which we have seen. As it's Le Mans, you're expecting to see some incidents as well. You're expecting to see one or two unfortunate retirees. But overall, you're expecting to see very fast drivers putting in some very fast laps around the Circuit de la Sarthe. And it has just been a privilege, Ben, to sit sit alongside yourself, Martin and Lewis as well, and be able to witness this event.
And this is very much a unique race. When I heard about it the very first time and it was announced, it was one of those things, Chris, I'm sure you feel the same, you needed to be involved because, as we've already mentioned, this is probably never going to happen again. This is a moment in history for the WEC organization and a little bit the ACO to have a fully legitimate Le Mans 24 Hours on in a virtual platform with the support of WEC and ACO, the ability to put together these dream lineups that unfortunately us in the sim world, we wouldn't have the contacts to be able to put together a team of Rubens Barrichello and Fernando Alonso. Now they're in it, now they know how to do it. We probably will see them appear in other championships and in other 24-hour races. I think Rubens Barrichello said that they'll be doing a 24-hour race on iRacing next weekend. So they are now in it. But to introduce so many people to each other, with Rebellion and Williams Esports working together, with drivers from the sim world being able to work with drivers from the wheel world, that would not happen without the power of WEC and the power of ACO and the name of Le Mans. Having 5 Formula 1 drivers is unique, and so that is what this event has put together, that has brought together. It is a one-off, it's not part of a championship, and it is very much a one-off, because I'm sure we will never ever see anything like this again, because we're in such a unique situation with having no real motorsport running, although actually there is a 24-hour race running this weekend over in Portimao, and great to see that motorsport is getting it going again, and we look forward to seeing the real world motorsport season kicking off soon. In Europe, we've obviously got NASCAR and IndyCar already kicking off over in the US, but of course, being a domestic championship, much easier to manage the kind of the international travel than being a championship of the world and needing to get everybody across borders through airports and stuff like that. Formula One will be flying everybody from Biggin Hill. They've got the ability to, they've got charter flights that are able to fly the majority of people self-contained from Biggin Hill out to all these races, and so that's the way they're going to be doing it, making sure total control rather than allowing the teams to go through commercial airports and potentially picking up things. They're controlling it by getting everybody on the plane, and only really Formula One have that ability to do it. Remember, Bernie Eccleston actually owns Biggin Hill Airport and owns a couple of planes that he always got his team out to the races on due to cost, but now it's very much due to health as well. Very interesting, the kind of the structure as to how that they'll go back into real world racing. But just wanted to just shout out to Jake Sperry, who's a very opinionated man when it comes to sim racing. I was not bashing other platforms, I was simply explaining what how connectivity issues look, and we saw actually Max Verstappen. I was asleep at the time, and that's why I didn't see Max Verstappen having connectivity issues and moving around and jumping around the screen, but he apparently did have a few issues earlier on.
So we had a couple of slow what Lewis and other people on Factor would refer to as a slowdown, where essentially what happens is, as you're driving on screen, your car is going to look like it is standing still, but on the game you are still moving, and then when the game on your end picks up again, the car, say you're just come out of the second Mulsanne chicane and then you're halfway further down the straight again, your car is going to jump back to where you were paused from. So that is a car traveling very quickly, 100 meters, for example, and if there's a car behind, it causes a big accident. We did see that twice in this race, unfortunately. it is very dangerous. It can cause very big accidents. I say very dangerous, you know, no one is going to get physically injured, but it's very dangerous in terms of taking people out and the size of the incident that it can cause. So we've had a couple of those slowdowns, unfortunately. One just before I came back on, and then a couple while I've been here as well, unfortunately. So yes, that has happened, but look, this is a huge event. There's always going to be one or two, a couple of little connectivity issues on our way. But I'd say so far overall as a race, there would have been a lot of people out there, Ben, as you well know, that would have been almost sat there with their fingers crossed, hoping that the whole thing was going to fall apart on the first lap. Sorry to say that's not happened.
Unfortunately, the sim racing world seems to really want to be able to bitch about each other, don't they? They just love this idea that their preferred platform is better than the others, and therefore all the others will fall apart, and theirs is always the best. I am not of that opinion. I know Jimmy had a great chat with Jimmy Broadbent about this on my chat show last week. I love all sim racing, and I recognize that there are plus points and minus points on every one of the platforms that exists. We talked about tyre models, and my favourite tyre model being an R-Factor tyre model. It feels right to me in a way that others don't. I think that the multiplayer facet of iRacing makes it, and I was talking to, I think, was it talking to you or Lewis about in the green room about this, the ability to simply jump in to a multiplayer game with players that I've never met from around the world. I don't really know too much about leagues. I don't have, obviously I'm in one league, but I don't have the knowledge to be able to get into racing, and it's not as easy in R-Factor 2 to get into racing online than it is on iRacing. So that's the best thing about iRacing, is you can jump in, and at any point there's about 10,000 people online, and you can go racing. You might never know who they are, you may not have to speak to them, you may speak to them and become friends with them, invite them to the league that you run in. So that's the community aspect of iRacing is wonderful. And then ACC has the most amazing graphics, the most beautiful weather transitions, and the immersion, I believe, in iRacing, in ACC is fantastic. So they all have different plus points. If, as we said with Jimmy, we could put them all together and have the ultimate sim, then that would be brilliant. But unfortunately, there is obviously competitive advantages through different ones. And there you go. And the Motorsport Games and the ACO chose this particular platform to run the 24 hours with, and had, I'm sure, analysed all the pluses and minuses of all of the different platforms. We've seen so many real-world championships run on iRacing. Obviously, the race All-Star Battle runs on R-Factors. We've got an LMP2 facing the wrong direction there, and SRO run on the ACC platform. So they've all got their big high-profile events. At the end of the day, it is racing in the virtual world, trying to be as realistic as possible, and I think that's great regardless of what platform it is, and I'm not going to get sucked into being told that I'm bitching about one and not about the other.
Well, look, I was going to say, you know, like you've said a couple of times just recently there, that this is, we're never going to get this event again, because we're not going to get all of these drivers free to do this event. We're never going to be, hopefully never in this situation again around the world. Forever now, the esports community will probably debate what would have happened if we did this on iRacing, what would have happened if we did this on ACC. What I say to everyone in the sim racing community is this: we have never had this many eyes on our community from around the world. Everyone in motorsport, and not just people involved in motorsport, but people around the world. This is being broadcast on TV all around the globe. So there is so many people that have tuned in to this event. And in motorsport, sim racing and esports is all everyone is talking about. So just enjoy that. Enjoy the fact that esports is the most talked about thing within the motorsport community right now, and what we have to do is show esports in a good way. The last thing we want to do is create a bad atmosphere around this event within the esports community, and then deflect people away from esports in general, because it's such a fantastic opportunity that sim racing has, and off the back of this, Ben, people are going to be more people are going to be getting involved in sim racing than there has ever been. And we have to welcome all of those new people to our community with open arms. And from that, it's only going to grow even more. So I just think that people in sim racing need to remember that this is a huge opportunity. It's 20 years in the making. We all know that. And everyone that's put in the hard work to get here should sit here, watch this 24-hour race, with a drink and really, really enjoy it. And after this, the grids are going to be even more stacked than they already were.
Everybody is benefiting. I spoke to the project director of, the development director of R Factor 2 from Studio 397, and the numbers of downloads from all of the different platforms have grown exponentially due to the pandemic. So in an unfortunate way, sim racing has hugely benefited. I don't think anybody has a steering wheel and pedal set that you can just buy off the shelf today.
No.
Fanatec have a lead time of 3 or 4 weeks. I know some of the rigs are taking 2 months before you get delivered now. So we are, supply and demand is completely changed. And it was someone like Fanatec, it's a niche. It's a niche company for a niche sector of online competition. Actually, in terms of esports, sim racing's tiny, because you've got your Fortnite, your League of Legends. They've got hundreds of millions of downloads and hundreds of millions of pounds behind online competitions. So again, we're a niche environment in a much larger world online as well. But what I love to see is the real world learning from the virtual world, and with these guys working together, whether it be teams working together, whether it be broadcasters working together, being able to say, hey, look, this is how we do things in the real world. Maybe we could do that in the virtual world. I know that sometimes you commentate on some of the races from inside the game, and you're kind of having to be the director as well as the commentator. I have flatly refused to anybody who's asked me to do that. I said, no, because in the real world, we do it this way. You direct the pictures, and I will see those pictures and commentate on them. It allows me to focus on what I need to do as a speaker, and then you have a separate brain thinking about pictures. And so we bring the stories, we bring the learnings to each other, and I think everybody and the real world will benefit from so many lessons in the virtual world. Hey, why don't we do it like this? Because they do it in sim racing like this. Why can't we do it like that? I think that will happen a lot, and I can't wait to see how sim racing as a community responds and comes out the other side of this as a potentially much more professional environment than it even was before. And there was before the very heights of professionalism anyway, but with learnings from the real world, we all can make ourselves better. Pit stops are going to be filtering through again. So we're up to lap 209, 210. And that is where our leading cars will be pit stopping. Emily Jones, thank you very much for your support. One of the few people still awake at this time from Melbourne, Australia, and saying, I think that's an applause emoji. Yes, it is. And I think she likes what we're saying.
Oh, there we go. Glad to hear it, and thanks for staying. I'm maybe on reserve at the moment, but doing a fantastic job. They've been hit with a lot of problems, the original team, but Sophia Flörsch out for them now. Great to see them still getting round, and just finishing this race is going to be a huge achievement.
And if you do want to know exactly what's gone in behind the scenes to this, obviously WEC as an organisation will be putting together a behind-the-scenes video. We've got a couple of behind-the-scenes cameras filming us with our masks on, which is not exactly very flattering. Caught me this morning with my mask trying to drink a coffee. Turns out that's quite difficult.
Yeah, I bet it is.
I think we saw it in the NASCAR, didn't we? Some guy taking a glug of water with his mask on and just pouring it down himself. We will be doing behind-the-scenes videos, but if you want some up-to-date stuff, I've been doing a little bit on my social media as well as the FIA WEC social media, and it'll give you a proper idea as to just what is going on. We've got a team over in race control at the moment. Well, there was 5 people in race control. It's gone down to 3 because they're working in stints as well. Yeah. So race control's got 3 people. We've got Motorsports Games who are giving us the TV feed right now. You'll notice that our feed is slightly different to it was in the day because we're not adding in the onboard cameras that we were during our daylight hours. We do have a TV truck that you may see on my Twitter feed. I posted a picture of it earlier. That truck was adding all of the extra razzmatazz, the onboard cameras, the extra graphics, the interviews, and so that's adding to what Motorsport Games are providing, which is these race pictures, effectively. So the director of Le Mans, the person who presses the button selecting cameras between one camera and the next, is directing us here in the daylight hours of Le Mans, but he doesn't have to choose the battles. He doesn't have to tell a cameraman to pan left, pan right. I think he feels a little bit frustrated that he doesn't have that control, because directors are control freaks. But Motorsport Games is doing a fantastic job of providing us all of the battles, choosing the right pictures. Oh! Now that was interesting. Look, he doesn't have a rear wing.
Well, that explains why he would have been helped into a spin.
He was helped, but by nobody. That was literally under power. The rear end got away from him. Now, who was that? Because I think
was that a Jota car, or was that that's the TDS car? That might have been. This is, I think, a Rebellion, isn't it? Coming into the pits, it is.
That's our lead car.
Yeah, this is Canapino.
Now, yeah, I really wish that I could find out exactly who that was. It'll come up on our timing screens once he's completed Sector 2. I was slightly worried that it said 05 on the side pod, which would be our 5th place car. But it certainly isn't our 6th place car. Is that the car back in the pits now without a rear wing?
Yes,
it is.
That is. Who is that? That's the trick of Le Mans, isn't it? Trying to spot the cars. That's a Richard Neal car.
Okay, so that's our female racers. We were talking about them having a few issues.
Flörsch.
Was it Sophia Flörsch though that just
I mean, I don't know. That it looked like another car to me, unless we had 2 cars having problems.
Well, that was it would have been 25th position. So I did see a 5. So it could well have been. There we go. Thank you very much. The boys are listening and they're on form at 4 o'clock in the morning. It is the 37 car, and so that is Dominic Farber.
Yes,
so,
just having confirmation, yeah.
Yeah, so it was Jota. You were right the first time.
Yeah.
Stick to your instincts, and unfortunately, that'll be a very long pit stop for Dominic Farber, and he's going to drop out of that lead lap, I would have thought, by doing so. So I think that was the 37 was the lead Jota Team Redline car as well.
So the 38, that's Felix Rosenquist is in the other Team Redline car. They've not had a good day at the office, something that started really well for them, and 2 of their teams would have been labelled favourites for this event in the 38 and the 20. But so far, bad fortunes going around for all the Team Redline cars.
Yeah, and Rudy Van Buren updating me that they had driver change issues with that car, and so they lost a lap and a half at very early doors trying to get one driver out and putting one driver in. It explains why Antonio Felix da Costa, I think, did a quadruple stint at the start of the race. It wasn't planned, but he couldn't get out the car. They couldn't work out how to get him out the car. Yeah. So he carried on doing the stints, and once they fixed it, Rudy Van Buren got in, but they wasted time by trying to fix it. That put them a lap down, and they haven't been able to get back on the lead lap. So even if we did have a safety car or a red flag situation, they would still be that lap down, and they really needed to, in these stints, get themselves at least ahead of the number 1 and number 13 car to then, if touch wood we don't, but if we have another red flag situation, they would suddenly be right back in it again. And it was one of my lineups, tip for victory. Antonio Felix da Costa, super fast in the real world, in the virtual world. Felix Rosenquist was right at the front end of the IndyCar Challenge and did a bit of the All-Star Esports race on R-Factor 2. Rudy Van Buren, world's fastest gamer, the best on R-Factor 2. And then Kevin Siggy, who has recently taken victories on the esports all-star battle.
And he won the Formula E race at home challenge as well.
For BMW.
And has won a test with that as well, hasn't he? That, for me, I agree with you. That was, if anyone, when people ask me, who do you think's going to win? It was Jota 38. Because I thought that team has just such a strong driver lineup, and I've commentated on Antonio Felix da Costa in other esports championships, and I've seen how quick Felix Rosenquist is, and he actually did an event over in Vegas, the Visa Vegas challenge back in 2013, and I think he got a podium there. Don't hold me to that, but I know he competed in that event a few years ago against some familiar faces, and I think it was won by Gregor Hutu, actually, and he finished second to him.
Was won by Bono Huis.
That was it, yeah, Bono Huis, yeah. Gregor, I think, may have been third. But,
and it was actually won on the track and by the millions of viewers that were watching by Pakala, I seem to remember. But Pakala managed to have his boost on throughout the whole race, whilst everybody else didn't. And therefore, once it was investigated, the check went to Bono, because it was a huge prize pool. And we don't see massive prize pools. We don't see any money changing hands in real world. I think there's a couple of thousand for the Porsche Super Cup if you win that. But basically in motorsport, there is no monetary prize funds for winning other than in the American series where it's all part of the fun. Certainly European racing, no money changes hands. But in sim racing, there is prize pools. And the World Championship, for instance, on iRacing, was funded by Porsche. 100,000 last year went to Joshua Rogers. He put that in a bank account, very sensible young man, and he's going to keep that for a rainy day. 200,000 for whoever wins it this year. Max Verstappen actually has entered that championship and has been competing in it. But can't remember actually who leads that championship now. I know Sebastian Job was doing very well. Really sad to not see those Red Bull esports boys in this, because they really would have been right at the front end. But prize pools are another thing that is a bone of contention. Everyone in sim racing wants to win something, and there are opportunities out there to be able to do so. But for this particular race, it's all about the pride. It's all about the honour of winning the Le Mans 24 Hours virtual. And I'm sure there'll be relationships formed from everything that's happening, whether you win or you lose. Just a quick update, by the way. I just saw, thank you very much to Skankies on Twitter, who says number 37 got hit by the Penske, which is struggling with ping issues. And so that's the reason why it was missing its rear wing. And of course, then when it got up to speed going towards Indianapolis, it had no rear downforce and got spun into the wall. So very, very unlucky for Dominic Farber. And we were talking about ping issues a few moments ago. It's nothing that really the platforms could do about. And sometimes it's nothing that you could do about at home. I never understand. One day I've got great internet connection, everything's super settled. The next day it's jumping all over the place. And it's not necessarily your speed, is it? It's the consistency of the connection.
Yeah, it's been a problem for me with commentating at home as well. Trust me, and it can be the most frustrating thing. I mean, these guys are all going to be wired in, of course. All of us involved in esports would know that, and I'm sure a lot of you at home would have had a good stab at a guess at that. Yeah, it is the speed, as you said, and with people coming in from so far around the world, there are going to be some drivers, the likes of Brendan Hartley, all the way from New Zealand, that may have a slightly lower ping than some of the other drivers out there. But it's unfortunately one of those things you just can't help. And the Prios, the Multimatic Sancho team, actually they had a problem with that right at the start, didn't they? And unfortunately, Andy Anser, that's two drivers in one rig who effectively both out at that time and couldn't do anything. They couldn't even, as two drivers, they can't get in the car. So then they had to turn to the likes of Mike Epson Co. To jump in for them. So yeah, it's a frustrating thing, but it's like any mechanical problem in racing.
Exactly. It's like a tyre failure, it's like a gearbox failure, it's like a suspension failure. We don't have those things in this sim racing world. The cars can't randomly combust. They do tend to stick together. They do tend to stay together unless you do something which overheats the engine or damages a car by hitting a curb or by hitting a barrier. So in the real world, you can be driving along and suddenly you have a gearbox problem, a suspension problem that was no fault of your own. That doesn't happen here, but internet connection issues or sim rig issues, as we saw with Simon Pagenaud earlier, is something that happens. Just a quick update on our GT category as we continue to watch Fernando Alonso, who is now aboard his car. So that's interesting. Fernando decided to get up in the early hours of the morning to do a stint. 4 o'clock local time in Lugano. Arjan Guven leads for Porsche in the 93 car by just over 2 minutes ahead of the Romain Grosjean Corvette, which has been the best of the Corvettes throughout this race. They are 25 seconds ahead of Jeremy Bouteloup in the 92 Porsche Esports team car, and they are a minute ahead of Les Sorensen in the first of the Aston Martin. So the reason we're not seeing too much of them is the gaps are pretty large. Mitch de Jong over in America is running as the third of the Porsche Esports team cars, the 91 car, and he is Mitch is about 9 seconds off the back of Les Sorensen, so we may see a change there, but he is around a minute and 50 seconds ahead of Leo Hartog in the Dempsey Proton car, which was well up the field early doors, and in fact, is that the 90? That's the 93 car there, so that's our lead GT. And then 30 seconds between Hartog, 2 minutes between Hartog and Jan Magnussen in the first of the Works Corvettes. Dennis Olsen in Team Project 1 is then 30 seconds back from that. And then we tick over to 2 laps behind the leader, the Feed Racing car in the 99 car. Then the 63 Corvette, 45 seconds behind them. 9 seconds behind that is the first of the Ferraris, the 71 with Lorito aboard. Felipe Massa is in the Monegasque entered Stronger Together car with team manager Princess Charlene of Monaco. I like that. That's really cool. Second of the Ferraris, well, actually third of the Ferraris, because Massa is in a Ferrari. De Foucault in the 98 is in an Aston Martin. Then Robert Wickens is now aboard the 67 male racing team. That's the car that Jimmy Broadbent is racing. I can't wait when we get our full TV truck back up and running to see Robert Wickens running, because we've had the ability to watch him on the IMSA feed, and amazing how due to his injuries from that crash in Monaco in IndyCar, he doesn't have full use yet on strength of his legs, so he's using his one leg to do the accelerating, but he's using his arm to brake, and he's actually got what would be a handbrake normally to press on the brake with his hand and then fade off, which means to try and trail brake by basically braking into the corner, he is braking and turning one arm on one, so his muscles must be absolutely steaming by the end of a triple stint. He did a 90-minute race on Thursday evening in IMSA, and he'll be doing a similar stint here in the GT category. We only have a couple of retirees. Toyota Gazoo Racing Argentina has retired, unfortunately, after an off. Patrick Pile in the 94 Porsche has retired. The Team Redline car is out of the race, sadly, the Lando Norris Max Verstappen car, but it looks to me as though everybody else is back up and running. So we had question marks over Signatech. They are not in the studio right now, but they are back up and running thanks to, he says, trying to find them, Andre Negrão over in Sao Paulo, who has taken over that car. They are well down. They're 43rd and mixing it with the GT cars, but that is a good look at exactly what's happening out there. Philippe Albuquerque has just got into the United Autosports car. The number 22 is down in 21st position. Alex Brundle's been doing a sterling job in that car over the last couple of hours.
Oh, well, whilst you're away, Ben, just want to go back to the Marlow team. Rob Wickens has had a huge amount of problems so far in this race. Now, every time he's been trying to go out, he's been having his steering wheel stuck on 100% force feedback. Now, as you said, he's braking and turning, braking with one hand and turning in at the same time. Imagine trying to do that with 100% force feedback. So Rob Wickens hasn't actually done a huge amount of laps in this race so far, and it actually caught out everyone who was watching Jimmy Broadbent's live stream, because Rob Wickens quickly came back into the pits, and Jimmy Broadbent had to get himself ready again and back out into the car. So I hope this means that that's fixed, but that's definitely one to keep an eye on. If Rob Wickens is able to stay out here for a few more laps, I think that means they may have got that problem fixed. But don't forget, he's got to rack up at least 4 hours in that car before the end of the race. But yeah, I don't know if you've ever tried it on 100% force feedback with one hand.
And he's got a great rig too. He's got a direct drive, very strong steering wheel. So he will be experiencing 40-50 Newton meters of torque in that wheel. Ouch. Yeah, one-handed, one-wristed. That'll be a good workout for him. We did see, it's a very weird sensation when you don't have any feedback, as Simon Pagenaud had to do half a lap with no force feedback in his steering wheel. A very weird sensation. You could do it, but you don't have any feedback at all. It's like, it's very alien for your brain. one last question before you go, because it's time for your bedtime soon, which is very exciting.
Thanks, Dad.
Are there any restrictions on using VR as a driver? We've had a look during our daylight hours at some of the rigs, but we've not seen anybody with VR goggles on.
I don't believe there is any restriction. It's down to a personal choice, but I wouldn't imagine that people would be using VR, and this Lewis might be able to pick this up when he jumps on the mic, but I don't think that there are no restrictions to that. But you know, when you use those VR goggles, it can make you can start seeing double after about 20 minutes of having those things on, and you can it can make you very dizzy. So I think I remember actually, speaking of Jimmy Broadbent, when he first used it, I think he almost wanted to be sick after doing just a few laps in it. So yeah, I wouldn't imagine people using those, to be honest. But you know, we've got cameras on all the drivers, so who knows if there anyone is out there that is using it. I'm sure we'll see it at some stage.
VR goggles allow you to be able to move your head like you would do in the real world and be able to look left and right, but I think, as you say, over a triple stint, I think it's just too much, and you will be feeling horrific, the motion sickness that you feel because you, as your body is static, but everything is being rattled around you. You could do it for a 20-minute race, I reckon, maybe even a 45-minute stint, but I'm not sure hour after hour in a Le Mans race. I'm not sure it also benefits you enough, because the close contact nature of a sprint race is very, very useful to have. We're not really in that position in it now. A spotter is good enough. Although, actually, we were talking a little bit earlier about the potential to use Crew Chief. Crew Chief, a third-party program that interacts with the sim, whether it be RFACTOR, whether it be other platforms like iRacing or ACC. It's built for all these different platforms, even Automobilista. And it's a very, very what's the word? Lost the word. Very, very good. Going to use an easy one.
There we go.
That's a good word. And it gives you loads and loads of information about what is happening. So you have a race engineer, which will give you lap times, fuel, and all that kind of stuff. And then you have another voice, which can be your spotter, telling you where the car is around the circuit. Now, definitely something that I would be using if I was racing in RFACTOR, because inherently RFACTOR doesn't have a spotter inside the game. But within the regulations, you have to have, you're not allowed any third-party apps. So I don't know whether that counts as a third-party app. You can't. You have to have the basic download of RFACTOR 2 for the game, and whether that means you can't have Crew Chief, not sure. But it'd be a huge help for the proximity and understanding where cars are around you, especially to have it.
Yeah. Any assistance you can get, you'll want it, particularly in a race like this. You know, we can see we are deep into the night here in Paris, and in a couple of hours we're going to start to see the sun come up. But
you'll be in bed by that point.
Yes, of course, and yeah, I will be. Don't worry. But yeah, in the night, that's gonna really help. Yeah, having that around you, because it can be hard to see the LMP2s coming in from behind, and of course dealing with traffic as well. If there's multiple cars ahead of you, is going to be difficult as well.
Watching Fernando Alonso in his FARB All-in Sports machine, and after early issues, back out onto circuit, and with these cars falling to the wayside around him, that team is progressing up through our leaderboard. They are 22nd now. Brendan Hartley is back aboard the 8 Toyota Gazoo Racing. They are in 16th spot, and Kobayashi is in pit lane in the sister car, the number 7 machine, and potentially doing a driver change there. Pit stops starting to come in again midway through. This is normally when we see Baicoles pit, and indeed Esteban Guerri has just come out of pit lane again, off sequence in comparison to the rest of the field. So we won't know how that's going to really play out until we get much closer to the end of the race. But what it does allow when Guerri goes into the pits is it promotes the number 3 Rebellion Williams eSports car up a position. So we do see that Isaac Price manned car at the moment alternate between 3rd and 4th. But Brzezinski leads Romanidis by 58 seconds. So the gap's not changed there, but those two team cars, it's almost as dominant as Toyota have been the last couple of years at Le Mans. Sad to see some of our challengers, especially Team Redline, fall on the wayside. Because by losing Team Redline, we lose 2 of our Formula 1 drivers, Lando Norris and Max Verstappen, and we lose their entertainment of their streams as well. And I know they've been providing a lot of entertainment for you guys that have been able to watch watch more than one stream. We aren't able to do that here, so we kind of lack some of that information that you guys might have. But I would advise you, if you've got this open and you've got the ability to have a couple of other streams, go search Jimmy Broadbent's on YouTube, and I think he's doing the full 24 hours, so you've got the ability to see that. Charles Leclerc, when he gets in, he'll be probably on Twitch. There are loads of drivers doing their own perspectives, and it gives you an idea of just how intense it is for these drivers and how seriously everybody is taking it. It is fun, but it is incredibly serious, like no other sim race that we've seen.
You know, this is a highly competitive event. This isn't just something everyone is doing for fun. The likes of the Toyota Gazoo racing team, you know, they're doing this to have that team experience of racing in the 24-hour Le Mans, not just as drivers, but as engineers as well, and competing in that and working together as a team again to prepare for the start or for the restart of the season. But at the end of the day, I think after the 24 hours is finished, everyone will have hopefully enjoyed the experience, because it is a unique one and something we may never get again. So I'm pretty sure that's something all of the teams would have said to each other. Look, let's go out and try and do the best we can, but let's also soak up this atmosphere, and I say atmosphere, this virtual atmosphere, and enjoy the experience as well.
And of course, if you were with us at the very start of the race and you'll be able to watch again, I think the guys here at WEC did an absolutely incredible job to somehow bring the spirit of Le Mans, the expectation and excitement of the start of the race to your streams, your TV screens, kind of playing in last year's starting ceremony with the sim, with the national anthem. It was very impressive when we started lockdown, seeing how the real world dealt with putting together the virtual races. So we saw, for instance, IndyCar doing their Gentlemen Start Your Engines. We saw even the prayer that they do at the start of the race being incorporated into the broadcast. And you know, each time somebody came in, they came in with a new idea, they brought in a new philosophy and just kind of upped the level. So amazing now, kind of that we're hopefully at the other side of this pandemic, and certainly at the other end of our lockdown sim racing bonanza, if you like, with real worlds now building momentum and focus going back onto getting real world racing back underway. Le Mans have been able to look at what everybody else has done, gone, oh, I do like that studio setup of supercars, oh, I love the fact that they do the national anthem on IndyCar, and the seriousness of the way they do that is great. And I have to say, Gerard Neveu, the main man of WEC, was the person saying to us in a meeting a few weeks ago, I have been watching all of these things. I want to bring this into that. I want to bring that from this. And you know, he's made this very much a personal project to him to try and make this the spirit of Le Mans, but also the best that he could possibly do. And it's fantastic. And I think for many people out there, he has done a fantastic job. And yeah, certainly, it's just absolutely spellbinding. I never realised just how awesome this would be.
And as I come down pit lane, shall I say, and prepare to head back to the garage, what I will say is that build-up to the start of this broadcast, now I know how the drivers feel before the 24-hour of Le Mans, because we were all looking around at each other going, this atmosphere was absolutely amazing. It's been an amazing event to be part of so far. 10 hours left. Goodness knows what would have happened by the time I get back, but I'm going to leave it to yourself and Lewis, who is back from a kip now to take my place.
Chris McCarthy, thank you very much. We'll be hearing from Chris before the end of the race after a well-earned rest. A mammoth stint for Chris throughout the whole of the daylight hours and then into the night. And now Lewis McGlade back with us for the real graveyard shift. I thought mine was bad, but you've got a really bad one. Managed to have a bit of sleep, Lewis?
No, I had a couple of hours.
I don't know, you did go a couple of hours,
did a couple. I went to bed and I was like, right, I'm going to go to sleep. Kind of lay there for about 20 minutes and you think, what's happened in the race? I've got to send, what's happening? You turn your phone and then that's it. There goes an hour. So I followed little bits. Oh, I think that's the Axel car going off at Mulsanne. It's a lot has changed since I left. I reopened my laptop for the first time with the top 3 very different. Very, very different. Somehow the Bicollis Burst Esports is almost back in this. And obviously the Rebellion Williams Esports, well, it's a 1-2 at the moment.
Fleet.
Since Isaac Price has come into the pit lane. Everything is very different than how I left it.
Yeah, absolutely. So most are still on the schedule of pit stops that you would expect. So pitting lap 1, the next one due is 2:19, 2:20. But the Bicollis car is out of sequence, and now we've got our strategy computer up. I can work out how. But I do apologise, by the way, to all of those of you, and I've seen Oriel Servia tweet about this. I do apologise with the kind of the lack of information we've been able to give you regarding kind of strategy and almost even names on the graphics here. Numbers, I know, are not necessarily enough, really, when we've got so many famous drivers and so many famous competitors. Unfortunately, those graphics also, at this point of the evening, are not manned. They're completely automatic. So I do apologise if you're struggling to follow exactly what's going on. I would point you to our live timing link, livetiming.alcamelsystems.com/Le Mans 24, as our Richard Mille machine goes for a loop around Indianapolis. Interesting to hear that from Catherine Legg about the focus on working together as a team, because of course this car will be entered into the real world event in September. An all-female lineup, and Sophia Flörsch is aboard that car right now. So yes, if you want to follow a bit more, livetiming.alcamelsystems, Camel with a K, .com/LM24 virtual will help you understand who's in the car and the gaps involved as well. We can see the gaps on the left-hand side, but unfortunately it doesn't show us the drivers. It doesn't show the kind of the stint lengths. And we have all that data in the computer. It's just getting it out and getting it to your screens. But we'll do our best, and as we get closer to the end of the race, we will try and ramp up the battles that we know are happening, and I will do my best, and I know Lewis will as well, to try and keep you up to date with the movers and shakers. But to be honest, right now, as you can see with the gaps on the left-hand side, there are not many big battles happening on track. Possibly the closest one right now is for 11th position. Cornelius in the WRT car has Colapinto in the IDEC Sport machine just behind. But it all keeps changing because we're in the pit stop sequence right now.
Yeah, Alex Siebel for TDSC Racing Motul in the pit lane. That's the number 46 car that's currently in 10th place, dropping down the order. And of course, you've got your battle in the. This is the one thing that I hadn't checked before I came back on air, was the what was happening in GTE. Still pretty close. 3 cars on the lead lap. 3 cars still fighting for position. Ferrari very much not a part of that anymore. Unfortunately, it's Porsche versus the Corvette of R8G Esports. That's Roman Grosjean's team. I believe they're working with, for the sim racing guys, a team called AAA Esports, which is the ones that's also working with Panis. They've got Risto Caput and Erhan Yovsky from the sim racing side of things. Of course, they had an incident with Catherine Legg earlier in the race, which caused issues. Obviously, they seem to have repaired damage. I didn't get a message from Risto. I'm almost a little bit disappointed there, Han. If you're watching at the moment, pass that message on. Where's my information? This is the obviously in motorsport, you can go down there and you can ask, hey, what's happening in the pit lane for you guys? Whereas in sim racing, you can still just get a message on Discord as we watch the E-Team WRT fly its way through the Porsche curves. This is the battle that you were talking about, just 1.7 seconds, or less than that now, from the IDEC Sport racing car as they race their way through traffic. And, well, you know what they say, the traffic giveth, the traffic taketh away.
Brilliant. Just delving a little bit into why that Bicollis car is off the sequence, if you like. You may remember, if you were with us just after the yellow flag period, I know at that time I was still awake, Jesper Pedersen had done a double stint, and in his third stint had an issue with his steering wheel, that a mechanical failure by the looks of things for his steering wheel that sent him to the inside of karting and into the wall. That meant he came into the pits to repair the car, and also I think he got out the car and handed over to Tom Dillman. That was after just 5 laps of his stint, and so that then put them off sequence, because Tom Tillman then did a 10-lap stint, and that is why they are 5 laps different to the rest of the field. Now, of course, we're so far away from the end of the race, we don't know how that's going to end up affecting their amount of pit stops versus Rebellion Williams. But what we do know is when Guerri goes into the pits, when the Bicolors car comes into the pits, he falls behind Price in the number 3 Rebellion Williams Esports, and then when Price pits 5 laps later, he falls back behind them. So it's a bit to and froing with the strategy. Isaac Price also, by the way, now being chased down by the 2Cs Motorsport of Rory McDuff. McDuff 9.7 seconds back, so we'll keep an eye on that battle for 4th position, because it is getting a little bit closer again. And McDuff, the 2Cs guys, they've got their kind of, I don't want to be rude about Abdullah Al Khalifa, because he's a very fast driver, but he's the slowest of an incredible lineup there at 2Cs, and he has done a big old stint. I need to find out if he's done all of his driver time, and
he won't have been able to yet.
He's done 2 big stints though.
I know they. So I messaged. Oh, there was a car off in the Porsche goes there as we ride on board with the number 4 Bicolors with Burst Esports. I know he was in the car a little bit. Of course, they did get him out a little bit earlier. They didn't drop a lap down, which, to be fair, credit to him, because this is still mighty fast at this point. So, you know, hats off. But then, so they've handed it back to their A driver to basically repair some of that time damage. But they will have a bit more of that to fill, because, of course, he's only been in the car as Abdullah Al Khalifa for 1 stint, and obviously we have that mandated limit where it's 3 hours every 5 hours, so they can only do three of the 5, and then once you pass the 5-hour point, you can get back in the car again. And obviously we've got that 4-hour minimum driver limit, so you can't do that all in one go, so they do have to spread that out across a couple of stints.
Yeah, 32 laps in the books.
That's good
for Abdullah Al Khalifa.
And
32 laps.
How did he do that? Like, as in, like, what was the stints? Because that was 4 stints.
Oh, don't ask that. That's I just about managed to work out how his computer works to get to 32 laps.
Oh, here we go. Here's the instance. So we've got the 67. I think there was the Fernando Alonso car involved in all of this. It's a bit mad, wasn't it?
And that was Robert Wickens in the 67. So Robert, we've heard about how he's been struggling with the male racing machine and his force feedback systems, but unfortunately, potentially an issue there with Fernando Alonso, and race control will be taking a look at exactly what's been going on there. So back to Al Khalifa, his best lap, a 3:30 flat.
That's not bad. I know that's that. You know, obviously that's a few seconds off of what the sim guys are doing. But to be fair, that is really not an awful time. You know, if you can knock those off consistently, you won't lose that much over a stint. It's 5 seconds here, 5 seconds there. Of course, that's 50 seconds over a stint. But that's stuff that you can sort of make back over the course of a race. Let's seeing into this is with Fernando Alonso into the Porsche cars. I thought it was a replay, but he's going for a spin. Oh, this is a replay, I think, and we've just not got the graphic for it. So
but then he comes back across the circuit. Cardinal sim number 1, keep your foot on the brake when you've spun. And Fernando, having lost control, can you call that an unsafe rejoin? I mean, didn't really have any willingness to rejoin at that point.
You know, I would, in the sense of, because I'm assuming the rule is in there somewhere about it's to do with failure to lock brakes and stuff. So when you're spinning out of control like that, if you hold, think of it this way: if you hold your brake from that point all the way down to you're locking your brakes, you from that point go in a straight line, and a straight line is predictable.
Yep.
So if he's doing that, then he's doing everything he can to make sure that he doesn't rejoin the circuit. And if he does, he's almost rejoining it in a more predictable manner. If there's nothing he can do about it, then that's the best way. Obviously, he wasn't doing that in that scenario, so the car was flicking about and it was going at inconsistent speeds. Robert Wickens coming through, just basically wiped out, and there's not really much you could do about that scenario, unfortunately. And hopefully, he has found out how to turn his wheel down from 100%, because that will hurt.
That would really hurt, yeah.
I know for those of you sat at home wondering, we've spoken about direct drive rules, and don't worry, I'm not going to go too far into it.
That's all right, you can now.
We are at Nerd Hour. Effectively, a direct drive wheel is plugged into a very powerful motor, and it's the same kind of motor that you would, and this is genuinely, like the same kind of power that you would power an escalator with, right? They're not weak. Normally, in sim racing terms, they'll run at about 20 Newton meters of torque. I've heard Jensen Buttons lowered his down to 12, as we've got a little bit of a change for position here between the 17, that's Colapinto, and that is getting past the E-Team WRT car of Cornelis. Very nice into Indianapolis there, an upper position. But those in that sense, if you have it running at 100% at 20 Newton meters of torque, and I am not joking here, if you hit something really hard and it does 180 degrees at the time, that can genuinely break your thumb. And that's not something to be messed about with. Like, it can really, really hurt. So I really, really hope that Rob Wickens has been able to turn that one down a little bit whilst when he handed the car back over to the not birthday boy anymore, Jimmy Broadbent.
But 500,000 followers. Subscriptions, so he's managed to get
got
that.
There?
Yeah, he's got there.
Oh, congratulations.
Yeah, absolutely amazing achievement. When we're talking about lap averages and lap speed, we talked about Al Khalifa doing an average, the best lap of a 30 dead, and then his best 10 lap average is a 30.7. That compares to the likes of our sim drivers, Atsi Kirchhoff, who's at the head of the field, and Rudy Van Buren. Best lap, a 25.336, best average of 26.0, and Atsi has the fastest lap of the race before sadly retiring out of the race. So you can see the difference, and that, over a course of a stint is quite a big difference. And we do have all the driving times and stuff like that. Interesting to see Ryan Tveta with a driving time of over 4 hours. The last time that car was out, and that's against the regulations.
Yes.
I don't know whether the live timing has got something a little wrong there, perhaps. But according to the live timing, Ryan Tveta in the 18 Veloce Esports 3 car was in the car, or has the last time he was in the car. He was in the car for 4 hours. So that may be because they didn't declare the driver change, and therefore it's counted against his name rather than others. But I'm sure if that was genuine, race control would have already given a penalty to Ryan Tveta, who was in the car quite early on, actually. So it could also be that during the safety car period or the red flag period, it was counted a little bit too.
Well, it's very easy in that sense for some drivers not to have the name change, because of course that graphic on the screen is done manually. I'm sure, like you say, race control, I'm sure they've got that one sorted. We've got a little bit of a battle for position on screen at the moment. 1 second separates Olsen in the Team Project 1 car. That's the one that's Butler Powell Motorsports. That's a team which Jimmy Broadbent drives for, along with a few others in, I think it's VLN of some description. They're doing some sort of racing around the Nordschleife. And of course, Rene Butler, the main runner of that team, does some things behind the scenes for 397, as well as doing some commentating. And he's being chased by Jan Magnussen. Now, just being in a sim race, being chased by Jan Magnussen is enough to make me go, oh my God, are you kidding me? Like,
you're dreaming.
This is AI, isn't it? It's got to be AI. Anytime I see a name like that, I'm just like, yeah, no, definitely not. But still, 1.1 and a bit seconds separates those two. I see 1.1 seconds separates the 92 and 91. That's Matty Campbell and Mitchell de Jong. Separated by a very small margin for third position. That is the one that we've got on screen at the moment, I believe. Things closing up in the GTE category at various points. Looks like as we've headed past 10 hours to go, we're into single digits of hours to go. That's how I literally, it's just like any hour god is an achievement. Everything's closing up though.
I've got a technical one for you. Thank you very much to all of you who are interacting with us on hashtag Le Mans 24 Virtual, wherever you are in the world. Some of you will be in the middle of your day. Over in Europe, we're in the middle of the night. Do let me know. I'd love to know where the weirdest place that one of our drivers, one of our fans is watching. Used to love the Le Mans 24 Hours, being able to do this in the middle of the night and finding people from all over the world, places where you really would never imagine people to be watching Le Mans 24 Hours on small islands in the Caribbean following us. So if you are out in a small island in the Caribbean, make me happy and tell me that you are. Hashtag hashtag Le Mans 24 Virtual. Matt Yellowneck, who is a photographer, in fact, down under and does the WRC, he's a bit of a geek, and so from one fellow geek to another, what type of system is this being run on for each driver and team? The bonnet cam looks like it could be 4K, and it's very realistic.
As in, does he mean like what camera they're driving from, or like what system is in?
I think what system as in how powerful is your computer.
Oh my goodness, yeah, you need, in this, to be fair, you can get away with, prepare yourself guys. You can get away with some fairly lower spec, from graphics card's point of view. You can get away with something like a 970 from the video. You've got some stuff on AMD stuff in that same sort of range that will run through nicely. You do know if you want it to look decent and you want it to run well and you want it to run consistently, you definitely need to upgrade and get a mid-range to more powerful GPU. CPU-wise, you also need like a fairly comfortable one. 16 gigabytes of RAM is almost a requirement. Not really, but it's if you're not running it, you're sort of at risk. So medium spec to high. You've got a lot of graphic settings that you can change in RFACTOR 2, but trust me, on the lower settings, it looks pretty janky. But you have that customizability where you can lower the graphic settings, textures of cars. When it comes to the track, I'm not sure what the level of detail, or an LOD, is of the circuit and when it changes down when you go from high, or you've got 4 settings. You've got max, high, medium, low. And on low, on quite a lot of tracks, it will literally turn off a lot of things. So basically all of the atmosphere and stuff, so the things that are unnecessary, so the wheel, the lights and stuff around the circuit, sometimes even the entire pit lane itself, like the main pit building, you can, like those kind of things can be turned off. If you really know what you're doing with RFACTOR 2, you can open up what's called a JSON file. It's very boring, but it's basically just lines and lines and lines of code that you can change, and that is perfectly fine to go in there and change some of these because they're all just part of your driver profile. That's not considered cheating or anything like that. They're just part of your driver. You have things like locking frame rates and playing with detail in mirrors and stuff. And you can go through and you can literally customize all of this to make sure that your game is running as smoothly as possible. And that's the thing in this level. It's not necessarily about how good it looks when you're driving. It is about how smoothly it's running.
Lewis has been gagging to do that since the start of the 24 hours. Really so I'm so glad, Matt, that you asked a question and we unleashed him to go complete geek on us. And for many, it's incredibly interesting and information. Here, though, is a bit of a race going on. Matt Campbell, the real-world Porsche Works driver, alongside Mitchell de Jong, the virtual world driver who's been racing in the Super Cup for the World Championship on iRacing, and that is a change for position. Really unfortunate, to be honest, because right in the thick of all kinds of messy traffic with LMP2 cars coming on, but de Jong up to third then, ahead of teammate Matt Campbell, who's dropped down to 4th spot. And Matt's been really, really fast in sim racing over the last couple of months, and Porsche incredibly involved with iRacing, running and supporting the World Championship over on iRacing, but definitely a focus over the last couple of weeks on making sure Porsche wins this. And you saw that in the last round of the IMSA series on iRacing. Very little representation for Porsche there. The likes of Ayhan Guven, Nick Tandy had appeared in that championship, but they all were focusing on practicing on RFACTOR 2, and at the moment it's paying off because Guven is leading, and it's nearly a full lap. We're about 20 seconds away from Guven lapping the Romain Grosjean Esports Corvette that's done a very good job sitting in second position. But that will be significant because if we ever have a safety car period moving forward, Guven and that 93 car will always have that 1 lap advantage. Amazing stint from Guven. I need to find out how long he's been in that car, because it has been a huge, mammoth effort. And unlike in other series where in the sprint races we do see mistakes from him, he raced against Larry ten Voorde in the virtual version of the Mobil 1 Super Cup, where he made a couple of fundamental kind of silly moves that cost him the championship in the end. Guven, in the real world, a very, very fast driver, won the French Carrera Cup Championship a couple of years on the trot and is now part of the Super Cup and is a Porsche Junior driver, but not hugely versed in RFACTOR 2, but it's working very well for him now, and a significant thing to be able to put a full lap on your nearest competitor, and that's going to happen quite soon. But in third position, Mitch de Jong now, who actually is a real-world rallycross driver, isn't he, Lewis?
Indeed.
And supported by Red Bull in that championship as an esports athlete.
Yeah, he did a little bit in the Global Rallycross Championship when that was a thing back in the
now defunct.
Now defunct. It became the Americas, or well, not became. There was the new Americas Rallycross Championship, which obviously with them running the standard spec, which is effectively it's the same, as far as I'm aware, it's the same as World Rallycross Championship. Same spec of cars, so they could basically just go, well, we've got these Beetles, let's just drop these in with the Subaru and stuff. So that's where the Global Rallycross Championship, where that's come from. And a lot of those take part. First round of the America's Rallycross Championship. To Silverstone, of course it was.
Yes.
That one always catches me out. Is this a battle for position?
No, it's not. This is Jan Magnussen, who is sitting in 7th position. He's a full lap down on Matt Campbell, but they are kind of running at similar pace, and so Campbell's really struggling to get past, and that is what has allowed Mitch de Jong to already put a 4-second gap between him and his teammates. Now he's found a bit of space down the inside, only just. Interesting to see, and somebody mentioned this on Twitter, that a lot of the cars have got their rain lights flashing. There you can see on the rear end, it's not their warning light, as somebody said on Twitter. It is their rain light. I'm not quite sure why their rain light will be on. You can see the Corvette doesn't have it, but the Porsches do. And now, finally, Matt Campbell has got past that Corvette, and he can set about trying to chase down de Jong. Interesting to see if he can match de Jong's pace. But looking at the pace of Ayhancan Guven, his best lap, 10-lap average is a 3:49.9, as opposed to what we're seeing from Mitchell de Jong right now. And de Jong is managing, keep going down my list. Gosh, he's quite a long way down the list. Where is he? Hang on, talk amongst yourselves for a second.
Yeah, you've got a lot of data there to head through. I did notice that the Team Project 1 car, by the way, the one that we saw battling with Jan Magnussen, has been in the pit lane. Tim Neuendorf has taken over that one. He's a sim racer, maybe not necessarily the fastest, but has taken part for Butler Powell in some other things. So he's joined that outfit of Team Project 1 for this race, obviously after that pit stop. About a minute and 20 or so off of Jan Magnussen's. That's relieved any pressure from behind. And I've got to say, Magnussen's pace at the moment is very, very impressive. He's been taking some tips, of course, from Dennis Lind, who Lamborghini factory driver, helping him out at the moment. I have heard some things from Jan Magnussen complaining that Dennis Lind, his nephew, is too fast. He's just too quick in these sims.
He is very, very fast. Although he is actually very fast on RFACTOR 2. He's got a lot of sim racing experience doing long distance races on RFACTOR 2. having to be pushed towards other platforms thanks to his contractual agreements with Lamborghini and in GT3, and GT3 simulated very well with a different platform, ACC, but really his bread and butter for many, many years before he actually became a Lamborghini Trofeo World Champion back a couple of years ago was racing on this platform in endurance races. Going back to that thought I was having about lap times, Guven, his best 10 average is a 3:49.959. Mitchell de Jong is doing a 3:50.6, and then Matt Campbell is even further down our list, and he is doing a 51.859 as a 10-lap average. So actually 1 second difference between each of those drivers, and Campbell therefore is going to lose a lot of time to Mitchell de Jong, although de Jong now in pit lane along with Guven. So will we see a different driver in that car? Because Guven, I think on this last stint has done 1 hour 47. So I think we may see somebody take over from Ayhan Guven. And in that roster, Nick Tandy, Josh Rogers and Tommy Usgaard. I'll have any of them, please, because they're all awesome.
That's actually a good point with that lot. So where is Nick Tandy based at the moment?
In England.
So are they all based in Europe?
Yes, let me have a look.
Because obviously Josh Rogers, who's Australian, he's now resides in Germany.
Yep.
The Coanda, since they've got a house basically, and he's in there. If you ever see an interview or an onboard with him, everything is purple. It's Coanda. But yeah, if they're all in Europe, there's no one really that can do it in sequence of their actual, normal life schedule. They've got to all go off sequence at some point.
Yeah, so in that Coanda house, if you like, Matt Backham is there, Josh Rogers is there, David Williams is there, but interestingly so is Ayhan Guven. So Guven's gone over to race at the house. In a different sim, they're all in different sims, they're not sharing the same sims, but they are all in the same house in Grunau in Germany, and that is the kind of the headquarters of the Coanda SimSport team. And we see that a lot in esports, in other things like League of Legends, having houses for their teams. But interesting to see Coanda have gone that direction. Very important for Josh Rogers to kind of focus his sim racing career, if you like, by moving to Europe and putting himself on a better time zone for all these races, because he was Australian and did the first season of the World Championship, the Esports Super Cup, from Australia, but it meant that he was always racing throughout the middle of the night. And I think he won the championship, and he said that the race finished at kind of 5 in the morning. And so what a very weird thing to have just won $100,000, I think $100,000.
Something in that vein, yeah.
And have won the most prestigious championship perhaps in the world, and you don't have anybody to celebrate with. He said he was on Discord for a while chatting with people, but a weird kind of middle of the night feeling to finish a race at that time. So that's why he decided to focus his career by moving to Europe to get himself back on the time zone, and also be surrounded by this atmosphere with Matt Backham and David Williams, constantly practicing, constantly putting in the hours and working alongside the likes of Porsche to get their guys up to speed, as well as getting the Coanda team up to speed in all the various championships that they enter. And of course, lots of focus will be on the 24 hours that's running next weekend on a different platform on iRacing. But they'll be focusing purely down to the fact that they are representing Porsche. Very much also the work has been going into this weekend, and even to the extent that Porsche moved their schedule to allow this 24-hour race to happen unobstructed, so they could put all of their efforts onto this and then focus back on the Super Cup, which was rescheduled for next weekend.
Yeah, I mean, for some stuff, like you say, there's a week to prepare for all of that stuff. You've got this to focus on now, and this has been on the minds of teams for a long time prior to this. Guerrieri is back in the pits. Is that? Oh yeah, you did. Yeah, you said earlier that is in sequence because he's off sequence with everyone else. So Guerrieri by Collis Burst Esports behind this, 1 minute 14 seconds off of the leader when he came into the pit lane. So he's dropped off now. and will potentially drop behind Isaac Price again. We might just be able to stay in front of the Rebellion Williams Esports car. And to be fair, Isaac Price, he's taken part in a lot of things. He's not really a proper R-Factor 2 driver, does some things. Jonas Simoncic, speaking of R-Factor 2 drivers, takes over the Bicolis Burst Esports car. He was the one who had pole position in this category. He's up very early. He's kind of getting used to this though, considering he's done his fair share of endurance racing. A previous, last year rather, he was the season 11 champion of the Virtual Endurance Championship with Sim Racing Club, at the head of that, and won that championship, was in championship contention going into the last round last week, and they really struggled. And I think that was because there was so much focus on making sure that this goes right, and now they've had a massive issue with yes, for those of you that were here earlier in the race, coming out of Corvette. I think it was a wheel disconnection. I haven't had that confirmed, but I think it was a wheel disconnection. And basically, coming out of Corvette, his wheel was effectively locked in-game to 45 degrees. He had to reconnect the wheel. He would have no force feedback, so he had to come into the pit lane, hand over straight away to someone else, and then get on with it. To say they are still on a lead lap, that they've just pitted and they're within 3 minutes as well. Like, mighty impressive stuff. And now they've just handed over to Mr. R-Factor 2 at the moment, more of an open wheel specialist. That car should be about to go monstrously quick.
Pit stop sequence for those that are off sequence happening right now. And then in a couple of laps time, when we click onto the 10s, so 299, 229 and 230 will be our next proper pit stop. Good to see the Goodyear branding around the circuit. Goodyear getting back involved with the WEC and Le Mans in the future, and in fact getting involved heavily around the world of motorsport. We're seeing Goodyear that disappeared for a couple of years. I grew up with Goodyear in Formula One, so it's really cool to have Goodyear as a tyre brand getting back involved in all these forms of motorsport when others have kind of done what they needed to do and disappeared to do and focus on other things.
Yeah, I commentate on a different championship which happens on Sunday evenings. Skip Barber's, again, Goodyear tyres in that. Like, it is nice to see that sort of research. Of course, they've had stuff over in America, you know, obviously keeping in NASCAR for God knows how long. But now they are coming back into motorsport properly, and it's brilliant to see. And it's kind of what we want, you know, to see more tyre manufacturers really taking part and getting stuck in.
It's kind of evocative, isn't it? You know, certainly for different generations it does mean different things, but Goodyear was such that yellow branding on the side of the tyres in the early 90s Formula One cars. It creates a certain emotion inside me because that's my kind of upbringing in Formula One. And so to see that same branding back again just brings an extra kind of sensation and an extra feeling to myself personally. It might not necessarily relate to some others, but certainly to me it's a cool thing to see.
Well, we've had this conversation on Discord with various people over the years. It's kind of your almost like your preferred era of motorsport is that first one that you watch. So those first couple of years that you join the motorsport community, as it were, those are the ones that kind of like hold in your mind. Whether you joined in, unfortunately, guys, I joined in 2012, so I've not experienced a lot of this like with everyone else. That was when I first started watching motorsport and then joined sim racing and
Where
such.
were you? 2012?
Yeah,
what were you doing before then?
I know. I was on BBC iPlayer, and I was like, there's some highlights of the Australian. I'll watch that. Before that, I remember the 2003 Malaysian Grand Prix, and that's it. And I remember thinking that I was 8 years old. And I remember thinking, my dad's woken up at 6 o'clock in the morning. What a boring guy.
Really?
And now it's just like, I'll stay up all night and watch it.
So your dad didn't force you into it. You literally kind of slowly adapted to what
exactly.
the lad and dad thing didn't kind of happen as you must sit and watch these things.
No, absolutely not.
Brilliant.
Absolutely not. You know, now though, you know, I can sit down with my dad and we'll watch a Grand Prix or something. He's not really into anything outside of Formula One, but as to my point though, like those, like, so that kind of era is sort of where, like, I would go back to and think, wow, what about this? What about that? And you kind of hold on to that, and you hold that for ages. So obviously, a lot of people that joined Formula One and that sort of era of motorsport in the early 2000s, they always think, wow, the V10, the all this, let's go back to that. So it makes sense that you you go back to Goodyear if that's where you joined motorsport, as it were.
Yeah, absolutely. And then obviously early memories of going to, I think my first Le Mans was 2010, and I got a puncture on the way down. Always drive to Le Mans from the south of England. Always fantastic kind of spirit driving down to Le Mans, and got a puncture on my very first one. Just a couple of mates going to sit in a campsite and enjoy it. Didn't have any work to do at that point. Wasn't really very much involved in didn't have the ability to work. Knew a few people, but sat in the campsite, drank beer, and enjoyed watching motorsport happen. Did a bit of a tour of the circuit, even went and sat in a ditch somewhere down the Mulsanne Straight to really get a good perspective, and some secret spots that definitely we weren't allowed to be in, but worked out well. And then ever since then, I don't think I've missed one. I think I may have missed one for other reasons in terms of work. I missed last year actually because of work in another championship, but from just being a fan and sitting in the campsite and enjoying it like so many of you will have done. Actually, one of my best memories of Le Mans is just doing that, hanging out with mates, having a beer, and really soaking it up. Another year, just did a little behind-the-scenes video for a camping company. That was a very memorable experience. Had a horrible hangover on Monday morning and ran my battery out in my car park because I plugged the phone in, run out of battery. Of course, anybody who's been to Le Mans will know that the phone is constantly searching for reception and therefore runs out of battery very quickly. Got to Sunday night, plugged it into the car, but had passed out before I was able to turn off the car. So both battery in phone and battery in car had run out by the time I actually woke up, and that meant a difficult run back to the UK. And I think actually that was the year that I got stopped twice by the police for speeding. Even though I was never speeding. I know that many of you will have had that situation, especially if you do the Route Nationale back from Le Mans to Calais. Somehow the police are able to kind of make up the speed that you're doing, and depending on what car you're driving, and of course many a nice car does do the trip. I was in a 350Z, Nismo kitted 350Z, which had run out of fuel on the way down and then got stopped by the police twice and fined twice. But of course, they take your passport to check your details, and they won't give it back until you give the cash.
Oh, really?
And yeah.
Well, hope that doesn't happen later today, because we're driving back today.
Yeah, you guys. Luckily, the police won't necessarily be quite as
out on forward.
They won't be quite as out there. They're all too busy anyway in Paris.
Yeah.
Stopping all the protests or protesting themselves. But certainly, when the Le Mans comes to town, and the roads around Le Mans, and then the route to Le Mans, all the police know. They all know that it's that Le Mans weekend, and there will be hundreds of thousands. Nearly half of the people that go to Le Mans are Brits driving from the UK to Le Mans. There are more British fans at Le Mans than there are French fans.
Really?
And the next country, thanks to Tom Christensen over the last couple of years, has been Denmark. So British fans, 120,000 British fans, about 50 to 60,000 Danish fans. The French, I know, I actually have relations in Le Mans who have never been to the race, who live in Le Mans and know about it, and it's obviously very much part of it, but they've never been. And in fact, they work in cars, which I just found a bit weird, to be honest.
That is a bit odd. I know a few friends that have driven down to Le Mans. With my housemate, in fact, he drives down there whenever he can. Has taken Jimmy Broadbent down there every once in a while, and yeah, it's apparently a very nice road trip. The thing is, though, is when you do go on a road trip, you need to make sure your car's in order, because not to Le Mans, but
anywhere.
Yeah,
anywhere.
Anyway, Cameron Roger, who's probably asleep, very fast asleep, but I'm sure someone will link him to this at some point. President of Formula Sim Racing, he decided it was a good idea to take his car all the way to a place called Viborg in Denmark. Now that from the south of the UK, I had to drive into Germany to pick someone up from there and then drive all the way up into Denmark. It's about, I think it was 12, 13 hours, something like that. It gets to half an hour away, and the alternator fails in the car. And it's like, oh good. So that then has to go into a garage. That's going to cost an arm and a leg. It was a BMW 5 Series, I think it was. So it wasn't exactly the cheapest fix. So my advice, if you're going to go on a road trip to somewhere, it's a great thing to do, but please, please take a car that can actually do the distance.
Yeah, I've run out of fuel a couple of times. I've had to get a wheel changed in Le Mans because it didn't have any grip on it. I've run out of batteries at Le Mans. Every year there's a story, and that's what makes Le Mans so great. For the competitors that go there, it's nearly 2 weeks basically with Le Mans test day the week before. We don't have Le Mans test day this year because of the compact schedule to get that race in September. So it won't be quite as long of an event, but who knows about kind of the parade de pilote through Le Mans town as well. But so much of that is so important to the atmosphere of the event, and there's always a story from every single year, from every single event, and it's just one of those things, just a weird thing to go to what is a pretty, I mean, it's a big industrial town, but it's relatively sleepy. Been through Arnage in the middle of April, and it's dead, and yet you're there on that Le Mans weekend, and it is mental with British fans. The restaurants have tripled in size. They make all of their money from the Le Mans weekend and basically take the rest of the year on holiday because they don't really need to push too hard. If you've never been and you've got the ability to get to the Le Mans 24 hours, make sure you do it once in your life. Make sure you do it with a couple of mates. Go and camp, do it properly. And I really would love to do it in that way again. And if I somehow never have a job at Le Mans, then that is definitely the choice that I would make. I do know a couple of cameraman friends who, the years where they don't have jobs at Le Mans, they still go anyway and just have a great time. Yeah, on board with Felix Rosenquist in the Jota Team Red Line machine. He's 14 seconds back from Tristan Vautier, who is in the Panis Racing AAA car, and that will be a battle for 6th position. To update you also on the driver changes down in GTE, we saw pit stops coming through. Mitch de Jong stayed in the car, but he's dropped down to 5th position. Josh Rogers has taken over from Ayachan Guven, and Josh was the man who set the time in that 93 to grab pole position. They weren't starring in the early running of this race, but at the moment it's all running smoothly for 93, and Rogers will now bring that car into the early morning. Presumably Nick Tandy's having a nice sleep with his wife and kids there, and has been ordered that he's not allowed to necessarily race at certain times. I did get a tweet from Richard Westbrook's wife. Now, Richard Westbrook, I don't think is... Yes, he is in this, racing for Aston Martin, although I don't think we've seen him. And she was saying she's been banned from watching anything on the internet for the weekend. So that's a bit frustrating. However, the sim is in the utility room, and therefore she can't do the washing either. So that's a plus point. Yeah. Great to hear from Jess. And Jess is a lovely... she's a big key player, actually, at Toyota's corporate hospitality at the Le Mans 24 Hours too. So a big hello to Jess, although you'll be fast asleep, so you won't be listening to this. Look forward to seeing Richard Westbrook in the Aston at some point. Not sure. I certainly haven't seen him out as yet.
He did a little bit earlier.
He did a little bit earlier, yeah, okay.
But it is actually a very good point on the sense of when you're sat at home, obviously you go to the racetrack, you think, right, we've got the weekend lads, let's set the timers, we'll all be in the car when we're in the car, and it's fine. Whereas at home, you have to think of when you're in the car because of your neighbours, because of your housemates, whatever, who you're sharing with, of course, wife, kids, etc. I had a conversation whilst he was in the car last week with Mike Epps, who's in 19th position. I've also been told he's desperate for an interview at some point through the day.
Of course he is.
He said, well, I can't remember what the quote was. Apparently he's spent 20 minutes setting up his lights and stuff, so it's all perfect for an interview. He's a good lad. But I had an interview with him whilst he was in the car, and he said he's got to be careful not to hit a curb too hard. because he's got a direct drive wheel and he's got neighbours and it's not very thick walls. So if he hits a curb, it is currently 4:30 in the morning in the UK. If he hits a curb in that and the wheel goes mad, or he gets in a crash and all that, he's waking someone up. And you've got to think about that kind of stuff when you're racing in this environment.
Yeah, all they hear, you've obviously immersed in your world with the sound and the vision, but all they hear is a squeak from the pedals every so often, and then the direct drive fan or indeed cogs all going crazy.
Speaking of squeaky pedals, I think the worst, the worst squeaky pedals nearly went on there, didn't he? The worst squeaky pedals, Rory McDuff, every time he lifts off the throttle, you could just hear this really high-pitched squeak, and it's like, get some grease on that or something, because it is like, you got your headset on, you can't hear it. I feel bad for his mum, who's in the living room.
Yeah.
Every sort of 10-15th squeak. Oh my God, sort it out.
Kendrick on on Twitter asks, any particular reason why LMP1 is not being used?
So we don't have LMP1 in rFactor 2 as official content.
Easy answer.
It is pretty simple. The more complicated one is we don't actually have I don't think we've got the way to properly simulate it in rFactor 2 with the hybrid system and stuff.
Yeah.
It would be effectively a basic system like it is with the you've got your throttle and brake. You can I think you can simulate turbos and stuff in rFactor 2, but that's really as far as it gets. You can't simulate a hybrid system as far as I'm aware in its present form. In rFactor 2, certainly not with all the gizmos and like of turning your power up. And have you ever driven with a car like that?
So much to do.
It's too much. I can't do it.
Yeah,
I cannot do it. I mean, Peter Berliak, who's in this race, I raced. I replaced him for one round because he couldn't do it in an open wheel championship. And the only thing we had to change in that was fuel mixture. And he was like, yeah, just you're not changing the fuel mixture enough. And I was like, what do you mean? He's like, well, you only change like twice or 3 times a lap. I was like, yeah. And he's like, you've got to be changing it into every corner. And I was like, no, impossible. And then with the hybrid system, it's fuel mixture and hybrid and boost mode, and when it goes out and how much you're regenning and how I don't have that many buttons.
Exactly. And that's a very easy answer there for you, Kendrick. It's nice to have all these LMP2s as the same model, because you've got in GTE, of course, we've got works teams, so they're never going to be happy with driving other models of car, and therefore we wouldn't have had the likes of Ferrari, we wouldn't have had the likes of Corvette or Porsche if they were forced to drive a generic machine. LMP is a different story, and of course we have Toyota as a works team as part of this, because the platform, the Oracle that we've got in this game is kind of a generic platform. So it looks like an LMP, and Toyota can therefore kind of put their colours on, and it looks pretty good. So we've got the works Toyota team in LMP, but then in terms of GTE, we had to have the actual GTE cars that are on offer as legit content. And as Martin's already spoken about quite a lot, the Ferrari built specifically for this event to get Ferrari onto the grid, and just a bit of a shame that they're not really showing.
Yeah, they've not really got the car to fight today. We just saw there, Jenson Button is behind the wheel here of the Team Rocket Zancho. Nearly, very, very nearly, the orange LMP behind it, the IDEX Sport Racing one of Colapinto, very nearly brushed off the back of Jenson Button's Team Rocket Zancho car. I'm sure Ed Trevelyan and Johnson's asleep now, so he's not really paying much attention, so you can say whatever you want, particularly about Shane van Gisbergen. He's a very big Shane van Gisbergen fan, so if you want to slam Shane van Gisbergen, now's the time. But that was so close. And the thing is, into that corner, you take a bit of hit on the rear, you're going straight into the gravel trap, potentially all the way out to the wall. So Jenson's a bit of a lucky boy there.
And shout out also to Jenson, who since his first stint announced that he will be having a baby girl in a couple of months' time. So already with one baby over in LA, and congratulations to Jensen for announcing a second baby on the way. I can't believe that he got his Le Mans 24 Hours underway, did a couple of stints, and then just casually went onto social media and announced he's going to have another baby. Fantastic. He's over in LA, and so a little bit of a kinder time zone for him over the rest of his team that basically are all, I think, in the UK. Just going to check that information. You've got Alex Buncombe in Taunton, Matt Richards in Pontypool, and Jan van Heiders in Germany. So, yeah, LA is the place to be for Jensen, and he'll be bringing that car into the morning, I guess, and then the guys in Europe can take over again without being affected too badly by sleep deprivation, which of course is a huge thing at Le Mans when everybody's in the same place, but is a little bit less of an effect when you've got everybody spread around the world, and you can play with that and use that cleverly to your advantage so that drivers aren't driving too fatigued. Although I did see Andre Lotterer on Instagram. He's doing quite a lot of Instagramming, if you're interested, talking about his experience after his triple stint. Number one, he looked knackered. He said his eyes were super sore, and he did really look, you know, physically he wasn't sweating, and he didn't look like he'd gone and done a workout, but you could tell that his brain and his eyes really had done a massive workout.
Yeah, it really is. It's very much a mental game in this, and it is hard to keep track of. By the way, Ed said, "Who is asleep? Stop talking about Shane right now." So we're not allowed to do that yet. That's a later game. It is very mentally exhausting. I mean, to be fair, on direct drive wheels, it can be very physically exhausting for your arms and stuff. But of course, with the pro drivers and stuff. Actually, you know, this is actually a very good point, because we were talking about this with Alan McNish. He was saying, and with Martin Haven, of course, they were basically saying that some of the pro drivers might actually have an advantage at this point, in the sense of they've got all their, you know, the nutrition, they've got all of the workouts and stuff like. Of course, some of the sim drivers are as well, but let's be honest, most of them, much like me, are sat in their room 24/7 and barely leave to even go to the shops. So muscles, not really a thing that we have. So for the sim drivers, like at this point, they'll be maybe a little bit more tired than some of the actual pros. This is a replay, skipping across. That's the Axel Motorsports car. Goes hard right through the Porsche curves and into the barrier. Loses a rear wing. Thankfully, doesn't collect anyone else, and is able to keep going. But that's a off.
That's sim driver Mika Hakimi as well. So in that car, we've seen Mohamed Naquib have a bit of an off earlier doors. Mika Hakimi also, the other sim driver in that team, just having an off there. And Alex Young and Alistair Young, relatively calm stints. They are struggling, that full team from Malaysia, and certainly at the other end of the timing screens, 25th out of 27 runners in LMP. Team Penske still running. Simon Pagenaud is in that car now. He's just come out of the onto track. He's done a lot of work, Simon, for the Team Penske machine, and he's got his rig number one back up and running after his issues with it and his kind of rig change that we saw live. But lots of pit stops happening right now. So Marcello now, Rafael Marcello is in Rebellion number one, the lead car. And he will have Romandis in the 13 chasing him down. The gap between those two, and I need to confirm this, looks to have gone down to 38 seconds. It was up to nearly a minute. So some time lost there in the last part of the stint. And then we've got Simoncic in third position, but off sequence. McDuff now is ahead of Isaac Price. I don't think we saw that on screen.
I think that was in pit stops.
And it has, yeah, it has kind of cycled through in pit stops. But McDuff in the 2Cs Motorsport was chasing down Isaac Price in the 3 Rebellion, and that now has changed. Price is 1.6 seconds behind, I think, Rory McDuff right now, and I wouldn't be surprised if Isaac has an answer to McDuff's pace.
Yeah, I mean, Rory McDuff is an R-Factor 2 specialist, Isaac Price not so much, but they're both incredibly quick. We'll see if that gap does close up. Isaac Gillison, who was the Project Cars world champion of some description a little while ago, has done some stuff in race room as well, nearly qualified for the ADAC GT Masters Esports Championship. In fact, in the qualifiers, it was the top 5 that get through, and he scored the exact same points as the driver that was 5th in that, but because he didn't have a high finish, he was unfortunately actually booted out of that one. But he's very quick at learning. We're on board with one of the Ferraris at the moment, coming up to lap Robert Wickens as well. Saw a bit of the flash. Of course, that's one thing that they can have in RFACTOR. You can turn your lights on and off. Although with your point earlier, as the 2Cs cars comes through, you'll see Isaac Price as well, not too far behind this. Rory McDuff picks up the Ferrari, does the Aston Martin in the middle of the Porsche curves. Woo-hoo-hoo! That was close. Robert Wickens then goes off the road. And there goes Isaac Price round the outside, down the inside of the Aston Martin into to Corvette. Nice stuff. That was, I think, a little bit of a gain from Isaac Price in traffic. But with your point, you can't run third-party applications.
Oh yeah.
As far as I'm aware, which means that there's some applications which you can use, which will basically map as a macro, as a way that it would basically automatically turn your lights on and off. You don't have the ability to effectively burst via the light. So you only, every time you press it, you have to on, off, on, off, on, off. And the amount of times that I have seen people do that and then leave the light off and then start driving around thinking, oh, it's dark, isn't it?
We have potentially an issue for the 38 Jota Team Redline car. Felix Rosenqvist doing his first stints in that machine from Carmel in Indiana, obviously over there for the resumption of the IndyCar Championship, their first race last weekend in Texas. Rosenqvist right at the head of the field and attributing his performance on ovals partly to Dario Franchitti, but also to his experiences racing ovals on iRacing during lockdown. So Felix Rosenqvist very, very complimentary about keeping sharp thanks to sim racing. But the car is on our timing screens as stopped in sector 3, and he is dropping down the leaderboard.
As far as I've been told, he has disconnected.
Oh.
Now, as to why, whether that's his personal issue or whether something else has happened, game crash or whatnot, either way, that is why he's dropping down. The car is, as much as if you're looking at the live time, you'll see the word stop. That's actually a disconnection from Felix Rosenqvist at the moment.
Yeah, it's obviously the live timing that we look at is programmed for real-world racing, so disconnect is not something that happens, but stop is the way that our live timing picks up the data from the RFACTOR 2 platform and sticks it into that timing. But that is a bit of a disaster. He's now in pit lane, so that does mean that he's reconnected, but he's dropped to 14th position, and now he's behind Usi Jukala in the 37 Jota team. It's really not gone well for Redline. Redline, for me, the team in sim racing. We've got one car totally out of the race due to various technical issues, and now Rosenqvist with issues in the 38. The 37 has certainly not had a clean run of things either. Dominic Farber ending up in the back end of another car after it was moving around and a bit unpredictable in front of him and having a major accident. And so I would have loved to have seen a Redline win here, because Redline are so responsible for some of the most professional moves that sim racing has done over the years and is all about combining real and virtual. Felix Rosenqvist is a team Redline driver. Yes, he races in the real world in IndyCar and he has contracts with various people there, but in the sim racing world, he is a team Redline driver, like Max Verstappen, like Lando Norris, like so many other drivers on the roster of Team Redline. And it just would make sense to me to have Redline as the guys that took victory because of their responsibility over the last, 20-odd years in promoting sim racing at the highest level, in making it as professional as possible, but it's just not been working out for them.
No, and to that point, now the highest Team Redline car in the race at the moment, I believe, is 13th place, the number 37 Jota Team Redline car, Alexei Usiakala. behind the wheel of that. Me and Chris, prior to this, we went through and we picked some of the teams that we thought were going to be up for victory, that were going to be there or thereabouts, either as a dark horse or as very much a main contender. The overwhelming favourite coming into this was the number 20. That's the one with Max Verstappen, Lando Norris. Of course, alongside those, that's Kirchhoff and Gregor Hutu. That car, though, that Felix Rosenqvist is behind, along with Antonio Felix da Costa. And then two of sim racing's greatest. The very first world's fastest gamer, Rudy Van Buren, who works, or I'm sure he works in some degree with McLaren in their simulator. He won that as effectively as a job in that. And then the most recent winner of McLaren's world's fastest gamer, as well as basically everything else, Kevin Siggy Rebanak, who's Slovenian. He's done an awful lot, obviously winning the Formula E Race at Home Challenge, and so a test in one of their cars. Definitely were one of the favourites to do something good here. And now, through a technical fault, miles off, they're going to be 3 laps down by the time they properly get the laps ticking off again. And I kind of feel that that's, at least for the most part, curtains for them.
Thank you to all of you getting in touch on hashtag Le Mans 24. Thank you for keeping us company through the early hours of our European morning, and well done if you've been up with us throughout the full 24-hour race. Anything can still happen. 9 hours still remaining. So much racing still to go. And Philip Pond asking, with it starting to get light on the virtual circuit, drivers having been raced for nearly 15 hours now, how much do you think mental fatigue will be affecting them in the coming hours? Mentally, sim racing is harder than the real world. I stand by that. It may not be physically harder. You don't obviously feel the G-forces. Some people will be in motion rigs and be rattling around, but mentally, Lewis, your brain and your eyes have to do so much more that surely mental fatigue coming into the last part of the race for those that have done a lot is going to be a factor.
Absolutely. The thing is, when you're not a part of the car, you know, that's the thing, that in motorsport you're strapped in, you're very, very tight, and you're a part of the whole beast. In sim racing, you don't have that, and with that, you really have to rely on all of your other senses, what's happening with your hands, and realistically what's happening with your eyes. And you just have to be very careful where you're looking, and like that. Over time, you're staring at a screen that's very close. It is exhausting mentally. You've got a lot to think about. Like, just because it's a game, believe me, it's still a sweaty environment, and it's a lot of brain power. Most of that comes down to how much you're thinking, and you're juggling all these numbers in your head. You almost don't have as many distractions, even though you have more distractions. It's entirely different in that sense. So you're absolutely right. The fatigue at this point is going to be a big thing, and that's why I said about the pro drivers at this point. Like, they might be in a better situation because they've gone through all of the routines, all of the training and stuff, and they've gone through that through most of their careers in certain cases. The sim drivers have had mum bringing in a plate of biscuits at some point during the race. like that's really it.
Ben Pierce asks, and thank you for all your questions, Ben, because I've been seeing you've been with us a lot. When the sun comes up, how will the glare be? It was pretty bad when the sun went down, and I feel, personally, it's worse in the virtual world than it is in the real, because your eyes don't adapt in the same way that they do in the real world when there is sun coming in through the windscreen.
Yeah, it's it's going to be bad. There are some obviously sim drivers out there. This was always my stint. I always had to do the dawn and dusk, and trust me, it was hard when I did it back in 2015. It is harder now with the increase on the visuals and stuff that 397 have put out there for rFactor 2. The game, the company developing it, they've gone through a lot of work to increase the visual. Particularly recently, they have done some very, very nice things with the lighting engine. When that comes up, it is for me. I do photography in rFactor 2. And trust me, the light, when you get to the sun rising, it looks amazing. The way it's bouncing off the cars, it just feels right. Once it starts really creeping up over the horizon, the game looks beautiful. And as a driver, you think, wow, this looks really good. And you'll also think, was that the 100-meter board that I've just gone by?
and talking about mental fatigue, going back to that, that's exactly what, when your brain starts to be distracted and starts kind of fading, and especially on these long straights here at Le Mans, you do have actually the ability to start thinking about something else. And it's so easy to miss those braking points because there isn't a huge amount to do in this first part of the lap. The second part of the lap, you can be fully focused, but because of these long straights, it's so easy, and in a GT car especially being slightly slower, to just pick out those braking points. I wish we had Alan McNish with us right now. He's getting his beauty sleep, but he would have so many stories about this moment at Le Mans, and so many of you online saying that this is your favorite part of Le Mans, that sun coming up, the smell of barbecues and fireworks still lingering in the heavy morning dew, and the light, the orange light starting to illuminate, and the knowledge that you've gone through the night, you've got past that difficult point, and it's only going to be light from now on in, but you've still got a huge amount of racing to go. And I was actually very lucky to do a 24-hour race in the real world. Okay, I was driving a Citroen C1, so it was not very fast, but I was very, very lucky to do this stint, and there's a huge amount of elation, I suppose is the word, knowing that you've got through the difficult bit of the night, knowing that the vision is coming back to you, but at the same time, it is an emotion because you're so tired as well. So everything is so heightened. And when we get Alan back in the studio in a few hours' time, when the full production team arrive back in the studio at 8:30, and we'll get our interviews back and we'll get our cutaways back, we'll have to ask him a little bit about those memories, because it's just absolutely amazing. Veronica R tweets from Argentina, where is the limit of this virtual race? It's a race, it's iconic, it's wonderful. Le Mans 24 hours is not virtual. Le Mans 24 hours is Le Mans. I hope we clip that one up.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that would be beautiful.
That'd be very well. It's a shame you did that when the production team was in. They'll be, oh, all right, let's clip that for later.
Someone at Motorsport Games, I'm sure will tweet that for later. They've already tried to embarrass me with me telling Chris to go to bed, and Chris going, "Thanks, Dad."
Yeah, I'm the guy that drops thanks, Dad, as well. So be on your best behaviour.
Our dad of the group, Martin, our grandfather of the group, Martin, getting his beauty sleep properly. Normally, he doesn't have a chance to do that because he done a double bubble at Le Mans, and whenever he's not on one channel, he's on something else, and he just punishes himself when he goes to Le Mans week. But I gave him a nice long sleep period.
You did very nicely on the
because he gets so grumpy. And if you've got a grumpy Martin Haven, then the day will be a long one.
Is this why you're bailing, like, as soon as the race is done? Because this is the thing, is that a lot of us, obviously we're all going back to dinner and everything, and we were having a conversation at dinner. I was like, so what are we doing after? It's like, going home. I think Martin's staying here until Monday.
Well, he has to, because the train doesn't travel. That's the problem.
So is that why you're bailing ASAP?
Yeah, I don't want to hang around.
Not grumpy Mark. Gotcha. I'll write that down because that's a good note.
As partners in crime on the World Touring Car Championship back in the day, I've spent many an evening with Martin Haven, and actually Louise Beckett, who's the pit reporter for the WEC, was part of our team for many years as well, and we've got so many stories of when Martin is a little bit tired and a little bit grumpy, and restaurants in the evening. And it's so funny how he can stick by certain stories that are blatantly not true. But Martin is always correct. And it's lovely to be working with him, actually. We don't get a chance to do it very often. So really, really cool to have him on the team. And to be describing a virtual race, although, to be honest, it's just a race. And it's just fantastic and wonderful. And there's nothing really that virtual about this apart from the platform. What's Jimmy's saying?
It's the cars aren't real, the track's not real, but the racing is.
very good.
It is very, very good. Very apt point. We're on board with Dennis Jordan here in the number 46. Jan Opmeer just come up with a stop on my live timing. Whether that's legit or not, it's just changed back to Isaac Gillison, so I don't know if there's just confusion on the live timing or whether he's just come into the pit lane. That's not for position what Dennis Jordan's just done there. That's just a bit of lap traffic getting out of the way. Not driving on his own rig is Dennis Jordan, and a few of the teams out there are not driving on their own rig, which obviously will throw out a few things of things aren't exactly comfortable. I'm not used to how this is. I'm not used to the different resolution, the different graphic settings, the different wheel, the different everything, and all of those things make a massive difference. Dennis is a quality driver. I remember back in 2016 when he wasn't, and me and him battling for 14th place in a race at Australia at Albert
Claim
Park.
to fame.
Exactly. I raced with him before he was good. To be fair, I've raced with quite a few of these drivers before they were good, so I knew when most of these guys were rubbish.
I do some of that. I do that with my old karting mates. I'm better than you. Jolly and Palmer, Formula 1 driver. Smashed him in karting. Easy peasy.
Yeah, I do the same thing. I beat Rudy Van Buren to a podium in 2016 in ITC. All the time, just like, yeah, I don't really care if he was on like 60 kilos more than I was because he won the previous race.
And every dog has his day, right? Yeah. Every dog has his day. I was racing with Adam Christodoulou on last Tuesday. Ooh. And I was on pace with him for about 3 laps until I binned it.
I was going to say, then what happened? To be fair, that is actually a very common thing in sim racing, to kind of reach 100% and keep it 100%. There are not many drivers that can rip off a lap. Again, it's just saw the sun coming up there.
Yeah, it's lovely, isn't it?
It looks good. That is going to be so blinding. I'm not sure which whereabouts it's coming up from. It looked like it could be on the run down towards Test Rouge. I've not raced on this version of iRacing. Of Le Mans. I said iRacing. It's early. It's fine.
Early / late. It's late in the race. Early in the morning.
Yeah, I've not. Oh, look at that. So yeah, it'll be down towards Test Rouge. There'll be a little bit on the run down. To be fair, considering the corners that you're attacking with that light, the Dunlop chicane is blocked by the track and the bridge. So really, the only one that you've got to really worry about is Test Rouge, which is fine because it's not difficult at all, he says. I'm joking there, by the way. It's a very difficult corner.
I wonder if we can go on board and actually see what the drivers would be experiencing with this early morning sun. The boys at Motorsport Games will be listening. They're doing some very arty things right now. They're getting very French about this. They've obviously been watching Le Mans broadcasts, and they know that our TV director, Olivier Denis, likes a bit of art. And so they're kind of replicating with those static shots and the cars blasting through shots. So when we have the opportunity to go on board and kind of see the effect of that sun, be very interesting to see. Here we go. We're on board, going towards the Ford chicane. Now, people saying, oh, the clouds look a bit ominous. Absolutely not. That is exactly how the clouds look at Le Mans before the sun really catches them. Certainly not a blue sky day, totally. Certainly a bit of cloud in the sky, but I don't think we're expecting to see rain as the Bicolis car goes shooting past. By the way, just to say, on the left-hand side there's that sun now coming underneath the Dunlop Bridge. Isaac Price is keeping up with Rory McDuff. That gap is still only 4.6 seconds, so he's done a really good job on this stint.
He is doing very, very well. This is where you're about to be blinded. Here we go. Oh no, it's all right. The trees are blocking us for now. We're okay. We're all right at the moment.
Yeah. But it's coming off the M Arena there on the right-hand side. That's where Le Mans play basketball. They're a very, very, very good basketball team. Did you know? And in fact, one year when I was at Le Mans, I stayed in one of the basketball team's apartments, which was very odd.
How did you get that?
The organisation organised it for me. A lot of Le Mans moves out of Le Mans for the week of Le Mans because they can make a huge amount of money on their houses. There's not that many hotels in Le Mans. That's why a lot of people camp, of course, and that's always the best way to do it. But when you are working, it's nice to have a place to go back to. And one year, I think I was working for the ACO, and they put me up in a very nice house. Unfortunately, though, as the crow flies, it was not that far away. But when you trace the route back to the house through various housing estates, it was quite a long walk. And on the Sunday night after the traditional Audi Sport party, I decided to go as the crow flies back to the house. And I arrived back at my house with ripped jeans, and I dropped my wallet, which had a lot of euros in it at the time, and it was quite a journey back. There is some photos somewhere of me and my friend Tom making that journey home, and one of the many stories, as I was saying a little bit earlier, about Le Mans 24 Hours, and that was thanks to Tom Christensen that I was invited to the Audi party that year, and a very cool thing to be part of.
I've heard many things about those
we talked about it last night, weren't we?
Yeah, it sounds. I mean, this is the thing: is Le Mans the party atmosphere, and it's the same thing with with a lot of places. But Le Mans just there's something about it. It is very special, and with that, of course, you get the special parties. So take advantage of it.
And you may be wondering why we had that kind of musical interlude at 11 o'clock last night, and there was a mixed response online to it, but that is Le Mans. That is exactly what they do. It is not just about the race. I always talk about Le Mans as like a music festival, but for motorsport. You go to a music festival, and you never actually have to go to a stage. You never actually have to listen to the music. There's so many other things to do around a music festival that it's kind of the reason you're there, but it's not the reason it's not your main focus. And Le Mans could be the same thing. You may well go to Le Mans and never really watch cars circulating, because there's a huge fairground, there's a massive area for food and drink and stalls to buy. The camping area is brilliant. The countryside is just brilliant to wander around anyway. And actually, it's a great opportunity to take somebody who might not necessarily be hugely involved in motorsport to a motorsports event, and they will have a blast.
Yeah, it's a festival in itself, and like I said, bringing someone along who maybe is sort of sat there thinking, oh, well, I kind of like cars, but I wouldn't really want to sit there for 24 hours. You don't have to sit there for 24 hours. You can go and do something else. It's more than acceptable, and well, why not? Why not come along and see what it's all about? This is a replay with the. Is that one of the Palace cars?
42 is Cool Racing.
Cool Racing, that's right. There's a lot of blue cars, they get them all mixed up.
Just a little nerf, and that's Nico Lapierre. So bonjour Nico, over in Geneva. I was just saying a little bit earlier on that where they were all driving from is about half an hour from my house. It's a very small village in the middle of the mountains, in the middle of nowhere, and yet it houses Cool Racing team. My father is very excited about that fact. He's always been telling me about it, and I've never found it particularly interesting until suddenly now I think, oh, it's brilliant. I can use that.
That is
Roche-sur-Foron. Ever heard of Roche-sur-Foron? Exactly.
No, I have not. I realised I just shook my head at you then. I was like, they can't see that.
No, they can't see that. Isaac Price is in the pits, and that's a bit early, actually, I would have thought. That's a lap early for Isaac Price. He's handed over to Jack Keithley. Now, Jack is very fast, so let's see how Jack can respond to 2C's Motorsport, and maybe we might see another change of position for that fourth position. Jack has been on his A game the last couple of months. He's won all kinds of things on Race Room, another platform. Actually, we haven't really mentioned Race Room very much within this broadcast, but Keithley is a master of that, and he's very fast in many other things too. And perhaps, again, not to the experience level of Rory McDuff in terms of R-Factor 2, but certainly, personally, I believe that he got the pace to at least match him.
So I had a conversation on a Race Room broadcast earlier in the year with Robert Wiesenmuller, who runs things over there, a great guy, and we were wondering if 2020 was the year of Jack Keithley. He started out well. He's had a few missteps. He's always been very fast, but courtesy of various instances, we saw Danny Incadella there run off. He's got a bit of damage on the front end of that car. Damage isn't properly visually represented in R-Factor 2, but there is a bit. You can just see a little bit on the left-hand side as we're looking at it, on the front right of his car. There's just a couple of scratches and stuff on the paintwork. That's damage, and that will actually affect it's a visual representation of the damage on it, and there will be a little bit of suspension in this, so we've got to be a bit careful there as Danny J. But yeah, Jack Keithley has been in sim racing for a very long time. I used to commentate on him in Formula Sim Racing in start of 2013, so 7 years ago. Open wheelers, they are Formula 1 style. You know, that kind of speed, that kind of variant, has done genuinely whatever you can think of in sim racing, in motorsport. He's raced it, whether it's a Clio, whether it's a Brazilian stock car, whether it's these, whether it's open wheelers, whether it's British touring car stuff, whether it's the WTCR cars and God knows what else on Race Room. He's a well-versed driver. R-Factor 2, he did struggle in 2018 when he came back to do the GPVWC, which is a league, their International Touring Cup. And it was the first time he came back onto R-Factor 2 for a while, and he really, really struggled with the tyres. To be fair though, those tyres, front-wheel drive cars, very, very difficult to manage tyres to do that. He seems to be doing a lot better job now. Courtesy of that pit stop though, that's dropped his car, the number 3 Rebellion Williams eSports car, effectively a lap down. So he is now a lap behind Raffaele Marcello.
Could be key if we get any further disruptions to this race. Very, very impressed by the way that we're pretty much getting through this whole night. To see a lot of the guys reappearing at 6 o'clock in the morning here local time. Got through the whole night without any completely major issues. A few glitches for some of the drivers, and I know out there that you're kind of getting attached to some of our leading names and sympathizing with the glitches that they have felt. Let's not forget that whilst Lando Norris unfortunately is no longer with us in this particular race because of his team having glitches, Lando Norris has had glitches in pretty much every single race that he's taken part in, regardless of the platform.
Yeah, his issues on the Formula 1 games are well known. It's like we've said before, there are various issues in R-Factor 2, but I did hear when I got back into the studio when I was in the green room getting ready to come down, I heard you saying, and very rightly, that, let's be honest, but there are a lot of sims on the market at the moment, and everyone has its issues. Let's not forget that, because whilst there's this, that, and the other for this, then you've got various issues with iRacing, you've got ones with, of course, with racing. They all have different issues, and basically it's just whichever ones you can live with as a driver, take that sim, you know.
And it is like real life. They're different issues, but it is like real life. If they were racing, if this was the real Le Mans 24 hours, then a lot of these drivers would be experiencing issues in their real car. They would be having issues with water bottles. They'll be having issues with setup, maybe tyre imbalance. Maybe they've got a rattle or something like that. So many people will be having issues with their cars. We take away all of that in sim racing because we do not have random mechanical issues with cars. You do have damage on. You can have mechanical issues forced by something that you as a driver do. If you rattle over a curb, you can damage the suspension, for instance. If you hit a wall, you can damage the car. But we don't have random mechanical points. The random mechanical failures come in through glitches in the software, and that is life. And for those of you, I understand it's very frustrating. Oh, a bit of side-by-side contact. That was very rude. That's our lead Ferrari, the 71 machine. And that's our South African driver. Is that actually a battle? That's
Jordi Sveers behind the wheel of that.
Yeah, sorry, Dutch, not South African. Why did I say South African? But that must be traffic, because he's 5 seconds to the good of Feed Racing.
That's the 56 car, Team Project 1. Not sure which position they're in. Just looking at 16th place, that Team Project 1 car is. The one they've got by the very recognisable art car. I must say, the 71 car, which was, when I left, the last Ferrari on the road, has now become the first one.
I don't know what's been going on there. I need to get in touch with Maranello because it really has not gone well.
I messaged Jordi after qualifying the other night, and I said, what's going on? Is that? And I asked him straight out. I was like, is this a play for balance of power, to balance of performance rather, to try and get something maybe for race day, to be like, look, our car's really bad. Are you playing a game? And he was, and I've raced with Jordi for a long time. I really trust the guy, and he said to me, he was like, flat out, no, that is as fast as the car will go. We are in trouble. Yeah, and that was the point where I was like, they're not messing about. They've not come here to play games. They've come here to win the race, and they are very much struggling. And again, for those of you sat at home thinking, oh well, you know, that's rubbish. That's this. How many times have we seen that in real life?
Yeah, exactly.
It's rough for them. Let's have a look at this replay. Oh, Brendan Hartley alert.
Oh, that's an identical carbon copy of Brendan's
exactly
crash.
the same.
And that, to me, is eSports 3. And who is in that car right now?
Fenestras.
Sasha Fenestras used to be a housemate to Lando Norris.
Really?
Sasha, and his sister used to be the wife of Pechito Lopez.
Oh, wow.
All the facts today.
My goodness. Rattle them off.
And hang on, third fact alert. Sasha's family own a very nice hotel in the ski resort of Mirabel as well.
Have you stayed there?
No, I haven't actually.
Oh.
And because, of course, Sasha is racing this year in Japan. He is based out of Tokyo right now, so he's linked in from Tokyo. Used to be Lando's flatmate, but presumably left the flat when he needed to go racing in Tokyo. So Sasha, not exactly getting that right. We saw Brendan Hartley in the pits for 6-7 minutes repair time after doing that, and so we expect to see Veloce eSports 3 descend the order. A bit of a shame for me because but a bit of a soft spot for James Baldwin, who is World's Fastest Gamer 2 champion. Has been a long-time member of Veloce eSports. He also won a competition that I organised, the Race of Champions, which is coming back for its virtual edition with real-world drivers in a couple of weeks' time. But he won the sim racing version of it, which allowed him to compete against real-world drivers in the Race of Champions. And Enzo Benito was the man who won it 1 year before. So both those two guys really close to my heart, and Enzo doing the best thing that he could have ever done for sim racing and for the Race of Champions eSports E-Rock by winning against Lucas de Grassi on the real world track, having qualified through the virtual world. So a shame for James Baldwin. He's a very fast driver, although on the R-Factor 2 platform, perhaps not his preferred platform. But that car really is well out of contention now. 21 laps down, according to my timing screen. So that's pretty... I don't think it's completely correct.
No, I think it's actually 9. No, so to be fair, with the damage on the car, it might be up to 21 laps by the time we've done with this. I will just say though, on that point, of course, not in the position they want to be in. Fair enough, I get that. You know, obviously you come to these races and you probably want to be in a position to win, as everyone does. However, I will say the idea that we're at this point in the race and they're still circulating is very impressive. Let's have a look. Ooh.
Well, that was an interesting one.
That wasn't as bad. There was some rear locking going in there. That was what threw the Sigmatech off.
He got so hard onto the brakes, being caught out by the quick braking car at the front end, that he locked up, and we've got a bit more drama going on. The Wolves Golf Racing car. Whoa.
Oh, that was close. The one the Sigmatech, by the way, hit was the MPI. It's actually the Max Papis one. Who else is in that car? I know Cedo's in that car, and it's one of the. It was Pietro Fittipaldi.
Yeah, and TK as well.
And TK, yeah, TK's in it. Which is been, I'm sure, an interesting experience for the Dutchman, Cedo Vaya, who's trying to get all of those up to speed. I know Nick Dealey, who runs strategy and stuff behind the scenes for Zancho, has been a very busy man over the last 2 or 3 weeks, helping Team Rocket Zancho, helping Multimatic Zancho, and helping MPI Zancho, all of those pro drivers up to speed. He's almost been able to leave Team Rocket Zancho to be like, right, you know, you boys, you know what you're doing, carry on, lads. But then has put a lot of work into making sure that Andy Prio's up to speed, that Seb Prio's up to speed, and then the 3 from MPI are all up to speed as well. So a very, very busy man is Nick Dealey, running things behind the scenes for Sancho, doing a great job. Has helped me to a championship, so it's a big thanks to you.
Ben Barker was in the Golf Racing Wolf Wanderers liveried car that had that spin at the Forge Chicane. Lucky not to make contact, and was able to carry on without any issues. 19th position for that car. That's had a lot of problems throughout the race and well off the lead pace. Josh Rogers in the leading GTE car for the Porsche Esports team, 93, but Danny Ucadella is now in the 80 car, which is the Romain Grosjean Esports team Corvette. The gap between those is now down to 2 minutes and 30 seconds. It was looking as though the 93 would go a whole lap ahead of the rest of the field, but it does look as though that's not going to be the case. I'm interested to see, though, that the Mitch de Jong 91 car that had overtaken Matt Campbell is now 2 places behind. So unless they're on different strategies, I can actually check that, can't I? Because I've got the strategy computer in front of me. But it seems a bit odd that de Jong was into 3rd ahead of Matt Campbell, but Matt Campbell now is almost a lap ahead again.
Well, whilst you're checking that, I'll just tell you the gaps a little bit between them, because I think you're right. I think they're running different things, because Matt Campbell 3 minutes 15.2 off the leader. Lasse Sorensen, who's in the Aston Martin racing car, is effectively a lap down the leader, and then Mitchell de Jong, who I think we're on board with now, is only 4 seconds back from that. So I think realistically, he's not actually that far off the back of Matty Campbell. Would be sort of, I'm guessing, sort of 1 minute 30, 1 minute 40 off the back of Matt Campbell. Unfortunately, I don't have the gap for that. I don't know if you have over there, but I find it unlikely because it just says 1 lap on ours.
Yes. Yeah, the first of the cars a lap down. So Mitch de Jong is 2 laps into his stint. Mitch and Josh Rogers, the 93 and the 91, are on the same strategy. But then the 80, the 88, the 95 and the 92 are all on different strategies. I don't know how that's ended up the case, but they are about 4 laps different in terms of strategy. And so that will not play out until another 10 laps, or another 8 laps before we actually see the legit positions. Another 8 laps at just under 4 minutes is quite a big difference. So how that's going to play out when we get to the end of the race, we'll have to wait and see. But for the moment, de Jong sits in 5th position in class, behind Lee Sorensen, just 2.8 seconds behind Lee Sorensen. So a battle's brewing there between Aston Martin and Porsche. And Danny Ucadella doing a great job of keeping the gap down less than a lap, as we just have a quick look at him, behind Josh Rogers. Now, why did I say Danny Ucadella was driving from? I said it earlier and was surprised at his location.
Wasn't it?
Dublin.
Dublin, yeah. I was going to say, it was Wales, Scotland, or Ireland. It was, yeah.
Why is Danny Ucadella in Dublin? Answer on the postcard, hashtag Le Mans 24 virtual. Maybe it's part of that film that Matt Damon's in. You know, Matt Damon was taking shelter in Ireland because he's been filming for a film. And when lockdown came in, they decided to stay in the house, the cottage that they were in. And he's in a tiny village in the middle of Ireland, in Southern Ireland. And the local radio station spent the whole of lockdown pleading with him to come into the local radio station and putting out sort of, they had a competition, have you spotted Matt Damon? And so these, you know, went on for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks, and eventually Matt actually had picked up on the radio station and ended up phoning into the radio station to have a chat with them after weeks. So maybe Danny Ucadella is part of that film, and he's there. Now, good battle going on. Let's get back to racing.
P4 in LMP. We've got Jack Keithley, who's now heading Devin Browner. That position, obviously, so Devin has taken over from Rory McDuff. Rory can I think go off and go and get some sleep, because I think he didn't get any between his previous stints, so now is his time to go to bed. Devin, though, very much closing in on Jack Keithley, someone he definitely hasn't raced with before. 1 second, you can see on your timesheets there on the left-hand side of your screen. 4th and 5th place, 1.043 of a second. I'm sure we'll get pictures on that the closer they get. There's your Bicolis car. Currently sat in 3rd place with Jene Simicic behind the wheel.
Yeah, but let's not forget that they are on a very different strategy to the rest. So we don't really know how this is going to play out until we get a bit closer to the end of the race. Just to explain that timing screen for you, because I know there's a little bit of confusion out there. That is the gap to the next car. So the lead car is on 2:42 laps. Second is 41 seconds behind that. Third is 26.5 seconds behind second. That's why those times are the way they are. So it shows us, basically it's really useful for a TV director because it kind of shows you the closest gaps without having to do too much maths. And just to let you know, I know I had a question from Matt Jelinek asking how this whole system works. So the game is being run, rFactor 2 platform is being run by Motorsport Games, and they are race control, they are race organization, and they're doing the very basic race cut that we're seeing here. So they are putting together the feed that we've been commentating on over the last couple of hours. That is basically choosing which car to be filmed by. They'll have different packages for camera systems around the circuit, so they could have static cameras. We saw those being used a few moments ago, and then they can have the normal TV camera set. They may have more than one camera set. They may have a wide camera set or a tight camera set. Then you've got selection of all of the onboard cameras that we can use as well, and pit lane cameras. And effectively, you can just choose which car you want to follow and then choose which view you want to use. That's in a very simple sense how it works. So unlike in the real world where we'd have to wait for the TV cameraman to find the car, then they started following it, and then you can't follow everybody else. Effectively, every single car has its own set of TV cameras following all of them, which makes life a lot nicer. So Motorsport Games are providing this feed. That is then being put into a TV truck, the same TV truck that we use for the Le Mans 24 Hours. And all of the extras that you saw, so the Zoom or Skype interviews and the Zoom cameras are being fed by Motorsport Games and organised by Motorsport Games, but they're being put together on a package by our Le Mans TV director, Olivier Denis. And he has been creating those beautiful three-way shots where you've got different onboards, looks, as well as the view of the driver. And then finally we get the graphics from our partners at Al Kamel that gets put on top of that. So there is the possibility of getting graphics from in-game, but with this system we've decided to use our timing partner Al Kamel to place the graphics over the top. So these are the brand new graphics for WEC this year. This is what they're going to look like. And as we get back into the morning session, when our TV truck comes back underway again, you'll notice how the feed slightly changes. We'll be able to see interviews from Haley again. Alan McNish will be awake again. But also we'll get the three-way boxes with the different cameras and different graphics, and those graphics will change a bit. So that's basically how the whole of our feed is put together. A very different way of working from how our Le Mans expertise is in the real world. And actually, it's quite nice to see the TV director, Olivier Denis, having quite a nice time in the TV truck, because he doesn't have to be constantly talking to the cameramen to get them to move battles, to focus. He's not having to tell the cameramen what to do. Basically, he's just requesting a car, and then Motorsport Games are giving him these pictures that we're seeing. So I hope that gives you a bit more of an insight as to how this works. It is still incredibly complex, and I know that many of you have been enjoying the way that we've put this together, and all credit to the ACO and the WEC organisation specifically, and Olivier Denis and his team for providing beautiful pictures away from the in-game stuff. The in-game stuff is very much rFactor 2 as graphics, and then Motorsport Games as the kind of the subjects in which we are looking at. So if you're not happy with the battles we're choosing, then that's Motorsport Games. But to be honest, I think
they've done a great job.
They've done a great job, because I'll tell you what, there are some people out there who just cannot do this, and these guys are nailing it.
Yeah, I've worked in sim racing a long time, and the broadcast for this is way more complicated than anything I've done.
ever seen ever.
It is madness to me. It's a different planet. We've got so many different. I think there's 7 different feeds in the back from the game that they're allowed to pick and choose from. They can obviously, whilst one's not on, they can effectively get to another camera. There are not many people in sim racing that run even 2 computers to grab 2 different feeds. Jimmy Allison's the one who's been really pushing that one on the RFACTOR 2 side of things. He's been doing a great job on those broadcasts. I know he's helping out a little bit with some things on the running of this event. Is Jimmy Allison, head of the Virtual Endurance Championship. Nothing to do with WEC. It's his own little thing. But one thing I will say, we've just had Roy McDuff out of the car and he's messaged me. I'll translate what he said because it's in American. He said, boy, that was fun. None of the nervous stuff from the first stint. It was just pushing, which that's confidence to be able to get in the car and just go, yeah, I'm just going to push. Which does say on the first stint when he was battling with Gregor Hutu, Mr. 5-time, he had to balance his own nerves as well as the car around the 13.6 kilometre circuit. So brave stuff from him. A well-deserved rest. He said he's not sure if he's going to go to sleep, but I'd say that's recommended after some time in the car like this. And whilst it's that time, waiting time is 1:30 in the morning for him in Massachusetts. So definitely go and get yourself some sleep. What have we got on screen at the moment? Is this a battle for position? It is. It's Mitchell. Is it Mitchell de Jong and Lasse Sorensen? I believe so. 1 and a bit seconds apart. 4th in class in GTE. Oh, yeah, it is. It is indeed. Lasse Sorensen in the Aston. I thought for some reason I was like, Lasse Sorensen in a Corvette. No, it's not. It's an Aston Martin.
And a beautiful Aston Martin. That looks so good. Love that livery from Aston Martin. And one of the manufacturers that have really, really championed sim racing over the last couple of months and really got behind really putting together an esports team, not just to compete in this, but to compete in all kinds of different racing. And fantastic to see that kind of reactivity from a manufacturer as the male racing team joins the barrier again. They really have had a torrid time of things, and that's Robert Wickens once again aboard that car. As we've mentioned before, struggling with his wheel, stuck on force feedback at 100%. He's braking obviously with his right hand because of his injuries sustained in the IndyCar Championship a few years ago. And so a very different challenge for Robert Wickens, and just amazing and thankful to have him as part of this Le Mans 24 Hours experience. Now, I have been told that we may have another retiree, and I can't believe my old mate Nico Lapierre has done this, but he's run out of fuel before he got to his pit box. He's in pit lane, so he got there, but he didn't quite get to his pit box. And of course, as we know from what we saw with Fernando Alonso earlier on in the race, if you run out of fuel and you can't get back to your pit box, then that is out. There is no toes like there is in other platforms in this game. You are out of the race. And Nico Lapierre, having done the whole night with his team over in Roche-sur-Foron, that we were talking about earlier, looks to be out of that race. All those guys together in the factory there, and what a shame. Sounds like he was just a couple of 100 meters. And of course, if you were in the real world, you get your mechanics to come and push you into the box.
You don't have that.
You don't have any virtual mechanics to do that, and that is gutting for the Frenchman who has won this in LMP2 so many times. One of the star names of Le Mans 24 Hours. Another man who's the only star name from Le Mans in this race, Maxime Briand, has just brought the number 7 Toyota Gazoo Racing. And you might say, who? What? He's the only driver who's actually at Le Mans in this race right now. He is a resident of Le Mans. He's a mechanic for Toyota Gazoo Racing. He's a Le Mans passionate. He's a great sim racer too. He's actually the fastest of his team in the 07, and he's brought his car in for a pit stop. But there are plenty of drivers in France, but there's nobody actually in Le Mans except for Maxime.
Yeah, doing a great job. So it'll be a fresh pit lane, some tyres and fuel. I will say with the Lapierre thing, and Stephen Bailey, if you are watching, I definitely recommend tuning out, because yes, I am going to say this on air. And I did bring this up a little bit earlier. running out of fuel. I've never had it in the pit lane, but I did have it once. We were leading by 2 laps at Sebring in a 12-hour race. We were about 8 hours in, and my teammates had done a brilliant job. We were out far in front. I got in the car. Everything was great. Flying around, no mistakes. Everything was perfect through traffic. The car felt brilliant. I was setting times clear enough from everyone else. The team was a 1, 2, 3 for the team. It was like, this is going perfect. What's about to go wrong? And then I forgot to pit. I got halfway round and I wasn't looking at my fuel count. And then I came out of the hairpin and the engine just went and just shut off. And I was like, guys, what's just happened? And the car had run out of fuel. So I kind of feel for Lapierre there, because it's a rough thing to go to your guys. Yeah, by the way, the reason we retired was because I ran out of fuel. It's not because I crashed heavily. It's not because it was something in traffic. It's not because of a technical fault. It's because I ran out of fuel, guys. I just didn't save enough, and that's the day done. That is the 37 and the 17 battling for position. That's UC Yakula gaining a position on Shatan. Jota Team Redline then up into 11th position. I believe things were close elsewhere. It's the it's still the battle between Jack Keithley and Devin Brauner. And Devin Browner has got actually up a position, and he's up into 4th place. That happened just off screen. I wonder if the Motorsport Games guys could get us a replay on it. Pass that one off to them. Yeah, I don't know when that's changed, but either way, Devin Browner up into 4th position, now going to have to hunt down the Slovenian Jerne Simoncic, and that is going to be a bit of a mountain. 20 seconds up the road, 2 minutes 40 off your race lead. Raffaele Marcello setting some decent times at the front end of the field. From what I can see, looking pretty healthy. That team, the Raffaele Marcello one, the number 1 car, was one that we picked for a potential victory. Nikitin Wisniewski and Kuba Brzezinski have won here before, have won in sim racing a lot, have been teammates for a very long time back in the Feeder Sport Poland days when they were driving together with Pashnus Gergish, who drives elsewhere in sim racing. He drives in the Tag Heuer thing. I know he did a few rounds in the iRacing Grand Prix series back in the day. That was one team that we very much picked for victory, although there was question marks as to the aggression of the 2 sim drivers. Louis Delatraz, the other one behind the wheel of that car, doing a fantastic job in the number 1 car. And how fitting would it be if the number 1 car wins the race? Oh, a bit of contact there. That was Jack Keithley receiving a what would be classified in sim racing as a boff from a GTE car. That was the one of the Porsches, and that is how Devin Browner got by.
Contact, and that could also mean an issue when it comes to the pit stops too, because he will have a slightly longer stop to repair the car. So a bit of a shame there, and as we know, the pace is good from Jack Keithley, and he's being able to keep up with Browner, but classic thing in Le Mans, it's all about the traffic, and actually they've got one less category in this virtual race to worry about, because obviously in there are real-world Le Mans 24 hours. You have LMP1 with their insane acceleration, then LMP2, which looks slow in comparison, and then the GT cars as well. But at least here we've just got the 2 to worry about.
Indeed. It's not too much to follow. He says as there's 27 LMP cars left in the running. I think it might be no, it's 27 when you count for Longuet, who's down among the GTEs. There's not been many retirements. Everyone's desperately trying to get to the checkered flag. We're approaching 1/3 of the race to go. Only 8 hours to go. Time has flown by in this race. It's been absolutely brilliant. And to be fair, there's been a lot of shocks, a lot of stuns. You can see that this is Devin Browner here, and behind him Jack Keithley. I'm pretty sure the Englishman from Ipswich is going to be a little bit miffed about that contact. Might be a little bit of rear diffuser damage, and he'll be desperate to catch up. And he is not afraid to go into battle. I was teammates with Jack Keithley back in 2018, and I remember when we were on a bus going to the Nürburgring to take part in a racing event down there. It was whilst the Nürburgring 24 hours going on. And we were having a conversation. I'd never met Jack Keithley before. I spoke to him a few times, but we'd never really had much of a conversation. And he told me in that conversation that he likes to play the villain. He likes to be the bad guy. He likes to be the one that's basically calling the shots in that scenario. He just enjoys that sort of atmosphere. Why not, I guess? But the thing from that is he is not scared to go door to door with anyone.
I laugh because as a character, as a personality, he doesn't look like the villain at all. He's actually a great character, and I hope we can get a chance to speak to some of our sim racers in the broadcast when our full broadcast comes back at around 8:30. We'll have Haley and the team being able to access some of our drivers and chat to them and find out exactly what's going on. Interesting that these two just went past that battle that we were watching earlier on between Les Sorensen and Mitch de Jong, that battle for 4th position in the GTE category. There they are, and I was kind of wondering what exactly was going on. Well, the LMP2s blasted past them. The Porsche does have a straight line advantage by the looks of things over the rest of the field. And as he slowly draws onto the tail of that Aston Martin, actually a huge amount in the braking zone, maybe carries a bit too much mid-corner there, because then it starts to concertina outwards again. Les Sorensen a bit cleaner, and I'm sure, are due pit stops from these guys pretty soon.
Well, I think we're going to see a change for position on the run down towards the second chicane on the Mulsanne, as I think Lasse Sorensen is going to get passed by Mitchell de Jong, lifts out of it, conserves a touch of fuel there, and not making a risky move from the 91 car, but going down to Mulsanne corner. Surely the Aston Martin is going to be under pressure. I did not think that we were going to see Aston Martin really fighting towards the front end of this, but whilst everything's happened over the night, they've kept in touch and very much a part of the lead lap battle. That Porsche not really quick enough in a straight line. One thing that I noticed, we're in a slightly different balance of performance than what was being raced last week elsewhere. The Aston Martin is not the favoured car. However, it does have some really good straight line speed, and that's what we're kind of seeing here. Even in this scenario, is the Porsche, it's not really it's able to close up, but it's not really there enough to put it down the inside, certainly not into Indianapolis.
Well, he's going to try, and again, yeah, you could hear it, couldn't he? He thought about pulling alongside, and if you are going to pass into Indianapolis, you need to go round the outside of the right-hander to give you the inside to the left-hander. But Sorensen's feeling the pressure, dips a wheel into the gravel, and Sorensen's got about 3 laps of fuel left of this stint, whereas the Porsche's got 7 laps. So Porsche midway through Mitchell de Jong's stint, and this is his 3rd stint as well. They're doing 14 laps in the GTE category as opposed to 10 in the LMP category. And so this is a battle for 4th position. However, when it all shakes out at the end of the race, with all these different strategies, this may well be a bit more significant.
Yeah, it's all of the things that we kind of think about for what's going to happen towards the end of the race. We'll focus on the battles for now and try and give you a better picture of what's going to happen in 8.5 hours time. But bearing in mind how much things have changed over even the previous 2, 3, 4 hours in comparison to now, it's very hard to keep track of. The number 3 car into the pit lane of Jack Keithley, so he was putting pressure on Devin Brown, and now comes in at the end of lap 247. Devin Brown will go out for another 3 laps, I believe, up to 250. He will be in the car for a fair while. He did a quadruple stint earlier in the race, which obviously for those in the LMP category, basically one stint is roughly 35-ish minutes. So if you do 4, it's 2 hours 20. You can get away with doing 5, which is what Rory McDuff did before he left the car. Not the previous time, the time before, the first time that he was in the car. I'm not sure how many he did on the previous stint. But 5 is your limit, because once you pass 3 hours, well, you're going to get into big trouble if you pass 3 hours. 3 hours is the limit. Every 5 hours, you can do a maximum of 3 hours inside the car.
Lots of Charles Leclerc fans out there back on his stream. If you want to watch his perspective, then head over to Twitch, where he is streaming his onboard camera, if you like, and his comments. And Charles is down 16th in the GT category, 1 lap ahead of the 51 Ferrari. The 52 Ferrari is the second best of the AF Corsa machines, but they are way down in comparison to the 71, which is the best of the Ferraris. Actually quite impressive to see them only a couple of positions ahead of Tony Miller in the Strong Together Ferrari, which is very much the kind of privateer entry worked out of Monaco with Princess Charlene. I wonder if she's still up, team managing their car, or whether they've headed back to the palace. Either way, Tony Miller, who is in Monaco, only Felipe Massa is not part of that team actually on site. And Miller is the second best Ferrari, and he is about a minute behind the lead Ferrari.
Yeah, this thing between those two Ferraris, it's a bit of a classic endurance battle in sim racing recently. Jordi Zviers, who's one of Dennis Lim's drivers, who's a little bit further up the road, driving for Singularity, and Tony Miller is a Zancho Sim Sport driver. As much as they all get along as a team, Zancho Sim Sport, Singularity, they have a bit of fun together. They have good chats, etc., etc. However, they are rivals on track. They've been battling for championships and stuff. This is something that we've seen all of the previous sort of 9, 10, 12 months even. So if those two start battling on circuit, that'll be an enthralling one. Let's see what we've got in the replay.
Well, this potentially is Nico Lapierre. And Lapierre,
receiving help in the pit lane.
That's amazing.
Good on you.
That's Rudy Van. Is it Rudy Van Buren?
No, I think that's Negrao, isn't it? In the Sigtech.
Of course it is.
So that respect to you. That is very, very nice. Pushes him into the box, gets it up on the jacks, gets some fuel in. That car is still in the race. That is amazing.
Well, Nico Lapierre has won many of his Le Mans 24 Hours in LMP2 for Signatech Racing alongside Andre Negrao, and somehow there was a bit of communication between the two teams there to get him into his box. We reported that Lapierre had run out of fuel just before his pit box, and amazing teamwork, not teamwork even, amazing camaraderie to get Nico into his box so he could refuel. Of course, Negrao's going to pick up a little bit of damage from doing that too. So really, really lovely to see that. And kudos to Cool Racing, but mainly to Signatech Alpine for that. Love it.
Yeah, that's kind of one of those things you do love to see. People that don't necessarily have to help each other out, but they do, because in some cases, you know, we're all one big team, effectively. We just want to get to the end of the race. We want to see as many cars reach the checker flag as possible. We want everyone to enjoy what is going on. And I think so far, over the previous nearly 16 hours, we've had a lot of enjoyment out there. By the way, the Team Rocket Zancho car of Jenson Button into the pit lane, the race leader, Raffaele Marcello, Williams Esports with Rebellion. They're in the pit lane in the 0-1 car. That's from the race lead. So Romanidis takes the lead in the number 13.
But he also owns the pit stop, so he'll
the sequence begins now.
Yeah, he'll be coming into the pits any moment now, actually. Most of the pit stops somehow have kind of skewed one lap before the round number. But 249 is the 10 laps completed.
I know, so that goes back. This would even at this point, this would go all the way back to the start of the race. Of course, in this scenario, it goes actually back to when the red flag restart happened. There were cars like, say for example, with the 2C's motorsport car when Rory McDuff started on the restart is he did the outlap, and then he did 9 time lap. It was whatever took them up to this lap. Now everyone else did the outlaps plus 8 timed laps, which is obviously a lap shorter. And whilst everyone can do 10 laps, there wasn't enough saving to make sure they could do that extra, because it is quite a lot of saving to do that extra bit at the start of the race, because obviously with their formation laps, it wasn't just one formation lap, there was a couple. Particularly, obviously, we were there when we saw they did, how many was it, 3, 4 laps behind the safety car?
Yeah, it was, yeah.
And then got going. So that's where this all comes back to, is that restart.
Here we go then, perhaps a change for 4th position. Lee Sorensen in the Aston Martin, with Mitchell de Jong now pulling alongside in the Porsche. All the way down to Indianapolis. De Jong is on the outside line, but I think he will have an overlap enough to claim the racing line into the right-hander. He does, and then into the braking zone and left-hander at Indianapolis. Now, why is Indianapolis called Indianapolis, Lewis?
I actually don't know.
You don't know. The common misconception is Indianapolis is called Indianapolis because it's a banked turn. And many believe that's the case. But I believe, and somebody's going to correct me here, but I'm pretty sure it's because it was originally a paved corner in the same way that Indianapolis was. Lee Sorensen looks standing inside the Porsche curves. That was really not a particular nice place to go alongside, and he realizes that and pulls out of it. But the Aston Martin looks to be on par. He's right at the end of his stint. I expect to see Sorensen coming into the pits either this time or next time by. So very, very light on fuel, probably light on his tyres as well. And the Porsche does have 5 laps more fuel inside the car. Does he peel to the right? Yes, he does. Aston Martin 95 into the pits. That battle is done for a while. And de Jong can now relax into a rhythm.
Lasse Sorensen, obviously the younger brother of Marco Sorensen. A little fun fact about him is Lasse Sorensen used to drive for a team called Precision Motorsports back in the day. We won't go too much into that because that team is very much defunct now. The team that helped Bono Huis to many a world championship in Formula Sim racing. For those of you in sim racing will know that name quite a lot, and will slate me for saying Bono Huis rather than Bono House, which is, yeah, fair enough. But in that team as well was Jack Keithley. So this, I think, might be one of the first times that Jack Keithley and Lasse Sorensen have been on the track in nearly 7 years. It's crazy when you have it. I mean, I've had messages today from people that I have not seen in sim racing in nearly half a decade, and being like, wow. They're saying, oh, watching this, they're saying that they want to get back into sim racing, they want to retake on everything that's going on, and that is the joy of watching this. Those of you sat at home thinking, this looks really cool, I'd love to take part. Well, do you know what? You can take part in this. It is so approachable. You just need to get the game, get the cars. You don't, in some cases, I did not start on a wheel. I started on an Xbox 360 controller, so, fill your boots. I wouldn't recommend starting on a keyboard, but you can, some people did. There are some people named Lazaros Philippakos, who is a Greek driver, drives for Speedy Might, a team in sim racing at the moment. He races competitively, genuinely competitively, with a lot of the guys that are on this field on a controller. He was the one that helped Jacques Villeneuve up to speed in the race ages ago. You can do it if you're determined.
Yeah, and there are different levels of steering wheel. We actually saw when we had some insets, it was Mark Gassner, wasn't it, who had a very basic looking setup and still is incredibly fast. So you don't need to put thousands and thousands of euros down for a top PC and the best steering wheel and pedals and a full rig. One thing you could do for starters is build your own rig if you've got the skills to do so. And then, a decent wheel and pedals to get you started will set you back only a couple of €100, and you can get yourself entered into this world. As you say, download the platform, R-Factor 2 in this case, download the cars, and off and running you go. And it's not, once you get going on this particular platform, it's not massively expensive. It can be on other platforms, because every time you download extra stuff, it can cost you, but something like, say, Assetto Corsa, we didn't speak about that yet. The open platform, you can download pretty much anything you want, and it's all been made by the community. If you want to race around Goodwood in a, I don't know, a soapbox, I think you can race around
absolutely.
in a soapbox.
You
so
can take a Reliant Robin around if you really want.
Does it fall over?
Yeah. Yeah, I've got a photograph of it on 2 wheels coming through, is it Ford, is it Valvoline? One of the left-handers when you start going downhill on the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit. Before you get to the hairpin, I've got it just going through there on 2 wheels. If you're careful, it's fine, but it can fall over. It's an approachable market. I mean, I bought a wheel, Logitech G27, which is the same one that we saw Catherine Legg with earlier when she was saying it's from the 1980s. I'm a little offended by that.
She said the 1800s.
Yeah, I'm a little offended by that. I'm a Logitech G27 user as well, thanks. But I've had that wheel for 6 years, and I bought it off of a friend for £100, and it still works. Every button, it still works fine. The force feedback is as it was, which is okay, but not ideal. And it still works, though. It's still an access into this world.
Yeah, that's key.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can spend, you can go and buy your SimiCube direct drive wheel and spend the better part of 1,500 quid trying to get your right wheel, and then even more on pedals, and then this, that, and the other. Or you can buy one of these budget wheels. Jarl Tyen, who takes part in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola series, who takes part in this, in the Enduro Championship, in anything that he touches, he is one of the fastest drivers on the grid. He races Logitech G29, which is not an expensive wheel realistically. It's one of the more budget style wheels. It does have force feedback, but it's more of a simplified form of it. And he is still monster quick, so you can do it. And I suggest you do, actually.
It's not about the tools, it's about how you use them.
Exactly.
I mean, I want to blame my tools, and therefore I make sure I've got good ones. Thank you to Fanatec for helping me out just before the lockdown really kicked in and they weren't able to sell anything else. It's just been an amazing time for all of these people who are involved. The bigger manufacturers like your Thrustmasters and your Fanatec's and your Logitech's, and then the smaller niche communities like you mentioned SimCube, SimLab, for instance. I've got a rig from SimLab. It's taking them, I think they've got an 8-week lead time now, such as the demand for rigs. RS Simulation is another one that Andre Lotterer uses. He's got a little bit of motion in his RS simulator. Go onto his Instagram feed to see where he is. He's actually moved out of his house for the weekend, and it looks like he's doing this from a gym. He calls it a community hall. I don't know how he's got access to this community hall. It looks like a gym, but he says it's very secure. It's got a backup generator if needed, and it's got a very good internet connection, a solid internet connection. So I think he was concerned about power outages. I mean, he's in Germany, isn't he? So it's not like the back end of nowhere. But he's really taking it so seriously that he didn't really want anything to go wrong. And in fact, I think Lotterer should be getting into that car any moment. He said he was back on at 4 o'clock, and he hasn't been in the car yet. They've got all the Sim Boys co-ando at the moment, with Rogers in the 93, De Jong in the 91, and Backham in the 92. And Lotterer should be in the 91 that Mitch De Jong is in at the moment. So expect De Jong to come into the pits and hand over to Andre Lotterer at any moment now. So actually, if you're listening, morning Andre, hope you're well. Nice to have you with us, and nice to have you taking this so seriously. Apparently though, he is not in Germany, he's in Opédé in France. Now I think that's pretty close to where RS Simulation are based. So maybe he's actually at or near the RS Simulation area. his seat's so cool. It's leather, brown leather. It looks like an old racing seat from the 1960s Formula 1 car. It's absolutely awesome. Underneath it's carbon fiber, but obviously needed to use that. So obligatory to be taking part in the FIA Formula E Race at Home Challenge. He had done a little bit in the Super Cup for Porsche before that, but really then dedicated his time to the Formula E race, which was on the same platform, RF2, as this, and therefore giving you already a slight advantage. Okay, very different cars, and actually the whole way that the championship's been treated is so different to this. You know, this is the highest level of serious. There is no silliness going on here, whereas in Formula E, there was a bit of silliness going on, especially at the first corners of things. They had damage turned off, didn't they? I think that's one of the main problems.
I did photographs of BMW, and that's why I had to deal with taking photographs of the first corner on more than one occasion, thinking, oh God, how am I taking a photograph of this and making it look good? He's done a good job. To be fair, those Formula E cars, obviously the track's very claustrophobic with some of the tracks that we've got. They went to Monaco, they went to Berlin, they went to a track which doesn't exist called Electric Docks.
And Hong Kong.
And New York as well was the, Hong Kong and New York. Hong Kong was the one I was forgetting. That car, by the way, a lot of fun. To be fair, it's a lot of fun if you're lifting and coasting of all things. But when you start pushing that car, it is so hard to drive because the lift-off, oversteer, the brakes, really, really difficult. So imagine doing that as your first sim racing experience properly in a long time. Trust me, this is a bit easier than that. I know it doesn't, like, you kind of think, well, you know, it's a very different ball game. It is a very different ball game, but it's. I would argue that this is a touch more forgiving.
Yeah. Hopefully more enjoyable for the likes of Andre and Neil Jarni as well, part of that team. Neil Jarni has to do 4 hours. Not necessarily. Interesting actually for Neil, because not necessarily the fastest guy out there. Also, in terms of Formula E, it looks as though he's on the way out, because Pascal Wehrlein has announced he's no longer racing for Mahindra, and everything points to him taking part in Formula E in the future with Porsche. Andre Lotter's got the contract already, so you know already Neil Jarni looking like he may be under pressure for that seat, which will be a big shame. And you know, with everything that's going on in the real world of motorsport, all of the works contracts are reducing, and it's going to be much more competitive to get yourself a works drive in anything, whether it be GTs, whether it be Formula E, whether it be in Le Mans. So interesting times to be a racing driver right now in the real world, and still exciting to see, and looking forward to seeing those guys appearing at Circuit de la Sarre for real in September, when we will race the 24 hours of Le Mans for real, providing nothing massively crazy happens in the meantime, which of course it could.
Considering the world at the moment, you never know.
Yeah.
It's been a crazy few months for everyone here on planet Earth. But you know, we move forward, and there was one thing that that someone had spoke to me about. With like, I don't want this to be the replacement to motorsport. It's like, this is not. No. This is not, and never ever will be, a replacement to motorsport. This is something we're doing in the meantime whilst we can't have motorsport. This is something for everyone to do. You know, more from a fun side of things, but it's this remarkable level of fun serious. It's this balance of like, there's not really that much on the line. At the same time, we are taking this very, very seriously, and it's that balance that we're trying to find here in sim racing and stuff. And I feel like with this event, we really have struck that perfect balance of fun serious, because we're not seeing anything ridiculous, we're not seeing anything stupid, we're not seeing anything like what you would consider to be a game where people are just dive bombing each other and just bashing each other off the road and all laughing about everything that's going on. Everyone's taking it seriously. The racecraft has been as you would expect in the real world. But yeah, it is not. This will never become the official, real, big style.
No, Le Mans are going to stop, and we're going to just do it virtually.
Exactly. That will never happen. So those of you sat at home thinking, is this the future? Not. No. This is something else. This is a very different thing. This is esports. This is a wildly different category.
But whilst when we do go back to real world, it is worth remembering that this world will still exist. The virtual racing world will still exist, and hopefully will be healthier for all of this interim. And I hope that you guys as fans are being entertained by what you're seeing here, because that's the objective. Ooh. Oh, not again, Fernando. Is it Fernando in the car this time? It's the same car again.
It is that one.
And unfortunately,
it's Jarl.
52 is Charles Leclerc, who's been unceremoniously removed from the circuit there. That FARB all-in sports car has just been attracting trouble throughout the whole race, and not always their fault, granted. But Jarl Tien getting caught out by a car coming out of pit lane on the right-hand side, jinking to the left, but trying to thread the eye of the needle, which obviously wasn't there. And Charles Leclerc was already doing the avoiding here. So let's have a look. This is the perspective, goes to the inside.
Oh, come on, you've got to lift out of that, Jarl. That gap was always closing.
It was always going to close with Charles on the outside there, taking the racing line.
The thing is, right, so for those of you sat home wondering, oh, but blue flag, okay, let's eliminate this discussion, is that the LMP drivers that are coming through the GTE traffic, it is fully their responsibility to make the pass safely. For the GTEs, they almost need to just do what they're doing, remain predictable. If they stay on the racing line, an LMP driver goes, well, I already know what the racing line is, and you're going to stick on that, so I'll go around you, and that's fine. In that scenario, you can see from 100 miles away that that gap was going to close every day of the week. And Jarl, as much as he's been more of a GTE driver recently, as we've got a bit of a battle on circuit here, he should have known better in that scenario.
Battle for 7th position, this is. Between Tristan Vautier and Jordan and the TDS e-racing motor entry. Those guys at TDS all sharing the same simulator, motion rig that they have down at the factory at TDS. And interesting to see Jordan, who is the sim racing driver here, finding space to get past Tristan Vautier in the Panis AAA entry and moving himself up into 7th position. Remember, for the most part, this is basically kind of on schedule. Everyone's really on the same kind of strategy, except for the Rebellion, except for the Bicoles, that is a couple of laps, about half a stint actually, different. We also, Jensen Button is under pressure from Schonvliet from WRT for 9th spot. There's only a second between those two. JB's been running so well in all the sim racing events that we've seen. It's not quite as intense a battle, but thank you anyway, Motorsport Games, for switching directly to it. But expect perhaps Jensen for the first time in quite a while to lose a position here rather than to gain one.
I sent a message to Arne Skomsley after, because I read his. We've got a big book of driver profiles, and I went through his, and on his there is he's randomly included winning a Clio championship, and I know why he's done this. It's because I finished second in that championship, and it's just a shot fired at me. So thanks Arne. He is monster quick. In pretty much anything you stick in front of him in RFACTOR. He's kind of struggled with this event though a little bit. He's not really well versed in the LMP2 car. More has been driving various other endurance cars in RFACTOR 2. So the LMP2 may be a little bit new to him. Maybe he's not really struck a balance finally with the car. Used to have quite an aggressive driving style. Racing some touring cars and stuff, whereas as of more recent he's become a lot more reserved, a lot more mature. Has the Belgian driver, and now chasing down the 2009 Formula 1 World Champion, who's got some damage on the front of that car, has JB. So he's obviously he's gonked someone coming around the circuit.
Hang on, you've used the word boff and gonk.
And gonk. Boff, gonk. Yeah. No, you just use think of it like a comic book. You know, it's onomatopoeia, isn't it?
Ah, okay. We should add sound effects every time.
I'm told that boff is the word to describe something else, but
Yes.
I'm not sure. I don't think that.
Actually, talking of sound effects, if you get yourself online and Google the highlights of one of the recent TCR E-Series events, the editor was honestly having a boring day and decided to edit in sound effects to every single thing that happened in this little clip. So any crash that there was a ridiculous sort of Hollywood 1940s sound effect. The curbs were rattling. I didn't really know what was going on there, but obviously the editor was having a moment. I feel quite sane considering it's at 7 o'clock local time here in Paris, and we've clicked into less than 8 hours to go. Although, can you smell the toast? Somebody's cooking toast. I mean, it's not smell-o-vision, so you can't smell it on the stream. But
you're waking me up now.
I can smell toast. And
you're thinking you've got 40 minutes to go. You're thinking, where am I going to run off?
Isn't burnt toast a sign of a heart attack?
It's a stroke.
Okay, great. So just keep an eye on me, yeah?
No worries. By the way, there's some sandwiches over there.
Somebody's toasting one of them.
Maybe that's where it's come from. I went into Motorsport Games, and they were just all sat there with it. I was like, where have you got these
Motorsport,
from?
you came in the truck. Did they bring a load of bacon over for Sunday morning?
No.
Because obviously a bacon sarnie on a Sunday morning in motorsport is just obligatory, usually with greasy hands to just add that extra flavour. But they don't do bacon in France. It's absolutely rubbish. Right, here we go. Here comes Arne down the inside going into the first chicane. And this should be position gained ahead of Jenson Button. And up to 9th spot for ETWRT. They were super strong at the start of the race. Oh, Jenson getting a bit squirrely too there in the braking zone. And not sure he's going to have that much of a chance to keep up with the WRT car. Although we are going to get to the end. Oh no, we're not going to get to the end of the stint yet. We're about halfway through the stint. But Simoncic is taking his stop. And he's now in pit lane.
Is that a lap earlier than normal? Because I'm pretty sure they were pitting on lap... maybe not. Maybe not. I'm pretty sure they're doing 10-lap stints. If not, that might have been a lap earlier.
Well, that's bang on 10.
That's bang on 10.
There he is. Oh, no, hang on, that's not him.
That's the 7 car.
Oh, that's Otmir in...
oh, yeah.
no, sorry.
Van Oiters, by the way, is in the pit lane or apparently has stopped in the United Autosports entry, the number 22, in the second sector. Unsure as to why. Also, Nick Tandy, by the way, has taken over the number 93 at the head of the field in GTE. I wonder if we'll get a bit of a note as to what's happened to the United Autosports car.
I got confused there because Jan Otmir has taken over Veloce Esports 1. Simoncic looks like he's stayed in the Bicoles car. Maxime Briand is stayed in the 7 Toyota, and there it is. So our Le Mans resident carrying on, and he will be doing a full 7 hours, I imagine, because Maxime is, I don't know actually if he is the fastest of that team. Let's have a quick look at how he compares, because Pechito Lopez was mega at the start of the race in that car.
Certainly was.
Driver scoreboard.
Put in some decent efforts at the start. You can see it when we obviously we'll get the highlights back later in the race once TV production's back, and in there you'll see some of the overtakes that he did on his rise up the grid. Did a fantastic job in the early stages. He is someone who's done a fair amount of racing. I remember James Kirk a little while ago when they were doing WTCR esports of some description, and he said that Lopez was talking about sim racing and how when he's done with his motorsports career, he was going to be like, yeah, sim racing's the place to be. So obviously he's done his fair share of sim racing in the recent past. We're looking at Jota. Oh, it's the 37 and the 17. We've seen these two pretty close. I'm pretty sure just in the background there, we're looking more focused on the Jota Team Redline car, the number 37. The next LMP2 behind, the orange one, you can just see scooting past the Ferrari there. That is IDEC Sport Racing. And these two have switched positions and then switch back again and then switch positions and switch back again, and it just appears it's that time. Look at how bright the track is, though. It's okay when you're driving with the sun on your back, but like you say, going up towards Tete Rouge, that's going to be pretty tricky.
I apologise to Pechito Lopez, who won't be listening, he'll be asleep, but I am sorry, Pechito. because you are the fastest driver in your squad. An average lap time of 3:26.8, as opposed to Maxime, who is in the car right now, is on an average of 27.2. So in the car alongside the rest of them, Mike Conway and Komoyi Kobayashi, they're a bit further down my order of drivers, but that's impressive. Interestingly, though, they are behind a certain Fernando Alonso, whose best lap is a 3:26.2. So Fernando's well on the pace.
That's a nice time. What's the battle between the Nando and Jenson Button? Because those two were having a little bit of a square off on the Simply Racer a few days ago, thinking about who was trying to go quicker than who, and that'd be an interesting battle, just on the timesheets anyway.
So Lando's fastest lap time was a 26.7, average lap time of a 27.2. So PECHITO is faster than Lando.
That's good.
Where's JB? JB's best time a 27.3.
Oh, slow.
But average of a 27.6 actually is quite slow. Yeah.
That's. I mean, 27.6 as an average is quite good, considering 27.3 is the best. But come on, Jensen. He did. I remember he was doing some testing, and I think he did a 26.2 or something like that in practice, and they were like, "Wow, very, very good." And then he went, "Yeah, I was on mix 4 for the first sector though," which, by the way, is effectively the quali mix. So you definitely can't do 10 laps on that. It was just very funny to see the competitiveness, to be like, I don't want to be this far down on the practice timesheet. I'm just going to turn the car up a little bit.
Best lap of the race for Atsi Kirchhoff from Team Redline, the car that retired on lap 159, a 3:25.336. This is the time of day where usually you would see best lap times ping in at Le Mans. Nice cool conditions with the cars running very well, but I think in the sim world this doesn't quite compute, so we're not seeing best laps come through. Kirchhoff a couple of tenths faster than Nuno Pinto, who has the second fastest lap time, and then Agustin Canapino, best of the real world drivers, in third position, third fastest lap time in this race, the 3 or 4 time Argentine touring car champion, but also an incredibly good sim racer too. Best lap average to Atsi Kirchhoff, a 26.0. Rudy Van Buren a couple of tenths behind that. Franco Colapinto, and then Nuno Pinto, and then Arne Schonvid, a 26.4. And that's best 10 laps averaged out.
I've been messaged by Matt Richards, who's in the Team Rocket Centre. He's like, JB's best lap was a 26.8 actually. Now the thing is I wonder.
Oh yeah, but hang on.
I wonder if that was before the red flag.
No, this should actually have that.
Oh, would it?
It should have that, but Matt, you're certainly right. There's all kinds of things going on with tiny screens.
It is hard to read, yeah. No.
I can only tell you what I've got in front of me, and I'm not lying with the numbers that I'm reading.
The thing, for those of you sat at home, the numbers and stuff that we have, as much as we are happy to have the live timing that we've got and various other applications. Some of it is not ideal. We don't have all of the information. So on that side, if there are things that you note and think, oh, they don't know anything, pass on the information, please. We would love to get that out to the masses as TDS E-Racing Motul come into the pit lane. Dennis Jordan behind the wheel of that. Did notice their social media for TDS E-Racing Motul. Every time they had a driver swap, I don't know if they're still doing it, but every time they had a driver swap, they posted who was getting in the car, who was getting out of the car, what time it was they were getting in. Every driver swap. That is a mad amount of social media. It looks very pretty as well, so nice graphic design on that front.
But that's important. It's good information for all the media to know, and they would be doing the same thing at Le Mans because obviously the media are not allowed down in the garages at Le Mans, so sometimes, especially as we don't see much of what's going on in the pits, you don't necessarily know what's happening, so a lot of the teams do that in the real world just to keep the media updated, and it's a very good thing to do, so thank you, TDS. An interesting observation here from Faint Games on Twitter. Does RF2 simulate stealing downforce in addition to drafting? It looked like Jenson Button lost a lot of front-end downforce from the car in front.
It certainly does. We have Dirty Air is part of it. It is a very big part of it as well, and in some cars you can go into the files and effectively change it, and I don't mean that the drivers can do that, because they can't, of course, because you would just put it on 0, but the when balancing the mod or the content rather in this case, they have the ability to reduce or increase the effect of dirty air, or even for those of you that know, that are in the know, that are very nerdy, diffuser stalling, which is very good fun, because you can't do anything about it when you're the car in front. Effectively, a diffuser stall is where the car behind gets too close to the car in front, and the car in front then loses downforce. Same way that you would see it in a NASCAR race when they're bump drafting at Daytona and they're pushing each other around. Well, before you bump draft, there is still a push on the car in front, and that's where the resistance from the wind and stuff that comes off of the rear end and basically pushes the car forward. You have the same thing if you get too close to the rear. Now, obviously, with that diffuser stall, if you have that in the middle of the Porsche curves, you're going to spin out. So all of that kind of stuff is simulated. The dirty air in LMP2 is extreme, to use a word. It can be as well in various other cars. I did a race in a Formula Renault 3.5 at Australia in 2016, and I can tell you that going through turn 11 and 12, that was a big no-no to sit anywhere near anyone, because if you did, you were going off.
Thank you very much to Christopher Matthews tweeting me to correct me, and my knowledge of French basketball teams is very, very limited. I do know, as we were mentioning earlier with Chris, that the Le Mans are very good, and I assumed wrongly that they played in the MM Arena. The MM Arena is that big arena on the inside of Tête Rouge, and you see it, and actually has been hired out by various teams over the years as a corporate hospitality venue, and had a big update a couple of years ago. I was wrong. That's a football stadium, or soccer stadium. Well done for explaining both, Christopher. And that's where the football team play. The basketball team play in the Antares Arena, which is a bit further down the Mulsanne Strait. There we go. I give you kind of facts. Twitter gives you the real deal.
This is the thing, the joy of being live on the internet, across TV, everything, is that you can't say anything without the scrutiny of everyone behind the scenes to throw you messages and be like, by the way, what you've just said there is completely wrong. And I'm sure it's the joy of doing any commentary on a race at the Nürburgring. There's always someone to be like, that's not how you say that corner. I'm sorry. I'm doing my very best here. By the way, I did point out the damage on the Team Rocket Sancho car. I've had that confirmed. That is just visual. That there isn't actually any damage on the front end, and also that this, I believe, could be the last stop for Jensen before he hands over to another driver. Maybe we'll see him later, maybe not. But
well, it's getting into the night over in LA.
He needs to go to bed.
Well, yes, he needs to go to bed.
You need to go to bed, Jensen.
He's going to look after his pregnant wife. Very important. Let's see how many hours he has done in the car so far. I've got that data somewhere. Lots of drivers 200 drivers to get through to find his name. It's not that easy.
It's a big list. Of course, we've got 50 cars on the grid. Of course, it's slightly lower now.
Not that much lower. I think only 3 or 4 official retirements.
Yeah, I think it's really not many. We've done a great job to get them all through this point. But for those of you wondering how many that is, every team is by the rules, they have to have 4 drivers. It's a minimum of 2 FIA licensed drivers, so 2 pros, and then you can have 2 sim racers in our team. Some do, some don't. But effectively, every team has 4 drivers, which means that we have 200 drivers taking part here in the Le Mans 24 virtual, which is, to be honest, incredible to have that many people taking part. that many big names from sim racing and motorsport.
So JB has done 91 laps in the car, which equates to 5 hours and 41 minutes. So he's in the window. You can do a maximum of 7 hours and a minimum of 4 hours. So he's very much in there. So he wouldn't, by regulation, need to go out again, although he probably could still get 2 or 3 stints in before he goes racing another time.
Depends on tiredness. I mean, to be fair, 7.5 hours. You really kind of wouldn't want to leave that with just 2 drivers, but then
would it be 2? Why would it only be 2?
Well, it depends on if they want to put Al Buncombe back in the car.
Oh well, how many hours has he done?
Yeah,
Carry
that's
on.
a good. Yeah, you go through that, because if they weren't to put Al Buncombe back in the car, who is the slower of the 4,
the less fast.
The less fast. That's a really nice way. Very, very political of you.
That's unlike me, I have to say.
Matt Richards and Jan van der Heide, who have done a little bit of racing recently. I think they took, I believe they were the 2 that were teamed up in an LMP3 car around here on RFACTOR 2 a little while ago. Did they get to a podium? I can't remember. Matt, I'm sure, will message me in mere seconds after I finish just driveling all this this conversation about. But if it is just the 2 of them, for 7.5 hours, considering they've already done a lot of time, that's 3.5 hours apiece. That's a lot of time in the car for 2 people. When they're fatigued, they've been up probably most of the night, maybe a couple of hours. Kit for the pair of them, but so not ideal.
Al Buncombe's not actually done too badly. He is kind of mid-pack in terms of competitiveness. He's done 5 hours 15, so again, doesn't need to do any more, but that would mean 10 hours, 11 hours for JB and Alex, which would give the other 2, I suppose, 6.5 hours. That's not too bad. That works out.
Right, yeah.
But no, Al Buncombe's pace is pretty good. I mean, he's, according to our timing screens here, and of course, can't rely upon them. Tomek Poradic, who is the 14-year-old Veloce esports driver, he's on terms of average lap time, he's faster than him. He's faster than Emily Jones, Yiffy Yi, Norman Nato, Sebastian Prio, Simon Pagenaud as well. So, no, not bad at all. The slowest of our drivers in LMP, anyway, across a 10-lap average is Catherine Legg from Alex Young, Max Papis, Ricky Taylor, and Nelson Piquet Jr. How cool, not cool at all, actually. How crazy is that? To read that list of drivers and say, yeah, they're a bit slow.
Yeah, I'm quicker than this monster list. Is this the Jota car coming up towards the IDEC one again? Oh my God! Are they going to stop racing at any point? They have been together so much. It's the number. Is that number 38 that I just saw there?
Yeah. So this is 38 on the back of Paul-Luc Chatin, who is in here. I thought Chatin was racing in here, but I can't see him in the sim.
No. So if that's the case, then this is unlapping.
Yeah, exactly. But Chatin is only 2 seconds down from Aubrey, who's the other Jota Team Red Line 37 car just up the road.
Yeah, you saw that in the foreground of that shot there. That car that's just gone by now. That's the one that's actually for position. So that one, the one that's just gone by, not for position. Got to be focused a little bit further down the road. Although, to be fair, when I say a little bit further down the road, I do literally mean a little bit further down the road. It's not very far, as Mark Gasner is in the pit lane, the head of the field.
Yeah, but Marcello's already pitted one lap before, so we're now into that stage where it all gets confusing for a couple of laps as everyone dives into the pits, and then we'll re-establish the order once those pit stops are done.
See, this is the time when Jimmy Allison's like, yeah, so we're at this point when everyone's mid-pit stop. Now let's do a rundown of where everyone is currently running. I'm like,
do you know, it always falls like that.
Stop it.
To be honest, it always falls like that, because from a TV point of view, you go, we want to do it on the hour.
Yeah.
And then from a strategy point of view, you find out that they're doing 30, 35-minute stints, and they always fall on the hour. So whenever you do your race rundown on the hour, which makes perfect sense from a broadcast point of view, it's always in a mix and it's always in a mess. But what can you do? You have to pick some point to be able to do it.
It's the joy of a sim racing broadcast. Normally you're only going out to one platform, so it is effectively your broadcast. So I can be like, we'll do it now. We'll do it like the commentator would cue that.
You mean not 70 platforms around the world?
No, not quite to the slight increase of scale that we have here at the Le Mans 24 Virtual. This is the Strong Together car with one of the Corvettes behind, I believe.
Well done, Gerardi Lannoy. I called out ages ago. I wanted to know where all you guys are watching from, and if you were in an obscure place or not. Hashtag small island in the Caribbean. Gerard Lannoy is watching from Aruba, so that's pretty cool.
That is pretty cool.
I love the fact that the Le Mans 24 Hours stretches around the world to places that no other motorsport really would. And we had that a few years ago when I was doing a stream for the Le Mans 24 Hours. And again, you know, places that wouldn't have a TV stream necessarily, or they wouldn't have access to the TV stream because maybe it's on satellite or anything. They went searching online to find a feed, and the feed that I was creating and that I was part of was not the broadcast feed by any means. It was basically like this, but without the pictures. So just the studio. And we had all kinds of great fun with that, with all educating people that had just kind of stumbled across it, and finding I was educated about places in the world that I never knew existed.
Yeah.
So thank you very much, Geraldi Lannoy, GLannoy13 on Twitter, hashtag Le Mans 24 Virtual. If you want to get in touch, although you might have to talk to Martin Haven soon because it's nearly time for my bid.
Yeah, it's where we're going to, I fear, reach major story time. We'll see. By the way, just on your screen, that was Nicky Katzberg, who did get by. That was the Strong Together car, which Felipe Massa is behind the wheel of. Like you said before, the only driver part of that outfit who's not in Monaco right now, taking part. He's off, as well, at home in Brazil. And just been passed there for position, but it's not too bad. Still 6/10 separates him. I think he's rebounded quite nicely. Did a slightly faster first sector than Nicky Katzberg on the previous lap, so maybe things might start turning the way of Felipe Massa in a couple of laps' time.
Nicky Katzberg's on another level. He
is a bit quick.
There's a great interview that I did with him a few weeks back, and he was telling us about his experience in sim racing, and he was sim racing before he was karting on Live for Speed back in the early 2000s. So Nicky Katzberg has a lot of experience in sim racing. Doesn't do a huge amount of competition since being competitive in the real world, but Katzberg should be easily driving away from Felipe Massa there. Nick Tandy leads the GTE field by 2 minutes and 33 seconds over Danny Juncadella, with Matt Backham still aboard the 92 Porsche, which he shares with Jackson Evans and Matt Campbell. And then it is Biancola in the Aston Martin, sim driver, 1 lap down, but a good, healthy advantage over Francesconi in the Dempsey Proton Porsche. And as we said, Ferrari not having a very good day. They are down 2 laps and a half, basically, with the 71 car, the first of the Ferraris.
Jeez, things really transforming at this point in the race.
So this isn't to battle, is it, that we're watching here?
No, I don't think. Well, I mean, how do I be respectful of a Ferrari battling with a Porsche? I don't think it is. For position, the closest one would be the closest battle in GT is the one that we just saw previously to this, the Nicky Katzberg Felipe Massa battle. There's a couple of them closing up, but at the moment we've got the LMP2s continuing their pit cycle as we've reached lap 260. We're on 261 in that category, so we've got a few doing out laps, a few doing their in laps and taking to the pit stop. Jensen Button into the pit lane. We've got the Panis AAA racing car, the number 31, Tristan Vautier, into the pit lane. We've got Joe to Team Redline into the pit lane, so I'm sure their battle with IDEX Sport Racing will resume immediately. Don't panic, those sat at home.
And at the lead of the LMP field then, we've got Rebellion Williams Esports 1-2, 52 seconds separating Rafael Marcello from Mark Gassner. And then the Baikoles of Simoncic is a minute back. And then Jack Keithley and Devin Browner have been having a great battle for 4th position, but they are 2 minutes and 48 seconds back. Here is the Dempsey Proton car with the Ferrari in attendance. What are we going to see here replay-wise? Is this going to be finally the move?
It's Jordi Spears behind the wheel of that car, I believe. What's about to happen? Is it going to be a mistake in traffic? We're all right so far.
Maybe I saw the replay wipers in end and I missed the actual replay. Maybe this isn't the replay.
That is a fantastic point. Not sure. This is we need TV back so we can have the actual replay notes. We've got a couple of the LMP2s darting their way through the middle of this, and that's what separated the battle. I think that was a replay showing us the LMP2s.
That was an arty replay, wasn't it?
Oh, or maybe that's the
replay.
That is the replay right there. To be fair, what a job. That's is that the United Auto sports car? Fantastic work to not hit that wall. Matt Richards, who's watching, has been down that pit road recently. I'm sure he won't like me bringing that up, but nevertheless.
I think that was, yes, Jan van Uitert in the...
They've had some issues recently.
In the United Auto. They've had issues throughout the whole race,
yeah.
United Auto Sports, sadly. Alex Brundle, part of that team, and sharing the car with Philippe Albuquerque. Albuquerque's done a lot of sim racing, actually. He's been heavily involved in the IMSA series. Of course, that's a GTE car, and it's on iRacing, so very different, as we keep saying. And soon we should get a better perspective of what's happening in LMP as the last of the pit visitors now shake out.
Some lap traffic trying to come through here. You've got the MPI car. You've got, is that one of the Rebellion cars in the background of that?
So it's Pietro Fittipaldi at the head of the field, son of.
Indeed.
That would be cool, wouldn't it? Pietro and Emo.
That would be
in a team
amazing.
together.
Is it the Fernando Alonso cars? It is the FARB car. Trying to find its way through all of this is Jarl. Jarl is still behind the wheel of that car. So he's a few laps down on everyone else and is trying to move his way through. A trio of LMP2s driving a GTE. Imagine what that's like, seeing that. He's just like, oh my God.
And you see the way that they kind of dart through the traffic, such as the closing speed, such as the differential in speed between the two of them. Jarl to the inside going into Indianapolis, and very sensibly Fittipaldi gets out of that. And then yes, one of the Williams eSports cars is the next one to try and get past Fittipaldi. Gap closed down in the pit stops between Browner and Keithley, as you can see on your graphic there on the left-hand side for 4th position, just 2.3 seconds separating those two drivers.
Jack Keithley's pace has been very, very good. He's really taken to R-Factor 2, at least on this attempt. Just figuring things out a little bit. We're on board with the 2 car, as you can see.
Yeah, so this is Gustav Menezes in the 2 Rebellion Esports car. Shares this car with Bruno Senna, Peter Berliak and David Mushek. And it is the least performant of the Rebellion eSports cars. Rebellion Williams eSports up in 1st, 2nd and around 3rd, 4th, depending on pit stops. And their 4th car, for some reason here, down in 19th position.
Which is a bit of a shock, because I'm pretty sure it was one team that we did highlight as being not a potential victim, but just like one to keep an eye on, because Peter Berliak, 2015 Formula Sim Racing world champion in Formula style cars, has taken part in like I say, same kind of, almost the same kind of background as the likes of Jack Keithley and that kind of stuff, taken part in Brazilian stock cars, taken part in various touring cars, taken part in open wheelers. More finds his home in open wheelers, has done a little bit of endurance racing recently, and David Marocek, who is a Burst esports driver, I believe that's the other one that's in the car, is it not? He's done an awful lot of time in R-Factor 2, decent with setup. He is, and yeah, it's It's bizarre. To be fair, for me, seeing David Mrocek in that car, I don't know what's going on. He's a Burst Esports driver, driving for Williams Esports, two very different teams. I mean, to be fair, Petr Bělek's an Edge Esports driver. Oh no, he's recently signed with Williams. Oh, I'm finding things out in my head as we're going along. Bělek has recently signed for Williams Esports.
And what we're watching here is the battle for 19th position, no, 18th position. Pietro Fittipaldi in the MPI Zansho car occupies that position right now, but Menezes is the slightly faster of the two, and actually Fittipaldi was very slow in sector 1 of the lap, and that's why we think there might be a change in position here with Menezes getting past Pietro Fittipaldi. Both real-world drivers, officially real-world drivers too, in our driver lineup. There are a couple of drivers that have this kind of weird blend of real world but a lot of experience and a lot of pace, someone like Stoffel Van Dorn, or perhaps even you put Nick Tandy or Nicky Katzberg into that area, but I'm not sure between these two drivers a huge amount of online experience. I'm surprised that Pietro Fittipaldi doesn't, knowing that he's relatively young and he's kind of part of that generation. But you can see the slipstream effect does work a lot, but then also the disturbance, and Fittipaldi tries to jink to the inside to defend the inside line and then decides against it. And Menezes goes through and takes that position. So up to 18th spot for Rebellion Williams Esport 2, the 4th place of those cars.
Yeah, it's not been the greatest run. I'd say of those, there are some real-world drivers that are definitely sim drivers, and there are some that you can really put through as that is actually a sim driver. Like the likes of Mike Epps. I think does Mike Epps come up on our sheet as a sim driver or a pro driver? Because that's the thing, is that there are a lot that are close. I think, yeah, I was going to say, I think he might be a sim driver, despite having taken part in 2 seasons at various degrees of length in the British Touring Car Championship, and then races in Ginetta GT4 last year. He's more of a sim driver. But to be fair, I kind of get why, in a sense, because he's done a lot of sim racing recently, and definitely one of the sim drivers. We've got the battle here. That is Jack Keithley ahead of Devin Browner.
Oh, what's happened?
He's lost a wheel.
Did it? I mean, it couldn't have just fallen off, surely.
No, is that his wheel?
It was somebody's wheel.
That wasn't his wheel.
Keithley goes behind Browner.
This is so we're one of the Rebellion cars. Which one is this? Because it is his wheel. So I'm assuming Devin Browner was trying to avoid whatever happened. You can see an awful lot of damage on the right-hand side of this car.
This is Menezes. So this is the last of the cars that just got past Fittipaldi. And is this the car that's missing the wheel? Because
must be.
So Jack Keithley just basically avoided a massive bit of chaos there. Browner in 4th position, back ahead of Keithley. Keithley's lost 5 spots there. What happened to Gustav Menezes? Losing a wheel is a significant thing on R-Factor. It doesn't show a lot of damage, and if it does show damage, it means it's a major problem.
I've sent a message to Roy. I think he's asleep, being like, is Devin all right, or is there any damage on this car? Is this the replay?
Yep. So Menezes loses the rear end. How does the wheel come off?
Oh!
And who is that?
That was Jack. That was Jack Keithley that hit him. That was Jack Keithley in the Rebellion that absolutely smashed into the side. There is going to be huge damage on. So Devin's the one that got away with it. Devin skipped across the chicane, got away with that one. The number 3 car of Jack Keithley is going to be done. He was 2 and a bit seconds slower in the first sector alone. There is going to be monster damage on the front left-hand side of the car. There is Jack Keithley. I wonder if we can see. Shout out to Motorsport Games. Maybe something in the cockpit or something. Seeing his steering wheel, because I'm assuming it'll be one side down, ever so slightly. If he's got away with that, He is a lucky boy, but I am assuming there is a lot of damage.
All is not lost, though. This will put him on a similar strategy to Simoncic, who, as you can see, is in the pit lane. He doesn't want to be going around too much. He's 4 seconds off the pace in the middle sector. Here is the view from Jack Keithley.
Oh, it's such a bad rejoin.
Nothing that he could do there, but that is his teammate at Rebellion Williams Esports taking him out of 4th position. He's going to get himself back to the pits here. You can see the wheel is down on the right-hand side.
Yeah.
So definite damage. So that's going to be a big, long repair for Jack Keithley as well. So it's going to put him on an alternate strategy, but he's going to lose time and he's going to drop out of that 4th position. No longer a guaranteed 1, 2, 3 for Williams Esports. And that is the biggest bit of drama that we've seen for hours in this race. Menezes just making an error. Simoncic in the pits, but Simoncic now is in 3rd position. Browner for 2Cs Motorsport in 4th, and I wonder whether Veloce Esports will inherit 5th position. What it will do, it will put, it will mean that only the top 5 are on the lead lap. Top 4 are on the lead lap, because for sure Jack Keithley's now going to drop at least a lap down. Tom Dillman is back in the Bicoles Burst Esports car. He was the man that started the race, but instantly got a drive-through penalty, having started out of position on the pole position and effectively made a jump start. Dillman is the team manager of that team as well, and at the moment they're on course for a podium, but 2 minutes and 23 seconds behind Marcello, who is our leader. Mark Gassner in Williams Esports 13. In 2nd position, and Jack Keithley back into the pits.
To be fair with Mark Gassner, big shout out, thrown in very much in the deep end. It was not supposed to be the driver of that car. It was originally supposed to be Alex Arana, could not get onto the surface, various issues, etc. Mark Gassner was the one who filled that spot, and you would be quite right in thinking someone who's going up against people who have done weeks and weeks of preparation, weeks of work and practice and stuff, and he comes along in a couple of days and now is 2nd in the Mont 24 Virtual. That is incredible. Good effort, decent pace, maybe struggles a little bit here and there. At the moment, in comparison to Raffaele Marcello, of course, traffic and etc., you can't really take too much of it. Still, gained a decent amount in the 1st sector, lost a little bit in the 2nd sector, now pretty close. Hats off to him. That is a monster effort.
As David Blue says on Twitter, a friendly reminder to all, this is endurance racing. Literally anything can happen. We've got 7 hours and 15 minutes remaining of this race. Longer than a traditional 6-hour WEC event. It's 4 times as long as a normal Formula 1 race. There is lots of action still remaining. And as you saw, the smallest mistake from one driver can cause chaos and hell for others. And all is not over. All is not lost at all. But it looks like a lovely morning. And whoever is in charge of the weather for this particular event has managed to keep it nice and cool, calm and collected, and it looks absolutely beautiful out there at the Circuit de la Sarthe. No chance of rain. We're going to have a completely dry 24 hours, and that allows these drivers to really focus on the key, the action.
Now, we'll just hope, even though, based on the fact that it's going to be in September, the race is going to go that way in the real world when we do that, obviously in a few months' time. The likelihood of which is not high. September, Le Mans, it's going to be. There's going to be some.
It can be beautiful. That time of year can be stunning here.
It can be. Could it be a bit wet though? That's the question. Of course, we were speaking with Alan McNish, who said the night is obviously going to be longer. Yes. With it being in September, which is something which I hadn't actually thought about. I was like, that is a very good point. So, you know, Alan, bringing up a good point. Who'd have thought it?
Good morning, Martin Haven.
Good morning. It's a beautiful morning outside here as well on the Place de la Concorde. In fact, we're not quite on the Place de la Concorde. We're about a couple of hundred metres away between the Champs-Élysées and the Élysée Palace, the home of the French president. So, but it is a beautiful day outside, and beautiful day being replicated here at La Sarthe. But not for everybody. Little moment of high drama there, just as I walked into the studio with me mug of tea.
Actually, the main drama that we've really seen in the last couple of hours. The last 5 hours have been pretty cool, calm and collected, but Rebellion Esports, Gustav Menezes getting together with Jack Keithley there has meant that Jack Keithley, who is on course and sitting in 4th position, and when the strategy changed around, because Tom Dillman in the Bicoles is off sequence, they're pitting at 4, so 264 or 274, whereas everyone else is on 269 or 270. So slightly out of sequence for Bicoles, but the rest of them are pretty much the same. And it has been rather calm at the head of the field. Plenty of drama for everybody else.
Oh, speaking of which,
one of the interesting things you may have picked up on Twitter was Nico Lapierre running out of fuel just before he got to his pit box. He sat there for about 20 minutes, and then the Signatech Alpine car came up behind him in the pits, pushed him into his pit box, so then he could get refueled, and then went back out on the circuit. A beautiful bit of sportsmanship from Andre Negrão, and of course, Nico Lapierre has won so many of his LMP2 titles with Signatech Alpine. So it was wasn't necessarily team orders, but a beautiful bit of camaraderie and a nice thing to warm the heart at 5:30 in the morning.
And that was Andre Negrão, the 36 Senior Tech Alpine Elf, who ran a little wide on the exit of Mulsanne corner and bouncing his way through the gravel. Now, normally that would fill your brake ducts full of gravel and you would be heading into the pits fairly quickly. Otherwise, you risk heading into the scenery fairly quickly when the brakes jam in the discs, but seems to be continuing. So that is the last running car in LMP2. We have had the retirement of car number 20 from Team Redline. Any other retirements that I need to know of during the brief evening while I've been asleep?
Yeah, so Patrick Pilet in the 94 Porsche had a bit of an off, and they decided to pull the entry out of the 94, so he's no longer running. And Fabrizio Gobi in the Toyota Gazoo Racing Argentina entry had an accident, and they were unable to repair, so they are also out of the race. We had a few kind of connection issues and stuff like that, but everybody at this moment in time, looking at the timing screens, are running. So just the 3 retirements. In the GTE category, the 93 Porsche is well ahead of the rest of the field. Here's the Mal Racing entry, Aston Martin, missing the chicane. They have had all kinds of issues. Robert Wickens has been really in the walls the last couple of hours. Had issues with his steering wheel, switching on to full force feedback. He's been pummeled off the circuit by, I think, the Jarl team car hit him. That's the Fernando Alonso machine.
They got a penalty for that as well.
And he got a penalty for that, yeah, exactly. But Nick Tandy and the 93 Porsche esports team have been solid at the front of the field. They are, when the pit stops shake out, about 2.5 minutes ahead of the Romain Grosjean esports team, which have just changed drivers. So Aniukovsky's on his first stint to try and chase down, try and stay on the lead lap, actually, because it's just those two on the lead lap. Matt Backham in the 92 Porsche is 1 lap down. We're not entirely sure how the strategies shake out there, because there's a couple of teams on one strategy. Tandy and the other Porsche, where's the other one gone? Not the Matt Backham car.
I thought it was the Neil Yarni one's down 91. It's miles down. It's 5 laps down now. There must have been a...
Yeah, that's been an issue for the Neil Yarni car, 91. So that was, we expected to see Andre Lotre getting in. Mitchell de Jong had done a triple stint in there, but something's happened to them.
Really well, because he was up battling with the podium.
Yeah, so they've had an issue with driver change there, and I wonder whether Andre Lotre said he was getting in the car. I wonder whether he couldn't get in the car, and they had to wait to try and find somebody else to get in the car. And now Neil Yarni's taken over, but so he's lost a lot of time. So that's another Porsche out of contention. Aston Martin there and thereabouts. Unfortunately, Ferrari really not on the pace.
No, and that was the case in qualifying. They did make a resurgence in the race early on with car number 52, the Antonio Giovinazzi driven car, currently Antonio Giovinazzi driven car, and Charles Leclerc, but that car ended up upside down at one stage, and so they had early dramas, to say the very least, on board with the number 91 Porsche of Neil Yarni. And this is one of the issues with everybody not being in their little compartment at the back of the paddock. if you need to rouse a driver, you've got to phone his house or get him on the mobile or whatever it is. If he's not in sequence to go in next, then he may well be, particularly at this time of day, coming up to 8 o'clock in the morning in Europe, may well be actually asleep trying to catch up with some of his rest. Nick Tandy, the GTE leader, good morning everybody, is not only nearly a lap ahead of his closest rival, the R8G Corvette, but he also has a pit stop in hand. Second, third and fourth in class have made 17 stops. He's only made 16, and very much in the way that we're seeing with the 2Cs Motorsport car, he has been saving fuel as well as going quickly. 2Cs are now, if I understand you correctly, Ben, half a stint in hand.
No, by Colles.
7 hours. Is that by Colles a half a stint in hand?
So Rebellion 1, 2 and the 2Cs cars are pretty much on the same strategy. It's by Colles that are offset. If you remember, Jesper Pedersen had an issue with his steering coming through Corvette. The car went to the left-hand side and crashed into the wall, forced to pit, repaired the damage that wasn't that much, changed driver, got them back out, but it was only after 5 laps, so that put them off sequence with the rest of the field. Just a quick note.
Wait a minute, they can't possibly have lost 5 laps. They're only a lap behind the leader.
No,
after 5 of his laps.
After 5 of his laps, yeah.
Gotcha.
Jack Keithley was in the pits for 2 minutes and 14 seconds on that last stop. So normally a pit stop is 1 minute 20. So an extra minute to repair the damage that he had from Rebellion, and he's now down in 7th position behind Tristan Vautier, but actually there's a little battle starting to brew there with Jan Opmeer in the Veloce Esports 1 car in 5th, 1 lap down. 7 seconds back is Tristan Vautier, and then 11 seconds back is Jack Keithley. So watch out for that in the next coming minutes.
Yeah, they're all
Geert de Vandergaard as well, still within a minute of Opmeer. And in fact, the cars that are in the top 10, down to Team Rocket Zancho with Jenson Button out the wheel, those are the cars that were in the top 10 when I left here at 2:45 in the morning. So,
yeah,
you know, and that's not often something you'll find in the witching hours between sort of 3 a.m. and 6 a.m. at Le Mans, or 2 a.m. and 6 a.m. quite often. You'll see a lot of incident, accident, mechanical carnage. Mechanical carnage is not an issue in rFactor 2, so it's down to errors in traffic, driver error, somebody else's accident coming and finding you. And Ben, that's so often the cruelty of Le Mans, is that there's nothing you've done wrong as cars get tagged and spun into your path.
And we'll be talking a little bit over the night hours about what replicates that, what replicates the kind of the luck. And it does seem to be these connection issues, whether it be a disconnect for your internet at home, which happens all the time in any kind of sim racing, or the disconnect with driver changes that we are also seeing. Just confirmation from Porsche that they couldn't get another driver into Mitch de Jong's car, and that's why they've lost the laps that they have, because they couldn't get another driver in. Eventually managed to rouse Neil Jarni to get him in, and it worked, but they couldn't get Andrea Lotterer in at that time. I'm not going to repeat the exact message that, that Marco, who is the head of esports, has sent me, but I think he's a little frustrated.
Well, again, don't forget how quickly the laps go. 3 minutes and 26 seconds. If Andre Lotterer is waiting to get in 10 minutes before he's due to be on track, can't get in, 5 minutes to fix it, 6 minutes to fix it. Right, get the other 2 on the phone. Get 3.5 minutes for your phone to ring if you're asleep. Get yourself up and get your sim ready to go. It's no wonder, because if they were at Le Mans, you could run out the back of the garage, grab the driver who's just gone back in or went back in 2 stints ago, half an hour, 40 minutes ago, rouse him and drag him back in. We might need you. Now, he might not be awake, but at least when the car arrives, the car is there. Yeah. He has to make his own car there, if you know what I mean. So that adds another layer. How they only lose a lap in that situation is a remarkable cool-headedness. As soon as they start to work with Andre Lotterer with 1 engineer, somebody else is on the phone trying to wake the other 2 guys up, going, guys, come on, somebody wake up, please. We need you. We need 3 drivers lined up. Then he's got to get into the game. Then he's got to be ready to take over when the car that's out on track comes in. So it's not as simple and straightforward as, well, just get the other guy in.
Yeah.
He's not in. He's somewhere else in and has to get in from somewhere else. So there's all those other little layers. And for the real world engineers at Porsche, that's another layer of thinking and understanding that you have to do after you've been up since, well, for 24 hours already. They'll have been up since before 7 o'clock yesterday morning. It's now nearly 8 o'clock today, so they've already been up for a full 24 hours. And that, it's all those little moments where you've got to get the synapses working that can make such a difference.
Yeah, I will just say, by the way, that I've just received a message from someone who's dishing out some penalties. He's not part of Racing Job, but he's just helping out, basically. Jimmy Allison. Obviously, we can't hear a race direction over the broadcast at the moment because we don't have TV helping us out. The number 2 car, though, Gustavo Menezes, for the incident that we saw that involved Jack Keithley in the Rebellion Williams Esports number 3 car and the 2Cs number 33 that was piloted by Devin Browner. That has received the biggest penalty of the race thus far. It is a 60-second stop and go penalty, so they've got to come in to the pit lane and hold station for 60 seconds. Pretty intense penalty, but I don't know if you caught it, Martin. It was a large incident.
Forgotten to turn my mic on again. No, I didn't see it. I heard Ben getting very excited as I walked into the studio. I just had my mic off for a moment there just to have a quick word with Ben before he disappeared. So far, only one suspension of play. 29 minutes and 11 seconds for a red flag earlier on yesterday afternoon. That was a game server crash. So as we would have so often in any real racing, there was a red flag because, well, often it'll be somebody's gone off at the Porsche curves and the tyre barriers need repairing and that sort of thing. You know, all of that tends not to be done, or barrier repairs tend not to be done under safety car. And so red flags for weather especially are quite common in endurance racing, any form of racing, but endurance racing particularly. If you're out in the countryside for 24 hours, even in the middle of June, chances are you may well get some weather. And certainly a lot of the places where world endurance races, weather is definitely on the agenda. However, at the moment, it does look like one of the most gorgeous June French mornings that you so often get here at Le Mans at the Circuit de la Sarthe. No repeat, I think, of the 1970 race weather when Porsche won their first outright Le Mans victory, first of so many. It was the last one, number 19, outright, wasn't it? A phenomenal resource, the Porsche racing heritage. Change of driver in number 1. So that car just leaving the pits went in as the race leader, and now car number 13 leads. Difference between the two of them, 28 pit stops for the number 1 car, only 25 for number 13. Let's assume it's coming in on this lap or thereabouts, not far off the fuel schedule of their teammates. Still means that the number 1 car was leading despite having made 2 unforced errors or 2 uncalled for pit stops, at least in terms of fuel and tyres. And Lewis, that's again an underlining of how impressive the speed of the drivers has been, but either one of those could have been a terminal stop for their lead if it had been more of an incident that had forced them into the pits.
Yeah, indeed. We're just seeing, by the way, a move for 6th place as Jack Keithley's gone down the inside of Tristan Vautier. Pretty easy move as he's got his car repaired and back out. I'm not 100% convinced in the amount of pit numbers that people have done. It could be right, it might not be, not 100% sure, but either way, I know that Mark Gassner will be at the end of this lap because he's pitting every 10 laps on the 10, so it's 270 for him, 270 for Devin Browner and 2Cs. Nikodem Wisniewski, who's taken over the number 1 Rebellion Williams esports car, he's pitting every
A lap to the hour.
Every 9.
Yeah, every 9th. Okay.
Every 9th lap.
Yeah.
And then Tom Dillman, the Bicolis Burst esports car, again doing 10 lap stints, same as everyone else, but they're pitting every 4th lap. So they're all sort of running the same strategy. They're just running it at different times, which means that when you're gaining, the best time to gain time, if you're close to someone, is when they're in the pit lane.
Or when you're behind them and you can hoover yourself up behind them in the slipstream. But then you've got to be within half a second, or on some of the longer straights, a second of them. So, yeah, exactly right. Well, let's take a look at who is where, because 13 is now in the pit lane, and that should cycle number 1 back to the top. So Williams, Rebellion Williams Esport, 1-2. Car number 1 ahead of car number 13. Third place, car number 4. That is Bicoles Burst Esports. That is the car that started on pole position. Tom Dillman made a flying start, rather too much of a flying start, slightly too anticipatory, and earned himself a brief stop and go very early in the race. But that car came back from what was then 12th place in a packed field, of course. You know, if you get a penalty early, then you go behind a lot of cars by the time you've done a drive-through. 4th place, 2Cs Motorsport, and that car's still very much in contention. That's the Bahrain entered car. In 5th place, the first of the Veloce Esports cars. That's car number 24. In 6th position, the third of 4 Rebellion Williams Esports cars. That's car number 3, as you mentioned, Jack Keithley, with that little incident, or that slightly more than little incident early on, or just 15 minutes ago. He's now back up to 6th ahead of car number 7, the Panis Racing AAA machine, and that being driven by rear-wheel driver Tristan Vautier. In 8th place, car number 46, that's entered by TDSE Racing Motul, and Gerda van der Gaard, the normal racing team Netherlands driver, is in that car, and that is the one that we are watching at the moment. Of course, TDS Racing, with so much success recently in LMP2 at Le Mans as well, their engineers really know how to win this race. In 9th place, this is the car we're looking at now. This is E-Team WRT. Team WRT, super successful in GT racing, have also in the last couple of seasons gone into DTM as an Audi customer team. They've been very successful with Audi cars for a number of years. Vincent Vos, former racer, is the manager of that team and really knows how to put a program together. But this is, as I understand, my grey cells recall, their first ever Le Mans. And in 10th place, we're looking at him now. This is Jenson Button's own team, Team Rocket Zansho. And again, for those of you who haven't caught up with the news because you've been too busy watching the race, Jenson Button and his wife announced yesterday, in fact, after his first stints in the car at the virtual Le Mans 24 Hours, that their son Hendrix will be joined in the not enormously distant future by a little baby sister. So congratulations to them. Congratulations also to Jenson on having become a very fine sim racer in isolation. And he is driving from his home on the west coast of the USA. Just outside the top 10, the better of the 2 Toyota Gazoo racing entries that remain in the race. The regular number 7 and number 8 cars that we see in World Endurance, they were joined by a number 10 car from Toyota Gazoo Racing Argentina. That one is out of the race, but Mike Conway is 11th. Gabriel Aubrey is 12th for Jota Team Redline, the 37 Jota Sport car. And unfortunately for Jota, they don't seem to be having much of a rub of the green with their 2 cars. 37 and 38 have both crept up the order and both been pushed back down. They found more snakes than ladders. IDEC Sport, driver change has just happened. Michi Hoyer has taken over, and as I was talking about Gabriel Aubrey in the studio, IDEC Sports driver stood up out of the rig, rather stiff-legged, I have to say, and wandered away. That was Paul-Luc Chatin. And Paul-Luc will be heading back to the hotel, just a few minutes walk away to have a bit of a wash and some shut-eye, I think. Michi Hoyer, their sim racing expert, who only came on board the programme a week or so ago. Now, he may well need some sleep by Monday evening, because he has been doing everything everywhere, almost every conceivable hour of the night and day, Lewis, testing and testing and testing various different options on the car to try and get them up to speed.
Yeah, not only that, he's been racing elsewhere in sim racing as well. He's been a busy boy. Also, he did a 24-hour race last week at the weekend. So doing those back-to-back with all of the testing for this as well. Michi Hoyer is a real story for sim racing at the moment. For those of you that don't really know too much about sim racing, Michi Hoyer, say 12 months ago, maybe even slightly longer than that, definitely not a driver that you would consider to be towards the front of many fields of particular strength. However, particularly I would say definitely the last 6 months, Michi Hoyer has gone through some major changes in his ability in sim racing, having started the Formula Sim Racing World Championship in this new decade, taking victory in the first round of the season against with a wheel-to-wheel battle that, by the way, was incredible with Jerne Simoncic, who is on the grid and the pole sitter in LMP. Incredible stuff. He's done that. He's won the official rFactor 2 GT Challenge Championship as well for his team, the team that he takes part in Burst Esports. A real resurgence, and obviously we see this in motorsport as well. These are things that we get in sim racing. You do see drivers that come and go, and it's not just that's not a motorsport thing. That's
a sport thing. You know, the talent is always there, but sometimes the form drops a bit, you know, and you see that in any sport that you follow, any sport you care to mention. Some of the superstars have slumps, and it's not through lack of practice or lack of talent or lack of anything else, it's just the form goes. Looking here at the 50 car, this is entered by Richard Mille, one of the strong supporters of the FIA WEC, and Richard Mille himself on the FIA's sports car racing body. That's been driven by Tatiana Calderon. She brings the car into the pit lane, and this is the all-female crew in the race. So Tatiana from Colombia, joined by Catherine Legg, Germany's Sophia Flörsch, and Australia's Emily Jones. And of those, it is Emily Jones who is the gaming expert, who has been leading the development of the car. And by her own admission, we chatted to her online yesterday after an accident. Catherine Legg was sitting at her rig. She said, state of the art in the 1980s. Yeah. It did a little bit look like she was in sort of a classic car, very slightly, but yeah, she's definitely not quite feeling that she's up to speed with some of the front runners who've been doing an awful lot of sim racing.
Yeah, to be fair, like her wheel and stuff, it's okay. The screen looks fine. So it's, it was a wide screen. It's 21:9 if you want to know the aspect ratio, and so it would stretch out to the whole screen. It gives you just a little bit more peripheral vision. The Logitech G29 is a gear-driven wheel, which means the force feedback from it, what the game is basically telling the wheel to vibrate or move around as, can feel a little bit clunky. Can feel a little bit like almost your hands are being hit by a hammer. It's only 2 Newton meters of torque as well, which for reference is not much. And then you've got some that are belt-driven, which gives a smoother force feedback, but then you lose some of the detail. And you've got direct drive wheels, which are the big detail, but they're very expensive. Yep. So I don't blame, you know, a G27 is a fine wheel. I have one, probably one of the most common sim racing wheels you'll have. The practice is the big thing there.
Again, as with every sport, so with motor racing, the more hours you do it, you know, 1,000 repetitions. Who came up with that as being the ideal for mastering anything? Well, that's very much the case. And for those who are new to this, and Mike Conway in the Toyota Gazoo racing team would definitely be one of those as well, then it is time on track. It is time at the wheel that is going to pay off. About half of our 30-car LMP2 field has just completed or have just completed their pit stops, including a number of our top 10 cars, like the Team WRT car. Looking here at 42, this is the cool racing entry of Nico Lapierre, former factory Toyota driver, multiple Le Mans class winner, and very, very emotional finish when he brought the car to the line for Cinetec Alpine Elf to win LMP2 in his most recent outing at Le Mans. I'm afraid that's not going to be replicated here. Cool racing down in 22nd position, so off page 1 of your timing pylon, and getting a lot of curb and a lot of air in the first part of the forward chicane. Cars tend not to land 4 square, and so again he feels that with the wheel writhing in his hands. He goes on to start lap number 264 of their race, and that compares with the leader who is on lap number 272. So as I said earlier, just 29 minutes of enforced stoppage in the race so far, and we have just under 7 hours to go. This is where a lot of fans will be groggily dragging themselves out of their tents, brushing their teeth with leftover beer or red wine, getting the barbecue fired up for breakfast with whatever they've got left, and often tuning into Radio Le Mans to figure out exactly what did happen while they were passed out in the middle of the French countryside somewhere. And it's always a good opportunity as you get towards breakfast time to catch up with life. Now, our friends in the dungeon, or the bowels of the basement here in Studio Gabriel in Paris, where we are running the race from at Motorsport Games, are running through the whole field. We've now run through pretty much the entire LMP field, and this is our race leader in GTE, Nick Tandy, out front in the 63 Porsche. Porsche had a very tight hold on qualifying. 4 of the top 5 cars were from the Porsche eSports team and Dempsey Proton, who got right in amongst the chickens, didn't they? They were in the middle of the hen house on the outside the front row of the grid, and right from the very start of the race, Dempsey Proton and the Porsche eSport team were in a very intense battle. Dempsey Proton hit problems, so unfortunately, not long after we saw team boss Patrick Dempsey and heard from him on air, the team started to struggle a little bit, and they're still not out of the running. Nobody is on the lead lap apart from the top 3 cars in GTE. They are off the lead lap, but it doesn't take an awful lot, as we've seen in the last hour, for cars to lose a lap. Here is the car that's in second place, and the thundering of the GM V8 under the hood of the Corvette for R8G eSports team. You've got a prototype right in front of it with that Gibson V8 wailing away, and you can still only hear the bellow of the Corvette. So much of this is utter realism as well, isn't it? And their superstar, just a little bit about the history of their superstar driver who's at the wheel at the moment, one of their sim racing pros.
Erhan Yovski, a Macedonian, one of the only Macedonians in sim racing, has risen to form, particularly on R-Factor 2, but has more recently started expanding himself outside of that, has qualified. One of 20 drivers qualified for the ADAC GT Masters Esports Championship alongside his teammate in that car, Risto Capit, whilst they're driving for AAA. Adam Pinches, another driver on the grid, has joined him in that, another AAA driver. With him in that, of course, Erhan Yovski and Risto Capit driving for R8G Esports. I believe there is some kind of technical agreement there between AAA and R8G. But I'm not 100% on that one.
and probably they're not telling either.
No. Yeah. It's all very confusing on that side. But Yovski, me and Chris made a list of the top drivers in sim racing that are taking part in this event, particularly on the R-Factor 2 side of things. And Erhan Yovski is very much on that list. He is like on R-Factor 2. If you put him in equal machinery, equal setup, equal everything, like, you'll see him in the top 3. He is a very, very fast driver. and very calm as well. He's not one of these drivers that's aggressive through traffic. He knows what he's doing. He knows how to get through traffic quickly without taking any real major risk, and that's why he kind of moves his way towards the front without like really dropping off at any point.
And that has been certainly vouchsafed by the fact that that Corvette is in second place. The only incident that I've seen them have was when Catherine Legg spun in the chicane and rejoined in what she thought was a gap in traffic. It wasn't a big enough gap in traffic to insert an LMP2 car for sure, and her periphery was hidden, the R8G car. It didn't take a big hit, or it took a big hit, but it didn't get a lot of damage, clearly, and it didn't have a lot of delay. They are in second place. Third place, Mac Backham. That's the Porsche eSport team. Porsche had 4 dogs in the hunt, and their 92 car is in third place overall. So at the moment, Porsche still have 2 cars potentially on the podium. Fourth place, again, creeping right back up the order, with their Italian driver Bianca Lila at the wheel, is the 95 Aston Martin. So Aston Martin racing with their 95 car, creeping back into it gradually. There it is with the safest banner across the top. Title sponsor of the 24-hour Le Mans Virtual, Safest from Saudi Arabia, representing 6 million gamers in Saudi Arabia. Kingdom opening up its sporting doors a little further after having the Formula E races there, after the Dakar being based there as well. And that Aston Martin is up in fourth place. In fifth position, the Dempsey Proton car again on the recovery drive, just under 3 minutes behind the Aston. And the familiar World War I battleship disruptive pattern, which is always what I think of on the Dempsey Proton cars. They're very regular visitors to Le Mans, to the 24 hours, and again regular racers in the World Endurance Championship. Very experienced team. Patrick Dempsey, of course, has raced here and has, as a team owner, been on the podium in the GT class, courtesy of his team. And watching from the sidelines from his home in Malibu yesterday, it was clear that, given a bit of time and a following wind, he would like to have been in this race as well, possibly in another car. It is Ricardo Paraa at the wheel, one of their real-world racing drivers at the moment, in fifth position. And again, the gap ahead of them is just under 3 minutes. At the moment, 2 minutes 54 to the 95 Aston Martin. And can't be much more than about half a lap back to the car in sixth position, which is the 64 Corvette. There it is. In fact, that's not half a lap back. Now, which of those two is the 64 Corvette? They're running nose to tail. 63 is just ahead. That's Nicky Katzberg, but he's behind on the road. 63 car is in 10th place. 64 Corvette running line astern. That car is our sixth position car.
It's great for photographs though, isn't it? Your Corvette, you're thinking, oh, we can get some good ones here.
yeah, beautiful scenery, a legendary location, or a famed location at least. Won't upset Tim Gray any further with calling Le Mans legendary. Legends are made from real stuff, sort of, sometimes. According to the dictionary definition of mythical and legendary, Le Mans is neither, because it actually does exist and it is real. And it is very real for some of these drivers right now as well, isn't it?
Very much so. We're, I think we're on board there with Alan Terzic, who's sharing the car with Dennis Lind, with Jan Magnussen as well. Who's the other driver?
Tom Milner, yeah. Tom Milner is the only American there. Jan Magnussen has spent so much time racing in the States that I'm sure he's pretty much as naturalised an American as it gets. And Dennis Lind, the Dane, a single-seater racer, became a Porsche driver briefly, and now a newcomer to the Corvette team. As in the other car is Nicky Katzberg, who's driving that, and he was a BMW M8 driver up until the end of their program last season, last Le Mans, in fact, at the end of the super season of the World Endurance Championship. And BMW then pulled the plug on that. He's racing again for Hyundai in WTCR, the World Touring Cars, and racing for the Corvette factory team. And that must be a very different oral experience from a 2-litre turbocharged front-wheel drive touring car, to have that 7-litre bow tie engine roaring away in front of you, and the heating pipes down the side. It must be like driving a furnace, I always think, particularly on a hot day, because all the heat from the exhaust runs under the driver's feet and out along the side of the car. This is a very, very hot environment.
It's toasty indeed.
Yeah, very toasty is right.
I will say something, by the way. Dennis Lindner, I am assuming you're watching from home right now. And I've been saying...
Are you going to roast him, are you?
No,
is he going under a bus?
He is not, but I have been waiting for a T-shirt from Dennis Lind for nearly 9 months now, and I still don't have it, because this is a thing that a lot of you might not know about sim races. We saw it with Roy McDuff when he was driving earlier, as well as a few of the other drivers. A lot of the sim teams have their own T-shirt, they're branded T-shirts. Now, he technically runs 2 teams in sim racing. He runs Singularity and then the Toro Rosso AlphaTauri of that team being a team called Hydra Esports. And they have some fantastic looking T-shirts. And I have been telling Dennis for months, I want one, send me a T-shirt. And he told me a few months ago, he was like, oh yeah, I'm going to send you one. I'm even going to send you a Singularity T-shirt. Hasn't asked for my address though. Where's he posting that?
Well, they are nice T-shirts. It fits quite well.
Yeah.
Yes, it's like winning Popmaster and waiting for Ken Bruce's digital radio to come through, isn't it, possibly? Good morning to Baron von Clutch, Peter Leung, who is watching from the west coast of Canada. I'm doing well. I've had very nearly 3 hours sleep and a mug of tea. So, the good Baron, I hope you're doing well as well. And whoever has camped out in their garden overnight, I hope you haven't kept the neighbours awake too long in your simul Le Mans situation, and I hope the day is going well. Well, the day is going well so far for most of our racers, whether they are up or down in the order. A lot of them having a very long and consistent run at the moment. And looking a little further down our GT field, let me find my timing screen again.
This is the time when mistakes can really creep in, and they do genuinely come out of nowhere. Because you'll be driving, you'll be doing your own thing, and then suddenly you're backwards and in a barrier before you can think, what's happened there? Because of fatigue, because of tiredness. When I've brought this up before, where you can have a car on the edge for the first couple of hours of the race, because the thing is, if it's sliding through the Porsche curves, when you're awake, you can catch that. You've got the ability to catch that car because you're awake, you're there. And the later it gets, the more tired it gets, the later your reaction to that becomes. Thus, you can't catch those slides, those mistakes. And the thing is, like, when you're pushing that hard, you have the setup the way it is.
Yep.
Sometimes it's very, very easy to get out of the rhythm and just overcorrect, not even correct at all.
Exactly right, and you know, in the real world, exactly the same as well. And that's why I was wondering whether the longer the race goes on and the more the fatigue sets in, the discipline of the pro drivers to get themselves away from the rig, to do their hydration, to eat the food they're supposed to get the rest they're supposed to, whether that is going to keep them sharper in the frame. Battle of 2 Corvettes here. We just saw the black and white feed racing car, number 99, Theo Porcher is driving that, and he's being chased down by Nicky Katzberg in the 63 car. Katzberg is getting closer. Now, remember the last time we saw this car, it was towing along the 64 car. Well, 64 dipped into the pit lane. Tommy Milner is now on an outlap. And so does that mean, no, this Corvette is not going in this time either. So they are out of sync by at least a lap, or by at least 2 laps, in fact, from the sister car. And as the light grows around the circuit, morning is fully in effect. Somebody has turned the lights on in the studio as well.
As you were
Great,
saying
with tired eyes, what I really need is a Super Trooper burning my retinas right now.
This is for position as well on track. This is between Jan Opmeer and Guido van der Garde. So whilst we're being blinded, we'll try and
in a Manfred Mann style, being blinded by the light. So this is a battle for 5th position. Yeah, so Veloce Esport, we're on board with the number 24 car. This is Veloce Esports 1. They have 3 cars in the race, and in a very enterprising manner, they're called Esports 1, Esports 2, and Esports 3. But that's not necessarily in their number order of car, which is another thing. I thought, okay, guys, you know, you've got 3 numbers. Let's say number 24 is the lowest of them, or the highest of them. Don't call that car number 1. However, they have. So there you go.
Yeah.
There is the view back from the rear-facing camera of Geert van der Gaard in the TDS machine. And with Opmeer in the slipstream behind him, Van der Gaard can do nothing really to stop the Veloce car hoovering itself up behind him and closing right in. You get so close, so close, so close on talent, and then aero helps you as well. Because we talked about this earlier, didn't we, Lewis, that there is a very significant turbulent air hole behind the LMP2 cars in R-Factor 2, and that just helps you close in extra quickly on the car behind. But closing is one thing, getting by is another. He's being brave out of the kink, past where Peter Dunbrek aviated, down into Indianapolis, and he sweeps around the outside of the number 46 car, puts the move to bed, up to 5th position. And okay, you're not risking quite so much of a damaging accident in a sim as you would be in the real world, but it still is a precise move to carry it off at the speed they're carrying into Indianapolis. That is the outright fastest point of the circuit.
Well, it was well judged, because the thing is, going down there, go on the run down towards Indianapolis, you've got a couple of kinks, and the thing is when you're slipstreaming up to the back of them, if you're catching them right on the apex of one of those kinks, you can't actually you can't really do it. You've got to go to the outside, the inside. But where do you go? There's a car in your way, and it's going to go over to the racing line, which heads over to the left-hand side there anyway. So it was well timed. He almost like left it just a little bit later to get onto the throttle, because he just passed coming off from the first kink on there. That's where he got side by side. That's where he got alongside and then started making the move. For those of you sat at home, Jan Opmeer is a race winner in F1 esports and is 3 times Dutch karting champion. So has a little bit of real racing in his blood, does the 20-year-old. And now in sim racing, he's been for a little while. They're doing very well here today as well, up to 5th position for Veloce Esports 1.
Passing compatriot Geert van der Gaard. Now I understand why Geerdo didn't fight that.
He's into the pit.
He's into the pits first, so that was the last lap of his stint. So no point in having a big battle when you're heading into the pits anyway. And letting Opmeer go cost him less time. And in the end, that is important. The position now doesn't matter. The position in 6 hours and 30 minutes does matter. So don't fight battles. Pick your battles, as my wife is very fond of telling me.
It's all about thinking big picture. Now the thing is big picture, that doesn't just apply to endurance racing, that applies to all forms of racing. I even do it in touring cars and stuff, and most touring car drivers do as well. I know you obviously see touring car drivers bashing each other off thinking, whoa, here I go. Sometimes it is, I have let someone go in a touring car because I knew they were going to take someone else out. So I was like, you look at it and you think, is this battle worth it? That's how you have to weigh it up. Can I gain something by letting this person go? So for Guido van der Gaard in this position, he's weighing up what he gains, what he loses. What does he gain from battling Jan Opmeer at the moment?
Nothing.
Nothing.
No.
Literally nothing.
Just costs him time. Just costs him time. And in the end...
It's not worth it.
Yeah, exactly. Slowing yourself down on track is not what motor racing is all about. So he lets Jan Opmeer go. Opmeer in 5th position. Up to 6 now has gone Yay, who is in the Rebellion Williams eSport car. Up to 7th place, Tristan Vautier for Palace Racing AAA. And down to 8th has gone Geert van der Gaard in that TDS Racing Motul car. 9th place is the Team WRT car. It really is getting very light in here now. Arne Schoenfleet.
Oh,
so
very
nice. I'm doing my best.
That was very
I'm doing
good.
my best. I work with an awful lot of Dutch crews a lot of the time, and I haven't got a bad enough cold to pronounce Dutch names properly, but I'm trying. And in 10th place, apologies, Matt Richards has taken over from Jenson Button. So it's definitely the wee small hours, isn't it? It must be. No, it's not. It's still probably just coming up to midnight Pacific time for Jenson Button. I think we're 8 hours ahead of the West Coast.
Is it 9? Yeah, I think it's plus 8.
I think somebody said it was.
I think
it's
plus
8 hours from GMT, so it's plus 9. So in fact, it's coming up to 11 o'clock his time in the evening, isn't it? But then he has been up since dark 100.
Yeah, I don't know if he's got any sleep through the middle part of the race.
Well, the problem is when you start, you know, in the wee small hours, you've woken up in an uncomfortable time for the human body. Anything before, well, midday. Anything before about, you know, where you're waking up sort of 3 or 4 in the morning is not good for your circadian rhythms, no matter how much you practice it. And he will be a little bit sort of low on sleep anyway because he's got a young son in the house, so there's that. And then, you know, he's trying to go to sleep at like lunchtime or middle of the afternoon. Because he doesn't want to let himself down or the team down by just being so fatigued he can barely say his own name. So I'm sure he will have had as much as is humanly possible.
I know that team's done quite a good job to get up to this. I will note one thing from that team now. Matt did tell me to hang on to this info until the pit stop where Jenson got out of the car. But that there from Jenson Button is the last thing he's doing in the race. It's the last thing that Al Bunkum's doing in the race. So now for the final 6.5 hours of the race, it is shared between Matt Richards and Jan van der Heijden. So I'm assuming it'll be a couple of stints from Matt Richards. Jan van der Heijden will come in and he'll set a few lap times, and then Matt Richards will come in. For those two, they've not been teamed up very much. They've done one race, realistically. They've been in the same team, but not in the same car. They did an LMP3 race. I did bring it up earlier. They finished 3rd in that race, and that was their first one together. As we look at Matt Richards here in the Team Rocket Sancho. Woo! That was close with the Rebellion.
Yeah, the Rebellion Williams car changing its line down the straight.
It's going to get boxed in here. Oh no, because they're quite far behind the... is that the other Rebellion Williams in front? That's the one that received the 60-second stop and go. The one that
may well be.
Who's behind that one now? It's Mrocek who's behind that wheel at the moment of the 02 car. That's the one in the foreground of this. It's all much harder to follow now we're being blinded, but that's all part of the fun, I think. Does this happen at actual? Because obviously we were having
at actual Le Mans, nobody cares what the commentators look like, and we're not on a shiny stage. We're in a little box with no air and no window. Well, we cover the window over because it's more helpful to be able to see. Well, it's more helpful to be able to see the race on the monitor than it is to see 10 metres of the Ford chicane, which is the view out of our window. Leader in the pits. So we start that cycle again with Nikodem Wisniewski in the pit lane after 279 laps by the leaders. So Rebellion Williams eSport car number 1, there he is. And my timing screen will tell me who else. That's Antonin Borka in the Cool Racing car. In fact, that's not. He has just left the pits. That's Pierre Rag in Cinetec Alpine car. Pierre Rag is in our studio and in the pits as well. So out goes the erstwhile race leader, and that now moves the number 13 car back into the lead. And is that the pattern then, do we wonder, for the remaining 6.5 hours, where these two cars are going to be swapping position by pit stop, and in which case somebody has already worked out who's going to be losing the lead at the wrong time as we run up to the checkered flag, and they will be back timing. How they do something about it. Leader then Mark Gassner. I'm sure you've talked about this before, that Gassner was a last-minute addition. Now, we talked about Michi Hoyer at IDEX Sport being a last-minute addition a week ago. Gassner was a last-minute addition, well, it's Sunday now, so 2 days ago, not 1 day ago as it was officially notified to us as being on the team. Was it Thursday or Friday? It was Friday
Friday, yeah.
It was Friday.
Yeah, we were sat down having dinner, and we got that passed on to us.
And that's because Alex Arana was having so many connection problems continually through all the practice sessions and the test races leading up to the race that eventually he just said, guys, or they made the executive decision between the two of between Alex Arana and the team, it's not going to happen. This is going to be, you know, it's setting to sea with, you know, there's a potential weakness, a hole in the bottom of the hull. So Alex Arana, unfortunately, is with everybody else watching this go on without his participation. And that must be really galling, having gone right up to the race as part of the team and now having to sit and watch it.
That's not a nice experience. And to be fair, what a driver to replace him, Mark Gassner. This is not his favoured simulator, really. He's not really done too much on rFactor. I did ask a couple of questions. I've commentated on him before over on Racestream. A former GT Academy winner. He's also done some real-life racing in GT Masters and is the winner of the VW competition over on Racestream. So has done quite a lot in sim racing, a little bit in the real world as well. But no matter that, to have jumped into this and gotten right up to speed is very impressive. He's not very far ahead at the moment of Nikodem Wisniewski, and I would say that even if you're taking this to and froing of pit stop sequence into account, the advantage is definitely swinging the way of the 0-1 car, Nikodem Wisniewski, behind that, because he's closing that gap, and eventually once he gets up to the back of Gassner, or even potentially over the next pit stop sequence, if he can gain 10 seconds over the next 10 laps, by the time they pit again, then Nikodem Wisniewski will hold the lead and Mark Gassner will be a long way back. But still, I would say second position for that team, considering that last minute change, is very impressive.
Yeah, no, absolutely right. And 6 hours to go. If we were in Kota, it would be 24 minutes to the start of a World Endurance Championship race. So yeah, there's still a quarter of Le Mans yet to go. We have not got to that point yet. Frank from Bogota just highlighting the varying different fortunes of Juan Pablo Montoya and Tatiana Calderon, the two Colombian drivers for Richard Mille and also for Team Penske. And in the pit lane is
Wisniewski again.
Well, now has, again, we're not receiving notification from race control, but it may be that the game has, it is a drive-through, isn't it? The game has given him a drive-through, and that will be either for speeding in the pit lane, which is possible, or track limits, which is not possible because his stint has been too short and the count is reset per driver for every stint, as I understand it. So when you come into the pit lane, it resets your naughty boy count to 0. So that could be a speeding in a pit lane infringement. So as you were saying about if it all pans out the way it pans out, suddenly Gassner won't get back in the lead. That 48-second drive through the pit lane has not helped.
Very much throwing things away.
The number one.
So when it comes to track cuts, I don't know if we've changed it for this event. I can only base it off of my previous knowledge in rFactor 2, so forgive me. And I'm sure there are a few people that are sat at home thinking the same sort of vein. Is that the way that the track cuts work is they're applied to the car. So let's say, for example, that we have that the penalty is applied on the 12th cut. So you have 11 track excursions that you're allowed to do, and they're all warnings. Say, for example, Kuba's in the car, Kuba Brzezinski, and he gets 7, and then hands it over to Nikodem, and then Nikodem gets 4. And then he hands it over to someone else. They're already on their 11 cuts.
Well, that's not a real world situation in World Endurance.
No.
Only the driver who...
Correct. Has done the cuts, has done the crime.
Unless there's a driver change, in which case the penalty is still applied to the car because the driver had earned it, and then the new driver has to come in and serve the drive-through. My understanding was, and I will go and double-check this in a couple of minutes, that in each stint you had 4 and then it was a penalty per driver, and that it reset for each stint with the driver. Otherwise, it's like an endless count.
If that's the case, he might have got it before he came into
That's
the pit stop.
And again, that is entirely possible. The fact that it resets doesn't mean that there isn't a penalty.
Yeah.
So the penalty may have been totted up. But as with the situation with Fernando Alonso, if he was awarded a drive-through by the game, he can push it on if he's coming in that lap to get his fuel. Now, because Alonso was in the pit lane, the game automatically applied the drive-through penalty to him, assumed that was him doing the drive-through and refused to let him fuel because you can't combine the two. Now, again, that's a software issue that RFACTOR 2 are going to have to look at that's been highlighted by this race. The driver must have priority to be allowed to fuel. And then, no matter what the situation is, if he comes in, even mistakenly to serve a drive-through and he's on bingo fuel, which means he will not get round again, he must have absolute priority in the physics of the game to void, not to void that, but to put to one side that penalty for the moment, so he can at least get a partial tank of fuel in so he doesn't run out of fuel. And that is not at the moment possible within the game, and that's what caused Fernando Alonso and Rubens Barrichello's team to have the car run out of fuel, because he was forced to leave the pit lane having not topped up with only 1.5 litres, and the cars need 7.5 litres to get round a lap at speed, which, even if you're being really, really abstemious, is about 3 litres on tick over.
Yeah,
it's not
possible.
Much. No,
he
it's
got
not
to,
much.
to be fair, he did have to get down towards to Mulsanne Corner.
Yeah.
What was I? Oh yeah. So I was having a conversation with Ben actually about this. Is a way of doing it where it would a nicer way of basically prioritizing your fuel in that example is by what if. I'm not a game
Well, the
coder.
game knows how much fuel you've got left.
Even an even simpler way of even that, having two different having a penalty box.
No, because it still wouldn't void the penalty to allow you to fuel. Because if you've come in and served the penalty, you can't then go and fuel.
But if you've got your own box, so you've got your pit box, and you've got your penalty box,
no room
at the end of pit. I know
there would have to be one penalty box where, and actually in racing, if you're coming doing a stop-go at Le Mans, you will come into the penalty box and do it, and then be allowed to go, and the officials will time it for you. But that still doesn't overcome the problem that if the penalty is applied here, the game now takes over and says, you're doing a drive-through whether you want to or not. I've got no fuel, I don't care. And that's what they have to turn around. The game knows how much fuel is left in the car, except at the moment it's not prioritising the need for fuel over the requirement for a penalty to be served. So that needs to change in the software.
The Alonso one, what happened there? Because obviously, so in the pit lane, everyone is in control of the car, they're driving. The Alonso one, the issue with that was they had a 1 second stop and go. So the stop and go happens in his box. And so that, you're quite right, like the game prioritizes that immediately. And like once you're in the pit lane, it's, unless you're a proper sim racer who knows exactly what they're doing, it is almost impossible to change that and think clearly in that scenario. Because you'd normally think a driver would just be on the radio being like, no, I'm not serving that yet, I want fuel, thanks. We'll deal with that later.
The team would say, you've got 3 laps to do it, so you're going to get a full tank of fuel and you come back in at the beginning of the stint. Exactly right. But that's, again, it's either not possible in that situation, or it was not something they'd rehearsed and just they couldn't react in time. And then once that has happened, there is no way that race control can run round after you and fill the car up. So that was a very unfortunate situation. In our GTE field, Nick Tandy still leads. Everyone else is in the pits. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 9th and 11th placed cars have all pitted and come back out together on the same fuel strategy. They're not actually on the same lap of the race, but they are running the same fuel strategy. Looking at a 56 car, Lawrence Hur for Team Project One. I beg your pardon, the 57 car. And that is Dylan Pereira for Team Project One. So Team Project One again, it's a German team, Team Project 1, and their car has been, or their cars have been very successful in one make racing, particularly in Porsche Super Cup and Carrera Cup Deutschland. They are the de facto benchmark, and the 57 car racing in World Endurance with Ben Keating from Texas as their gentleman driver in the GG Am series, and those are the colours that he had on his Ford GT team at Le Mans last year. And that's the Marla Corvette that's been off into Aston Martin, that's been off into the gravel there, exiting Mulsanne corner. And that's the car in which Robert Wickens was trying to drive. Rob's force feedback steering wheel going on to maximum strength and making the car utterly undrivable. That's Ferdinand Habsburg. Ferdy, the charge of Jamie Campbell-Walter. Jamie with 2 hats on in this race, not only team manager of IDEC Sport, but also the personal manager for Ferdinand Habsburg. He's been coaching Ferdy for the last couple of seasons and bringing him on through the single-seater ranks. And Ferdy Habsburg, yes, that Habsburg family of Austrian Empire and Austro-Hungarian Empire dynasty fame, riding on board in the Marla Corvette as our Ferrari goes by. Would be nice to have roof numbers.
Would make life a
Hello,
touch
NASCAR,
easier.
really would. And for the fans as well, when you're in a grandstand, it's much easier to see a big number on a roof than it is a small number on a door. And I'm definitely a big fan of NASCAR-style numbers. However, there you go. Yeah, exactly, as big as you can get. 57, yes, we're looking at Dylan Pereira. Dylan Pereira in 8th place. 9th place is Teo Porcher in the feed racing Corvette. And how far back is that? That's a little further back. Again, a good half a lap behind the Wins Porsche. Again, there's a very famous IMSA livery from the Camel GT era of the 1980s. That was the American IMSA Racing Series when Group C cars were at their peak. And Wins were a big title sponsor in those days. I can't remember exactly the driver lineups they had, but it's too early in the morning or too late in the day or one of those, somewhere in between. I'm not going there because many more people with much better memories will remember that.
Like I said to Ben earlier, the moment that you get a fact wrong on here, you're instantly corrected, which is,
well,
you know,
only if you look at Twitter.
And like I've said, like, if drivers, teams and stuff have information, we're very open to having that info. Yep. We've received a lot of help from a lot of teams, throwing us some information, and really helping us out by passing on what they know and making us sort of a bit more in the loop with the teams. But
that's, you know, and again, that's exactly the sim world and this sort of mix of sim and real replicating real world. The teams that are more forthcoming with information get talked about more, and the good PRs really understand that. And, you know, that's all part of why IDEC Sport welcomed all the broadcast team in, took us around on a garage view, let us talk to the drivers during one of their practice and test sessions, and have left their team Discord chat open to us so we can see what it is that they're doing, what changes they're making with the car through the race. And, you know, and that gives us a little window into not just what one team is doing, but a sort of a bigger overview of what all the teams, how they're working and the sort of thinking that they're doing. Maybe not in the exact detail, but the way that these teams are working with the cars. And for me, particularly, things that you don't think of, and I talked about this earlier with Michi Hoyer, finishing a test race and then going off to Indianapolis to do some wide open throttle running to work out what they could do about what they saw as a slight deficit in top speed and all those sorts of things. As a non-racer myself, it doesn't occur to me that, of course, all the possibilities in the sim world don't exist in my language. So all of those things, it's been a real education for me as much as for anybody else coming from our side of the fence, if you like. Not that there's a fence anymore. You know, those boundaries, I'm not sure what more than blurred is, but those boundaries were blurred a long while ago in the present unpleasantness and have become even more blurred.
It's very interesting. I spoke, so you say like you can go to different tracks and stuff like that. Sim racing is the only real place at the moment where you know how it takes decades to get the triple crown.
Yes.
And only one driver has done that ever, being Graham Hill.
Yeah.
A fair while ago. Of course, we've got 2 drivers out there at the moment that are close.
Yes.
But I did bring this point up. I was like, you know, in sim racing, you can do the Triple Crown in 1 weekend.
Yeah, I know, that's frightful, isn't it?
Which don't get me wrong, like, then you've also got to decide which ones actually count and stuff like that. And it's never going to happen. At the same time, it's mad that you could do this race at Le Mans. And then on Saturday at like 8 o'clock, let's say someone's doing the Indy 500 for whatever reason on a Saturday, you can then do that race, come back, do your couple stints in Le Mans, go to bed, wake up, finish Le Mans, then do a Monaco Grand Prix.
Well, the closest in the real world we get to that has really been in the USA, where on the same day in May, they run the Indy 500 and then NASCAR's Coca-Cola 600. And that has happened a number of times, and the barking mad have thought that that's a great idea, by which I mean obviously Tony Stewart. Smoke, on a number of occasions, has raced in the Indy 500 and then gone off to do the Coca-Cola 600. Now, if running the Indy 500 wasn't physically exhausting enough, going and turning left only for another 4 hours at the end of a brief helicopter flight, is just the work of complete insanity. More recently, Rob Huff also raced in the Spa World Touring Car Races and the Nürburgring 24 Hours. And we have had, since World Touring Cars has been supporting the Nürburgring 24 Hours, racers who have done 3 World Touring Car races and all the qualifying and practice for the N24 and then the N24. So that's
busy weekend.
That's a lot of laps of a not very convivial racetrack if the weather's not great. That's a lot of Nordschleife green hell for 1 weekend. And actually commentating is quite a challenge as well. But there is no way that you can do that. Back in the days of Mario Andretti and Jackie Stewart, they would frequently fly to Indy, do a test week, fly back for Monaco, fly back for Indy. And this is when you're on a super constellation, or maybe at best a VC10 or a 707, where an Atlantic crossing isn't the 5 hours or 8 hours it is now, it's a sort of 12 hours. So that was very hard work in terms of time zones, but from not every year, but from year to year, it could be done. But you're right, I mean, the Triple Crown, which is winning the 24 Hours of Le Mans, the Monaco Grand Prix and the Indy 500, should really be a quad crown of being Formula 1 world champion. You could say it could be a queen crown by being IndyCar champion as well. But those are the 3 events that are this mythical Triple Crown. As you said, Juan Pablo Montoya and Fernando Alonso in this race alone are both on 2 of the 3 steps. Now, which is more likely in the short term? Fernando getting a car underneath him that will allow him to win the Indy 500, or Juan Pablo getting a winning car in Le Mans? My money would be on it being more likely that Fernando would be in a top flight car at Indy, particularly given that Penske at the moment don't race cars that could come and race, and that is Juan Pablo's team. But again, Mario Andretti went a lot of times in Indianapolis with a potential winning car, and famously had no luck whatsoever other than bad at Indianapolis. So he went many years without winning Indy. He went also many times to Le Mans and came away without winning it. But it is, they're trying to replicate something that Graham Hill did in the 1960s. It's now the 2020. It's a long while that has been a sought-after target that's not been achieved by anybody.
It's quite a legacy, isn't it? By the way, I don't know if we can jump to it. P7 and P8 in GTE, I believe, according to my timesheets, they are separated by 0.4 of a second. Jordi Sveers, David Pereira, the 2 separated there.
Dylan Pereira has just pulled into the pit lane, so he was. Yeah, of course.
That's literally as I bring it up.
Yeah.
Do you think that's why he didn't? Because obviously at that time was coming down.
Yeah.
And Pereira didn't ever get up ahead of Jordi's veer. So I wonder if he just was like, look, there's no point in me trying to, like we were saying earlier, there's no point in me trying to dive down the inside if I'm just coming in a few corners time.
No, I'll just use his slipstream to pull me a little bit, give me a quicker lap on the way in. Harry Tinknell has been in and out of the pits in the 97 Aston Martin, and the 51 Ferrari has been in and out as well, and that is Matteo Caruso, the sim racing driver who's at the wheel of that. What happened to the Wolverhampton Wanderers Gulf Racing Porsche? The 86 car was hovering around the top 10, 11, 12 when I left it safely in your hands, and it's now down in 17th place. What have you done with that while I was away?
I recall.
You don't know.
I know. I remember one very specific image of it, which it was backwards in the Ford chicane. I cannot remember why.
Well, it was backwards in the Ford chicane. That will have cost it some time, and I'm assuming therefore some damage. This is Andrew Watson at the wheel of the car. He is one of the real-world drivers. He and the improbably correctly sized Ben Barker. Good morning, Miss Jax, if you're still awake in Adelaide. Ben Barker, 6'6" of him. He is actually really only 5'4". He's just been stretched. He looks like I looked when I was 16, like a long string of linguini. But Ben Barker and Andrew Watson are the drivers on that car, and Adam Maguire and Eros Maschiluli. Apologies, Eros, for the Italian mangling. They are the sim racing drivers.
I've heard much worse on his day.
It's an unusual Italian name, Maschiluli.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure what region of Italy that comes from, but that has the feeling to me that it might be either from the far north or the far south of the country. It doesn't seem an entirely Roman name, and again, I may be completely off kilter with that. But that car down in 17th in GTE, battling to stay about half a lap ahead of Laurence Hoare in the 56 Team Project One Art car. And would it really be a Le Mans race of any kind if there wasn't somebody with an art car livery? In this race, it's Team Project One's, Project 1. And the final running car is the 52 AF Corsa Ferrari. So they have had a pretty tough time in that car. Charles Leclerc, Antonio Giovinazzi, Enzo Benito, and the man who's driving it at the moment, David Tonizza. And the Monegasque Italian lineup. They were very quick early on. They were the only Ferrari in the top 5, in the top 6, in fact, probably in the top 10 early in the race, and then struck a slew of problems. Looking at the battle here with real-world racer Ayanchan Juven, the Turkish driver. He's the only Turk in the field, I
believe so.
And he is now out of the pits. He's on his outlap, having taken over the lead car in GT, the 93 Porsche Esports team car. And Ayanchan Juven came onto my radar a couple of seasons ago in the Porsche Mobil 1 Super Cup, and last year a real tilt at the championship, which was won again by Mikael Ammermuller. Ayanchan Juven quicker than all the Porsche Junior drivers, and had a really superb season. He could well be a very big endurance racing star, I think, Juven. He's young, he's very approachable, and he is a very quick peddler of 911s. How that translates into other cars, I don't know. I know a lot of drivers who've raced other things who get into 911s. Aren't entirely convinced that it's the right way of having a race car set up, but I think it's more to their liking these days. Fastest lap in the GTE class still with that 93 car, not set by Juven, but set by Josh Rogers, the man who put it on pole in qualifying. And he is the reigning champion in the Porsche Esports Super Cup. Ooh, and that is the 99 Corvette losing its rear wing. So be cautious coming through the Porsche curves. So the feed racing car, who was at the wheel of that? I'm going the wrong way. Oh, it's still Théo Pourchaire, so that must be coming towards the end of a long stint for him, because I've been in the studio over an hour and there hasn't been a different name in the car, so that's at least a double. So that'll be him possibly at the end of a triple stint or maybe even a quad stint. I'm not sure at this time of day. You tend to be at the end of giving drivers a decent bit of a rest here, so we'll see how that works out for him.
Yeah, some drivers do longer stints at this point to give the other drivers a rest. At the start of the race, it's quite frantic. It'll be, oh, that's another one. Oh.
Well, no, that's the same one. Yeah, what did I say? When you lose the rear wing, be careful on the way back to the pits.
Going way too quick. That's what I mean by another one. He's off again.
Well, he won't have necessarily noticed that he'd lost the rear wing until he turned in there on the run down to Indianapolis, I think that was, at the normal speed. And suddenly the world was gyrating around him.
That's a good question. I wonder, now this is a sim racer thing, so prepare yourself. I wonder if they're locked to cockpit cameras, because obviously from sim racing points of view, some drivers tend to not drive from the cockpit. You can drive from the hood, the roof of the car or whatever. Obviously, a lot of people are like, no, don't do that. Drive from the cockpit, drive from the cockpit. However, if they aren't locked to cockpit, there is one very interesting thing that I know a lot of sim racers will do after a crash, is they will hit a button which brings in it's swingman. It's like a chase cam or whatever it is in like Gran Turismo and stuff like that. So you can see your car. And then from that point of view, you can deduce whether how bad the damage is, whether it's worth pushing that hard. So obviously he has not done that. So he has no idea that he had no rear wing.
Yep.
But it is one of those advantages that we've got in sim racing, that provided we're not locked to cockpit, which is a setting that we can put on the server, you might just be able to find out these before you get to that point.
And you would sort of think that in a race this long and this intense, you would want to have that tool available to you so you can have a quick scan around the car. Of course, you know, when my son does it when he's sim racing, it just freaks my mind out. I can't take that in, but then I'm watching him watching, so that's a slightly different thing than if you're deliberately keying it in yourself. Good morning to Sarah Rigby. Good, I'm glad you enjoyed your bacon sandwiches and your mug of tea. Thanks for mentioning that.
Yeah, that's not made me hungry at all.
Yeah, and Jatinda, no, I didn't sleep in one of the empty sim racing seats. I don't think you can sleep in one of the sim racing seats, not with your feet that high up anyway. And they've barely been empty during the night, actually, in the studio here. And in fact, the IDEX Sport seat is empty, but the Cinetec Elf seat is still being occupied. Six hours to go in the 24 Hours of Le Mans Virtual for 2020. It is 9 in the morning, Central European summertime. Welcome back to our viewers from ESPN to our coverage of the world's greatest virtual endurance motor race. Those are just some of the cameras that we have on our 200 drivers running in 50 cars, 4 driver lineups in the cars, a maximum of 2 professional sim racers and a minimum of 2 professional racing drivers, FIA graded license holders in the lineup. Some have gone with more real-world racers, some have gone with all real-world racers, like Team Penske, for instance, with 4 real-world drivers in their car, like also United Autosports, and coincidentally, and it is coincidentally, both of them are American-owned teams. Of course, we heard from Roger Penske that he sees the entry here as, first of all, a team-building exercise for all of his real-world drivers who are in the car, but also as the first steps to the captain bringing a team back to Le Mans when we get rules convergence between the IMSA platform and ACO rules racing. You're looking here at our lead race battle, and yes, those liveries do look remarkably similar. Those are 2 of the 4 Rebellion Williams eSport cars. Rebellion, regular racers in the World Endurance Championship, and partnered with Williams Grand Prix, the Formula 1 team, to produce this eSports team. And at the top of the screen, the number 1 car driven by Polish sim racer Nikodem Wisniewski, and below him, Agustin CANAPINO, multiple Argentine touring car champion. CANAPINO is also clearly one heck of a sim racer. I'm Martin Haven, alongside me in our studio here in central Paris, close to the head of the headquarters of the FIA, the World Motorsport Governing Body, on the Place de la Concorde, is Lewis McGlade. And Lewis, this has been a really... It's been a massive staring match between these two Rebellion Williams cars. The gap has barely been under 30 seconds, barely been out to a minute. It's now sort of in between at 40 seconds, and there's nothing being given away by either car.
No, everything is still very, very close between them, and to be fair, very close between a lot in the top lot. Obviously, we've got 6 hours to go in the race. We've got 4 cars on the lead lap, and they're 4 cars that we could very well in 6 hours time see winning this race. They're very competitive cars. We've got plenty others that have dropped by the wayside, but these 4 at the top end, the 2 Rebellion Williams esports cars of the 4 that are topping the field, like you say, they're chewing and throwing. Their pit stop sequence is throwing 1 car into the lead, and then Wisniewski, we're expecting to pit at the end of this lap, will then hand the lead over to Agustin CANAPINO. CANAPINO will lead for a lap, and then will hand the lead back to Wisniewski. Whether Wisniewski needs to hand over the car pretty soon, I'm not 100% sure. What I would note is, considering that Wisniewski's still leading, very, very good. We did see that he had a drive-through penalty, which we believe is for track limits. We're not 100% sure. But either way, he's come in, he's served that, still has the lead. That will cost him a lot of time, but that mistake cost what could have been a very dominant position in the race.
Well, it's halved the lead from around 1 minute and 20 seconds down to 40 seconds. We also rode on board there for a while with Tom Dillman in the number 4 by Colles Burst Esports car. By Colles again, regular supporters of World Endurance and racers at Le Mans. Tom Dillman, the man who started from pole position with a lap that he set himself in qualifying on Friday. A phenomenal performance. Looking into a tight battle for position in our GTE field. And the purple livery on the Team Project 1 car, number 57. That is being chased down by the lead AF Corsa Ferrari on an outlap. And that is the number 71 car. 71 car being driven by Jordi Sveers, the Dutch driver at the moment. And for those of you who have not been with the race right from the very beginning, or throughout right from the very beginning, the lead Ferrari early in the race was car number 52. That was the all-red, the sort of matte red Ferrari, driven by, well, early on in the race, Charles Leclerc and by Antonio Giovinazzi. David Tonizza and Enzo Benito are the 2 sim race drivers there. Now, they had very good pace, but they also had a number of problems before we got into the night time. Anybody who follows Charles Leclerc on social media will have seen him posting a picture of the car upside down in the middle of the track on its roof. That's the sort of thing that will put a bit of a kink in your challenge, and that car has really struggled to avoid bad luck. It is the last running car in the race. David Tonizza is at the wheel of the 52 car. We've had 3 retirements from the race. One of our very strongly fancied cars, car number 20, entered by Team Redline, one of the biggest and most successful of the sim racing teams in the sim racing world. That car eventually had so many problems, the team said, right, we're going to have to retire that car. And of course, that is one of our star driver lineups. In that car, Max Verstappen and Lando Norris, the 2 Formula 1 drivers who've done so much to popularise sim racing with non-sim racing fans in the present lockdown. So that car was our first retirement, little before midnight, I think, last night. Patrick Pilet was driving the number 94 Porsche Esports GTE car. Patrick Pilet, a podium finish, in fact, I think a GT race winner as well for Matmut in Porsches, and a long-time Porsche factory driver. That car again had too many problems, and Porsche said, okay, we're going to cut that one and we're going to focus on our remaining 3 cars. and one of Toyota's 3 entries, Toyota Gazoo Racing Argentina, car number 10, that has also retired. That was 100 laps ago. That car dropped out of the race. So other than that, of our 50 starters, 47 still going. So again, a very high survival rate through the night and into the morning. Looking here at our 4th place car in the GTE field, Ayhancan Güven from Turkey leads in Porsche number 93. Aaron Yayovski for R8G, Roman Grosjean, the Grand Prix Drivers esports team, they're in a Corvette, they lie 2nd. Porsche's Mac Backham in 3rd in car number 92. And this is Bianca Lila for the 95 Aston Martin team. That car was started by Nicky Team. Manuel Biancalila is now driving the car. He's the only sim driver in that car, and Aston Martin Racing, with their 3 cars, have gone with 3 real-world drivers in each and 1 sim racer to guide them with setup. So 95 car, Nicky Team, Richard Westbrook and Lasse Sorensen.
We've got a bit of a battle, I think, for 6th place in LMP2. Yiffy Yi, Hani Al-Sabti, Rebellion, Williams Esports, Panis Racing, AAA. Hani Al-Sabti, quite an aggressive driver, but certainly one that knows how to make a move. I'd be very curious to see what's going on in that battle.
Yeah, they're only a 1/4 of a second apart at the last split. That's down to 1300ths of a second. And in fact, that has changed. Al-Sabti has come through on our timing screens in 6th position. And there is the Macedonian driver, Yayovski. That's the flag that you can see by his name, the flag of the Republic of Macedonia. We've got drivers racing in 37 different countries in most continents on the planet. We've got drivers racing on the East Coast, the West Coast, and in the center of the United States of America. We've got drivers in Canada, we've got drivers in South America, we've got drivers in Europe, we've got drivers in Asia, Australia, New Zealand, and we also, the only continent that does not have drivers racing from home there is Africa, well, and Antarctica, but that was, I guess, pretty much a given. CANAPINO now cycles to the lead of the race in the number 13 Rebellion Williams eSport car, as Wisniewski, the erstwhile leader, car number 1, hits. And looking there at Ayhancan Güven, the race leader in GTE. One Macedonian, not too far away, one Turkish driver as well.
Indeed, I wonder that there is a few development studios in Macedonia. Not for this game, but for another racing game, Race Room. I was like, in Macedonia, fair enough. Erhan's done a great job to, in sim racing terms, put Macedonia on the map. So now we need someone from Antarctica to step it up. So someone get an internet connection and a sim rig down there, and off we go.
Well, you never know. There may well be scientists or workers in some of those stations in Antarctica doing scientific work who are sim racers back at home. Lane. Yep.
As he comes down, Nikodem Wisniewski on his outlap will retake the lead of the race.
So Wisniewski is in the top of your picture, and CANAPINO was in the centre there. That was Tom Dillman in the glasses and the T-shirt in the bottom. So that was a view of the drivers of the top 3 cars in the order in which they will now be back out on track. You can see that Wisniewski has left the pit lane and CANAPINO's car is there stationary. So fuel and tyres. And with regard to the tyres, again, we've talked about this throughout the race so far, but for those who are sort of tuning in for the first time and just getting to grips with the fact that there is a Le Mans 24-hour race going on, even if it is in the virtual world, unlike the real world, there is no financial implication for throwing tyres at the car, so there is no rule limiting tyres and in testing, the teams all found basically that there is no mileage or no time to be gained in double stinting your tyres compared to the slightly longer pit stop that it takes to fit fresh tyres. And so every time a car comes in for fuel, pretty much it takes fresh tyres all round as well.
It was, I believe it was, you said it was 38 seconds was the number that I got as well.
Yeah.
Roughly in that kind of area to do fuel only. And then to do tyres, it's an extra 12 seconds. Now the thing is you lose between 1 second to 2 seconds a lap on the worn tyres. Do the maths, it's a 10 lap stint, 1 to 2 seconds. You're going to be losing roughly 15 to 20 seconds over the second stint. 12 seconds, you're going to take the fresh tyres. You're going to lose less in traffic because you've got a more agile car. You're going to gain a lot more through the peak grip of the tyre. You're going to feel more comfortable, more confident in the grip in the tyre anyway. And like you say, there is no limit, so we might as well throw as many on. To be fair though, I'd quite like to see a little tyre limit.
Yeah, but you can't actually see it other than the fact that the car goes more slowly or less quickly.
Correct.
So it's not a visible deterioration in any way, shape or form. Tom Dillman in car number 4, the Bicoles car, is creeping closer and closer to Agustin CANAPINO, isn't he? The gap's now down around 15 seconds as the number 13 Williams, you're watching it there, comes up to speed. And again, just for those who may be either waking up from a night time of sleep or a little nap on the sofa, we talked about Mark Gassner, who's one of the 2 sim racers in the number 13 car you're looking at now. Agustin CANAPINO, touring car legend in Argentina, with young ex-single-seater race Jack Aitken. And Mark Gassner, who was added to the team only on Friday to take over from Alex Arana. The Spaniard had so many connection problems. Somewhere between himself and the team, they made the decision that it was not likely that he would have a reliable connection, or connection reliable enough for anything more than a sprint session, and Le Mans is definitely not that. So I don't know whether Mark, I have got my, it doesn't have drivers on in the reserve list. We had a reserve list of 10 cars, including Risi Competizione, including Kessel Racing, including Team LNT, including Duquesne, who are big supporters of the European Le Mans Series, including Graf Racing, Nielsen Racing, and G-Drive, who have all been very strong race teams. I don't know whether they had drivers lined up. I don't know whether Mark Gassner would have been potentially in one of those cars, but Gassner certainly getting himself up to speed very quickly from Friday to the race that started on Saturday.
He's done a truly incredible job. That was a car that we looked at and we basically ruled out from being in contention to this. And I feel, to be fair, justified in the sense of throwing a driver in with almost like no practice in comparison to everyone else. You think that, no, it's done. Like, come on. Gassner's done an incredible job, and you can't take anything away from CANAPINO, from Aitken, and from Romanidis. Like, they've all done brilliant jobs to go toe-to-toe with a car that we did pick for victory. You know, the number 1 car was one that we were like very much focusing on that car. Of course, the 20 was the main one, but that one's not in it anymore.
You had all your money on that car, and now we know why it retired.
This, to be fair, I do remember saying, I was like, that's the favourite car, but I was like, I think it's going to have an issue. I didn't think it was going to have that issue.
No.
But I was like, there's something that's going to go on there, whether it's one of them coming through traffic, maybe slightly too aggressively. We've seen some fairly aggressive driving from Max Verstappen in sim racing, and we were wondering if something like that might happen. You know, unfortunately, what happened.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, we're all still carrying on here, and we've got a tense battle for the lead. I think Dillman will be coming in fairly shortly for a pit stop. I think it's 2-3 laps time.
Looking at Nikodem Wisniewski racing from home in Poland. And that is your race leader in the number 1 Rebellion Williams. On board with him, hoving up behind one of the 2 factory Corvette Racing C7Rs. And those cars making their trademark thundering rumble as they circulate Le Mans. We heard from the head of Corvette Racing, Doug Feehan, from home yesterday, enjoying watching the racing, and like everybody else, this race has done nothing to make us want to be at Le Mans any less than we did already. First gear out of Arnage, the slowest corner on the circuit, and then on the public road again, heading back towards the pit lane, and a very different look. If you watch the 1970 movie Le Mans with Steve McQueen in it, you will see much of the same track, but oh boy, it looks very, very different. It's twice as wide now, the public road there, as it used to be in the days of Ferrari 512s and Porsche 917s. And there are no ditches and no stone kilometre markers on the side of the track as there used to be, but it is still very much a challenge that drivers from the 60s, the 70s, even the 20s and the 30s would still recognise. Well, everything about Le Mans in terms of the challenge for the race drivers remains as tough as it ever did. The cars are faster, they're more reliable, and that means that the drivers are perhaps suffering even more. Well, let's hear from Her Serene Highness Princess Charlene of Monaco, bring you up to date with her foundation.
24 hours where you can donate through the Princess Charlene of Monaco Foundation.
The Princess Charlene of Monaco Foundation is a charitable foundation. They have a number of programs running on a full-time basis. Their fundraiser this season was expected to be, as ever, a gala dinner and fundraiser at the Monaco Grand Prix, but that did not happen in May because of the COVID crisis, and as a result they are using this race as a highlight of their fundraising season. Now looking to raise money for the fight to find a virus, an antivirus for COVID-19. So if you would like to go to the address that was on screen, it will appear on screen a number more times throughout the race, and make however small a donation you can. That will all go towards trying to relieve the COVID-19 problems that the entire world is suffering. Watching here, battle between American machinery and an American entered and, well, partially driven car. That's the Team Penske car. They're from North Macedonia. We're being very specific now. Is the R8G driver in that Corvette that is currently lying in second place. So that is Erhan Yayovski. It is still lying in second place in the GTE class. And that underlines the fact that actually the Corvette and the balance of performance with Porsche has worked pretty well, and with Aston Martin. We talked about this earlier on. Balance of performance is used to try and make sure that manufacturers with very different kinds of cars can race together on a fairly level playing field. You've got a big front engine, normally aspirated car like the Corvette. You've got a mid-engine turbocharged car like the Porsche. You've got the Aston Martin again with the engine in the front and turbochargers. You've got a mid-engine turbocharged Ferrari. You're trying to balance apples and bananas and oranges together. One of the wrinkles in the R Factor 2 setup coming into this race was that balance of performance wasn't just decided on what the teams driving their own cars had produced in terms of pace. The cars were available on the platform for other teams' drivers to drive. So if you thought that Porsche was sandbagging, you could go out and go as fast as you could in a Porsche to try and prove that it could go quicker than they'd showed. Riding on board down the Circuit de la Sarthe with the race leader in the GT class. This is the Porsche of Ancan Juven, the Turkish driver the 93 Porsche eSports car. That car up 2 spots from its grid position. They started on the second row, but some of the big gains for the second place car, the RHG eSports team. They're up to second from 8th on the grid. And car number 64, that is the lead Corvette racing entry, that's up 11 spots from its grid position. Tommy Milner is driving that car in 6th position. Those are the factory Pratt & Miller yellow Corvette racing entries. And those 2 cars still circulating. Tommy Milner now up to 6th place. And within a couple of minutes, or 2.5 minutes, of Ricardo Paraa in the 5th place Dempsey Proton Porsche that actually started on the front row and led the race for quite a while. In fact, he's just about 3 minutes behind that car now. Out of Arnage, our GT race leader. And myself, Martin Haven, and Lewis McGlade, talking you through the action here from Circuit de la Sarthe. Sophia Flörsch, German single-seater racer in the Richard Mille racing team entry. That 4-driver lineup is the only all-female crew in the race. IndyCar racer and team owner Catherine Legg had an incident in the car earlier on. You're looking at Sophia. I'm guessing she is racing from home in Germany. And if you go onto YouTube and put in the name Sophia Flörsch, O-E-R-S-C-H, you will see probably the first, and a number of hits will be of her monumental accident in the Macau Formula 3 race a couple of seasons ago. She has fully recovered from that and back racing in the real and in the virtual world. A great view of how much steering angle you have to put in, Lewis, to get through that forward chicane. It is very slow and very tight, and when you've been at the sort of speeds that you're doing on the quick sections of Le Mans, it must be so easy to carry too much speed into the forward chicane. That takes, I think, probably a lot of discipline. There in Arnage, they're so slow compared to the corners that precede them.
Arnage was always, for me, my least favourite corner on the circuit because it's so lazy. But the forward chicane, definitely not far behind behind that. I always, in the race, not so bad. In a qualifying condition, it's kind of tricky because when you get there, you think, it's a really good 3 minutes of work, and I don't want to throw it away. And you've got 2 things that cross your mind: you either throw it away by being too nice through the final 2 chicanes, being the 4 chicanes, or you throw it away because you push too hard. And it's such an annoying thing when you get to that point. In the race, it's not so bad. It's sort of like you can accept that you can lose 2 or 3 tenths there because it's not about lap times. You get more and more comfortable through it as the stint goes on. By this point, realistically, they should be pretty comfortable going through it. They've gone through it a good 290 or so times. They should be more or less comfortable through that. Still, though, Arnage never gets easier. That corner, I'm sure McNish will tell you later, that corner can become very frustrating.
Arnage is only a few hundred metres on from the outright fastest part of the track, which is just before they hit the brakes into the right-hander at Indianapolis. So, yeah, it's like coming off a super speedway into the parking lot. And for very obvious reasons, NASCAR don't think that that's a great idea. The only real equivalent I can think of is at the Daytona 24 Hours when they're using the Roval and you come off the oval at phenomenal speed down into the infield section, and that is a big stop as well. There is a view this morning of our studio. Pierre Rag racing for Cinetec Alpine Elf. Oh, I love the facial expressions. This is one of the
oh, that's why.
That's why. That was as he turned right in Indianapolis, rather. He knew he had got too much speed on the car, looped round in the left-hander, and there is Arnage, and he's got muck and gravel and rubbish on those super hot tyres. Racing slicks when they're hot are as sticky as chewing gum. and as hot as food that has just come out of the oven. They run at about 130 degrees on track. When they go on in the pit lane in R-Factor 2, they're at about 65 degrees, so about half operating temperature. But it does mean that when they're that hot and that gummy, if you put your hand on it, A, it burns your skin, but B, your hand sticks as well. If you put your foot on a tyre, your foot will stick to it. So all the rubbish you run over sticks to it. And so he's now getting that machine gun noise in his ears of all the stones being flicked up under the car into the wheel arches. And that was just very possibly the distraction of having the camera in his periphery, not on the screen, but actually in the studio here.
The thing as well from that slide, as much as that, to be fair, that slide wasn't too bad on the exit. I was going to say that if the slide was quite a long one from the entrance to the kink of Indianapolis, the problem that he'd have is that his tyres are going to overheat. Now, R-Factor 2 don't really lose temperature in the tyres that quickly. It does take quite a lot of time, and you have to drive very, very carefully. The main point I bring that up for is because when you make a mistake like that, it is so easy to make the exact same mistake again. And then obviously that just builds, and then your tyres are even hotter than they were before. And it takes a little while for those to lose temperature. You've got to get it onto the Mulsanne where you've got a nice long straight. You're not putting any load through the tyres. It's only through the chicanes, which even then, not too bad. So listen, just be careful.
While we're looking at it in the top right there, the clicking noise you can hear is the paddle shifters, which are always the noisiest part of the sim rig. Talk us through the sim rig. What are we looking at here? What sort of monitor has he got?
So that is an ultra wide. Not actually sure as to what the aspect ratio is of that, but the large, ever so slightly curved basically gives you just that little bit of peripheral vision. Not sure what the refresh rate is on that monitor. Of course, I did speak before about how refresh rates and stuff of monitors, i.e. the frame rate that the game is running at, so how smooth the picture is. Normally you want it at 60 frames per second as a minimum, which is how most games on your Xbox and your PlayStation, if you've got those, or on your computer, that's how they should be running normally. As we've got something going on here.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's the Gulf racing car, and
was that the Guido van der Garde one?
Wasn't sure who it was. Guido van der Garde has gone into the pits. It wasn't this car. This is Jean-Eric Verne for Veloce Esports 1. This is the car from 5th place. Rebellion Williams comes in. That's Ye in the number 3 car. I think Ye may be coming to the end of his stint. Jean-Eric Verne in the top right-hand side of your picture. Double Formula E champion.
Oh, I wonder if it was one of the Jota Redline cars, because there's one in the pit lane there, just in front of this picture where you've got the wing.
Would he have got in yet? I'm not sure he would have done.
Well, it was just that. I think was that our replay?
Yeah, that's very true. Yes, so it may well be that he was in. So Will Stevens in the pits for Jota in car number 37. So it might well have been that. Let's look for our. Well, Ross Gunn in the Aston Martin is the only GTE car that has been in and out of the garage. The Gulf racing car of Andrew Watson either has not gone into the garage or has not come back. I did mention that Jean-Eric Verne, a double Formula E champion, and got a big shrug and a disparaging look from Audi Formula E team boss and our friend and colleague Alan McNish. So he brings me a nice mug of tea and I throw him under the bus. He's not having the mug of tea back. We'll hear from Alan shortly, and he and Hayley Edmonds will be chatting to guests online as well. It's time to start. Now our TV production truck is back in full effect. Time to start getting some guests online. Meanwhile, riding on board will our race leader. Enjoy this. 304, 5, 6, 8, 10, 15, 18, 21, 22, 23 kilometers an hour. 323 kilometers an hour. I don't know exactly what that is in miles an hour, but it's a lot. Out of Arnage in first gear, and again building up speed through 5th, through 6th. Really honking on here as you turn off the old road. Now, the road there goes straight ahead and down through Maison Blanche, White House, which was named after a farmhouse at the side of the road, and then it would run straight past the pits. Now, the modern circuit comes through these Porsche curves, sweeping high-speed track, and then comes back towards the pit lane again. We're looking now at the second-place car in GTE. He is on the long Mulsanne straight. Well, this is the car that lies in second place. The team is owned by Romain Grosjean, our Formula One driver, and our Haley Edmonds is about to chat with him. He is on the blower.
I'm live with Romain Grosjean, a Formula One driver and the manager of the R8G Esports team. Car number 80, currently second, doing extremely well. Now, Romain, if your social media is anything to go by, you've been following extremely closely the progress of your team, and you're doing extremely well at the moment.
Yes, I have. It's been great. I think we've had a good start, good lineup, good preparation. Just before I went to bed last night, though, I could see that Catherine Legge clipped us, crashed into us after a spin, so I wasn't very happy with that and going to bed. But then I woke up in the morning and I could see that, yeah, we were competing really well and just loving watching the cars, you know. Looked good and we're doing great, so I hope it keeps going. There's still a lot to go, 5 hours and 26 minutes, but the boys are doing great.
And that's the luxury, of course, of being the manager, is the fact that you can actually go to sleep and then when you wake up, check out how the team's doing. So just tell us about the reasons behind creating your own sim-based team.
Well, I've kept an eye on esports for a long time, and obviously the self-isolation has moved things a little bit forward faster than I was anticipating to. But also there were some great events this year, and I think the virtual 24 Hours of Le Mans is something big, could change what we've known as sim racing beforehand. And I'm actually quite jealous I'm not doing the race right now, but with 3 kids at home, I didn't know the game RFACTOR 2, so it was a bit tricky for me to jump in at the last minute. But you know, I think, yeah, and also I want to try to see if we can find the next talent through sim racing. Karting and single seaters are very expensive, so if we can eventually find talents via sim racing, and then with the opportunity of our sponsors, Praga Kart and some more, help them to come through real life and try it and find the next talent, that would be awesome.
This confinement has really put into spotlight sim racing, especially with the involvement of a lot of big Formula One and other kind of championship stars. I mean, do you think that's really kind of credibilized equally the sim racing universe?
I mean, sim racing universe is complicated. To be 100% honest, when you tried to call me the first time on Skype, I was actually practicing Le Mans on a different game for a race next week, and with one of my pro drivers, and I really struggled to get him to, you know, within a second of their lap time. It's very impressive, and yes, it's focus, you know, doing stints. It's different conditions that what we normally encounter. So yes, it's a sport. It's got some challenges, a lot of them, and I must say that, you know, learning all the small tricks, the setups and so on makes a huge difference. So yeah, very happy with the way it goes. Very happy with the team. I think we've got some great driver lineup, and I think you know, we're looking at getting bigger for the future. But definitely we're having a good start.
So just in 2010, you had a start at 24 Hours of Le Mans. What we want to know, going from the virtual to, of course, the real world, is are we going to see you again on the grid at the 24 Hours of Le Mans?
Well, that's definitely a race I want to do again. I absolutely love my experience 10 years ago. And sadly, we had to retire the car with an engine failure at like 3 a.m., but we were leading GT1 category at the time. And yes, I want to come back. It was probably one of the best weeks of my life. And really, the atmosphere and so on in Le Mans is completely different to anything else. So I can't wait to come back one day.
And we look forward to it. Thank you so much, Romain.
Thank you.
Lewis McLeod, I was going to suggest that those did not look like the eyes of a man who had been up all night. And indeed, he freely admitted immediately that he had not been up all night. However, his team has. Thank you to Monty for doing the calculations. We were riding on board with the race leader doing 323 kilometers an hour. That is 200.7 miles an hour in old money. So yes, that does qualify as pretty quick. Another question online from James Brown wants to know, would it be possible to have a full sim and pro championship such as this event running parallel to the World Endurance Championship? The chances are no, not really, because we'd never get Grand Prix drivers and all the others involved in it. We wouldn't get drivers from all over the planet. Nice as it would be, this is possibly a unique event.
Information to the pit lane, information to the pit lane. 1 second stop and go penalty on car 37 for causing a collision with car 86. 1 second stop and go penalty on car 37 for causing a collision with car 86.
Well, Lewis, you were spot on, figuring that 37 was in the pit lane and it might have been them that were involved. It was, with the 86 Gulf Racing Wolverhampton Wanderers Football Club sponsored car. So it looks like the Porsche continued. The Jota Sport car went into the pit lane. Jota teaming up with Team Redline for 2 entries, 2 of the Redline 3 entries. And just I did have a question earlier asking what had happened to the Ferrari of Charles Leclerc. Has it retired? It has not retired. It is running as the last of the running cars, the 52 AF Corsa Ferrari.
One thing that I've just noticed, Atsej Kirchhoff has had the fastest lap of the race. He's not been in it for a long time. That fastest lap of the race has just gone the way of Yuri Kasdorf for Toyota Gazoo Racing in the number 8 car. That is an impressive lap from the tall man. Done an incredible job there. A 3:25.203. Yuri Kasdorf, one of the drivers that has come out of Dennis Lin's sort of academy of drivers from Singularity. That is a monster lap time.
Do you want to know what is a singularity about that? Fastest first sector of the entire race, car number 4, Esteban Guerrieri. Fastest second sector of the race, car number 20, Atsej Kirchhoff. Fastest final sector of the race, car number 38, which is Rudy van Buren. So he has set the fastest race lap in LMP2 without 1 purple sector. That is sneaking under the radar. So what he's done is not one of his 3 sectors has been empirically the absolute fastest. But when we had Atsej Kirchhoff setting that lap, I said, by adding up those 3 fastest sectors, the ideal perfect fast lap would be a 3:24.0, and we still haven't got down there. So without setting a purple sector, he has put together maybe the second and third fastest sectors of the entire race throughout that 1 lap, and as a result got a better overall lap time. So still, the perfect lap time of the fastest sectors we've seen would be a 3:24.0, the real world best with traffic, a 3:25.2.
The thing is with these guys, obviously people are running different setups, so in certain sectors it'll be quicker, more wing, less wing, slipstream as well. That's why I don't think by yourself a 3:24.0 is particularly possible. But certainly we could see a team getting into the 24s prior to the end of the race. Not too long ago, everyone in the top sort of 5-10, there was, most of them were on 20, like their fastest lap was a 26. Their best laps have come in recently. The top 5, all of them, best laps are a 3:25 something, whether it's a 6, a 7 or a 9. We've got some 25s coming in. I think Mitchie Hoyer's recently done a 25.7, which is a very fine lap himself. There are a few teams inside the top 10 that still haven't got into it, but they are close to the 25s, and this just shows how close the entire LMP2 field is when it comes to their outright speed, and that is incredible.
And again, so much a reflection of real-life LMP2 racing as well. The cars are very similar. In this case, the cars are identical because they're all using the Oreca 07 chassis. We heard from Oreca boss Hugues de Schoenack, and for once, Hugues earning nothing in spare parts out of all the accident damage from this. But there we go. Hugues de Schoenack, the boss of Oreca. And in fact, Haley asked him, you know, what are your biggest memories from Le Mans? And the two of them actually are very, very closely tied together. Hugues de Schoenack's Oreca program ran Mazda's program for their most successful years and won Le Mans outright in 1991, running the Mazda 787B. That car was the first ever win for a Japanese manufacturer at Le Mans. And then 25 years later, at breakfast on Sunday morning in the Toyota garage, in the Toyota hospitality area, I was talking to Hugues de Schoenack and I said, 25 years ago, you won with Mazda. I said, you haven't won outright ever since, have you? And he nearly did with Peugeot. One of the Oreca cars nearly won in the year when all the Peugeots burned their pistons and lost the race. Alan McNish is smiling again. And then 25 years later, with one lap to go, the Oreca-supported Toyotas lost Le Mans. Nearly a quarter of a century after winning the only time with a Japanese manufacturer, Hugues de Schoenack nearly did it again. And that's why when you see the pictures of the shocked and stunned faces in the garage, 25 years of anticipation is reflected in Hugues de Schoenack's tears as he sees, with just about 3 minutes of racing left to go, that quarter of a century dream just being crushed. Well, that's another of the many, many little side stories that you get here at Le Mans 24 Hours. It's all about pushing the boundaries in the real world and in the virtual. Let's hear more about that now.
It's amazing today when we see, I mean, we're talking about endurance, but I guess you agree with me, it's not endurance anymore. It's a sprint race for 6 hours, 12 hours, or 24 hours, of course. And it's amazing how you can do multiple stints with the same tires.
Yes, indeed, it is more than recommended to do multiply the stints with the same set of tires. As you know, with the regulation, every time the driver do a pit stop, he's stopping to refuel it. But if he chooses to change tires, it will cost him around 25 to 30 seconds. So it's a big gain to keep the tires on the car to do another stint. If you remember in 2011. When Benoît Trelviguier did a multiple stint with the same set of tires, every time he didn't change the tire, he saved 30 seconds. And at the end of the race, he won. The team won with 13 seconds in front of their competitors. So yes, it is very, very strategic to multiply the stints with the same set of tires. And if you remember also in 2018, it was late afternoon on the Saturday. It was the ex-Formula One world champion, Jason Button. He kept his tire for 5 stints, same set of tires for 5 stints. So he had the stints at an average speed of 220 kilometers per hour. So he was not driving around the track to do a performance. He was pushing hard. And even our tire engineer was very concerned because it was the first time that the driver was pushing so far the performance of the tire. And at the end, he did 5 stints on it. And to understand 5 stints with the distance in Milan is the equivalent of a two Formula One Grand Prix distance. So it means in Formula One, they are changing 2 to 3 times, depending on the strategy of course, tires during the race. So with one set of tires, Jason Button did the same distance as with 24 tires or 32 tires in Formula One. So there is a big importance, and it's very recommended in the endurance to multiply the stints with the same set of tires. Well, Michelin has been very involved in simulation. Today we are talking about a lot of simulation, and today even more with all this e-gaming. So we have been working for the last decade. We work a lot in development in simulation. So the technology has tremendously evolved. of course in collaboration with our partners in endurance. So it's a very, very interesting way of development, because today we reach a level of understanding and knowledge that we can already pre-develop the tires virtually via the simulation. It means our engineering team in Clermont-Ferrand, they work on it, they develop tires virtually, they bring memory sticks, they go to the car manufacturers, they go to Ferrari, to Porsche, to Aston Martin, to Toyota, to Corvette, with tires on memory stick. They plug the memory stick on their simulator, and their professional drivers are testing the tires. They are pre-testing the tires because to know which direction we have to take with the parameters of the car, and we save a lot of time, of course, a lot of money, and this is a knowledge that now we are gaining to develop. This is the way for us to develop the future. And with this knowledge that we are having in simulation, it's progressively being transferred to the virtual gaming, of course. And we can see today that Michelin is partner of the 24 hours in Le Mans virtually. So it's good because we are digitaling the models of the tires, and we bring this technology also in this game, and we start already to master all the aspects of the tire performance. And we are so proud to be able to bring this experience of Michelin, the virtual experience, to the e-gaming also.
Firstly, next season, for the next week season, we're going to introduce a new fuel with a higher renewable content, which allows us to introduce biocomposites. So we're going to have a greener fuel. We try to reduce the CO2 footprint coming from the racing fuel. So 2021 will be the first step, and then we're going to continue this work, having a fuel containing more and more hydrocarbons or other renewable components. So trying to reach a fuel which will be 100% green, or will be at least 100% renewable content. That'll be the work done for the next seasons. And then after, we're going to start the work also on the hydrogen.
Both Michelin and Total, like a number of current partners of World Endurance Championship and the ACO, using Le Mans as a virtual as well as a real test bed. And this has been part of Le Mans right since the very beginning. We talked about this early in the race and in the build-up to the race. Since 1923, when the first 24 Hours of Le Mans was run, it has been about not just motor racing, but testing technology. So many of the developments that were tested, tried and tested, and put under such extreme stress at Le Mans over the years are now a regular part of your road car. Efficient windscreen wipers, disc brakes, things like proper lights that work. And Le Mans was originally created to prove that automobile technology was reliable and safe. It was in its infancy. Cars had only been around for just over 20 years when Le Mans started. They raced then on dirt roads. You can't imagine what it was like. The rutted hairpin at Pont-Lieu in the middle of the town. Stones flying up in the faces of the drivers and the mechanics on the exposed cars. And in the early days at Le Mans, cars didn't have fixed roofs. All cars had soft roofs, convertibles. And for the first hour of the race, you had to run with your roof up. And if it pulled off or blew off, you had to come into the pits and fix it. And the pits are called pits because they were trenches by the side of the road in which the mechanics stood and kept their kit ready to jump up when the car stopped at the side of the road. So all of this is about pushing the boundaries. Our safety car is a virtual version of the hydrogen-powered H24 race car, which the ACO see as the future of motorsport. And combining the real and the virtual world here in this Le Mans 24 virtual, that is also pushing the boundaries. It's the biggest, most wide-ranging, most far-reaching sim game of all time. And Le Mans continues to push those boundaries as well. riding on board with Nikodem Wisniewski. He's racing from home in Poland, one of 37 countries where drivers are running in this race. Let's get down to Hayley Edmonds, our virtual pit reporter, and hear a little more from the Williams team.
I'm live with Louis Deletraz from the Rebellion Williams eSport team, who are currently leading this 24 Hours of Le Mans virtual. So Louis, firstly, how's it been going for you so far? We can see you're right at the top there with a relatively comfortable lead. So yeah, could you just tell us how this has been going for you so far?
Well, it's been going pretty well. To be honest, the first 3 hours was very dramatic. We had a drive-through, someone crashed into us, we had damage, had to repair. So we thought that was over. The red flag happened, bring us back to the pack, and then everyone has been super fast. We got back, took the lead, and now we have a bit of a margin. But yeah, I mean, it's crazy. It's my first real, I mean, not my first, but in this, my first Le Mans. And I woke up this morning, we're leading by 40 seconds, it's still 6 hours to go. It's very long.
Yeah, no, I saw on your social media that you were like, I'm going to sleep now, we're currently in first place, hopefully we're going to stay at the top. And of course, when you woke up, you were.
It is difficult to go to sleep. I struggled to actually fall asleep because I kept checking live timing, looking how it was. It was a lot of work putting this team together. Also with Rebellion, we have 4 cars. I'm trying to also look after quite a lot of things, but the guys at Williams eSport have been doing mega, so I just had to focus on driving this night. So it was good.
You have already competed in a 24-hour endurance race. How can you compare the virtual world to, of course, the real world with regards to preparation?
So the preparation, I would say, is even more intense here because the fact that we can just go testing 24/7, do new setup, new tires, because there is no tire limitation and fuel limitation. We've been flat out last 3 weeks, and basically, yeah, it's difficult, it takes a lot of nerves, and when you have a crash like at the start of the race, you're like, oh, that's terrible. But now we're back in, it's fully worth it, and we're happy.
So you're the son of Jean-Denis Deletraz, who has, of course, participated in the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Has this experience given you maybe a little taste of it? Maybe it's kind of, do you want to compete in the real 24 Hours of Le Mans?
Well, I did obviously speak a lot about it with him, because he can always learn a bit from his experience. And for sure, I want to compete in the 24 Le Mans. I will do it with Rebellion this year in September. So I seriously can't wait because it's a mega experience with an LMP1. So it's good to be doing the virtual one with Rebellion first, and then the real one.
Great. And what does your dad think of this virtual 24 Hours of Le Mans?
He's never been a big fan of gaming and sim racing, but he has said that it looks great on TV, that you guys are doing a fantastic job, and that it's definitely interesting to watch.
Well, great. Thank you very much, Louis.
Thank you.
Thank you, Louis Deletraz. He's one of the 4 drivers in the #1 Rebellion Williams eSport car. Louis Deletraz, Raffaele Marcello, the real-world drivers. Nikodem Wisniewski and Kuba Brzezinski are their 2 sim racers, and it is Wisniewski who leads the race by 46 seconds from Jack Aitken in the number 13 Rebellion Williams car. And again, big kudos to the boss of the World Endurance Championship, Gerard Neveu, and his team for pulling together not just a superstar grid, a 50-car lineup with 10 more that they had to turn away at least on the reserve list, and for making this happen. It was just a wild idea. Gerard sold it to the ACO. Let's make this happen, and he has turned this into one of the biggest sim racing events that's ever happened. +320 kilometers an hour, just nudging 200 miles an hour into the braking area for the chicane on the Mulsanne straight. We ride on board with Nikodem Wisniewski, racing from Poland for the Rebellion Williams eSport team. Just heard from one of his teammates, Louis Deletraz. Louis, having gone to sleep with the car in the lead, woke up with the car in the lead, and that is by no means guaranteed. Wherever you are, thank you for joining us for our coverage of, I don't want this to come out the wrong way, but what is hopefully the first and only virtual Le Mans 24 Hours, because we all know the reasons why we are not really racing at Le Mans. The COVID crisis that has hit the world like a sledgehammer has made this and is the only thing that has made this possible, to get Grand Prix drivers and IndyCar drivers and teams from all over the world mixing sim racing and real-world racing. It's been a mouth-watering warm-up, if you like, for Le Mans in September, but as a standalone event, just so immersive. You're looking here at our Porsche esports team race leader, Turkish driver Ançan Güven, just 2 minutes ahead now of the RHE eSport Corvette. And it's Reto Kapets, the Estonian driver, who is in second place in the Corvette, just a couple of minutes behind. Again, takes one incident or one penalty, and that lead can evaporate. I'm Martin Haven. Joining us on commentary, multiple Le Mans winner Alan McNish, and one of our e-racing, sim racing experts, Chris McCarthy. Chris, now you just heard Louis Delatraz talking about being able to get a little bit of rest. You did that very familiar thing for Le Mans racers and commentators, particularly where you went back, lay on your bed, looked at the ceiling, go, I've only got 2 hours 45, I've only got 2.5 hours, I'm back on in 2 hours. So you're not feeling the freshest.
No, but it is something that I'm used to when I was at Le Mans last year doing the Le Mans eSports Super Final. Exactly the same thing happened to me at around exactly the same time, believe it or not, as well. So I haven't got the experience you've got, Martin, or yourself, Alan, as well. So I think a few more years at it, and I think I'll get a little bit better at getting some sleep when I'm required.
I think, to be honest, my sleep felt like it was virtual more than reality. I got a cracking 8 hours, but I really needed 10.
Well, you know, push yourself. Never let enough be enough. If people think 8 hours is enough, no, push yourself on. Go for 9, go for 10 hours, go for 12. Obviously, it's that striving to be better that you've imbued into your son Finlay. That's why he's never out of bed before lunchtime. You see, he's just following in father's wee footsteps.
He's not following in his father's small footsteps, that's for sure, with the height that he is. But it's a funny one, because this time, actually, 10 o'clock in the morning, was when I found you could get quite tired, because you had all the euphoria, if you like.
Information to the pit lane, information to the pit lane. 1 second stop and go penalty on car 38 for causing a contact with car 86 at T30 at the entrance of the Porsches. 1 second stop and go penalty on car 38 for causing a contact with car 86 at the entrance of the Porsche turns.
Well, now that's really tough on the Wolverhampton Wanderers Golf Racing Porsche, because it wasn't too long ago that the number 37 Jota car punted them off in the middle of the Porsche curbs in the fast left-hander. They went off on the wall on the right-hand side, and now the other cars had a go. I mean, it's bad enough you get hit twice in a stint, but being hit twice by 2 cars from the same team, he must have been thinking, oh, they've really got it in for me, Chris.
They're definitely not Wolverhampton Wanderers fans, are they?
No.
Well, I only know one.
Well, yeah, she lives close to you, yes. Susan Perry. Yes, indeed.
So, hello, Susie. You're the only Wanderers fan that I know, but I know you certainly are a very strong supporter.
Yeah, no question at all, and I'm sure she is wide awake. She may well be tuned in. This has got rather more wheels than she's used to working with, but nevertheless, Susie is a big motorsport fan. Well, let's take a look at some of the action that we've seen so far in 19 hours of racing. Good weather for the start of the Le Mans 24-hour virtual, and a packed field of 30 LMP2 cars and 20 GTEs, led away by pole sitter Tom Dillman. He got a flying start for the number 4 team of Bicoles, but unfortunately it was a little too much of a flyer. Pole sitter in GTE led for Porsche. Early incidents bringing out or forcing teams into the pit lane. That incident for Fernando Alonso's number 14 car not only cost them damage, but would also earn them a penalty. And that would come back and bite them later on. Bicoles working their way back up the order after serving a drive-through penalty for jumping the start. And then problems for this man, Simon Pagenaud, Indy 500 winner. His car went off at Arnage because his steering froze. On the right-hand side in the picture there, you can see his own rig. He had borrowed a spare sim rig, and he plugged that in. We had a server crash that brought out a red flag for just under 30 minutes in the first 8 hours of racing. But aside from that, when the field got back underway, we have had no technical problems with the game at all. And by the way, that server crash allowed Fernando Alonso's car to be reinstated back into the race after a foible in the software had not permitted Fernando to refuel the car during a pit stop when he needed the fuel. Lots of incidents out on the racetrack, particularly in the busy traffic. And with the reliability of the car being 100% in these races, unless the driver intervenes, the traffic does not thin out at any stage. From lap 3, the quick cars in LMP2 have been in traffic, and so it remains. Car number 20 for the Redline Racing team, one of our strong pre-race favourites, battling with the number 4 by Colles car. And the star names from the real world in the number 20 car, Max Verstappen and Lando Norris. That's Kirchhoff and Gerger Hutu. Their sim racing teammates were very much painted in as pre-race hopefuls for victory. Unfortunately, that was not to happen for them. Problem for Catherine Legge in the chicane on the Mulsanne Straight. The problem was not so much the spin, but that she rejoined in what she thought was a gap in traffic. Unfortunately, it was occupied by the Romain Grosjean team Corvette, and so that caused damage for both cars and a penalty, the all-female entry from Richard Mille. Still in the hunt as we headed into dust, the number 4 car, the by Colles team working hard. Problems then for Geert van der Gaard, his car, the steering on his rig packing up and putting the car into the wall. That cost them delays. It wouldn't be Le Mans if it wasn't dark. Nighttime, all the drivers say, is a very special time to be racing at Le Mans. Ferrari's front-running car was the number 52 machine, and that was their superstar driver lineup. Charles Leclerc with Antonio Giovinazzi, Enzo Burrito and David Tanitza. Unfortunately, problems for them saw them drop way out of contention, and more problems for the all-pro driver lineup at Penske Racing. Roger Penske's team having little in the way of luck. Penske's first appearance at Le Mans in the modern era. Lots of close racing for the lead between the Rebellion Williams eSports duo. Car number 1 and car number 13 battling in the night and continuing to battle. Veloce eSport in the hunt as well with 2Cs Motorsport and by Colles. And as ever in the dark, cars and drivers finding it a little more tricky to find their way around the Circuit de la Sarthe. Number 16 was one of the front runners early on. The Veloce eSports 2 car, Norman Nato and Stoffel van Dorn with Eamon Murphy and Tomac Porodic. They struck problems as well and dropped out of contention. And after a problem coming into the pit lane out of fuel, waiting 25 minutes stationary, the Signatec Alpine Elf car was finally helped with a push from a friend. Nico Lapierre coming in behind the car and pushing his former team's car up to its garage. Who says there is no love between rivals? Problems for the Mahler Racing team going off, and more problems in traffic. Dramatic moment around 7:30 this morning local time. Big crash, one of the cars losing a wheel in the incident. That's one of the Williams cars spinning as well in the chicane. That replay of that incident. Rebellion's Williams eSport car, blue on blue crash. Losing a rear wing at Indianapolis then means that the car is not quite as stable on the way back to the pits as the Feed Motorsport Corvette driver found. Our race leader in GTE is still the pole-sitting 93 Porsche. Our outright race leader, car number 1 from Rebellion Williams eSport. Martin Haven, Alan Manish and Chris McCarthy watching the action with you in the closing stages. We're into the final 5 hours of the 24 Hours of Le Mans Virtual. This is car number 7, Toyota Gazoo Racing. Expect them in September to be in the hunt for outright victory unless something very bizarre happens. But car number 7, car number 8 here with 3 pro drivers in and only 1 sim driver. Alan McNish, that puts them at a little bit of a deficit in terms of the knowledge of this platform because they don't normally run in LMP2 and they don't have much sim racing experience amongst their drivers. But for the team, it's important, Toyota say, to get their engineers working as engineers, to get their drivers working as drivers together. This is all part of trying to fill in the gap since COTA in February before we go racing again in August at Spa and then in September at Le Mans.
Yeah, clearly when you go to any sort of competition, you want to do as well as possible. And it's not as if they've put together a bunch of also-rans as their driver lineup. You know, we've got some pretty good talent
no,
in there.
indeed.
But admittedly, if you were to absolutely go out 100%, you would want to have a balance, because you have to have 2 FI international grade drivers in there, which means circuit drivers, and then you would balance that off with 2 pros in the sim to bring that understanding of the sim, but also to bring the understanding of Le Mans. And so in that respect, I think that they've looked at it in a slightly different way, in the same way that Penske did.
Yep.
Penske's got all 4 racing drivers, and they said, well, actually, we're representing our racing team, not just necessarily the Penske brand. And they're using it, Toyota are using it as part of that, as you said, to try to bring everything together towards 24 Hours of Le Mans.
Now, on the right-hand side, you are watching a virtual driver change. At the top, Mike Conway has just brought the car into the pits, and he is now logging out of the game. Jose Maria Lopez in his rig in Monaco has been waiting to join in. Look at the stretch there from Conway. Okay, it's not physical in the way that the violence of the real cars would beat up the body, but it beats up the mind, and Conway is really feeling that, isn't he? Jose Maria Lopez is waiting to take over the car. Mike will have set up the fueling. Mike will have set up the tyre change because he's the man in control of the car. The team don't do that for you. And now PECHITO is waiting for the fuel to go in. Mike's not yet abandoning the rig, just in case. And now PECHITO leaves. Look how tired Mike looks. Not physically, but mentally. And Chris, this is a thing that all the drivers have said. So much of driving a race car is physical. It's about your physical knowledge and all of your experience. So much of driving these cars, in fact, all of driving these cars, is mental. And that's what's the big drain for all of the racers, whether they're sim or pro real racers.
You know, when you are tired, like I could say I would be now, you do feel it physically. And it's something that, from personal experience, when you jump out of a rig, you do feel like you've just done an hour and a half in the car, if you've done an hour and a half in the rig. It's just as demanding. And I think you said this last night, Martin, because you don't have the feel underneath you of the car, you have to make up for that in your mind. So you have to try and feel the car through your mind. So you're doing even more to make up for that. Usually, as Alan would tell us, you can feel the car underneath you, you can react to how the car is responding, but with that you have to almost anticipate what the car is going to do mentally, and you don't get a break, and they're on new tyres every single stint, so they have to push 100% every lap. They don't go through stints where they can go at 80% to save the tyres or 70% to save the tyres. No, they're on new tyres every single time, so they're going to have to be pushing at 100%, which we never usually see in the 24-hour Le Mans.
I'll say that even when I was racing, we were developing or starting to look at developing our tyres our car on simulators, and they were the big moving platform ones. But to do a day in the sim was much mentally harder than doing a day on the circuit. No question about it. And you had to take more breaks. So, you know, when you're looking at the driver times, there's an overtake coming down. This is a replay coming down into Indianapolis.
Change for 6th position. Pierre Gasly in the blue Veloce eSport car. And he has been passed by Arthur Rougier. So 2 real-world drivers. The Rebellion Williams car up to 6th position.
I do love this camera angle. I know in the real life you're never going to get it because it just sticks into the airflow like a handbrake, but it's a fantastic one to sort of see into the side of the cockpit.
And what I love most about that is not just the reflections in the mirror, not just the rear view camera in the screen, but the gear selectors and all the functions on the steering wheel, dashboard display, they work as well. Look, down to 2nd gear here for the chicane. pulling gears with the right hand up to third, up to fourth, up to fifth down the straight. I love all those details. There's so much real thinking has gone into the look of this game, the reflections of everything in the mirrors, and you know, the logo on the tyre whizzing around, the Michelin logo there with the speed blur, all the correct signage around the track for the event and all of that. I mean, there's so much depth of immersion here. Just want to point out that a couple of laps ago, while we were watching Mike Conway hand over to Jose Maria Lopez, the other Toyota, car number 8, Sebastian Buemi, multiple Le Mans winner, just set the fastest race lap, quicker than any pro sim racer has gone. And this is in a car that the Toyota drivers and the Toyota engineers have no prior knowledge of. 3:25.2 is now the fastest race lap, and again, as we saw a little earlier, without setting one purple sector. The fastest first sector, second sector and third sector are all owned by different drivers in different cars and different teams, not by Sebastian Buemi, but he has put together 3 very good sectors which have added up to the fastest lap of the race so far. 307 laps under the wheels of that car. There's just under 5 hours left, so 21 hours of racing done, and it's going faster than it has. And that's all part of the drivers, despite the fatigue, getting more and more dialed in. It's part of the evolution of the track, getting more and more rubbered up, getting quicker and quicker. And it's partly that they are just fine-tuning the setup all the way through, Chris, exactly as they expect to do in the real world in September.
You know, track temperature is going to be going up now as we get to just before 10:15 local time here in Paris. So this is a great time to go out and set a fastest lap, because the track is now going to be in a very good condition. And the drivers, you know, they're all going to be going on to their last stints, possibly. So this is their final chance in the Le Mans 24-hour virtual to go out and have their impact and hopefully impact on getting the team a good result. So when you're in that final stint, Alan, that must make you want to push as hard as you've ever pushed in the race.
You always want to push, but in that one, it's also a tricky one here with running new tyres. Yes, you can. If you're actually in a situation where you've got tyre degradation and you're into your 3rd stint on them, then you've got to be very careful, because the tread depth has dropped down, so therefore you've got the cooling of the front tyre down the straights. So the first attack onto the brake pedal, you've got to have a little bit, I would have said, of patience on it. And in general, though, yeah, you're clearly right now, the circuit is going a little bit faster. Everyone's tuning in. Buemi is there with that 25.2, but only 29 seconds behind him's Lopez. And we saw what Jose Maria Lopez was able to do last night when he dragged the Toyota up into a podium position at one point. So I'm really looking forward to this inter-team Toyota battle.
Yeah, PECHITO is very experienced on esports. He's done it for years now. He has done a lot of racing in the Neo Endurance Championship. So PECHITO no stranger to this, and he would have been so excited for this event and was bringing all the experience for that Toyota Gazoo racing team.
Yep, but he's 28 seconds behind. That's his teammate up ahead. And you know how that is.
I think everybody who's ever raced anything knows how that is. Yeah, again, you know, it's that old truism. If you can't beat your teammate, you're never going to win the race. That's your first and your biggest rival. And that continues to be as true as it was in 1923. Watching Jose Maria Lopez and watching his car. PECHITO, Argentine driver, 3-time World Touring Car Champion with Citroen Racing. Now with Toyota Gazoo Racing. Left touring cars when he was on a real high. He got an invitation to join the Toyota team, and at the time he said, I've got to take this. Sometimes the train only calls into the station once. If I don't take this opportunity, even though it's really stretching myself and my boundaries, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. I don't think he's regretting it now, but early on in his career, It was a steep uphill climb for PECHITO, really, to find the pace in these hugely complex LMP1 hybrid cars that he would normally be racing.
Yeah, he should have won them all last year. He was within a few hours and had a puncture when comfortably in the lead coming out of Mulsanne, right rear puncture. And that was basically the gift that went to their sister car. Their sister car that's 27.6 seconds up the road at this moment in time.
Well, Toyota have had their fair share of storied races at Le Mans, and of all the race finishes at Le Mans, 2016 will probably be the one that goes down as the ultimate, as they would say in France, déception, disappointment is far too soft a word for it. The crushing, just crushing blow of the car retiring from the lead with 1 lap of the race remaining. Let's hope that we don't have any of that drama here. We've had plenty of very good close racing. Battle stretching out a little bit, but at the moment, still the battle for 6 looks like it is well alive. It's only 1.3 seconds between the number 3 Williams rebelling car and the number 24 machine right behind. So who's in 24? It's Pierre Gasly for Veloce Esports. So Arthur Rougier we saw passing Gasly down into Indianapolis some 4 or 5 laps ago, but Gasly has lost almost nothing. He's about half a second a lap slower at the moment in terms of pace. Just behind them, Dries van Tor for Team WRT in 8th, Larry Tenforder for TDS Racing in 9th, and Michi Hoyer for one of our home teams, IDEX Sport, who've got one of the 2 sim rigs in our studio here, the other being Cinetec Alpine Elf, and IDEX Sport up in the top 10. Cinetec have not had much luck, losing 25 minutes as the car ran out of fuel coming into the pit lane, has dropped them from potential contention right down the order. More problems for Multimatic Sancho as well. Those of you who were watching the early stages of the race when Andy Prio was driving the car, they had a connection problem. The car stopped effectively out on circuit, and Andy then explained to us when son Sebastian took over the same rig in their house that they were, I mean, he tried to explain, but even their mobile phone connection wasn't working particularly well. So it looks like the car has stopped again. Looks like they have continuing problems, and unfortunately, Chris, that's half the driver strength. Father and son on the same rig in the same house. If they've got a connection issue ongoing, then that takes 2 of the drivers out of the rotation, and that not only puts more stress on their already tired sim racing duo, but it also brings up the question of whether Andy and Seb will have done, by the end of the race, the minimum 4 hours that every driver must complete. And that could be an issue for that car as much as the connection issue is currently.
Well, thankfully for them, it happened early in the race.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's still ongoing, so it doesn't look like that problem is going to be fixed anytime soon. Our race leader, Nikodem Wisniewski, is leaving the pit lane, and not on this stop is Jack Aitken going to take the lead. Aitken will stop in another lap. Wisniewski stopping every 10 laps on a lap number with a 9 in it, and Aitken stopping every 10 laps on the round 10s. So every lap with a 0 in, Aitken will be in. He'll be in the next lap. Neither of them being able to find or eke out a fuel advantage over the other. 3rd place still by Colles. Jesper Pedersen, the Dane, still in that car. And in 4th place, the 2Cs Motorsport, again, Isa bin Abdullah Al Khalifa, continuing in his stints in the car. He's getting his driver time completed. Again, the maximum for any driver in the entire race is a total of 7 hours. The minimum is a total of 4 hours. And what teams have to factor in, Alan McNish, is that we had a 29-minute and 11-point-something second red flag that does not count to driver time. So whoever was in on the sim at that time doesn't count from the moment the red flag started to the moment it was rescinded. So the safety car lap afterwards does, but they've got to take half an hour out of the 24 that they then have to work out who has driven what. So there may be some teams that are currently doing a lot of mental juggling, trying to combine driver time minimum and maximums with when the fuel and the tyres are needed in the car.
Yeah, just quickly looking down, there's only a couple of drivers I think that are close to their maximum. CANAPINO is one of them in the number 13 car, and also there's, basically CANAPINO's the main one. And sorry, Raffaello Marciello in the Ferrari as well. He's done 109 laps actually, so, and Oliver Rowland 108. Those guys have been busy down there, that's for sure. Everybody else is kind of easily in the ballpark in terms of the 7 hour at the moment. So that's the 7 hour per driver.
Well, I'm going to send you back to the laptop. Who is nowhere near their 4 hour minimum? Go and look at the Prios. No. You've got the laptop. You know how it works. We don't even know what the password is to get it to open.
Yeah, I noticed that with the messages in the middle of the night saying what's the password. Yeah. I saw that when I woke up this morning.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, 10 hours after it was sent, you saw it. That's much like most IT help desks then, in fact. So, Nikodem Wisniewski held the lead then. Jack Aitken in number 13 Rebellion Williams eSport car did not move into the lead when the number 1 car stopped. And that's the first time this morning, Chris, that has happened. And that means that gradually the number 1 car is creeping away and now has a pit stop buffer. Which means, in the same way, if they get a short drive-through penalty or stop-and-go penalty, they won't lose the lead either. It will be much tighter, and then we'll be back into cycling around through the pit stops. But at the moment, Wisniewski is creeping away enough that he has built in a pit stop buffer. It's not a lap, but it's something. And that's a major milestone. You don't see the other car go in front when you make a pit stop. That's a big step.
You know, that would have been the goal for the team. The engineers would have been saying, look, let's get that pit stop buffer, and that would have given the drivers something to focus on and given them a target to aim for, because you know the race is not going to end for another 4.5 hours, so you can't just have your target constantly on going for the race win. You need to set smaller targets, and once you achieve those, then the race win will come with it, and that is a big step in this race, I think, Martin, as you said, for them to have that buffer in case they have to come in for a small bit of damage or a drive-through, like you said, and coming out behind or coming out in front of the rest of the field will definitely help.
Pierre Fillon, the president of the Automobile Club de l'Ouest, the ACO, that runs Le Mans and governs this World Endurance Championship. He's in the sim rig there from Signatec Alpine Elf. I don't think he's a late substitute, although he has done a bit of racing in his time and drove the real version of our hydrogen-powered car just very recently last week on the Bugatti circuit at Le Mans, but he's just trying the rig for size, while our studio-based drivers aren't in that Signatec car. We're trying to line up Jimmy Broadbent as well. Apparently there must be another queue of buses coming along that Hayley's going to push him. I think she'll be a little kinder to Jimmy than Ben and Chris have been. He's had the toughest birthday of his life, I think, in terms of being roasted by on-air commentary teams.
And he's only had 30 minutes of sleep, he tells me, as well. So he's running on a very low tank, as Alan definitely feels as well.
Yeah, Alan's had a mere 8 hours. He's definitely 2 hours shy of his normal daily minimum. But you know, he's pressing on through like a good trooper. Still, Williams, Rebellion Williams eSport leading, but now a change. Jesper Pedersen for Bajkoles coming through into second position as Jack Aitken stops. Now, the Bajkoles car is stopping out of sync with the Rebellion Williams duo. It's about 4 or 5 laps away from them in terms of when it needs fuel, so that will change back again. We just documented the fact that the 13 car didn't inherit the lead even for a lap when car number 1 stopped most recently 2 laps ago, and that's a major milestone. And now Bajkoles might be in the hunt. They're certainly in the top 3 at the moment. Fourth place, 2Cs Motorsport. Fifth place, Panis Racing AAA.
Leader, slow down. Leader, slow down. Cars may not overtake. Cars in front of the leader may complete the lap. We are under red flag. Pit entry is closed. We have an issue with the server. We are under red flag. Leader, slow down and stop before the line. All the other cars are to line up behind the leader. No overtaking. No overtaking.
Eduardo Freitas there, the World Endurance Championship and Le Mans race director, and the man that you saw beside him in the first shot, just sitting back in his chair, Ben Roster-Turner. He is the man who is overseeing Motorsport Games' application of this race, so he is leading the team here on site, and our race leader has stopped, as you do in a red flag, on the grid, waiting for the rest of the field to join him. So, red flag here at the virtual 24 Hours of Le Mans. We had a 29-minute red flag earlier in the race and another red flag now. Now, one of the things that happens in the real world is the race gets stopped for accidents, for damage, for weather. We get red flags for that situation. And what we have had so far is now a second stoppage in the race because of issues with the servers. So the cars are on the grid. But let's take a look at some of the action from the 24 Hours of Le Mans virtual so far. Well, the race started in good weather conditions. The Goodyear blimp overhead at the Circuit de la Sarthe. Semi-rigid airship, technically. Good start from the race leader, Tom Dillman, jumping away from pole position, but a little too ambitious, as it turned out. He would earn a drive-through for that. Our pole sitter in the Porsche domination of qualifying led the GTE field, an early problem for one of our Toyotas spinning off at Indianapolis, and on a busy track contact between one of the GT Porsches and Fernando Alonso's car number 14, that would earn them a pit stop penalty that later caught out the team because they were unable to fuel at the same time that was applied. Lots of very close racing, and then a problem for Simon Pagenaud. The steering wheel on his rig packed up, but he thoughtfully borrowed one from a friend previously and even rehearsed, swapping it live in stints, so he lost barely a minute before he got going again. After a 29-minute red flag for a server crash, a safety car lap to get everybody back together, and then we went racing once more with the 2Cs Motorsport car out front. And they've been part of the lead equation from the beginning of the race. So too has car number 4. The Bicoles car dropped to 12th with their early penalty and fought their way back in. In the lead of the GT battle, it's not all been about Porsche. The new Ferraris haven't figured, but the Corvettes, at least one of the Corvettes, has the Romain Grosjean team. Feed Motorsport getting tangled up there in somebody else's accident. And as ever, pit lane very busy here from time to time at Le Mans. One of our front runners, car number 20, the Red Line Motorsport car, with Max Verstappen and Lando Norris, the Formula One stars in that team, battling with the number 4 car from Bicoles for podium spots. And as the shadows lengthened and the evening drew on, little mistake by the Bicoles team allowed the number 20 car to have a run. Stoffel Van Dorn was in the action there as well in 3rd place. That was your lead trio, covered by less than 2 car lengths into Indianapolis, the fastest part of the circuit. Fantastic racing. Trouble for Catherine Legge in the all-female Richard Mille team. Spinning at the chicane, no damage, but when she rejoined what she thought was a gap in traffic was not a gap. A big hit for the Romain Grosjean Corvette and a penalty for the Richard Mille all-female crew. Pit stops continuing into the late evening, and still our regular front runners from Rebellion Williams Esport, from 2Cs, from Bicoles and from Veloce were in the hunt into the darkness hours. And for those doing nighttime shifts, a very different way of going racing to in the daytime. Peripheral vision nil, and traffic appearing a lot quicker than you'd expect. The front-running Ferrari, in fact the only Ferrari showing any real pace to challenge anybody else, the 52 car, with Charles Leclerc, the Ferrari Formula 1 driver, as part of that driver lineup, having problems. More problems for Penske. That one of a couple of teams with United Autosport that's got a full 4 pro race driver lineup. And in the darkness, track limits hard to spot. Resulting accident for the Team Project 1 art car didn't delay them too much. Lots of battling at the front of the field. This is where the Williams and the number 20 car from Team Redline was still battling ferociously. At this stage, Team Redline very much in the hunt, but that would all go wrong for them during the darkness hours, and they would become the very first retirement from the 24 hours of Le Mans. Number 16, which had run so strongly early on in the race, Veloce Esports 2, Nominato, Stoffel van Dorn, Eamon Murphy and Thomas Porodic. They too dropped down the order. They're now down in the mid-teens. And then after waiting for 25 minutes out of fuel in the pit lane, the Cineotech Alpine team finally received a friendly shove down to their pit box from an old team member, Nico Lapierre, pushing them down to allow them to take fuel as he came in for his stop. Into the morning hours at Le Mans, more drama, more people getting caught up in other people's accidents, and that, unfortunately, is occasionally the fate here at Le Mans. 2 Williams Esports cars making contact, and one losing a wheel. A big incident, and the number 33 2C's Motorsport car just getting away with it. Feed Motorsport, the driver there having lost the rear wing, unknown to him, I think, in a reversing off at Indianapolis moment, then found out he didn't have downforce as he turned into the Porsche curves. As we went to the red flag, our race leader in GTE, the 93 Porsche, our overall race leader, the number 1 Rebellion Williams Esport car. And that's where we are at the moment. The red flags are out, race control and Motorsport Games taking control of this. Eduardo Freitas with no cars moving, taking the opportunity for a little comfort break. And as ever, an espresso, because what else do you fuel race control on? I'm Martin Avon, alongside me 3-time Le Mans winner Alan McNish and Chris McCarthy. Chris, first of all, in the real world, we have to deal with weather, we have to deal with tyre and barrier damage. That's the sort of thing that stops the racing. That doesn't happen in the sim world, but as we all know, we've all got computers, we've all got phones. Technology isn't perfect, and electronics do let us down. And for the second time in the race, we've got a red flag for an issue with the server. But to put that in perspective, we've got 200 racers driving 50 cars from 37 different countries. Countries in South and North America, all across Europe, in Japan, in New Zealand. I mean, the connection distances are phenomenal.
Yeah, you know, not only do we have the 47 drivers that are out on circuit, but then we have the drivers that are also waiting to potentially jump in the car as well. And when we go through the pit stop phases, the server gets very, very busy. And of course, we've also got, you know, lots of people from around the world as well, like you said. So, you know, the server is always going to be under a lot of strain. Yep. That's something we have tested on the build-up to this event. Motorsport Games have worked particularly hard on testing that with our test races, and they have, you know, done this procedure before. They have tested this exact procedure, and that is why, you know, when we had this a little bit earlier in the race, things got round smoothly, and we were quickly back up to speed. And I expect the same again. As normal in Le Mans, when you get a red flag, sometimes things are. We've got to get marshals out on track to repair some things. We're basically doing that here, but it's virtually.
Alan, what are the teams and the drivers who are in the sim rigs going to be doing now? Because you don't just sit there twiddling your thumbs going, oh, it'd be nice if we were still going quickly. Everybody is carrying an issue. No car at this stage with 4 hours or so left is going to be running perfectly. So is this going to be one of the busiest times for the engineers to try and work out what they're going to do next?
there's certainly a point where you'll try to do something. However, there's probably a limited amount in reality that you're going to be in a position to do at this moment. I would say it's exactly as Eduardo Freitas is doing, is taking a breath and actually trying to regroup, because there is still 4 hours and 23 minutes to go. So when we get back racing, it'll be sort of 4 hours and 20 minutes. Some of the drivers and teams will be looking at the driving times, because there are minimums and maximums there. We're talking about the Priaulx, Andy Priaulx and his son Seb. Now at the moment, they're underneath the minimum times because of problems early in the race. They need to get to that, or they will actually not be able to finish this officially this race. So there's a lot of strategy going on more than necessarily setups.
So plenty for the teams and the drivers to think about, and of course the drivers will have to switch it on again so they can't nod off. Red flag at the Circuit de la Sarthe. You can see Sophia Flörsch there on the top right-hand side of your screen, the German lady driver racing for the Richard Mille racing team, and all the drivers are doing whatever they need to keep themselves awake, whether it's chatting to the team on the radio, talking about strategy and setup, or catching up on Facebook. I'm not quite sure. Great joy of this race has been the chance to catch up with some real legends of motorsport, and I had a chance earlier to talk to Sir Jackie Stewart. Well, it's a very warm welcome from his home for Sir Jackie Stewart. Sir Jackie, first of all, belated happy birthday.
Thank you very much. I'm dyslexic, you know, so I'm actually 18 years of age yesterday, and I feel every year of my 18.
Well, you're not looking anything remotely approaching an octogenarian, so that's the good news. Jackie Stewart, your racing relationship with the Le Mans 24 Hours. Tell us, when you were racing in Formula One, was Le Mans another different race, or did it have the sort of prestige that it has now?
Well, I've got two Le Mans memories. One was with Formula One, because the French Grand Prix 1 year was run, I think, in 1967 at Le Mans in a short circuit, not the big circuit. Didn't use the Mulsanne Straight, for example. And then, of course, the Le Mans, as we all know it, I drove only once. I qualified in one of the big Fords that I would have driven when Ford beat Ferrari at Le Mans, and that must have been 1966, because I had a big accident at Spa-Francorchamps and was in hospital for 4 or 5 weeks, and therefore missed the Grand Prix, although I did the qualifying. And indeed, I did the qualifying again in, I think, 64. For Colonel Hoare, who ran the Ferrari Almost Works teams out of the United Kingdom. And Graham Hill, Joe Bonnier, for example, were the first and two drivers. And then there was a second team with Innes Ireland and Mike Spence, I think. And I was the reserve driver for both of them. So I qualified both the Ferraris at that time, a P1, I think, and a GTO. So my Le Mans experiences are rather thin in a way, but the one time I did Le Mans completely was with the Rover gas turbine car along with Graham Hill. And I think that was 67, I think.
So that was a unique car, wasn't it? It was to prove the technology. What was that like to drive? Because you essentially had a helicopter engine, which was in no way even remotely related to anything you'd ever driven before.
No, it was pretty remarkable, really. I think the rev counter was up at 170 per mile. Terribly high revving gas turbine, and a gas turbine doesn't react. You press the gas pedal and you wait for a little while, and then suddenly it takes off. And when you have to brake at the end of the Mulsanne Straight, there's no engine retard, no engine braking, as well as, of course, braking with the pedal, the brace pedal. But it meant that in those days, braking was an art of its own. And certainly with the gas turbine, it meant that you were braking much earlier than you would have been in, let's say, a normal engine car, because when you're going down through the gears, you're retarding as well as the actual brakes. Whereas in the gas turbine, once you took your foot off the gas pedal, there was a second or two when the gas pedal didn't come off, and then there was no retard on the engine, so everything was on the brakes themselves. In fact, Graham Hill ran into the sandbank at Le Mans on the very first lap and damaged the car a little bit. We completed the race, finished the race, but when he hit the sandbank, much of the sand went into the turbine engine and blunted all of the sharp edges of the fans. So we were very slow in the end. I was driving the car at the end of the race, and Jochen Rindt, who's a great friend of mine, passed me every 3 laps. We were going so slowly in the end. And in fact, I was overtaken by a Triumph Spitfire at one point, which did nothing to my reputation. Just was going faster than we could go at that stage in order to finish the race. And we actually finished something like 10th, I think, and we won our so-called class. I don't think it was a gas turbine class, but it was a class. But at least we finished the race.
Well, Le Mans has always had that, hasn't it? Right from the very beginning, it was to prove that automobile technology was safe, that it worked, and it's been at the forefront of introducing these new technologies. We've got a hydrogen-powered car they're looking at for the future, which will be the safety car in our virtual race this weekend. And, of course, disc brakes were proved by Jaguar, which have been so much a part of motoring ever since. So many different things have come from testing them in endurance racing.
Well, an endurance race, a Formula One race is the 100 meters. Le Mans is the marathon. So therefore, the durability is vitally important. To finish first you must finish. And Le Mans was a question of finishing. In Formula One, you were driving at almost 10 tenths most of the time, right on the limit of a Formula One car. And you couldn't do that for 24 hours. And you still can't do it for 24 hours, although many of the drivers would suggest that they are on the limit all the time. But it's not possible, because you've got to finish the race. And it's 24 hours. For any performance to last that long at the speeds involved, because I remember with the big GT40, the 7-litre, that I qualified in '66, I was doing 240 miles an hour down the Mulsanne Straight when the gull wing door flew open and the car took off and wasn't flying straight, it was flying at an angle. And luckily the door actually came off eventually. To begin with, it was up, and that's what raised the car off the racetrack. But fortunately, I was going so fast in that car that it finally just destroyed the door. And luckily, I managed to get the car down on 4 wheels, because people like Joe Bonnier later on lost his life at Le Mans with such an incident. And there's been many more big accidents at the Mulsanne Straight when aerodynamics have suddenly disappeared. Mark Webber had a very big accident in a Mercedes, I think, at one point at Le Mans, the 24-hour race. So Le Mans is an endurance race. It has a fantastic weekend. It's a fair. It's people come from all over to have a good time. There's usually good music. There's usually good food. And if you were racing or driving for Ronnie Hoare, Colonel Hoare, you would be staying in a Michelin, 3-star Michelin or 5-star Michelin, whatever was the top, hotel restaurant, and living in a very fancy way. And I think Le Mans has been there for so long. It's part of the world of motorsports. It wouldn't be right for Le Mans not to be there. I mean, it wouldn't be right for Indianapolis not to be there. There are a few things like there's got to be a Grand Prix in Britain because it was the first that ever had Formula One World Championship Grand Prix. And Le Mans and Indianapolis and so forth are just part and parcel of the history of motorsport and at the highest level.
Absolutely. And one of the very few places that you get to race in the dark at night, and particularly in your era, it wasn't well illuminated. As a Formula One driver, what challenges did racing at night bring you?
Well, I raced at Sebring as well, but of course it was only a 12-hour race. When it was raining at night, it wasn't fun because the cars really, visibility with windscreen wipers really were very important. They either came off with aerodynamics because in those days, at my period, aerodynamics were pretty primitive. And the early morning sun coming up and the late evening, first of all, light going down, the sun going down, you had to have different, if you were wearing goggles of any kind, you had to strip them in such a way that by the end of the period, you were only probably looking out about this size because the sun was in your eyes, sometimes very strongly. So I think the race that I did, I don't think it rained at all, actually. But when it's raining, of course, it's even more difficult with the spray. And cars traveling at the kind of speeds that you get in Mulsanne, then the spray, if there's not a strong wind blowing, is carrying on for a very long time to the vehicles and the cars behind. So it has different challenges than any other race, but I think it's such a classic. And I don't get the opportunity very often of going to Le Mans, and I did not too long ago. I think I went with Rolex as a guest, and I enjoyed it very much as a spectator. But of course, many times it was classic with the Indianapolis 500 time in Monaco and leading up to Indy and so forth. So for us, it was in Formula One, it seldom fitted into our calendar. And as I say, the last time I drove there, and the only time I really raced there in the 24 hours, of course, was that BRM Rover, it was called, the gas turbine.
Well, Rover were particularly lucky to have you and Graham Hill with the programme. It was a big technological step for them, and to have two such talented British drivers, of course, that's a very important part of the deal as well for Rover, I'm sure. So, Jackie, great as ever to hear from you. Thank you so much for the time. Our sim racers and our real-world drivers who are racing the computer virtual Le Mans this weekend won't have to deal with anybody whistling by them with a helicopter engine attached. So, at least they have that, and they won't be overtaken.
Well, you know, it's good racing. I mean, it's a good show. I've been watching them, and it's nice to see it, and it's good to see the top drivers performing well at the top, and other drivers don't seem to get quite as much television time. but it should be seen because they're obviously sometimes from other sports and from other parts of life, but have been great enthusiasts. So I'm a big supporter of the system as it's going at the present time, because of course we don't have Formula One right now, and that'll be starting in not too far future. We're going to be in Austria in a few weeks, but without any crowd and without any media to speak of. No paddock club. I can't imagine there'll be a paddock club there because they're keeping it down to a minimum number of people. So motor racing is going through a hard time in a way, as we are in so many other parts of life because of this terrible illness. But I do like to watch Le Mans when it's on.
Well, Jackie, it's as always a great a great pleasure to talk to you. Our very best to you, and again, belated happy birthday. The card is in the post, and all the very best to Lady Helen and the rest of the family, who I know are close around you. So, thank you so much indeed. It's always a pleasure.
My pleasure.
As ever, great to talk to one of the motor racing legends, to Jackie Stewart. If nothing else from this weekend, I got a chance to sit down and interview Jackie Stewart and Mario Andretti. That's not a bad Friday in anybody's book, Alan, is it really?
No, no question at all. It was very interesting what Jackie was saying there when he was talking about the turbine car and having no engine braking and driving the simulated H24 hydrogen car, which is something for the future. It's got a similar sort of tendency as well, so you're actually relying on different systems. He was talking about something in the 60s. We're talking about something in the future, but ultimately the story is still exactly the same.
Well, talking about something in the 60s, time to catch up with Andre. Oh, there was a bus coming by. Alan persuaded me to say that. Let's catch up with Hayley Edmonds. She is going to talk to Andre Lotterer. I hope he's feeling a little less tired than he was yesterday evening.
Yes, I'm live with Andre Lotterer, Formula E driver, 3-time winner of the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and he's driving the car number 91, the Porsche eSports team. Andre, firstly, how are you doing? How's this 24 Hours of Le Mans virtual been going for you?
Well, I can tell you it's at least as tired as the real thing, if not more sometimes for the eyes, but I'm doing fine. Unfortunately, we lost a few positions with some bugs. I think at one stage we were looking good in P2, but now I don't really know where we are. No, I mean it's been great. I feel like I'm in Le Mans somehow, and I've been taking this challenge really seriously with practicing, and no, it's amazing how you get caught into it, and we can also feel the love for Le Mans we have here with the different corners, different places, different times of the day. I'm really impressed.
Yeah, so you were saying on social media yesterday how impressed you were with the global kind of production of the event. I mean, what has been the kind of standout for you? What has surprised you the most?
Well, your production, everything you've been doing, the commentary, the way you broadcast the race, and I think also on track. For me, it's the first time I entered the race in the GT class, so I'm managing traffic in a new way, and yeah, the way we play on track, it's fair, so it's really so close to the real thing, and I mean, yeah, everything is as close as possible to the reality, and it's incredible how this feels to somehow be at Le Mans, but then not.
So you've previously participated in RFACTOR platform games, but I mean, how much has that prepared you for this 24 Hours of Le Mans virtual?
Well, it helped me a bit. I participated in the Formula E Race at Home Challenge, and we also work a lot with simulators nowadays to prepare the races. I think every race team has a simulator now. It's which is closer to the reality because there's more data involved in those simulators with more tire data and more realistic models. But here in RFACTOR, yeah, it helped me a little bit, but each car is different, so you always need to to get used to every new situation. And Formula E was a very unique one, but here it's a bit a more natural one to drive. So I enjoyed quite a bit. I just need a bit more track time compared to the team guys, because I think they have definitely the lead on us in this world.
Hey Andre, it's Alan here. Well, last time I was in a sim was the one when we were developing the 2013 car. Now, can probably relate to that, needing more time in it. But you just keep pushing for the end of this race and keep all your energy. But tell me, how do you find the actual racing side of it? Because that's one of the things I've noticed is when drivers have been coming up to Porsche curves, for example, and running round the outside, is they overtaking the slower traffic the same in the sim as it is actually in real life?
It is almost the exact same thing. The way you manage traffic, the way everything is happening on track, with the way you position yourself, the way you anticipate the traffic is really, you feel like you're managing it the same way. You have to use the same kind of intelligence as the real thing, and you also you can check in the mirror, and you can I see who's coming up, and I start to memorize who's a bit more aggressive than others. So it's really it's cool. And I think for me back in the days, if I would have done this preparation as a Le Mans rookie, it would have helped me so much more to enter this race for the first time. So I think for anybody or any pro driver that will go to Le Mans for their first time, they should definitely enter the race in this kind of way.
Thank you very much, Andre.
Thank you, Haley. Thank you, Andre Lotterer. And it looks as though the safety car is about ready. Our safety car driver is in his sim rig in the garage. Eduardo Freitas is back in his seat in race control. So it does look as though we are preparing to go green. Martin Haven, Chris McCarthy in the studio. There's Eduardo Freitas in the centre of your picture. At least that's the back of his head. On his right-hand side, Lisa Weikart. On his left, Ben Rossiter-Turner from Motorsport Games. And Chris, this is part of racing online, is that everybody's online. It's not a LAN race where everybody's plugged into the same server in the same room. But even if it were, that can also have problems. But we've got all sorts of technology problems with drivers dotted around the globe, 37 different countries in 6 different continents. And so the connection problems are always a bit of an issue. Looking here at the Multimatic car, now I've just had a little message session with Andy Prio. They've had a problem yesterday. They kept getting disconnected from the game because of low internet rate, which basically the game can't sustain, and so it drops them out of the game. Their sim racing teammates raced through the night, and now Andy and Sebastian Prio were due to pick up the baton again and run today towards the end of the race. But they've had an issue with their rig, so they are now out of the race. Neither of them has completed the mandatory minimum of 4 hours. So their teammates are going to have to do the rest, which will put them over the maximum of 7 hours. So the team now, to continue in the race, are going to have to go to race control and say, 2 of our drivers are on the same rig and it's broken. So, you know, that's another thing for race control to deal with during this red flag situation while we get the race ready to restart.
It's like a driver having an injury, isn't it? And saying, look, he physically cannot continue, so the rest of the drivers are just going to have to pick it up.
Except when this driver fell over in the shower, so did one of his teammates in the same shower at the same time, which is possibly not a picture I should have conjured up this early in the morning. But yeah, we had a similar situation a few years ago, in fact, with by college, Noran Kartikeyan, one of their drivers, vaulting over the pit wall, tripped and injured himself and couldn't get in the car. So they were down to 2 drivers, and there was a maximum driver time, and when they got to the end of that was it. Shutters down. Because it was race day, it was too late to get anybody else qualified in the car. If he'd done it in Tuesday or Wednesday, fallen off a bicycle or fallen down the stairs, they could have got somebody else qualified in the car. They had nobody else qualified, and so there was no way of putting there was no Control-Alt-Delete in that situation. So the other 2 drivers raced as long as they could, and then the driver's seat was empty and they had to park the car. So yeah, in the real world, as in the virtual world, things get in the way, and the most bizarre situations can really mess you up. Now, what about the red flag situation? All the cars are on the grid. We had 4 cars on the lead lap. Now, they were separated by getting on for 3.5 minutes, which is pretty much a lap. Now they're going to be separated by 3.5 inches or feet or whatever, meters, because they're going to be nose to tail as they go off behind the safety car. So for the number 1 Williams Rebellion car, that's a tough break because they had built up a full pit stop worth of advantage, so 48.9, 50 seconds over their closest rival, which at the time was the number 13 Williams. Their closest rival now is going to be our pole sitters. We're inside the final 4 hours of the race. The pole car is going to restart in 2nd place, nose to tail with the current leaders. So we've got at minimum 4 hours to go and a 4-car battle for the lead. This could be really, really entertaining.
That's racing, you know. It's tough as a leader when that happens to you, but you've just got to accept that and just take the situation and run with it, really. Look, as a neutral, this is just the kind of thing you want to see, isn't it? You want to see the top 4 cars all on the same lap fighting for the lead going into the final 4 hours. What I will say is, you know, people will think this is all very harsh on Kuba Brzezinski and the Rebellion Williams team. Let's not forget that they built up that lead on their own accord. So there is no reason why they can't go and do that again. However, they have the pole sitters just behind them, the Biacolis team, who have been very, very quick. And as we know, any time the Biacolis team have had an issue and have been put down the order, they've come back again. And guess what now? They do owe us a pit stop, but there they are in 2nd place, right behind. They can almost reach out and touch Kuba Brzezinski virtually, I say. But Jesper Pedersen has got a real good chance here to get the Biacolis team into the lead. And then, of course, when he has that pit stop, he's going to have to try and get that work done again. But I'd say that would be Pedersen's tactic, try and disrupt what we have between the 2 Rebellion cars. But we have 2 teammates out front there, Martin, and I'm sure the engineers are going to be on the phone to each other or on Discord to each other trying to think of a strategy now.
We just saw our BWT safety car driver here in the studio in Place de la Concorde. We are under safety car conditions. We are about to set the race back underway. We're going to try and catch up with Alan and Seb McNish, Seb Prio at home shortly, but let's catch up with Alan McNish first. He's got, it seems, is there no end to his former teammates that he's going to interview this weekend?
Well, here with 2013 world champion, 2013 Le Mans winner, ex-teammate Loic Duval. First of all, Loic, happy birthday, by the way. I hear it was your birthday on Friday. What age are you now? Are you going to tell us, or are you keeping that one a secret?
No, I mean, I'm 38, just turned 38, so thank you very much.
You're just a little boy then, little boy. We had Tom on earlier on, so that makes me feel still pretty good. Now, joking apart, and how's things been with you? Because I know you've been testing for DTM last week, but also preparing for coming back for racing and looking towards September in Le Mans?
Yeah, I mean, definitely, you know, I mean, it's been a long break for all of us. Unfortunately, 3 weeks ago, I broke my collarbone, so the training in DTM last weekend was not so easy, but we've still been able to do so. And yeah, things are going according to plan now. Finger crossed that everything starts as it is planned. And yeah, just going back to normal racing, unfortunately, with not with the fans on the track for the moment, but looking forward to the races anyway, and looking forward also to Le Mans in September. That's going to be another challenge for everybody involved.
Yeah, for sure. I'm pretty sure from your point of view as well, getting back there, getting onto the circuit, that I know because you were born not so far away from Le Mans, so it's not just because you're French, but because it's so local and important as well.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, since I'm a kid, you know, I drove in the go-kart racetrack over there. Then I've been in Le Mans for many years. I start my car racing career with La Filière, which is based in Le Mans. So yeah, a lot of souvenirs in Le Mans, which are pretty positive. With the highlight, which has been the win with you guys in 2013.
Yeah. Well, tell me one thing. What's your sort of view on all of this virtual world and real world? We've just been speaking to Andre earlier on, Andre Lotterer, who clearly you know, and Andre was saying from a driving point of view, he's actually doing all of the same things in the virtual race that he would do in the real race.
Yeah, I think everything are getting closer. I mean, you try to when you try to get the best out of it, I think you get close to what's happening in reality. I think the feeling is still not 100% the same, but for sure, I mean, I was listening what he was saying, and definitely, you know, to be up to speed, to be up to the rhythm in terms of strategy and what to do in the car. I think the sim is really helping the new generation of drivers, you know, to be up to performance for all those things, you know, with the switches on the steering and stuff like that, what to do when the tires are cold, being able to communicate with your engineer. This is something that we didn't have in the past, and for sure, I mean, I can imagine that's a massive help for the drivers who don't know these kind of races and stuff like that, to be up to speed much quicker than what it took to us in the past.
And tell me, you said you had broken your collarbone. When is that going to be absolutely okay for the next race?
Yeah, I mean, I've been testing last week at Nürburgring, and I've been able to do some long runs and also short runs. So it's looking good. I mean, for sure, we did do some stuff with the HANS device, you know, not to have the pressure on the collarbone, but at least I'm feeling good now.
Well, all I can say is that I remember the last time when we raced at Le Mans 13, you were definitely the fastest guy through Tetra Rouge I have ever seen in my life. We were doing a lap earlier on in the simulator just to talk about the circuit, and Tetra Rouge, the momentum through there was absolutely incredible. So I'm sure we're looking forward now to say to all the fans at home, get yourself to Tetra Rouge in qualifying when Loic's out in September, and you'll see a car absolutely on the limit. Until then, Loic, say hi to everyone at home, and I'll see you later on.
Have fun, guys. Ciao.
Thank you as ever to Loic Duval. All those Le Mans trophies on the shelf in the background. They're not easily earned, are they? He and Alan McNish know all about that. And anybody who takes away one of the 24-hour miniature trophies from this weekend, they are exactly the same as they will be presented in September, as they were presented in June last year and the year before and the year before. Miniature replicas of the big trophy. They are going to be very hard earned, aren't they? We're under starters orders. We are behind our BWT safety car. By the way, our safety car driver, Olivier Lombard, former race driver, and his father owns famous Parisian hotspot, the Moulin Rouge. Olivier Lombard won Le Mans in LMP2 in 2011. So he has got previous with this track, and race director Eduardo Freitas tells me that he's likely to be the first now of 3 safety car laps to allow Motorsport Games to make sure that everybody is fully logged on, to get the drivers back into the frame of things and to get ready to go. So first of 3 safety car laps. We're inside the final 4 hours of the 24 hours of Le Mans Virtual, and we get going once more after our red flag. I didn't note the time at the start of it, so I'll have to rely on somebody else to tell me how long that red flag was. But again, this is going to be very important for the teams and the drivers, because it is another period that does not count either towards your maximum driver time or towards completing the minimum. Had a little conversation off air with Andy Prio. Neither he nor Seb have completed their 4-hour minimum driving time, and the steering wheel on the rig they're using in Guernsey has spat the dummy out. The display has gone and they've got an error message. It's possibly not error 404, but they've got an error message in the game on their screen. So their drivers, their teammates, having done the nighttime stint while they were trying to get the thing sorted out, are now going to have to do the heavy lifting for the rest of the race. And just indebted to those of you that are shouting at your screens to Graham Goodwin from Daily Sportscards for reminding me that in 2007, when Narain Karthikeyan almost successfully vaulted the Le Mans pit wall, there were not maximum driver time. So in fact, Charles Voltzmann Jr. and Andre Lotterer drove the whole race and finished 7th in that by Collet's car. So, well, Alan McNish is now saying there were.
No,
so I'm not getting involved in
driver time was 14 hours
for
40, anyone,
right,
so you
yes,
could split it into 2.
Yeah.
You had to have 3 drivers at scrutineering, but ultimately in a case like this, you could quite easily do it.
Yeah.
Obviously, that isn't the best way to actually do it.
No.
But yeah,
not.
they sort of did a lot of heavy lifting, that one. I remember him trying to vault it as well. Yeah. And he's not gone to the Olympics for that particular part of the sport.
Yeah, and next time he plays tennis, he'll presumably just shake hands with with the other player. Yeah, that was but one of the more bizarre incidents. This H24 car, Project H24, the only emission from this car is drinkable water, as Pierre Fion demonstrated to us in our World Endurance Fast Talk podcast a couple of weeks ago. It's taken part in free practice sessions in the Michelin Le Mans Cup last year, and they plan to race it in 2020's series. Of course, that is slightly truncated and delayed. And all of that is powered by a portable hydrogen unit that will be brought to each of the European Le Mans Series races by Total, who have worked with the World Endurance Championship, the ELMS management, and also with the ACO to get this project off the ground. ACO definitely looking towards Project 24 being the Garage 56. There's too many numbers in this. The Garage 56 entry at Le Mans as early as 2022, hoping to have it ready, raceable as a full hydrogen entry. So we're waiting to get the race underway. Competition director Cedric Viat with his back towards us. And we may not be entirely incident-free. Whether that is a driver glitch on the 62 Ferrari, I was right the first time, not that often happens, or whether that is a problem with their rig or another internal problem in the game, not entirely sure. There's a view our safety car driver has.
That's Aurélien Mallet. Actually, we've got a couple, haven't we? And he's a Red Bull esports driver competing in the Le Mans esports series.
And the reason we have a couple of safety car drivers is not because it's so exhausting driving the safety car, but it's actually quite tiring sitting in the sim rig for hours on end, being ready to drive the safety car. And that's what we've had. Our safety car drivers have been in the rig for the entire race so far and not had much time to start. He's got a rather attractive kind of almost BWT coloured cardigan on there, or is that just a trick of the light? Pierre Fion in the background there, talking with Cedric Viat. Richard Mille as well, who's on the FIA's Endurance Commission and has his own dog in this fight. He's got the Richard Mille team.
That's Jesper.
And that is Jesper Pedersen. You can see it's a bright and sunny day outside. And you can see he hasn't got much of an isolation tan, has he? I think we know what he's been doing, and it's not being sunbathing. Out front is our race leader, the number, in fact it's not, there has been a change for the lead before the red flag. The number 93 Porsche, you saw Risto Capet there, he is not leading. No, he is. Now that's changed around again. It was Risto Capet who was the leader. That was Josh Rogers, who has, when I looked at the timing screen, the Porsche wasn't leading. The number 80 Corvette was, but now the Porsche is back. The timing screen has caught up with the real world. Looking at Bruno Senna as well. Bruno back in the Rebellion Williams number 2 car. And
it's done a few hours, isn't it?
Well, it is a long race for everybody, isn't it? And Bruno, once we get back to racing, that adrenaline level will come right back up again. So now, I was also having a conversation. I'm waiting for confirmation. We look like we've got problems with car number 18, Veloce eSport car number 3. But I was waiting for confirmation, which I haven't had verbally, but on our timing screen, back in the race is car number 20, the team Redline entry that had Max Verstappen and Lando Norris in it. The team had applied to see whether they could get back in the race to at least try and finish, which of course is everybody's first deal at Le Mans. You want to finish the 24 hours, having spent so much time and effort. And as we had with Fernando Alonso and Rubens Barrichello's car in the last red flag, the entire game is reset when the server crashes and is reset. And so that allows race direction to put the car back in the race. So it is Arce Kirchhoff at the wheel. He was at the wheel when the car was retired several hours ago. And so in 29th place, the last of the LMP2 field, and a number of laps behind, 17 laps off the lead he should be, is the number 20 Team Redline car. Looking at Kamui Kobayashi, racing in Japan. And, you know, for the Europeans who are at home, that's one thing. For the Japanese who are at home racing this, that's quite a different thing, because the time of day, of course, is completely wrong. Safety car is out at Le Mans as we get the 24 hours of Le Mans virtual back underway after a second red flag period. And coming into the pits is the 52 Ferrari. It does look as though they may have an issue. 18 Veloce Esport 3 car with an issue as well. And who's in the 52 Ferrari? It's right down at the tail of the field. That's David Tonizzo, one of their sim racing pros. Is in the pit lane. It's not the only car in the pit lane either. Who else is in? Dane Cameron for Team Penske is in. And still no sign of car number 18, the Veloce Esports 3 car, moving on track. Seems to be stopped in sector 2. Well, just to reset the race, we were in the middle of a pit stop sequence for our top 4. Top 4 LMP2 cars are on the lead lap. Car number 1 from Rebellion Williams leads. Car number 13 from Rebellion Williams in second. Car number 4 by College, the pole sitters, in third. And car number 33, 2C's Motorsport, that car in fourth place. Although the timing is now, live timing showing that as not on the lead lap. I thought it was still on the lead lap. We'll have to wait until we actually go green. Chris is not entirely convinced about that, are you, Chris McCarthy?
No, well, no, because he was being shown as 4 minutes behind. So I'd say he wasn't quite registering as a lap down on the timing screen yet, but I believe that Al Khalifa was a lap behind, but that'll all be confirmed. Either way, 3 or 4 cars fighting for the lead. Whichever one is going to be fantastic to have our top 3 fighting for the spots on the podium going into the final 3.5 hours would be great.
Felipe Albuquerque there, driving for United Autosports. Nothing too unusual there, but look at the logo on his shirt. Normally, he'll be racing a Ligier. This weekend, they are racing the rival Oreca chassis. So this may be telling them a bit about the car. Formerly racing a Ligier, now they have changed to the Oreca chassis, of course. Yes, that's right. He's got an old spec T-shirt on, so that should
but United are also the Ligier importer into the United Kingdom.
Yeah, I think they were. I think that all might have fallen apart a little bit. Who's that in the Merc in the USA? Is that it's Juan Pablo Montoya, is it?
Yeah.
Is it? It's
yes.
What's the time now? 11 o'clock in the morning.
5 in the morning.
Yeah.
It's 20 past 5.
Yeah, so still dark outside. And again, you know, it's the same with Kamui Kobayashi we just saw in Japan. It's, you know, nearly midnight there, or certainly sort of 9 or 10 o'clock at night. So it's dark outside his window, and it's sort of barely lunchtime at Le Mans. So this is very, very freaky to be racing Le Mans, not in a real car anyway, but at the wrong time of day. You know, for a lot of these drivers, it's starting at night and finishing at night. That's wrong. And when it's light outside, it's dark on your screen. That's wrong too.
Yes, very confusing.
Yes.
It's like when you do when we're doing the long stints on commentary and you walk out and all of a sudden it's turned dark.
Well, you know, and because we're in a lit studio, it is like being in a casino in Vegas, isn't it? You know, it's perma daylight or nearly. You've got no idea what's going on unless somebody comes in soaking wet. Then you've got no idea what the weather's doing at all. One thing we can see is lots of blue sky, very high, thin, wispy cloud over Le Mans, so I don't think anything is going to come out of that in the final 3 hours and 40 minutes, but we will have to wait and see. From Monaco, Giancarlo Fisichella driving for Strong Together team. Giancarlo sharing with Francesco Castellacci, Felipe Massa and Tony Mella.
They're based in the Automobile Club of Monaco, which is right on the start and finish line for the Grand Prix track for this particular event.
And Giancarlo Fisichella picked up a penalty on his outlap on his first stint, so the real world and the virtual world very much mingling there. Giancarlo does have a habit of attracting the attention of the race stewards in the real world. not necessarily always for being a fun guy to be around. Kamui Kobayashi in the centre, Juan Pablo Montoya on the right-hand side. So you've got Grand Prix racers and Indy winners, Le Mans winners, all sorts of different backgrounds. And that extends all the way through the sim racing field as well. The sim racing drivers have favoured platforms, favoured forms of racing, just like real racing drivers do. You know, okay, you know,
the lead car, please.
Probably still going to have a favourite car that you drive in one of the platforms and a favourite way of going racing. So the sim and the real world are the same.
Ils sont encore à Indianapolis. On va faire ça à Arnage. Ça prendra 10 secondes de plus.
So Eduardo giving instructions on the radio to the team and also to the safety car driver.
Information to the pit lane. Safety cars will be coming in at the end of this lap. Safety cars will be coming in at the end of this lap. No overtaking before you cross the line. No overtaking before you cross the line. Any penalties concerning behavior behind safety car and resuming the safety car will be given by race control. Please ignore the automatic penalties for safety car violations.
Well, still no sign of car number 18, the Veloce Esport car moving.
Please close the gaps. We're spotting some big gaps on the pack. Please close the gaps.
Oh, that is a monster Zoom call going on there on the left-hand side, isn't it? Yes, mute your microphone, please. I'm sure that's bringing all sorts of workday horrors back to an awful lot of people they don't need on a Sunday morning. But that is just a small selection of the drivers who are competing. So Tom Lartilleur in the number 18 Veloce Esports car, still shown as stopped in Sector 2. So they have definitely got an issue. Juan Pablo Montoya's been in and out of the pit lane for Team Penske. Pit lane is open, but you've got to get in and get out before the safety car queue comes around. There's plenty of time at the speed that they're doing at the moment to do that. And everybody closing back up. Enzo Benito being in and out of the pits in the 52 Ferrari as well, so he is back out, catching up with the safety car queue. And it is Kuba Brzezinski in the lead Williams, Rebellion Williams machine, who is our race leader. Now, they restart in the order in which cars got to the line, so it is not all LMP2 and all GTE. The safety cars are in the pit lane. Kuba Brzezinski, Jack Aitken, Jesper Pedersen, the top three, but there is a GT fly in the ointment as we go racing. Also, I wondered when the Bicolis car was going to have to come in for fuel. The answer is right now. Jesper Pedersen peels in behind the safety cars into the pits as Kuba Brzezinski gets us back underway. And I figure that was at least another 30 minutes of safety car. So we're going to have to get official confirmation on that. And I may well get that from our friends at IDEC Sport in a moment or two, because all the engineers need to know exactly that. Meanwhile, we are back to green flag racing with just a whisker over 3.5 hours of the 24 Hours Le Mans Virtual to go, Alan.
Yeah, and this is Pierre Gasly we're on board with, but the car up ahead that's just overtaken into the S's is actually the 6th place Rougier. And so this is battle for 6th and 7th right now. Gasly's right in the middle of it. Actually, this is 5th, 6th and 7th as well, because within all the traffic there at the start going through the S's, Chris, then it looks like that whole pack's got up together. So we've got a really good battle for the lead, and we've got a really good battle for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th that's coming up very, very soon.
Yeah, fantastic racing, as you said, and with all the cars jumbled up within that pack, it's given Brzezinski a little bit of a gap out front, but it's not the huge gap that he had before that safety car came out. But what we do have, Martin, is a very busy track with all the cars now clustered together.
Yeah, and that's one of the problems with restarts. You know, the American truism, cautions breed cautions, for a very good reason. When you bunch all 48 remaining cars together and they're not all in speed order, then you do run the risk of problems. And Josh Rogers, the GTE leader there in that white and black for Porsche, is going to have to be very, very cautious of fast cars coming by. He is the class leader. The fact that GT cars are ahead of him, that will always be the case. They're ahead of him on the road. They're not ahead of him on time. He needs to worry about not making a mistake, not being caught out, because he's got a 16-second margin at the moment over the second car in the category. Meanwhile, TDS versus Team WRT, Le Mans Racing veterans versus Le Mans Racing rookies in terms of team. Guido van der Garde has raced at Le Mans before. Kelvin van der Linde has not. Like WRT, he's done a lot of GT racing, not much at Le Mans in the prototype field.
Yeah, but saying that, he was on the front row of the grid and he actually led for a significant proportion of the race until they had a technical connection failure, which dropped them right back. So now they're back in. But this is a funny thing about Le Mans. You do have problems. You said about, you know, the cars and all the speed thing. I looked at it as an opportunity. When you've got these resets, you get an opportunity to get back in the game if you've had a problem at the beginning. And this is exactly the case for WRT. They haven't dropped their head too much, and now they're racing for 8th position with Guido van der Garde just up ahead.
And it's not hard to imagine they might end up in a top 6 position, which sounds a lot better than 12th or 14th. So, you know, 2016 tells everybody, whoever goes racing anywhere, never give up. Until the checkered flag has flown, it is not over. So there is racing to be done all the way through the field. Kamui Kobayashi, for instance, just 5 seconds behind teammate Sebastian Buemi. So there's a battle, an inter-team battle. It's for 12th position, but it's more than that. It's for being the best of the 2 Toyota cars that remain in the race. Behind him, he's got the number 16 Veloce car, and he will want to get ahead of the 2 Toyotas. So everybody's got a battle on their hands now and for the rest of the 3.5 hours of this race.
Yeah, Eamon Murphy definitely one to watch over the next few laps, because he is the pro sim driver in that battle for 12th, 13th and 14th. And as we know, Buemi and Kobayashi definitely do not have a lot of sim racing experience. So Murphy will be trying to close in on them. The gap to Kobayashi is 6 seconds. We are on board still with this E-Team WRT car, and just ahead of us there in the distance, you can see that that is Guido van der Garde in the TDS E-Racing car. That gives us a better idea of the gap between Guido van der Garde and Kelvin van der Linde, who is in the E-Team WRT car. And some of the viewers may be getting a little bit confused, as you said, Martin, that they all didn't set off in the order that they were originally in terms of position. It's how they approach the line. Yeah. So do just be aware that not everyone you see is going to be battling for position right now, but we'll pick those out for you as the race goes on.
It's exactly as when the red flag falls, it's effectively the cars stop immediately on circuit. They don't, they come back to the pits, but in the order that they were when the red flag fell. There's a GT car in between two LMP2s battling. That's the way it restarts.
Well, I was going to say Aitken was 11 seconds behind Brzezinski in the battle for the lead, and that's now dropped to 14.5 seconds. So, as we said, there was a reason that the Rebellion car, the one Rebellion car, had that huge advantage for the lead. And there's no reason why they can't go and do that again. They're going to have to put in all the hard work to build that gap again. But Kuba Brzezinski is driving very sensibly and is clearly not too frustrated about what's happening. He's already building a gap, Martin.
Yeah, that's the 16 car. Murphy and Kobayashi, that's the first victim. Now, you said about Sebastian Buemi not having the most experience, but he is the man who set the fastest race lap just before we went to red, so nothing wrong with his speed in the car an hour ago. And so Murphy for Veloce Esports 2, that car he shares with Stoffel van Dorn, who did such great work in that car early in the race. And the battle's not done yet, is it?
Oh, he's got in too hot there.
Kobayashi, you saw Kobayashi in the inset just fighting, a big smile on his face. Yes, he went in too deep, he went off. I won that mental battle for superiority. And again, you know, for Kobayashi, he may well know who the driver is behind him and not know the name, i.e. he knows that he's a sim guy rather than a real world guy, and so, you know, that's even better. You hold off a guy who's supposed to be better at you than this.
Yeah, but he also, Kobayashi, knows where to brake and what you have to do, and the point where you have to bail out of it if it is an attack. And Murphy, in that respect, he was offline, coming through the right-hander, and he just then couldn't get the car stopped and carried too much speed into the left.
So big smile on the face of Kamui Kobayashi. It's the little battles sometimes, isn't it? And here you go, Murphy comes the long way round in Indy and just can't get the car back. And that, knowing there's no injuries, makes Kamui Kobayashi grin. Race continues towards the 3.5 hours left mark. We've had a couple of minutes over 60 minutes of red flag in 2 periods. So of the 20.5 hours so far, we've had 19.5 hours of green flag racing. For any Le Mans 24 hours in good conditions, that is still a very high percentage of green flag racing, because of course we don't have slow zones here for damage, for debris. We don't have safety cars except to restart us after a red flag. So it's either red or green. It's either stop or go. There's no intermediate, is there?
I do just want to pick up, actually, in terms of the fastest lap. I think that actually was set by Yuri Kazdor on lap 291. And that would be no surprise, because Yuri Kazdor is one of the best on this grid. He's one of the tallest as well, but he's been racing in things like the RFACTOR GT Pro Series, the Race All-Star Esports Series as well, and the SRC Virtual Endurance Championship all this season. So no surprise to see him in that Toyota going fastest. And even if they don't get a good result, that is something they can take away from this race, Martin.
You're absolutely right about that. I didn't read my timing screen correctly. It was Yuri Kazdor on lap 291. We're now on lap 312, 11:30 Central European Summertime.
He said about the fact that there was limited things to slow them down. It's just a red flag at the moment. The prediction is that they'll do a total of 394 laps at the end of this race. But the real life record is 397 laps in 2010. Wow. And that was the quickest race on record up till now over a 24-hour period. So they're not quite going to be able to achieve that. They're looking at it right now.
But we are looking at one of the furthest races ever run, at least at the moment, in Le Mans 24-hour history. And we've also got our top 3 covered by just 20 seconds in in LMP2, and our lead battle 15 seconds. Josh Rogers leading from the number 80 Corvette, and that Corvette with Risto Capet, the Estonian driver, still giving chase. Third place, Jeremy Bouteloup, the 18-year-old Porsche driver in car number 92. Richard Westbrook in 4th place, the 95 Aston Martin. Dempsey Proton's 88 car back up to 5th in class after leading yesterday afternoon. Dennis Lin 6th in the factory Corvette, their top car, 64. And then the battle behind them, Nicky Katzberg closing down the 71 Ferrari. That's been driven by Arnos Lorito. So Katzberg is right behind him now, towing up behind that car. And Lorito not far behind Dennis Olsen either. So those 3 cars, that's a battle for position. Dennis Olsen in the Team Project One purple 57 car, then the Ferrari, then the Dempsey Proton car, that's Van Doren, and then you have got the Corvette of Nicky Katzberg. So the black and grey Porsche is actually ahead of this battle in the standings, but right in the thick of it on the road. He's trying to get by these cars, but of course they're class rivals. They're going basically at the same speed. So the purple car, Team Project One, Dennis Olsen, the Dane. Lorito in the Ferrari, you can see him at the top. Nicky Katzberg, the Dutchman, in that Corvette, picking up the tow from the Dempsey Proton car and trying to get by him. Dramatic 3-way battle for 7th place in GT, with the car that is currently in 5th position in the middle of it. That's the black and grey Dempsey Proton Porsche. Purple Porsche up ahead, the Wins livery car. That is Dennis Olsen for Team Project One. He is in 7th place. In 8th place is Arnos Lorito in the red Ferrari number 71, right behind him. then you've got the Dempsey Proton car 88, that's 5th place overall. And he is a bit of a fly in the ointment for Nicky Katzberg in the yellow 63 Corvette. That's the car that's in 8th place, and he can't get to the Ferrari-Porsche battle until he can get by the 5th place Porsche that's right in front of him. So for all of these drivers, they're in a bit of a tricky situation. And actually, the one who's most likely to come off badly, Anna McNish, is Kevin Van Duren in the Dempsey Proton car, because he's ahead of these guys on the leaderboard, but stuck in the middle of this three-way battle for position. He doesn't want to be there, but he doesn't want to slow down and then catch them up again and have to pass all three of them. Ideally, he'll try and pick them off down the straight, but is that going to happen? Is that possible? Can he do that in this tow?
Well, we'll find out just in a second, but he certainly doesn't want to drop behind, because if the other two start scrapping and he gets involved in their incident, then it takes him out of the position as well. So he is going down the inside into the chicane, and as you say, I think he'll just try and pick them off in a one-by-one. It's the safest thing, but you can see that now the Corvette's trying to go down the inside of both of them. This is exactly what he doesn't need. Is the Corvette used the draft of both cars to slipstream. Now that was clean in the end, but ultimately I'm sure that was a moment where he was sort of squeezing himself into the seat, just hoping that it didn't go wrong.
I tell you what, I know Nicky Katzberg really well. He was going, I've got this, I've got this, I've got this, I've got this, I have got this. But now here back past him comes the Porsche, but again, he'll use the side draft, but he's hung out to dry because the Porsche tucks in behind the 57 Porsche, so Katzberg's on his own. He's getting a little bit of a side tow, but not enough. However, he has moved up the queue. He did them both, but then he'd overcommitted. The Porsche got back by him, but he has at least got position over the Ferrari, so it's one up there. He's found a ladder. Nicky Katzberg has moved up the order, but you can see he's very intent on moving further forward and trying to attack Dennis Lind in that, beg pardon, Dennis Olsen, too many Dennises, in that purple Porsche, and through goes the Dempsey Proton car. So Kevin Van Duren has got himself out of harm's way and overcommits himself into the gravel. Wow, he's not making this easy, is he?
Definitely not, and some great battles also that could be developing as well. I'll keep an eye on those. Kazugon catching Al Khalifa for 4th place in the LMP2 class, and Van der Linde also catching 10 board as well, so we'll keep an eye on those.
Well, lots of exciting racing going on. Of course, most of the Ferrari AF Corsa drivers are in the Museo Ferrari at Maranello, part of the big factory setup. The GT team have got their entire GT race setup in one of the big rooms there at Maranello, and there is a view on the right-hand side of that historic Ferrari collection. We'll be going there. This is basically what you see behind the scenes in every World Endurance garage. You see those facing panels looking out into the garage. Normally there shouldn't be a car in there, but that's where the cars would be. That's where our sim rigs are. But this is exactly what you would see in the garage, were you allowed behind the scenes, as Alan and I get the privilege to do, and walk through. That's the bays where the cars would normally be worked on. So they brought the whole garage setup into this big room at Maranello, and this is where most of their drivers are racing from. And Chris, you can see, as you might expect with Ferrari,